In the depths of the cosmos, within an uncharted galaxy, a massive warship materialized amidst a sudden distortion of space. This colossal vessel, stretching nearly 10 kilometers in length, stood as a symbol of the human empire, the Emperor class. Armed with a superweapon and hundreds of flagship cannons, it was a harbinger of civilization's conquest, a relentless harvester on the battlefield. Yet at this moment, its target was an inconspicuous planet within this galaxy. "This should be the last hive," the commander remarked, observing the projection of the planet, where a towering hive, several hundred meters high, resided deep within the subterranean caverns. Upon hearing the commander's words, a soldier nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Commander, this is the final one." As he spoke, the soldier instinctively glanced at the queen, ensnared by a peculiar energy beam and barely clinging to life. The queen, the supreme leader of the swarm, commanded the loyalty of all starry insectoids across the universe. She embodied the essence of the swarm itself. A swarm without its queen is akin to a mindless horde of beasts. Although the starry insectoids are formidable, their greatest flaw lies in their lack of intelligence. Devoid of the queen and the psychic link to the brain insects, these creatures pose little threat. The queen's power would also wane significantly, for her strength was drawn from the swarm. The commander approached the queen, who lay in a state of near death. "The connection you share with the swarm has forged a mighty race, yet it is also your greatest vulnerability. Once captured, we can easily locate all your mother hives through this bond. While you may attempt to sever your ties with the hives, the interference of the Morlus Stone, coupled with your grave injuries, renders you incapable of doing so. Long ago, we, the Alien Tribunal, devised a mechanism to exploit this very trait." The commander fixed his gaze upon the queen, whose eyes burned with hatred. "It is time to conclude this. The mission to eradicate the interstellar insectoids, decreed by the Tribunal, has reached its denouement today, 2 millennia after the concerted efforts of the Demonic Tribunal and the Alien Tribunal. Like your swarm, our empire is fortified by an unwavering belief our loyalty to the Emperor mirrors your swarm's allegiance to the Queen. This is not merely a clash of brute force, but a collision of convictions." With that, the commander offered a formal gesture of imperial respect towards the queen, acknowledging her as a worthy adversary. Despite her insectoid nature, though you are but insects, you are nonetheless deserving of respect. And the highest form of respect between civilizations is total annihilation. As his words echoed into silence, a colossal energy sphere began to coalesce atop the Emperor-class warship. The Doomsday weapon is charging. 60%, 80%, 100%. With the charging complete, a robust blue beam surged forth, targeting the planet below. When this planet was reduced to dust by a colossal surge of energy, the last nest of insects vanished from this expanse of the universe. Meanwhile, the queen slowly closed her eyes, her vital signs gradually fading away. However, what went unnoticed by all present was that, before her demise, her gaze turned toward a specific direction. "Have I truly traversed through realms?" At this moment, on the opposite end of the galaxy, Jiang Yao stood in bewilderment, staring at the immense insect nest before him. Rendered speechless, Jiang Yao, a denizen of Blue Star, much like countless ordinary individuals, had stepped into society and secured a job as an assistant game planner at a certain company. Although his initial salary was not particularly high, it was sufficient to sustain a modest living. Yet, Jiang Yao was not one to settle for mediocrity in his spare time. He registered a company and constructed his own website, preparing for a future where he could soar independently. As the saying goes, a planner who does not aspire to create their own games is not a true planner. Just as everything was progressing steadily according to his plans, he found himself transported to another world. Mysteriously, he had arrived on this desolate planet and was bound to a system, the super-evolution system. This system, known as super-evolution, allowed him to acquire evolution points by slaying creatures or certain special plants. By consuming these points, he could facilitate the evolution of individual organisms. Furthermore, it enabled the establishment of a mental connection between himself and other creatures, granting him complete control over them. He could also share the perspectives of the control beings, provided they exhibited absolute loyalty to him. System, if I recall correctly, did you not just bind the insect nest to me? Affirmative, host. Then, Are the creatures it produces utterly loyal to me? Indeed, given this, at this juncture, an idea began to form in Jiang Yao's mind. He had recently learned through the system that the insect race had suffered defeat in battle, leading to the capture of their queen. The mother nests scattered throughout the cosmos were eradicated by humanity, thanks to the queen's connection. The only reason this particular nest remained was due to its inherent flaws. While the creatures from other nests, albeit not particularly intelligent, possessed a modicum of wisdom, those spawned from this nest were utterly devoid of intellect. Mere simpletons, such a rare and defective nest had naturally been abandoned. Thus, the queen had severed her connection to it long ago, allowing this nest to escape destruction. Consequently, it could be inferred that the creatures birthed from this nest were largely incapable of self-sufficiency. What could these beings accomplish without human intervention? Nothing at all. As for controlling these creatures, could Jiang Yao manage it alone? Certainly not. After all, how could one person simultaneously command so many insects? Contemplating this, he conceived a solution to allow others to take charge. This would perfectly address the intellectual limitations of the insects. Upon contemplating this, Jiang Yao immediately commenced his actions. Is it not a simple task to find someone to control the insects? Can the system connect to the Blue Star network? Then manufacture game helmets and transmit them to the players on Blue Star? Chun Gang inquired, pondering this notion. Response to the host. Theoretically, this is feasible, but necessitates the expenditure of evolution points. Currently, the host possesses 0 evolution points, thus, please acquire evolution points first. Moreover, the host must obtain the coordinates of Blue Star to complete the transmission, which also requires a significant consumption of evolution points. Upon hearing the system's response, Jiang Yao merely cast a nonchalant glance at the insect nest in the distance. Well, system, I must express, although that insect nest may be somewhat foolish, could you refrain from treating me as such? I am the entity you brought over from Blue Star. How could you claim ignorance of its coordinates? Are you jesting? System. Thus, after a period of time, a website that had remained dormant for several years suddenly exhibited signs of activity. High-definition images began to appear, depicting a creature resembling a crab, armed with metallic pincers, attacking a robust plant towering around 10 meters high. The buds of the plant were adorned with sharp fangs. The subsequent image showcased the crab-like monster exuding a green corrosive liquid, while simultaneously, the giant plant opened its gaping maw, lunging towards the crab creature. Between their convergence, bold characters proclaimed, "Ultimate gaming experience. Conquer the mysterious planet." The following images maintained a similar theme, though the text varied. For instance, "My fate is dictated by me, not by heaven," or "I represent the swarm. If you are a brother, come and challenge me." Additionally, Insectoid Online, limited internal testing spots available. We cordially invite you to join the experience. Chapter 2. Distribution of beta testing slots before long. In a rental apartment on Blue Star. Sigh. How dull, truly dull. Contemporary games are all so monotonous. As he spoke, Chen Yao aimlessly scrolled through helmet games on the STE platform. The market is flooded with space battle games. Although helmet games centered around this theme have a substantial following, how many can truly excel within such an expansive universe? While the recent surge of interest in Galactic Era was notable, it was merely an anomaly. What gives you the confidence to believe that you too can achieve similar success? As he prepared to close the game interface after a fruitless search, a game titled Zerg OL suddenly caught his eye. The premise of playing as a bug to defeat the nefarious human race piqued his interest. A newly released game today? His curiosity piqued. He clicked on it. I must say, the graphics are quite impressive. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated by the artwork on the official site. Goodness, such high definition? They must have invested all their funds into the visuals. He then noticed the game content video prominently displayed in the center. Upon opening the video, he was greeted by the sight of a colossal insect nest emerging from an underground cavern, the camera zooming in for a clearer view. Incredible. The resolution was so high that there was not even a hint of pixelation. Every single cell was visible. I can't believe it. Surely this is footage directly extracted from a film. As he marveled at the visuals, text appeared on the screen. We solemnly promise. If the game you entered does not match the promotional materials, please uninstall the game immediately and report us. Reporting website, www. XXXXX. Calm. Upon reading this statement, Chinyo was taken aback. Is this game company truly so audacious? They blatantly displayed the reporting website? Or could it be that everything is genuine? Not the usual bait-and-switch tactics employed by deceitful developers? His curiosity intensified. Continuing to watch, he saw a worker bee, approximately 8 meters in length and 5 meters tall, lumbering out from within. The perspective shifted to that of the worker bee as it traversed the cavern and emerged onto the surface. The moment the bee stepped out into the light, a blinding radiance enveloped the scene. Before him lay a vibrant planet, teeming with bizarre flora and fauna. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. A colossal plant in the distance rapidly unfurled its gaping maw, charging towards the worker bee. Combat was imminent. Just then, the screen abruptly halted. What happens next? Damn it. What happens next? It's infuriating. Now these gaming websites are mimicking those video creators who only share half their content. It's utterly frustrating. As he stared at the abruptly frozen image, Chen Yao instinctively shouted out, unaware that he had already been thoroughly captivated by the visuals before him. However, he soon regained his composure. His initial reaction was that such graphics in a game were utterly implausible. A game with this level of visual fidelity would require an investment in the billions, if not hundreds of billions. One must question how a game with such an astronomical budget could remain so obscure. Surely there would be some promotion involved. Moreover, as a seasoned gamer, how could he have never heard of a game of this caliber? After all, the neighboring project, StarCraft, had crowd-funded billions and had been in development for over a decade, yet it had not garnered much attention. The graphics and world building of this game were on par with StarCraft, yet it had already hit the market. What justified this? With this thought, Chen Yu became increasingly convinced that this was merely a poorly crafted game masquerading as a CG masterpiece. However, recalling the official barrage of comments, he inexplicably clicked on the interface to claim a beta testing qualification. What on earth? Why was claiming a beta qualification so convoluted? At that moment, as he gazed at the lengthy application form, he instinctively wanted to click the upper right corner to close it. Yet, when he noticed that a successful application would earn him an exclusive gaming helmet, he hesitated. These helmets were not cheap, costing several tens of thousands. And the image displayed a distinctly Zerg-inspired design, which quelled his impulse to abandon the application form. After all, a customized DIY helmet would be even more expensive. Thus, he stifled the urge to exit and began filling out the form. What absurd questions were these? How old are you? What is your longest gaming session? Please provide evidence. What strategy games have you played? Please provide evidence. Have you participated in competitive gaming events? What were your achievements? As he read through the bizarre inquiries, each requiring substantiation, he felt his anger surging. To hell with your evidence. Are you purposely trying to make things difficult for me? In a fit of frustration, he filled in all the fields with a single statement. I play games for one reason, to grind. He then attached a screenshot from his gaming profile, proudly displaying that he, player XX, had accumulated a total online time of 201 days last year, with a maximum single-day session of 24 hours. Meanwhile, in various other locations, many others were engaged in similar activities as Chinyao. However, unlike him, some began to showcase their achievements with various screenshots, while others simply closed the interface altogether. In summary, a day later, Jiang Yao received 20 completed applications from the bug nest. He then assumed the role of an interviewer, sifting through the applications. This one has the necessary dedication. This professional gamer can be considered. This one, a complete waste of time. After completing this task, Jiang Yao created an official group chat and invited those who had filled out the questionnaire to join. As soon as everyone entered the group, a lively discussion ensued. Chen Yao, everyone, have you all filled out the form? Salted fish, indeed. I just finished filling out the form and was invited to join the group. But honestly, this group feels rather desolate. Emperor Penguin, this is quite normal, after all. It is a new game. However, I must admit that I am skeptical about the game being as spectacular as the promotional visuals suggest. Cloud Player, I share your doubts. The graphics quality of such games speaks for itself. Given the grand scale of this game's universe, producing it is not something an ordinary company can achieve. Winds of change, absolutely. And upon reviewing this company, I discovered it is an obscure entity that was registered 3 years ago. This game is their inaugural release. The only aspect that truly impresses me is that they have not resorted to hiring people to create a false notion of popularity in the official group. Unknown. Is it just me who was here solely for the free headset? The conversation continued casually until suddenly, someone received an email. Chinyo, guys, I just received an email confirming my application. It states that the headset will be delivered to my home within 3 days. Emperor Penguin. No way. I received one too. Salted Fish? Oh? What a coincidence. I got one as well. Cloud Player. Wait, all of you received it? Why am I the only one left out? Winds of the Whispering Breeze. I haven't received anything either. Although the few who received the email held little hope for the official delivery of the headsets. It is human nature to cling to a thread of hope, even when the odds are slim. And so, a few days later, one morning, just as Chun Yao awoke, he heard a knock at the door. Who could it be? Slightly puzzled, he opened the door. Is this Mr. Chin? Yes, that's me. Hello. Mr. Chin, you have a cash-on-delivery package. Please sign for it. The delivery person pointed to a box at his feet. Cash on delivery? He felt a flicker of confusion, but soon, it seemed a realization dawned upon him. Could it be? He quickly squatted down and stared at the box in disbelief. No way. Is this real? May I open the box to check the contents? Of course. A few minutes later, in the official group of Bug Tribe Online, Chin Yao, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Everyone look. He hurriedly sent a picture of the headset. Chin Yao, I can't believe it. I thought the official announcement was just a joke, but it turns out, I never imagined it to be true. The official really sent out headsets. Emperor Penguin, Chin Yao, did you really receive the headset? Bro, you should jump into the game first and see how it is. If they are willing to send headsets, I feel like the official promotion might be genuine. Salted Fish, what a delightful surprise to receive such good news early in the morning. Brothers, I received a headset too. After a brief chat with everyone, Chin Yao could hardly contain his excitement and picked up the headset, ready to enter the game. In the next moment. Chapter 3. Entering the ultimate gaming experience before him, Chin Yao found himself enveloped in a realm awash with verdant code. Please name your character. Note, once named. The character cannot be renamed. Naming? Chin Yao pondered, grappling with the challenge of bestowing a moniker. Perhaps a hasty choice would suffice. Shall we use Kun as your character name? Yes. The character has been successfully named. Connecting to the server. Connection successful. Player. A Kun has been granted to internal testers. Free character distribution. Successful distribution of the character worker B. Loading. Loading successful. As a series of notifications concluded, a flash of white light enveloped him. And when Chin Yao regained his senses, the world before him had transformed. What in the world? He gasped, forgive my lack of sophistication. But this is astonishing. This game has truly come to life. The most remarkable aspect was that the official allowed players to obtain a gaming helmet at no cost. Can you believe it? At this moment, Chin Yao, controlling the vast form of the worker bee, meandered about the hive, his expression one of sheer incredulity. Suddenly, another worker bee emerged from the nest. Goodness, this is astounding. The graphics, the gameplay experience. I can't believe it. The details, such as leaving footprints with every step, are simply extraordinary. Soon, the newly initiated player, Salty Fish, spotted the equally astonished Chin Yao in the distance. Who are you? Salty Fish inquired as he approached Chin Yao with curiosity. I am Chin Yao, known as a Kun at the beginning, came the reply. Upon learning the unusual name, Salty Fish could not help but tease. What a peculiar name you've chosen. Did you simply borrow it from the group chat? I assumed it was your online alias. I call myself Salty Fish in other games as well. And adjusting one's ID to match the game upon entry is a fundamental practice. Surely, you must know this. Well, I must admit, having primarily played single-player games, I was unaware of this norm. I shall rectify my ID in the group once I exit the game. At that moment, as the two continued their conversation, Jiang Yao approached, eager to share the script he had prepared. It seems our two valiant warriors of the insect race have awakened. A century ago, a great war erupted between humanity and the insect race, and regrettably, we were defeated. Our entire race faced annihilation at the hands of the malevolent humans. who employed a strategy of total extermination against us. They hunted down our scattered nests throughout the cosmos and obliterated them one by one. We are the last remnants of the insect race in this universe. Although humanity has yet to locate us, I sense that it is only a matter of time before they do. Thus, we must strive to develop and strengthen ourselves to withstand the imminent dangers that may arise. The two insects listened intently as Jiang Yao recounted their plight. Typically, Salty Fish would bypass such introductory tutorials, but today, he remained wrapped in attention. However, this game presents a unique challenge, for according to the official website, the individual before them is the Zerg leader, Jiang Yao, who wields control over the entire Zerg faction and stands as the most pivotal NPC within the game. Henceforth, any evolution or other operations concerning the Zerg will necessitate his intervention. Possessing a high degree of intelligence, he maintains an independent affinity level for each Zerg creature. When this affinity reaches a certain threshold, the cost of evolution may be favorably adjusted. Conversely, should his regard for you diminish, the expenses for evolution are likely to escalate. Furthermore, should the affinity plummet further, there exists the possibility of being banned from the game. Indeed, you heard correctly. This NPC holds the authority to impose bans. Although this seems absurd, it is rather commonplace in a game that claims to replicate reality with utmost fidelity. After all, as the leader of the Zerg, he possesses the ultimate power over the life and death of all Zerg creatures, which translates into the capacity to enact bans within the game. Thus, despite finding his remarks somewhat trivial, the two players patiently endured and listened attentively. Therefore, my esteemed Zerg warriors, your immediate task is to construct a Zerg nest. Currently, the nest is critically lacking in resources, to the extent that even sustaining basic operations poses a challenge. You must venture to the surface to gather sustenance and deliver it back. I shall reward you with corresponding evolution points based on the quantity of food you collect. Upon hearing this, both players' eyes sparkled with excitement. How enticing! The prospect of earning evolution points right from the outset is exhilarating. Having perused the official strategy guide, they were well aware of the significance of evolution points. In this game, there exist two types of currency, the first being a rare mineral known as ILAC ore, which serves as the energy source for the mother nest. By consuming a sufficient quantity of ILAC ore, the mother nest can hatch special building Zerg, thereby unlocking additional Zerg types, while the mother nest can derive energy by devouring substances or organisms. Such resources merely sustain the biological entities without leading to their demise. To unlock more specialized Zerg, it is imperative to consume the ore. Moreover, Zerg themselves can ingest or to elevate their own levels, rendering this mineral a form of currency in its own right. The second type of currency is the evolution point, which can be acquired through two primary means. The first involves slaying formidable celestial beasts or unique organisms, while the second is through the exchange of minerals. A third method, the option to purchase, is currently unavailable as the recharge system has not yet been activated. You might argue that the inclusion of a recharge system appears somewhat exploitative, but the two players would assert that it is not at all deceptive. For while evolution points can indeed be obtained through purchases, they can equally be sold to the system for cash at a 1-to-1 ratio, devoid of any exchange barriers. Although the authenticity of the news remains uncertain, it is evident that the officials would not dare to make such claims if the current performance of the game did not warrant it. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in the fact that a game company, notorious for its exploitative practices, begins by gifting players a game currency. It is well known that once you invest money into the game, the company will undoubtedly pave the way for you. However, attempting to withdraw money from the game is a different story. These companies are likely to throw up insurmountable barriers. Yet, this game astonishingly offers monetary tasks right from the outset, which is utterly outrageous. If this claim holds true, and the company indeed allows for seamless withdrawals, this game would set a groundbreaking precedent in the gaming industry. Imagining the possibility of extracting money from the company, the two characters immediately raised their claws and declared, "Leader, we pledge to accomplish the task." With that, the two bugs scurried towards the nearby cave entrance. At this moment, the amount they could potentially withdraw was of secondary importance. What truly mattered was whether it could be done. Thus, they were filled with anticipation to validate this claim. As they emerged into the vastness before them, they were left utterly astounded. Goodness, can you believe it? The aesthetics, the graphics. Having just stepped out of the underground cave, the two stood in awe, gazing at their surroundings. They found themselves at the foot of a snow-capped mountain, where looking up revealed a majestic scene of pristine white, snow shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. At the base of the mountain, a plethora of unfamiliar flora thrived, occasionally revealing peculiar creatures darting through the foliage. The gentle rustle of the wind through the distant trees compelled them to exchange glances. Wow, you look hideous. Seriously, we're both worker bees. Yet I can't believe you look like that. And so, engaged in their banter, they ventured into the jungle. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the Insect Clan's chat group, Emperor Penguin, I'm losing it. Aren't these two supposed to report back once they enter the game? It's been ages. And there is not a single update, no response whatsoever in the chat. Wind whispers, indeed. They might have perished within the game. Storm Rising, these two are utterly unreliable. Guys, I just received my game helmet as well. I'll head in shortly to assess the situation and report back. Wind whispers, hurry back. Storm Rising, understood. Several hours passed. Wind whispers, Storm Rising, what is the situation? Speak up. Emperor Penguin, another one has vanished. Brothers, I just received the helmet too. I'll dive into the game to see what kind of fiends are lurking about that have left these individuals spellbound. Wind whispers, get in and out quickly. Don't you disappear too. Emperor Penguin, rest assured, I'll be just fine. Sometime later. Wind whispers, great, another one is gone. Unknown, it is estimated that they have perished within the game. Meanwhile, at this moment in the game. Chapter 4. Are we starting with a boss? Upon entering the game, the Empirical Penguin was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Goodness gracious. The aesthetics here are simply, he murmured as he maneuvered the worker bee, its agile compound eyes scanning the surroundings with curiosity. What is a game, you might ask? This, indeed, is the essence of gaming. Just as he was marveling at the game's realism, a distant sound captured his attention. Following the noise, he noticed another worker bee emerging from the nest, its gaze mirroring his own inquisitiveness. Are you a cloud player? The Empirical Penguin inquired, glancing at the nearby worker bee. Empirical Penguin? Have you received the helmet as well? Indeed. A few of those unreliable folks in the group have been in the game for ages without any movement. Coincidentally, I received the helmet too, so I thought I'd come in and see what is going on, to inform the others later. At that moment, as the two were conversing, Jiang Yao approached them, resuming his opening monologue. With an exceedingly nonchalant tone, he addressed the two insects. Ah, the illustrious warriors of the insect race. You have awakened. By the way, I forgot to mention, the insect race has been defeated. And you are the last of your kind. Now, you must work together with me to rebuild the insect race, so venture to the surface and gather resources. Go forth. Go forth. Just as Jiang Ye was about to turn away, he suddenly recalled something important. He glanced back at the two insects. Oh, and there are still 3 insects unaccounted for. Who knows what has transpired with them? You might want to check on them. With that, he strode towards his quarters within the nest, leaving the 2 insects in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, why do I get the feeling that this NPC speaks in such a dismissive manner? Indeed, it feels reminiscent of the perfunctory tone we encountered in our textbooks during school. Unbeknownst to them, the repetition of the same lines could evoke such reactions from anyone. I wonder what those 3 are up to. Why haven't we seen them? After bidding farewell to Jiang Yao, the Empirical Penguin surveyed the area, perplexed by the absence of the earlier players. Isn't there a chat window? Let us try asking in there. At that moment, the cloud player noticed something. He decided to input a message in the chat box. Hello, is anyone there? Not long after sending the message, a response arrived in the form of a voice channel invitation. Player, starting with a Kuan, invites you to join the combat voice channel. Would you like to accept? Seeing the pop-up, the 2 exchanged a glance and clicked to join. Good heavens. Fish, you'd better hide. Watch out. The starting Kuan is going to tail you. Don't confront it head-on. Blast it. I had 1,000 health points, and now I'm down to 200. I'm bleeding profusely and in a state of vulnerability. What on earth makes me think I can sneak up on it? In my current predicament, if I dare to proceed, it is not theft, but rather a gift. Enough with the noise, newcomers have arrived, quickly summon them to assist. As he spoke, The salty fish promptly shared the coordinates in the channel. We are engaging a formidable foe. Hasten to our aid. We are on the brink of collapse. Hearing the urgent call from salty fish, Emperor Penguin appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? We have only just entered the game, and it is this exhilarating already? Indeed. I am still grappling with some of the intricate operations within the game. Could you grant us a moment to familiarize ourselves? The cloud player echoed in agreement. Familiarize ourselves? Good grief. At present, we 3 are gravely wounded, and the remaining 2 are also at half health. By the time you acclimatize, we shall undoubtedly be doomed. Enough with the delays. Hurry and assist us, brothers. Ultimately, unable to withstand the urging of their companions, the 2 could only dash out of the cave in quick succession. Goodness, the graphics are astounding. As soon as Emperor Penguin emerged from the cave, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Brothers, let us not dwell on the graphics. We are facing imminent peril. They are here. What a calamity." With that, the 2 continued their relentless dash toward the target point, approximately crawling for 10 minutes thereafter. My word, the scene before the cloud player rendered him speechless. Not far ahead, a colossal thunder dragon was embroiled in battle with 2 worker bees. This thunder dragon was entirely unlike the one they recalled. It was at least 60 meters in length, and with its elongated neck, its height reached approximately 40 meters. Before such a behemoth, the 5 to 6 meter long worker bees appeared incredibly insignificant. The battlefield displayed 2 worker bees flanking the thunder dragon in a strategic maneuver. Behind a nearby rock, another battered worker bee was spitting venom at the thunder dragon. To be precise, it was expelling corrosive liquid. However, judging by its output, the 2 surmised that the worker bee was likely out of ammunition. You are truly remarkable to encounter such a colossal adversary right at the onset. Observing the scene, Emperor Penguin could not help but jest. What do you understand? It is all about the thrill. It is about the heart-pounding excitement. 3 years without battle, and now we feast for 3 years. In response to Emperor Penguin's jest, Salty Fish retorted, "Good grief. We might face total annihilation. If we were to perish, we would be subject to a week's cooldown before re-entering the game." The cloud player remarked with irritation. Although the 2 believed that the trio's reckless engagement with such a formidable foe was overly impulsive, they still charged in to assist. Goodness, why engage it in close combat? Just spit venom from a distance. Upon nearing the thunder dragon, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from its colossal form, Emperor Penguin instinctively stepped back 2 paces and declared, "You know nothing. The insect race forges ahead. Never shall we concede. Now that everyone is present, let us charge forth." Demacia. No. Upon hearing Salty Fish's rallying cry and witnessing the thunder dragon raise its front foot, Emperor Penguin instinctively tried to intervene, but it was too late. My goodness! With a startled cry from the salted fish, the ground beneath trembled violently, accompanied by a cacophony of impacts. Following the trajectory of a parabolic plume of dust, the salted fish found itself propelled far away by a single kick, now sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. Damn it, you all have truly let me down. We agreed to tackle this together, yet here I am, the only one facing this beast. If it weren't for my relatively high health, I would have been annihilated in this round. The Emperor Penguin, equally exasperated, remarked, "For heaven's sake. It's evident that you lot only know how to charge recklessly in games." Though this creature bore a striking resemblance to the Brontosaurus we were familiar with, it was unmistakably not the same. I want to even mention its size. Have you not noticed its back and skin? Have you ever seen a Brontosaurus adorned with rocks on its back? And look at its skin. Despite our venom's formidable corrosive properties, the creature atop the mountain, on the verge of vomiting from exhaustion, has yet to breach this Brontosaurus's defenses. Isn't that enough evidence? Upon hearing this, the salted fish suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Are you suggesting that this Brontosaurus is extraordinary? The Emperor Penguin replied, "It seems I might as well have said nothing. First and foremost, this Brontosaurus possesses formidable corrosive resistance and defensive capabilities. Clearly, this colossal beast is beyond our level of combat. However, I have discerned its weaknesses. Just follow my lead, and I assure you we will triumph over it." Chapter 5. This game is quite different upon hearing the words of the Emperor Penguin. The group immediately perked up with renewed vigor. First, we must maintain a certain distance. In terms of agility, the Thunder Dragon is far inferior to us, and we shall leverage our speed advantage. How many capable fighters remain? What is our current HP status? Report at once. As the Emperor Penguin spoke, he began to retreat. Let me give an update. Currently, only you two newcomers are at full health, while the wind and clouds have half health remaining. As for the rest of US, does it even require reporting? The lazy fish remarked, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Upon hearing the lazy fish's comment, the Emperor Penguin instinctively glanced at the two individuals in the distance, who appeared to be gasping for breath. It seemed a report was indeed unnecessary. What is the damage data of our adversary? The Emperor Penguin inquired further. I shall address that. Having been severely injured, I believe I possess the most authority on this matter, the lazy fish replied. Our total health is 1,000 points, with an attack power of 50 points, defense at 30 points, and agility at 20 points. However, the damage calculation in this game differs markedly from those we've played previously. As we sustain more injuries and our exoskeletons suffer greater damage, our defense will progressively diminish, thus I can only provide you with an estimated value. At full health, a tail swipe from the Thunder Dragon would cause us to lose 50 points of health. However, once we have sustained over 300 points of damage, a single tail swipe could inflict at least 100 points. Just moments ago, the damage from the Thunder Dragon stomp was approximately 500 points, and I had 600 health remaining at that time. Upon hearing this, the Emperor Penguin began to grasp the implications. This game operates on a damage calculation system entirely distinct from other games. If I am not mistaken, you likely cannot see the damage data when attacking your enemies, can you? The lazy fish nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the most troublesome aspect. After battling for so long, we remain utterly oblivious to the situation. If everything here adheres to the laws of reality, then to ascertain the remaining health of our foes, we must rely on estimations. By observation, I can see that the Thunder Dragon bears no wounds, so I suspect that after our efforts, we have achieved little. The lazy fish continued. A creature of this caliber should at least be classified as a mini-boss or an elite monster within the game. Since our damage calculations adhere to the principles you described, the same must apply to the monsters as well. Thus, we must abandon our previous gaming mentality. Here, simply landing a hit is insufficient. If I am correct, striking a monster's weak point might yield a one-hit kill. The Emperor Penguin's assertion astonished the lazy fish. Is that how this game operates? That is merely my conjecture. We will only ascertain the truth once we engage in practical application. However, it is clear that defeating it through our former gaming strategies will not suffice. As the Emperor Penguin fixed its gaze upon the elongated neck of the Brachiosaurus, it discerned two significant vulnerabilities of such a colossal beast. The first weakness lay in its neck. As for the second, the penguin's attention shifted towards the massive body of the dinosaur, realizing that once it fell, rising again would require considerable effort. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, it would need its neck for support to rise from the ground. With these observations, I can confidently assert that the Brachiosaurus's most prominent weakness is indeed its neck. Turning to the others, the Emperor Penguin proclaimed, all we need to do is ascend to its back, and we shall be triumphant. Simply scale its back, then ascend towards its neck and strike. Based on my observations, its offensive maneuvers are rather limited, primarily consisting of tail swipes and trampling. However, neither of these attacks could reach beings perched upon its back. Once we are on its back, it would be nearly impossible for it to dislodge us, for our formidable pincers are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing the Emperor Penguin's declaration, a nearby slackerfish interjected, excuse my bluntness, but how do we ascend? Its back is at least 20 meters high, equivalent to a 6-story building. How do you propose we climb? If you suggest jumping, we are worker bees, not fleas. While our leaping ability is commendable, it is certainly insufficient for such a height. Climbing up its legs could lead to an unfortunate demise with a single misstep. Such words reveal a lack of experience in solo gaming. Toss them up there. Do you truly believe our formidable pincers are mere ornaments? The Emperor Penguin retorted with irritation. Glancing at the nearby Cloud Player, he commanded, Cloud Player, grasp me and launch me onto the Brachiosaurus's back. Understood, responded the Cloud Player. swiftly positioning himself beside the Emperor Penguin and seizing him firmly. Whoa, be gentle, for goodness sake. If you don't ease up, I might not perish by the Brachiosaurus's hand, but by yours instead. Apologies. My mistake. I'm still adjusting to the game's mechanics. The Cloud player quickly apologized in response to the Emperor Penguin's complaint. In the next moment, the Cloud player hoisted the Emperor Penguin and, with a determined effort, propelled him towards the Brachiosaurus. Go. With a graceful arc, the Emperor Penguin soared through the air, aiming for the tail of the dinosaur. In an instant, the Brachiosaurus retaliated with a powerful tail swipe. Thwack! The Emperor Penguin was sent flying like a baseball, propelled far away by the force of the blow. The onlookers could only stare in disbelief. I have a feeling I should express my frustration, but I'm unsure if I should. The airborne Emperor Penguin managed to voice this sentiment in the chat channel after a prolonged silence. Honestly, I feel that before the Brachiosaurus can claim my life, you all are more likely to lead me to my demise. I asked you to toss me onto its back, yet you sent me directly into the line of fire. Truly, one fears not a godlike adversary, but rather teammates resembling swine. Upon witnessing the prior blunder, the Cloud player opted for a dive. Uffed. Though you are my teammate, I cannot fathom why I couldn't help but laugh just now. At this moment, not far away, a colossal creature was the first to succumb to laughter. Soon, the entire chat channel erupted in mirth. The Emperor Penguin remarked, "Well, I suppose I cannot rely on you lot. Allow me to take the lead. Once you ascend onto the back of the Thunder Dragon, make your way up to its neck. Find your position and just clamp down with all your might." Without waiting for the Cloud players to respond, the Emperor Penguin hastily dashed back and hurled one of them onto the back of the Thunder Dragon. Off you go. Alas, I wasn't prepared yet. In the next instant, the Thunder Dragon, noticing the incoming Cloud player, was unceremonious and readied itself to swipe its tail. However, at that very moment, the Emperor Penguin had sprinted in another direction, seizing the swirling winds and propelling it onto the Thunder Dragon's back. As I suspected, this Thunder Dragon possessed a degree of intelligence. It understood that once we climbed onto its body, it would be in peril, thus it sought ways to thwart our ascent. I must admit, the game has crafted something remarkable. While it is common for creatures in novice villages to be well designed, the quality usually diminishes once one ventures beyond those initial realms. Now, all we can do is hope that the creatures following the novice village maintain such caliber. Observing the Cloud player sent flying by a tail swipe, the Emperor Penguin thoughtfully analyzed the situation. Chapter 6. Defeating the Thunder Dragon. Goodness gracious. Do not presume that your pretentious analysis can obscure the undeniable truth of your betrayal. Moreover, your previous action clearly bore traces of personal grievance. Do not attempt to convince me otherwise. This is not betrayal, it is strategy. Given that the Thunder Dragon possesses a tail, it is inevitable that one of you shall be flung away. Cloud player. Now that the wind rising and gathering has ascended, the next steps are straightforward. With that, the Emperor Penguin directed his gaze toward the distant Cloud player, who was still tracing a parabola. As soon as you land, make a beeline towards the distant Kuan. When the wind rising and gathering launches its assault on the Thunder Dragon, the creature will undoubtedly focus its attention on it. At that moment, all we need is for a Kuan and a salted fish to simultaneously eject us, and we should ascend successfully. Goodness, we are already severely injured. And you still expect us to do the heavy lifting? Are you even human? If things go awry, it is not our concern. Fear not, should things go amiss. We shall offer the two of you as sacrifices later. 2 bugs. Soon, after the group had scaled to the predetermined position, the Emperor Penguin began to closely observe the Thunder Dragon, waiting for the opportune moment. With the wind rising and gathering now atop the Thunder Dragon's back, the creature was frantically thrashing its body in an attempt to dislodge it. However, the worker bee, with its claws capable of easily crushing steel, was not to be trifled with. Regardless of the Thunder Dragon's violent movements, the wind rising and gathering remained steadfastly anchored on its back, undeterred, and on several occasions, the creature nearly toppled itself due to its own tumult. Before long, as the wind rising and gathering reached the designated location, the Emperor Penguin issued a command. Now, in the next instant, the wind rising and gathering secured itself with one claw and extended the other, aiming directly for the Thunder Dragon's robust neck. Although the neck was partially shielded by rock, Under the might of the worker bee's enormous pincers, such defenses proved insignificant. A pained roar erupted from the Thunder Dragon. And in the following moment, a large patch of skin was torn away. Instinctively, the wind rising and gathering began to consume the flesh, crunching delightfully. Ah, this flavor is quite delectable, Rimini, rest assured. We never exploit anyone. Once we bring down the Thunder Dragon, we shall share the spoils equally. As for your portion, feel free to indulge as you wish. Not only will we refrain from hindering you, but we shall also cheer you on. As the winds of change swirl around us, I suppose I shall stick to grazing. Thus, the three of them climbed to their designated positions and unleashed a barrage upon the neck of the Thunder Dragon, adding a hint of corrosive venom to their assault. This series of actions elicited a chorus of pained roars from the creature. Yet, no matter how fiercely the Thunder Dragon struggled, it could not dislodge the trio of worker bees. Observing the massive beast thrashing about, sending clouds of dust into the air, the onlooker couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness! The special effects of this game are astounding." At that moment, the onlooker seemed to recollect something while watching the Thunder Dragon retreat further into the distance. Oh no, we started with a Kuan, and now the Thunder Dragon is escaping. We must give chase. Chase? We are gravely injured. What nonsense! Just a moment ago, I regained over 100 health points. Given how long you've been lying there, I wager your health is nearly full. If they say we barely contributed to the spoils, I shall have nowhere to lament. Upon hearing this, the player who began with a Kuan suddenly realized, oh dear, I completely forgot about that. Let us move. With that, he emerged from behind the rocks and sprinted alongside the onlooker towards the Thunder Dragon. Goodness, you really can avoid combat. You fully recovered, yet still hid behind the rocks pretending to be dead. How dare you accuse me? You are hardly in a better position. I see your health has surely surpassed 100 points. The onlooker merely cast a fleeting glance at him, seeing through the facade without voicing it. Thus, through their collective efforts, with one final strike, the anguished cries of the Thunder Dragon echoed as it succumbed to its fate. The group gazed at the fallen behemoth, a wave of emotion washing over them. At last, it is vanquished, remarked the onlooker, casting a glance at the player nearby. Noticing the gaze directed at him, the Kuan player nodded vigorously. Indeed, I am utterly exhausted. Exhausted, you say? What have you barely fought, while the other constantly threw himself into danger? Observing their banter, the onlooker seized the moment to expose their antics without mercy. What an outrageous truth. At the very least, we contributed significantly to testing damage. Just then, the onlooker noticed the silent Emperor Penguin nearby. What troubles you? He inquired, curiosity piqued. How shall I put this? I can't shake the feeling that this game is not as straightforward as we presumed. With that, the Emperor Penguin stared at his unchanged experience bar, lost in contemplation. Then, he turned to the others and asked, how much experience have you all gained? Upon hearing this, the others promptly checked their experience. 0? Goodness. Mine is also 0. I have the same, not a single point. Wait, I have a smidgen of experience, the onlooker suddenly remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, several pairs of eyes instinctively turned toward him. Why is it that only you possess such experience? We all entered the game together, yet your prowess is so pronounced. Feng Qiyun sighed. I believe I may have discerned the reason. While the others continued their discussion, Emperor Penguin suddenly interjected, what reason? If I am not mistaken, it pertains to the piece of meat Feng Qiyun just consumed. As he spoke, Emperor Penguin surveyed the group. From the beginning until now, our actions have been largely uniform. Yet none of us have garnered any experience. Only Feng Qiyun, who feasted upon a piece of dragon meat, has accrued a modicum of experience. Thus, it is evident that in order to level up, we must consume meat akin to that of the mutated Thunder Dragon. With a sigh, Emperor Penguin continued. This is precisely why I assert that this game is anything but simple. Unlike other games, the methods of leveling up and enhancing one's abilities are uniquely distinct. At first glance, it may appear to be a sandbox game, but in reality, it is anything but. Beyond the typical building strategies found in sandbox games, this game necessitates that players consider personal strength, skill execution, resource allocation strategies, and even evolutionary paths. Upon hearing Emperor Penguin's remarks, the group turned their gazes toward him, seemingly awaiting his further insights. Chapter 7. the player's plans observing the gazes directed towards him. The Emperor Penguin gathered his thoughts and spoke. I trust many of you have indulged in various sandbox games online. The crowd nodded in agreement. Now, a question arises. Have you noticed a particular characteristic inherent in sandbox games? It is the early phase of resource collection followed by the upgrading of structures to unlock additional technologies and units. However, in this game, while it bears resemblance to sandbox games, relying on continuous resource collection, upgrading buildings, and unlocking new biological entries, there are notable differences. Primarily, the challenges posed by the monsters, the degree of freedom, and the options for development set this game apart. At this juncture, noticing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, the Emperor Penguin contemplated briefly and inquired, Have you ever played Ark, the game centered around dinosaur taming? The salty fish pondered for a moment before responding. I played it for a while. It primarily focuses on survival and development, taming dinosaurs and establishing a homestead. Both dinosaurs and characters can level up, the higher the level, the greater the attributes, thus enhancing their strength. That's essentially the model. Acknowledging the salty fish's remarks, the Emperor Penguin continued, You are indeed correct. Unlike Ark, this game's building upgrades lean more towards real-time strategy games, such as Raid of Earth and Endless Rage, where continuous upgrades unlock different ships. Nevertheless, the gameplay remains similar to Ark, necessitating constant level enhancements and housing construction, as our base currently consists solely of a mother nest. I previously researched the game's background on the official website and discovered that it is set in a space warfare theme. This suggests that we may likely face attacks from extraterrestrial monsters in the future. Hearing this, the crowd appeared bewildered. Penguin, what exactly are you trying to convey? Could you simplify it a bit? Your explanation is becoming rather convoluted, they complained. In response to their grievances, the Emperor Penguin reflected and said, Allow me to simplify. Firstly, in this game, to unlock higher-tier units, we must continuously allocate resources to the mother nest. Concurrently, we will also acquire a portion of evolutionary points. Furthermore, we are still in the novice village phase, and it is highly probable that we will encounter wild monsters from space attacking us in the future. This implies that the principal battlefield may shift to outer space. Perhaps the developers have yet to create the space environment, which is why only terrestrial gameplay is currently available. However, this raises several concerns. First, upgrading buildings to unlock units requires resources. Second, considering the potential invasion from space enemies, should we not establish numerous defensive structures on the planet? Wouldn't that also consume resources? Third, even when we unlock new units and wish to cultivate and upgrade them, does that not entail resource expenditure? Moreover, if we aim for evolution, would that not also require resources? The distinctive feature of this game, to ensure authenticity, is that the official website has indicated that resources are non-renewable. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately grasped his intent. The total resources were insufficient. In an instant, the realization dawned upon the group. I roughly comprehend your meaning. First and foremost, resources are non-renewable. However, our development and defense necessitate the consumption of substantial resources. Much like an Ark, to safeguard our homeland, we must allocate considerable resources towards construction as it forms our foundation. Yet, at this stage, we cannot simply relocate like in endless realms or territorial conquests. Once the resources in an area are depleted, we cannot just move away. We are confined to this planet, developing with limited resources, thus demanding stringent control over our future choices in upgrading buildings, the allocation of resources, and even our own resource utilization. Otherwise, should the official website unveil new gameplay, such as a massive invasion from extraterrestrial creatures, we would find ourselves lacking sufficient defensive structures or military forces, leading to our demise. All our efforts, the resources we gathered, the buildings we upgraded, and even the characters we operated would vanish into thin air. In agreement, the Emperor Penguin nodded. Therefore, we must clearly define our developmental direction. Take the worker bee, for instance. According to the official website, its primary role is mining or transporting goods. In simpler terms, it is a fundamental character. Personally, I believe there is little necessity to cultivate such a character, given the finite resources on the planet. I estimate that most of our resources will need to be invested in construction and maintaining the hive's operations, leaving us with scant resources to allocate. Thus, I contend that we should opt for characters that provide a higher cost-performance ratio. Upon hearing this, the others understood the Emperor Penguin's plan. So, you mean that at this stage, we should hoard the evolutionary points obtained from the resources we gather and wait until we unlock superior character cards to purchase those for evolution? Precisely. That is approximately the idea. Once we elevate our characters to a more advanced stage, we can then consume the flesh of mutated creatures to enhance our levels. The Emperor Penguin nodded in agreement. That's about the gist of it. Although we could evolve the worker bee to the second or third stage using evolutionary points early on, which would undoubtedly enhance our strength significantly, I feel that such an approach is far too inefficient and not cost-effective. Moreover, once we switch characters, it would inevitably lead to a substantial waste of resources. Therefore, I suggest we wait. Patience never leads to loss. At this point, the Emperor Penguin looked at the others. There is one more crucial point. Game resources are non-renewable. Currently, only the 5 of us have secured slots in the game. Thus, the resources are to be shared among us 5. However, once more slots are distributed in the future, how much of those resources do you think we will be able to divide? Upon hearing this, the group quickly understood the Emperor Penguin's implication. During this period, taking advantage of the sparse population, we tirelessly gathered all the readily available resources in our vicinity, converting them entirely into evolution points. When others eventually enter the game, we shall undoubtedly be significantly ahead in progress. As the idle thoughts crossed my mind, a spark ignited before me. Indeed, this is the way. We must exploit this quiet time to gather as much as possible. Once others arrive and unlock the building progress, their advancement will undoubtedly accelerate. At that point, with the new units unlocked, we can directly purchase them. We shall then invest our evolution points and soar to new heights. Splendid. Let us proceed with this plan. Chapter 8. The reward is a bit sparse. After a brief discussion regarding their plans, the group commenced the dismantling of the Thunder Dragon, transporting it piece by piece back to their base. It must be said, the worker bees possess remarkable capabilities, despite their modest size. They can effortlessly lift objects that are several times their own weight without exhibiting any strain. As they journeyed back, Shinyu, carrying a piece of dragon meat many times larger than himself, marveled at this peculiarity. This seems quite abnormal, according to the official introduction. The Zerg are a race that has pushed evolution to its zenith, capable of bearing warships with their very bodies. Moreover, even as a basic unit, the worker bee's strength should not be underestimated, given that their primary function is resource extraction and mineral transportation. Emperor Penguin remarked, if I recall correctly, the introduction states that a worker bee can lift objects weighing over 100 times its own mass, and this is without any investment in evolutionary points. Should one invest such points to evolve into a higher-tier worker bee, lifting thousands or even tens of thousands of times its weight becomes feasible. Take the Thunder Dragon. For instance, it is on an entirely different scale of being, and logically, we should not stand a chance against it. However, due to the racial advantages of the Zerg, with proper maneuvering, we can still triumph easily over it. Such feats are only achievable by an evolved species like the Zerg, which have reached extraordinary evolutionary limits. Furthermore, it is important to note that our adversaries are a formidable empire possessing territories spanning millions of light years. Without some substantial advantages, we would have long been doomed. Transporting the Thunder Dragon meat proved to be relatively straightforward for the group, with each member carrying a portion during each trip. When the Zerg returned with the dragon meat, Jiangya was taken aback. Having bound himself to the Zerg nest, he had gained a considerable understanding of the Zerg's might through the nest's inherited memories. Yet, the combat prowess of the worker bees remains a complex subject, as they primarily serve as resource gatherers within the swarm. Their strengths lie in resource collection and transportation, rather than combat. Even the venom they produce is not primarily intended for hunting. Its main purpose is to dissolve hard rocks or metals. Due to their extreme evolutionary adaptations, this venom is particularly lethal to rocks and metals, but its effectiveness against biological entities is limited. Nevertheless, in such circumstances, the players manage to defeat this colossal beast, prompting Jiangya to reflect on the wisdom of allowing players to control the swarm. The remnants of the ELAC or suggest that it was indeed the cause of the Thunder Dragon's mutation. Observing the massive corpse of the Thunder Dragon nearby, Jiang Yao discerned a clue. He had not anticipated that this planet would harbor ELAC ore. He had been lamenting the lack of, or to unlock buildings. And now fortune had smiled upon him. Upon realizing this, Jiang Yao felt a surge of joy. However, he quickly understood the implications for the nest to develop. It requires not only the consumption of vast amounts of conventional materials but also ELAC ore. If the planet lacked ELAC ore, the Zerg would undoubtedly refrain from establishing their hive here. For the Zerg, ELAC ore constitutes their very essence. The mother hive absorbs this or to convert it into energy, which is then utilized to hatch various specialized building larvae, unlocking an array of unique units. With this realization, Jiang Yao promptly formulated his next course of action. Since ELAC ore was present, his immediate objective was to locate it swiftly and unlock new units. However, he decided to first allow the system to absorb the evolution points. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yao approached the Thunder Dragon. System, absorb evolution points. He commanded. Ding. The system began to absorb evolution points, successfully extracting 1,000 evolution points from the target, the mutated Thunder Dragon. Upon receiving this notification, Jiang Yao was elated. Wow, I hit the jackpot. 1,000 evolution points is no trifling sum. Each slot requires 100 evolution points and 5 energy units. So 1,000 evolution points translates to 10 slots, with 85 energy units at hand. Having the mother hive consume the Thunder Dragon should yield an additional 200 to 300 energy units. With this in mind, Jiang Yao promptly instructed his companions to deposit the Thunder Dragon meat into the hive. As the mother hive was in a semi-dormant state, many operations had to be executed with the assistance of the Zerg. Once everyone completed their tasks, they eagerly gathered before Jiang Yao, aware that it was time to receive their rewards. Observing the expectant glimmers in their eyes, Jiang Yao contemplated for a moment before speaking. Ahem. Fellow warriors of the Zerg, through your diligent efforts, you have made a significant contribution to the mother hive. Moreover, it has been determined that the Thunder Dragon you retrieved is a mutated variant. Thus, you shall not only receive rewards for your contributions, but also additional evolution points. Each of you shall receive 1 evolution point for the resources submitted, along with an extra 20 evolution points. After delivering this announcement, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a flush of warmth on his face. He had to admit that this distribution was rather generous, allocating 100 evolution points from the 1,000 to the players. However, he recognized that this was a necessary measure, as he had designed the game for the players. He understood that running a game necessitates resources, especially now. His demand for evolution points was exceedingly high. To ensure the game could retain players in the long term, he had introduced a feature allowing evolution points to be redeemed. After all, every game has its saturation point. Often, players remain engaged not solely due to the game's enjoyment, but because of the monetary rewards it offers. For instance, in a certain survival game, the gameplay might become stale after a few months. Yet, why do so many continue to play for years? It is primarily because of the financial incentives. Spending a day gathering materials only to sell them in trading groups for a profit becomes a compelling motivation for many players. Thus, aside from the game being intrinsically enjoyable, it is vital to cultivate an environment that encourages continued engagement. Jiang Yao was acutely aware that enabling players to earn money was essential. Thus, he activated the withdrawal feature. But from where would this virtual currency come? It would be impractical for the system to directly infiltrate a bank to extract funds. While technically feasible, the complications would be substantial. If the volume of currency exchanged by players remained low, it might be manageable, but what if it surged? His solution was to derive the funds from the players themselves, utilizing their own currency to sustain the community. As the player base grew, it was inevitable that many would seek to exchange points for currency. Many would also invest in acquiring more virtual currency. However, for those who chose to spend, there needed to be rewards in return. What would these rewards be? Currently, Jiang Yao envisioned offering evolution points, circulating them as the premium currency. The rationale for not using energy points was straightforward. Acquiring energy points was significantly more challenging than obtaining evolution points. Just moments ago, the difficulty of obtaining energy points had reshaped his understanding. After defeating a massive Thunder Dragon, he had received a mere 5 energy points. This left him astounded. Although he understood the scarcity of energy points, he had not anticipated such a stark contrast. Previously, he had encountered a colossal plant resembling a carnivorous flower outside a cave. This was the very creature showcased in promotional images, known for its agility. After dealing with those plants, he had easily accumulated over 100 energy points. After producing 5 worker bees, he still had 85 points remaining. He distinctly recalled cleaning out only 5 or 6 flowers. Given the energy acquisition rate, Jiang Yao had naively assumed that while obtaining energy points would be somewhat challenging, it would not be insurmountable. However, the recent encounter with the Thunder Dragon left him bewildered. 5 points from such a massive creature? It was astonishing that it yielded even fewer points than the carnivorous flowers. This revelation momentarily left him perplexed. But soon he began to piece together the reasoning behind it. If he were not mistaken, when he had split the carnivorous flower in half, he had observed small red crystalline particles within, likely composed of Iraq ore. It was these particles that enabled the production of such a substantial amount of energy points. In contrast, the Thunder Dragon had merely been mutated due to the influence of Iraq ore, resulting in it possessing only a fraction of the ore's elements. Thus the minimal energy yield. Although Jiang Yao understood that the swarm structures could consume surrounding materials to convert them into energy points, the conversion rate was low. Additionally, it required unlocking specific structures and placing them across various locations on the planet. This strategy was typically employed after the insects had thoroughly cleared the planet of all potential resources. After all, once established, one could not monitor them continuously. If any creatures remained, they could dismantle what was set up, leading to considerable frustration. Moreover, Jiang Yao's reluctance to use energy points as the premium currency stemmed from a logical inconsistency. In a conventional gaming framework, particularly in construction-based games, energy points were typically the currency required for upgrading structures and unlocking technologies. This currency should correspond to resources such as ores or provisions within the game. In the game, the resources required for upgrading buildings are readily obtainable at no cost, while evolution points resemble premium currency as they can be utilized to purchase and evolve troops. This evolution feature is akin to drawing cards in the game, albeit with a distinct difference. The outcome is guaranteed rather than based on chance. Given that evolution points serve as a form of premium currency, it stands to reason that with an influx of players in the future, a substantial quantity of these points will be necessary. The question then arises, from where will these points be sourced? It ultimately relies on the rebates accumulated through regular play. Furthermore, Jiang Yao, adhering to his current strategy, realizes that the amount of rebates he is currently earning is insufficient. After all, this is a game, and one must consider organizing events, such as holiday discounts for initial purchases or reductions for acquiring new creatures. Moreover, with affluent players joining, who may spend thousands at a time, the origin of these evolution points becomes increasingly pressing. Upon this contemplation, Jiang Yao's earlier pangs of guilt dissipated, and he began to wonder if relinquishing a tenth of his earnings was indeed too generous. In stark contrast, the other individuals present, upon hearing the final distribution results, exchanged incredulous glances, clearly taken aback by the outcome. Once Jiang Yao departed, one of them exclaimed, "What? The rewards are so meager." Indeed. One must bear in mind that these are evolution points. Another remarked, "In this game, evolution points can be exchanged for real currency. Do you understand?" The nearby player nodded emphatically. "My friend, you are still quite naive. You will never grasp the nature of these gaming companies. While it is easy to invest real money into the game, extracting even a small sum from them is akin to pulling teeth. This game is unlike others. If you are willing to invest time and effort, there may still be a chance to retrieve some funds from the company," the player continued. For instance, transporting resources such as plants or animals can yield 1 evolution point for every 100 tons moved. With the work of a worker bee, it could likely transport 1,000 or 2,000 tons in a single trip. If you are willing to dedicate a day to this endeavor, accumulating several hundred in-game currency is certainly achievable. As he spoke, the player deftly maneuvered his worker bee towards the insect nest. "I must take my leave. I just remembered that I haven't informed the others about the situation. I will go and provide them a brief overview." He added, "Additionally, I happen to have 21 evolution points on hand. I'll use one to see if I can directly withdraw it. I'll update you all on the outcome. While I suspect I may be able to complete the withdrawal, it is prudent to test it first. However, I advise you all not to withdraw your evolution points at this early stage. It would be wise to conserve them for future purposes. Chapter 9. Withdrawal without barriers. As soon as the Emperor Penguin entered the game, he immediately opened the chat group. As he had anticipated, a long string of messages filled the chat, brimming with various sentiments born of love turned to resentment. What the hell? Those two have been missing for 3 to 4 hours. Did they perish in there? Wasn't it supposed to be a quick in and out? How did they vanish without a trace? Emperor Penguin, Cloud Player, where are you? Where are you? Don't you know that without updates, we might be dragged off to some remote area to harvest corn? This is a disaster. The 5 who qualified have mysteriously disappeared. This is unbelievable. Not a single reliable person among them. Upon reading these messages, the Emperor Penguin couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He hurriedly replied in the group chat, "Brothers, I'm back. After testing, this game is simply flawless." Unknown, wow. You finally logged off. I thought you had perished in the game. Wind Whisper, you promised to be back quickly, and you've been gone for several hours. What is going on? Silence. Penguin Boss, you've been gone for hours, and this is all you have to say? What about the game content? Is it truly like the promotional CG on the official website? Emperor Penguin, it's exactly the same, if not better than the promotional images. I initially intended to log in just to take a look and then log off. However, as soon as I logged in, I encountered some slackers. They were battling a boss, and I had no choice but to lend a hand. Lee, what? You started battling a boss right after entering the game? Are you sure you're not joking? Emperor Penguin, this game is entirely different from those we've played before. Battling a boss doesn't require maxed out attributes. Even if your stats aren't up to par, you can still defeat formidable bosses using character traits, tactics, and skillful maneuvers. With a moment of reflection, the Emperor Penguin continued, "Wait a moment. I remember taking a few screenshots during the boss battle. Let me retrieve those images to share with you." Before long, he posted 3 battle images in the group. The first image depicted the Emperor Penguin stepping out of the cave onto the surface. The second showcased 2 worker bees engaging in a strategic duel with a thunder dragon, with a turtle in the background, subtly releasing venom from behind the rocks. The third image captured the thunder dragon stomping, raising a cloud of dust, with the worker bee known as Salty Fish soaring through the air in a parabolic arc. Upon seeing these images, the group was left in awe. Unknown, wow, this quality is absolutely stunning. The detail in this game is incredible. Wind Whisper, and look at the image of Salty Fish being knocked away. The dust cloud and smoke effects are so realistic. I can't help but laugh. This pose is quite comical. Unquiet. I apologize. I don't know why. But seeing the opening with a Kuan being spat out is oddly mesmerizing. By the way, who is this Kuan at the start? Emperor Penguin, that's Chen Yao. When he joins the group, remind him to change his ID. Lee, by the way, did the boss drop anything good? Emperor Penguin, unlike other games, this one is entirely grounded in reality. The boss does not drop items, but upon returning to the worm nest, the leader will reward you. Speaking, Emperor Penguin presented a screenshot displaying a transfer of $1. Emperor Penguin, after defeating this boss, each of us received a reward of 21 evolution points. To test whether the evolution points advertised on the official website could be withdrawn without thresholds, I decided to try withdrawing 1 evolution point, and as I anticipated, it was successful. I can assure everyone that the withdrawal in this game is devoid of any tricks. It truly has no thresholds. If you possess evolution points, you can withdraw them. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Li wow, this is simply unbelievable. A completely threshold-free withdrawal. The game developers are truly a disruptive force in the gaming industry. Jing, can a game with such graphics really allow for threshold-free withdrawals? Frankly, I find it hard to believe unless the developers grant me beta testing access to verify it myself. Unknown, as for the game's graphics, I won't delve too deeply into that. After all game companies are striving for perfection. However, I must commend the withdrawal feature. Reflecting on the games I previously played that boasted withdrawal capabilities, they were riddled with numerous thresholds, such as required levels and specific numbers of players to meet at designated times, essentially creating a multitude of prerequisites designed to hinder successful withdrawals. Feng Xiao Xiao. I can relate to that. Most games claiming to allow withdrawals generally follow 2 patterns, the first being various thresholds, and the second being the complete absence of withdrawal items. I vaguely recall the last game I played where a boss dropped a withdrawal item worth mere cents. And with hundreds of players scrambling for it, it was a miracle if you managed to grab one. Furthermore, I just heard Emperor Penguin mention that they defeated a dragon, and several players received 21 evolution points each. If calculated, a single boss could yield over $100. Wait, gee. So, does this mean that logging in daily to hunt bosses for cash could lead to wealth? Emperor Penguin: in theory, yes, but in practice, it is quite challenging. The bosses in this game are highly difficult, and we currently possess only the most basic units. Attempting to solo a boss is virtually unrealistic. Wait, gee, didn't you mention that units can evolve? Emperor Penguin: the resources in this game are non-renewable. They are, in fact, quite scarce. Using a bit means you have less. Therefore, it's advisable to conserve evolution points and wait until you unlock more powerful units before investing in evolution. Worker bee. I researched a bit. The basic worker bee evolves into an armored worker bee, then into a steel worker bee. However, regardless of how many stages of evolution it undergoes, its attributes will always pertain to agricultural aspects, such as increased strength, enhanced corrosiveness of venom against metal or rock, and improved defense. Unless you wish to remain a miner forever, I wouldn't particularly recommend choosing worker bee evolution. It's better to unlock attack-oriented units in the future and then invest in their evolution, thus strengthening your capabilities to eventually challenge bosses solo. At this juncture, the Emperor Penguin began to share his insights and strategies regarding the game with the gathered crowd. Through his revelations, the audience gained a rudimentary understanding of the game's intricacies, which only intensified the longing of those unable to access the game. Meanwhile, within the game, Wind Rises and Salted Fish were exploring the surface. Salted Fish, are you certain that wandering about might lead us to a boss? Fear not, trust me. You won't be disappointed. The boss in this world appears randomly in various corners of the map. I stumbled upon that thunderous dragon purely by chance. As he spoke, Salted Fish pondered for a moment before whispering, moreover, I just uncovered an astonishing secret. Upon hearing this, Wind Rises couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. What remarkable secret? Chapter 10. Preparing to allocate quotas, a lucrative method. Upon hearing this, Feng Qian instinctively inquired, what method? In truth, this was something I had stumbled upon earlier, initially not paying much heed to it. As I spoke, Xinyu turned to him, asking, do you recall when you smashed that thunder dragon meat? Taken aback by the sudden question, Feng Qian nodded, though he was uncertain of the direction of the conversation. I remember. Do you remember how you felt at that moment? Xinyu pressed on. Upon hearing this, Feng Qian instinctively halted his steps, reminiscing about his emotions at the time. I recall that, for some unknown reason, after tearing off that piece of meat, an unusual sensation enveloped my body, compelling me to instinctively bring it to my mouth. At this revelation, Xinyu clapped his quantum pincers, exclaiming, precisely. That unique sensation. What do you mean? Feng Qian questioned, still in the dark. Do you not grasp it yet? This game is designed to mirror reality entirely. Thus, it lacks the item recognition features found in other games. There is no indication of what is valuable or what is not, nor any differentiation of quality. Initially, I pondered how we might discern an item's worth without such features. However, I later realized that the game has incorporated a biological instinct perception system. For instance, carnivorous animals are driven by their craving for meat to locate food, and they can detect the scent of blood from a considerable distance. Feng Qian began to understand. So, you mean the game distinguishes the quality and value of items based on whether one instinctively experiences that special sensation upon seeing them? Xinyu nodded affirmatively. Exactly. Moreover, when you discover such items within a certain range, you will also experience that feeling. I must say, the official design is remarkable. I, too, relied on that sensation to find the Thunder Dragon. From a distance, I felt an uncanny pull in a particular direction, and upon following it, lo and behold, a colossal Thunder Dragon awaited. Thus, this is the method for seeking prey in the game, and I have dubbed this sensation and aroma the Call of Wealth. Whenever we experience this sensation of the Call of Wealth, heading toward the sensed direction will undoubtedly lead us to substantial finds. At this, Feng Qian's eyes lit up. You truly are astute to notice such details. However, to be frank, your naming is rather unappealing. Call of Wealth pales in comparison to something like primal instinct perception, which sounds far more credible. To hell with your primal instinct perception. Why are you so juvenile? With banter exchanged, the two continued their exploratory journey. Meanwhile, as they sought resources, Jiangyo began to study the resource conversion ratios. Presently, he possessed a mere 90 points of energy reserves, a quantity far too scant to consider upgrading buildings. It might not even suffice for the normal maintenance after awakening the insect nest from dormancy. What I currently need to do is to swiftly locate the Iraq or in order to resolve the issue of devouring energy. Relying solely on these 5 individuals to find the ore is nearly impossible, as their search radius is still too limited. It is imperative to allocate more positions and allow additional personnel to join. Only in this manner can the probability of discovering the ore be enhanced. Devouring energy is a unique source of power utilized by the insect race, akin to the concepts of electricity and nuclear energy employed by humanity, albeit with significantly greater difficulty in acquisition. According to the legacy of the hive, Jiangyo understands that the insect race, after undergoing billions of years of evolution, has ultimately mastered the utilization of this energy source and has begun to employ it. The hive can produce larvae by consuming devouring energy, and these larvae can, in turn, hatch into various types of soldiers or construct different architectural insects by expending devouring energy. In essence, devouring energy is the fundamental basis of all operations. Not only does the hive's daily consumption necessitate devouring energy, but the insects themselves also require it, albeit to a lesser extent than the hive. Take the worker bee. For instance, it consumes a maximum of 1 unit of devouring energy over the course of a month, even with frequent battles and injuries. The rapid recovery from wounds also demands the expenditure of devouring energy, which means that 1 unit may only sustain it for about 10 days. This consumption rate is relatively minimal. The hive, however, is in a state of semi-hibernation due to resource scarcity, during which most of its functions cease, resulting in significantly reduced devouring energy consumption. Only when necessary, such as during the production of larvae, does Jiangyo allow it to exit this state. Naturally, this state of the hive is temporary for Jiangyo. Once buildings are unlocked, the situation will change. Upon unlocking, these structures will be interconnected with the hive, and they will directly obtain the daily required devouring energy from the mother hive. In such circumstances, the hive cannot enter a semi-hibernation or hibernation state, as this could lead to the loss of essential functions in the insect structures due to insufficient energy supply. Prolonged deprivation of devouring energy could result in their demise. If the hive exits hibernation, its daily consumption is estimated to be around 5 units of devouring energy. Once buildings are unlocked, the normal energy consumption for each structure is typically 2 units, with some specialized buildings demanding even more. Reflecting on this, Jiangyo began to ponder. Currently, 9 positions can be allocated, and there are approximately 10 larvae reserves at home. Hatching a single worker bee requires 5 units of devouring energy, totaling 45 units. Presently, the reserve of devouring energy amounts to 90 units, leaving me with half. The hive cannot produce larvae while in a semi-hibernation state, so the next opportunity to generate larvae necessitates the hive operating at full capacity. Allocating 9 positions, along with the current 5 individuals, should suffice to maintain production levels. With this thought in mind, Jiangyo prepared to take action. In light of this, let us proceed with the distribution and casually incorporate some elements that were previously absent from the official website. Chapter 11, Version Update. Thus, Jiangyo began to compose the announcement. Meanwhile, on the other side, a brother asked, "Do you feel it?" At that moment, the rapidly crawling salted fish suddenly halted. "I can feel it. By heavens, what an intense sensation." The wind and clouds also came to a standstill, their tones subtly hinting at excitement. "I have a premonition that this time it is a colossal treasure, surely larger than that thunder dragon." At this moment, the salted fish shared a similar state of anticipation. "Let us go take a look." Onward. As they spoke, the two raced towards the source of their intuition. "This feeling is overwhelming," one exclaimed. "Indeed, when I encountered the thunder dragon, my sensation was rather mediocre. But this time it feels as though a treasure trove lies ahead." After approximately 10 minutes of crawling, they swiftly arrived at the edge of a cliff. "This is it." Upon reaching the precipice, they paused and gazed downward, revealing a vast expanse of swamp below, teeming with an array of bizarre flora. Each plant standing about 4 to 5 meters tall. Beyond the vegetation, they could also observe numerous creatures inhabiting the marsh. Enormous crocodiles stretching over 20 meters and colossal pythons exceeding 30 meters intensified their peculiar sensation. "By the heavens!" they exclaimed almost in unison. "This is undoubtedly a dungeon. I wager a pack of spicy strips that this is a score-boosting dungeon. We are going to strike it rich." The salted fish declared excitedly. "What are we waiting for? Let us descend and wreak havoc." Wind and clouds shared the enthusiasm. Wait, don't rush." The salted fish quickly halted the eager wind and clouds. "Have you forgotten the Thunder Dragon? Who knows if these creatures possess special abilities? We are merely level 1 novices. Acting recklessly is unwise. Let us descend quietly. Take down a wild beast and assess the situation. If it's easy to defeat, we charge in. If it proves challenging, we shall adopt a cautious, piecemeal approach." "Agreed. Let us proceed with that plan." Wind and clouds responded, acknowledging the salted fish's suggestion. Just as they prepared for action, an announcement suddenly popped up. Insect Tribe OL, version 1. 0 major construction era, version update notice. Insect Tribe OL will undergo a version update in 1 hour, lasting approximately 3 hours. For details, please consult the official website. Both paused in surprise. "What the heck? Of all times, it has to be now?" One groaned. "Since we must update, let us descend first. Once the update is complete, we'll dive right in." With that, the salted fish prepared to log off. "Wait." Wind and clouds immediately intervened. "Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see the website notice? This game operates according to reality, and players do not have log-off protection. Thus, when we go offline, it is imperative that we select a secure location. Otherwise, we might find ourselves besieged by wild creatures, leaving behind nothing but a heap of bones. Which would be quite awkward, with an hour still remaining. We have ample time to retreat to the worm's nest and await the completion of the update before re-entering the game." Upon hearing this, Xinyu reminisced, recalling a similar notion that had slipped his mind. Having grown accustomed to other games, he found it somewhat challenging to adapt to this one. As he glanced at his companion, he continued, "Returning to the worm's nest, you rascal. After we log back in post-update, those fellows are bound to come online as well. What if they follow us out? Wouldn't that expose our grinding spot?" At this, Fankian seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "What? You want to monopolize such a vast grinding area all for yourself? What nonsense. This game is fundamentally about resource collection. Whoever discovers a resource point rightfully claims it. We painstakingly unearth this spot, so it is only natural that we develop it." Fankian contemplated this logic, yet he felt an unsettling sense. Isn't this a bit too advantageous for us? Too advantageous? What is wrong with that? This point is ours to exploit, and whether we choose to share it is entirely up to us. It is akin to your girlfriend. You lavish her with care and adorn her beautifully. Would you willingly share her with other men? Fankian fell silent. This swamp is akin to our girlfriend, after much effort. We finally found her, and you wish to send her off? That is a classic case of being discontent with your own situation. Xinyu glanced at Fankian and elaborated, "Truly, there are all sorts of peculiar players. If you genuinely feel uneasy, simply consider this event as though it never transpired. I would not mind shouldering the responsibility alone." "What are you talking about?" "I am merely considering that when you summoned the Thunder Dragon, everyone rallied to assist. Given that there are so few players in the game now, your direct approach seems a bit excessive." Xinyu pondered this statement. It indeed posed a dilemma. Although everyone ultimately received their share of evolution points, their immediate response to his call for help could be regarded as a personal favor, making his actions somewhat questionable. "How about this? When we defeat our prey, I will scout while you submit the findings. We can split the evolution points equally. After all, you assisted when I summoned the Thunder Dragon, so if they discover it, it would be understandable." Fankian replied, "You truly are a remarkable individual." In light of this maneuver, he found himself at a loss for words. Enough with the chatter. Let us find a secure place to dig a hole and log off. Once the update concludes, we will charge in headfirst. Once the two logged off, they opened the official group chat, only to find a surge of newcomers had joined. The reason is that the officials have allocated 9 more slots, and with the game's rising popularity, there are now over 40 individuals in the official group. At this moment, The crowd within the group is in a state of constant uproar. May I inquire, is the graphical quality of this game truly that remarkable? The quality of the graphics is of little consequence at present, as one must first obtain the beta testing qualification to be granted access to the game. An entry is exclusively permitted through the official dedicated headset. May I ask if the email sent by the officials, containing a series of letters, is indeed an activation code? Furthermore, it requests that I provide a shipping address, leaving me quaking in fear of potential personal information leakage. What should I do? How absurd. Why does this triviality garner such slots while I remain empty-handed? The relentless European dogs in the unending tears of Africa. Every individual is destined to perish. Yet Europeans seem to require a modicum of assistance. That recent individual from the elite circle, are you selling codes? Yes. Do you have codes for sale? Newcomer. Do not sell. If you sell, you will no longer possess a code. Goodness, I find myself momentarily unable to distinguish whether you are buying codes, selling codes, or merely cursing codes. Those above, do not disperse. Surely, you must have claimed a share of the bounty. Chapter 12. On the first day of the game, significant update. Both the characters, Xianyu and Fengqian, were largely indifferent to the raucous chatter of their fellow players in the group. Their minds were solely focused on swiftly logging in to grind points in the dungeons after the server opened. To this end, they had added each other as friends to strategize their upcoming monster hunting plans. Xianyu, Feng, once the update is complete, let us log in and test the waters in the dungeon. If the monsters prove to be weak, we can harvest more to bring back. The official website has released 9 more slots, so we must minimize our trips to deliver materials to avoid detection. Fengqian, come on. Don't give me a nickname like that. Moreover, considering our diminutive sizes as mere crabs, how much do you think we can carry? Xianyu, you fool. Do not forget the gameplay mechanics of this game. Fengqian, what do you mean? Xianyu, it's quite simple. We can defeat our prey and stack them up. Then, we can chop down trees to create a large platform using wood and rope to secure our haul. This way, we can transport a substantial amount in one go. Fengqian, is that even possible? Xianyu, why not? That's exactly what we'll do. As long as the platform is large enough, we can carry hundreds, even thousands of tons of prey back. Even if they see us upon return, it won't matter since we will have profited immensely. Fengqian, let us hope everything goes smoothly. However, I can't shake the feeling that something may go awry. After all, a dungeon typically harbors a boss, and it would be quite awkward if we find ourselves unable to defeat it. By the way, have you checked the update details on the official website? Xianyu, it's not a big deal. If we encounter a boss we can't handle, we can always call for reinforcements. The update? Isn't it just the release of 9 more slots? Fengqian, what? You didn't check? This update includes some collective tasks, and completing these tasks will reward players with evolution points based on their contributions. As he spoke, Fengqian shared the official update details with Xianyu. Insect Tribe OL, version 1.0, the era of great construction. Dear players, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the beta testers for their feedback on game optimization and gameplay design. Consequently, we have decided to implement temporary maintenance to adjust certain game details. Adjustments include 1. Enhanced sensory systems and biological radar functions for all insect tribe creatures, making it easier for players to locate prey. 2. To align more closely with reality, we have introduced the concept of nourishment absorption. Nourishment, as the core energy for all units in the insect tribe, is essential for everything from the mother nest buildings to the daily activities of worker bee larvae. Note, nourishment can be understood as the hunger level of the insects. When their nourishment is insufficient, they will experience hunger pangs. Players must ensure their insects consume ample food quickly. However, to replenish nourishment, they must consume flora and fauna affected by eye lack or radiation. Friendly reminder, a lack of nourishment will diminish the various attributes of the insects, so as their caretakers, please remember to feed them regularly. 3. Enhancement of the Devour energy system. Update details, Era of Grand Construction 1. Due to the player's formidable strength, the leader Jiang Yao perceives a glimmer of hope for the resurgence of the Zerg. In order to expedite his own growth, Jiang Yao has resolved to awaken the Zerg nest from its semi-dormant state, allowing it to operate at full capacity. Under normal functioning, the nest requires a daily consumption of 5 units of Devour energy, and this demand will increase as more structures are erected in the future. Thus, players must ensure a daily provision of the necessary devour energy for the nest. A long-term daily quest has been initiated. Provide the daily required devour energy for the nest. And for each unit supplied, players will receive an additional reward of 10 evolution points, with a cap on the daily bonus equivalent to the energy required for maintenance of the nest. 2. Introduction of a new structure, the Rapid Beast Hatchery, which unlocks a new unit type, the Rapid Beast. The hatchery requires 3,000 units of devour energy. Players are urged to gather sufficient energy promptly to construct the hatchery. Upon successful completion of the hatchery, the Rapid Beast will be available for purchase in the shop, priced at 10,000 evolution points, within 20 discount for purchases made within the first week of hatchery unlock. The Rapid Beast is a ground combat unit of the Zerg, boasting remarkable speed and formidable attack power. Rapid Beast, HP 12,000, attack 300, defense 50, agility 200, devour energy reserve 20. Upon evolution, it can unlock devour energy skills. Skill, Devour Shield, creates a protective energy shield enveloping the entire body, capable of withstanding substantial damage when harmed. Devour energy can be utilized to absorb damage. Devour Fangs allows the attachment of Devour energy to the Rapid Beast bone fangs on its back, significantly enhancing its attack power. Usage will consume Devour energy, and the effect will dissipate once the energy is depleted. 3. Launch of the Rapid Beast Hatchery entails additional rewards. All players who contribute Devour energy during its construction will receive a special bonus of 10 evolution points for every unit of energy supplied. Upon completion of the hatchery, rewards will be distributed based on players' contributions. Other updates. With the increasing number of players interested in Zerg OL, we have decided to release 9 additional beta testing slots to allow more players to experience the game. Players may click on the official link below to apply for beta testing by filling out the application form. Note, the more comprehensive the information provided, the greater the likelihood of securing a slot. The Zerg official app and the Zerg community are currently under development, with a specific launch date to be announced in future updates, so please stay tuned. Upon reading the update announcement, a casual observer was left astounded. Casual observer: wow, is the official staff akin to 007? The game has barely been launched for a day, and already a significant version update has been released, complete with numerous new features. Rising tide? What is so surprising about that? The official probably had these update data packets prepared well in advance, ready to deploy. However, it's disheartening that the feature regarding the sin of money you discovered just hours ago has now been revealed by the officials, making it common knowledge among all players. Xianyu, you know nothing. Even if the official sources do not disclose these hidden features, I reckon it won't be long before others uncover them as well. It's merely that I have discovered them a tad earlier than the rest. Furthermore, in gaming, whether it pertains to hidden functions or bugs, being the first to notice often leads to substantial rewards. Take my case for instance. I stumbled upon the Thunder Dragon and the dungeon quite early on. Just from these 2 discoveries, I have already reaped considerable profits. Thank you, Yunying. You do make a valid point. By the way, have you seen the daily tasks released by the officials along with the construction of the Raptor Hatchery? Thank you, Yunying suddenly inquired, recalling something. Xianyu: yes, I have. What's on your mind? Thank you, Yunying. The Raptor requires 10,000 evolution points. With the first week's discount, it should amount to around 8,000. To be frank, that is exorbitantly expensive. When calculated according to the exchange rate of evolution points to Chinese yuan, even with a discount, acquiring a single Raptor costs a staggering 8,000. Xinyu, this price seems rather outrageous compared to other games, yet within the context of this particular game, it is somewhat comprehensible. After all, given the substantial investment in this game and its profitability, such pricing is quite reasonable. Thank you, Yunying. This new unit appears to be a veritable gold-generating machine. Its attribute output is off the charts. With it in hand, battling the Thunder Dragon should be exceedingly effortless. One could easily recoup their investment by defeating dozens, if not hundreds, of them. Chapter 13. The Rhythm of the Game? Instant ban. As the 2 continued their discussion, the chat group of the Zerg online game erupted in chaos. Goodness, has the game's official team lost their minds? Charging 10,000 yuan for a single character in this ridiculous game? It's still in beta with so few players, and they dare to impose such fees? This is truly unbecoming of the developers. Who would even play such a game? It's comical, really, charging 10,000 for a character. It's a blatant money grab at its finest. Indeed, I'm done with this. What a terrible game. At that moment, the seasoned player, who had just returned to the group, was met with a flurry of novice players stirring up trouble. What on earth? It has been long. And already a bunch of fools have come here to spew nonsense. If I recall correctly, the game initially offered only 5 slots, and none of those belonged to you. You dimwit. And you're talking about quitting? You're not even worthy of discussing that. Let me see. Where did these dogs come from? They bark the moment they arrive. Has it only been a short while, and already there are sycophants? The seasoned player continued. If you don't want to play, then leave the group. Stop whining as if anyone cares about your opinions. The Emperor Penguin interjected. Seasoned player, don't bother arguing with these individuals. It's pointless. I've already reported some of the troublemakers. The officials stated that those who stir up trouble will face permanent bans from the game. Even when it eventually launches, they will remain barred from entry. They should be removed from the group shortly. That's good to hear, replied the seasoned player. What an excellent game. And it would be a shame for it to be tarnished by such people. The officials are handling it well with these permanent bans. What a gratifying move. Indeed, chimed in Wind Rising. These individuals have never even engaged with the game, yet they start blabbering. It's only right they face the consequences. I can only imagine their reaction once they see the game thriving and realize it can generate substantial income. It will surely be amusing, especially when they witness others earning tens of millions within a month, while they toil away for a meager 3,000 to 5,000 a month with a grueling schedule. They will surely regret their choices. Newcomer, I'm genuinely a novice and not affiliated with those troublemakers. I just received my beta access, and I want to clarify that I'm not here to cause trouble or stir up dissent. I simply want to ask the veterans, ISNT 10,000 yuan for a character rather expensive? Indeed, it is, replied the seasoned player. Then why? If you all find it expensive, do you seem unfazed? Earlier, it sounded as though you considered it reasonable. Since you've asked, allow me to explain. There are many newcomers in the group, so I deem it an opportune moment to clarify the situation. All right, thank you, veteran. Firstly, a character priced at 10,000 yuan is indeed exorbitant in any game. However, in this particular game, it isn't considered expensive. Let me break it down for you. The first person to obtain beta access will receive a gaming helmet, the price of which I want to delve into. You may wish to explore the official marketplace, where the pre-sale price is set at 19,999, although it is currently in pre-sale status. Sales will commence only after the public testing phase, which implies that upon gaining eligibility, the official platform will graciously bestow upon you 20,000 virtual currency. Beyond this, the game also offers lucrative earning opportunities. You may be unaware that we recently collaborated to defeat a minor boss, from which each participant earned 21 evolution points. With a total of 5 individuals involved, this minor boss yielded 105 evolution points, translating to over 100 virtual currency. At this point, a player named Kinwa was astonished. Are you serious? A boss drops over 100 virtual currency? He exclaimed. To which Shinyu confidently replied, Rest assured, my knowledge is ample. I would never deceive you. However, the most compelling aspect is the remarkably low barrier to entry for profit in this game. The 5 of us are utilizing the initial unit, the Worker Bee. Its attributes are approximately as follows. Health at 1,000, attack at 50, defense at 30, and agility at 20. In contrast, the attributes of the Raptor, which I assume you have seen on the official site, are health at 12,000, attack at 300, defense at 50, and agility at 200. The disparity between these two is self-evident. Our 5 worker bees can contend with 3-digit bosses. Thus, one might ponder whether such a formidable raptor could single-handedly tackle all 3-digit bosses. Upon hearing this, Kinwa immediately grasped the implication. Goodness, this is essentially a money-making machine. Thus, purchasing a raptor and logging in daily to hunt bosses would yield greater earnings than traditional employment. This revelation stirred intrigue not only in him but also among newcomers in the group. Kinhwa inquired, but can this game truly facilitate cash withdrawals? Shinyu assured him, absolutely. If you doubt it, enter the game and accumulate a few dozen or even hundreds of evolution points, then attempt a withdrawal to ascertain the veracity. Thank you for your guidance, Kinhwa replied. After hearing your insights, I can understand why the veterans find this quite normal. Curiously, he added, however, Shinyu. Even if everything you say is true, I wonder if everyone begins to amass virtual currency once the player base expands and more individuals seek withdrawals. Can the official platform truly sustain such payouts? At that moment, another newcomer posed a question. Shinyu responded, fear not, while I cannot vouch for other games. I can assure you of this one. Firstly, the game's graphics are astonishingly impressive. The cinematic quality of each frame incurs substantial costs. A typical small company would lack the financial resources for such an endeavor. Yet, this game, seemingly produced by a small company, has achieved this feat, which in itself is quite remarkable. Not to mention, when it comes to the game's other functionalities. The sheer quality of its graphics alone is a challenge for even a large gaming company to replicate. Thus, considering all these inconsistencies, I suspect the official developers of this game have far more intricate plans than they reveal. It is highly probable that several prominent gaming companies have collaborated to create this game for various reasons, subsequently establishing a new company for its release, likely in hopes of elevating the company's profile. Initially, I too harbored similar thoughts. To be candid, I previously worked at a gaming company for a period, and I have some insight into the industry's inner workings. Many companies tend to produce games of the same or similar genres, aiming to retain players who are fond of such styles. Conversely, when certain companies aspire to develop games in entirely different genres to attract a diverse player base, they often resort to strategies akin to what has been mentioned. Furthermore, upon entering the game, I gleaned an understanding of its condition. The game is remarkably refined in terms of graphics, gameplay, controls, and various details. Common issues such as texture glitches and clipping bugs are notably absent, indicating that this game could not have been produced by a nascent team. Only seasoned teams possess the capability to achieve such standards. Chapter 14. Stealthily farming monsters to dazzle all Emperor Penguin. Are we still chatting? The game has just been updated. We can log in now. At that moment, Opening Akuin was about to say something when Emperor Penguin reminded the group. Opening Akuin, you all go ahead. It's quite late, and I need to rest early. I have to wake up for work tomorrow. Emperor Penguin, all right then. I'll hop on and take a look before logging off. Cloud Player, wow. It's already 11 at night, and you guys are still awake? I'm already in bed. Salty Fish, right. It is late. I should sleep too. Wind Rising, I wouldn't have mentioned it, but now that I think about it, I'm feeling sleepy as well. I'll head to bed and log in tomorrow morning. After closing the chat window, the two sent a private message. Salty Fish, let us log in and get to work in 10 minutes. Wind Rising, OJ8K in a pristine jungle, surrounded by towering trees, sunlight filtered through the leaves, providing a comfortable habitat for the low shrubs below. Occasionally, one could see animals frolicking in the depths of the jungle, accompanied by distant animal calls that spoke of the vibrant life within this world. In a clearing not far away, the ground was scattered with weeds, and in the center lay a vast patch evidently cleared by human hands. Moments later, the soil trembled slightly, and a massive, glimmering claw emerged from the earth. Soon after, two gigantic creatures resembling crabs crawled out, startling the surrounding animals into a frantic retreat. Go, go, go. As soon as they emerged, Salty Fish exclaimed excitedly. Wind Rising, beside him, also wore an expression of exhilaration. Charge. This update seems tailor-made for us. Indeed. I can't believe it, just as we found a dungeon. The officials released various rewards. It's simply incredible. With that, the two hastened their pace towards the swamp. Initially, they had hoped to discover such a monster farming spot. Even without additional rewards, the plethora of wild monsters in the swamp would have sufficed. Little did they expect that the officials had issued construction tasks along with extra rewards. Absolutely. To be honest, if we're fast enough, we're bound to earn a fortune. The monsters themselves provide evolution points, and there are additional rewards for energy absorption. The two grew increasingly excited as they discussed. Just think about it. 3,000 energy points. For every energy point we submit, we receive an additional 10 evolution points. That amounts to a total of 30,000 evolution points. Our requirements aren't too steep. I only hope we can gather 1,000 energy points. That would grant us an extra 10,000 rewards, splitting 5,000 each. Plus, with the energy points we already collect, I estimate that once we unlock new troop types, we could directly acquire the Velociraptor. Indeed, thinking about it now still brings a thrill. Acquiring a Velociraptor worth 10,000 without spending a dime is simply delightful. As the two individuals advanced, they engaged in conversation and soon arrived at the precipice beside the swamp. Standing at the edge of the cliff, the two creatures gazed down at the swamp's denizens, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Let us descend first and capture one to test the waters. If it's easy to conquer, we shall act independently. If not, we will proceed together, said the excited creature, known as Xianyu, addressing his companion Fenkian. Xianyu, look below. Upon hearing this, Fenkian pointed downward. Following the direction of his claw, they beheld a massive mutated python lounging on a large rock, basking in the sun. Despite the rock's considerable size, it appeared somewhat cramped for the 30-meter-long, meter-wide serpent. Let us use this snake as our experimental subject, Xianyu proposed. Fenkian nodded in agreement and began to gesture animatedly. What are you doing? Fenkian inquired, somewhat perplexed by Xianyu's actions. I am calibrating the coordinates, preparing to deliver a righteous strike from the heavens. A righteous strike from the heavens? Fenkian questioned, confused. Yet, in the next moment, he comprehended Xianyu's intention. After ensuring everything was in order, Xianyu exerted force through all 12 of his legs and extended his large claws. Aim at the target. Xianyu cannon, launch. With his declaration, Xianyu shot downwards like a cannonball towards the gigantic python. Fenkian remarked, I must admit, your flamboyant antics are quite excessive. As he spoke, he began to descend the cliff. For a worker bee like him, such a cliff was no different from solid ground, and he swiftly reached the swamp below. Goodness, you've managed it so quickly. Upon landing in the swamp, Fenkian spotted Xianyu dragging the enormous python towards him. We struck gold. We are truly fortunate this time. Xianyu did not respond but spoke with a quivering voice. The creatures here are astonishingly easy to defeat. As he gesticulated with enthusiasm, Xianyu declared, You wouldn't believe it. I initially thought these creatures would be as formidable as the Thunder Dragon, but as soon as I arrived, I crushed it instantly. You heard me right, just like that. He continued, These creatures are not as powerful as we had imagined. They are all remarkably fragile. We can easily dominate them. Fenkian, invigorated by Xianyu's words, exclaimed, What are we waiting for? Let us get to work. We need to rack up points. I refuse to log off until I've accumulated 1,000 units of energy. With that, Fenkian prepared to sprint deeper into the swamp, but was abruptly pulled back by Xianyu. Calm down. I haven't finished speaking. Do you recall the additional rewards for energy points aside from the new constructions? And the daily quest bonuses? Upon hearing this, Fenkian nodded. Yes, I remember. We must not overlook those rewards. What are you talking about? The reward refreshes daily, and if we submit it during the day, it would be quite awkward if someone catches sight of us and follows secretly. Let us not forget that 9 additional slots have been allocated. It is only a matter of time before these newcomers log on in the next couple of days. With more players online, it is inevitable that someone will discover our little treasure trove. The foresight of Xianyu had already anticipated the turbulence ahead, which is why he didn't suggest submitting during the day. Consider this. The game resets its tasks at midnight, a time when most players have already logged off. We can set an alarm for 3 in the morning and submit punctually then. Surely, no one will be online at that hour. Upon hearing this, Fenkian couldn't help but be enlightened. The two then began to discuss the specific scheduling. Since Fenkian was still at work, despite his job allowing for a leisurely pace of work 3 days and rest for 2, he still had to report to the office. After careful discussion, it was decided that he would log on at 6 in the evening, playing diligently until around 3 in the morning, while Xianyu, whose profession was game boosting, would manage the remaining hours. As for the distribution of points, they agreed on a ratio of 60-40, with Xianyu receiving the larger share. With their plan established, the two wasted no time in setting their scheme into motion. Chapter 15. Termination of transactions in the heart of the swamp. A colossal crocodile basked in the afternoon sun upon a clearing, reigning as the undisputed sovereign of this territory. Apart from the slight threat posed by the giant python, all other creatures were merely sustenance for it. Thus, as it reclined, it paid little heed to the peculiar being approaching from the water. For the crocodile, every creature in the swamp was simply a potential meal. If one bite was insufficient, another would suffice. At that moment, the strange creature surged forth from the water, charging towards it. The crocodile, unimpressed by this audacious attack, noted the stark difference in size between them. Despite its curiosity regarding the creature's audacity, it resolved to make a meal of this giant crab for lunch. In the next instant, the crocodile opened its gaping maw to seize its prey. However, just as it was about to clamp down, the crab leapt onto the crocodile's back and raised its formidable pincers, aiming for the creature's head. The crocodile, sensing immediate pain, attempted to struggle, but to no avail. Soon, it was effortlessly subdued by the crab. Another 10 evolution points and 0.05 units of energy consumed, exclaimed the crab, as it hoisted the crocodile and scurried towards the cliff, piling its catch at the designated spawn point. After completing this task, the crab stood at the cliff's edge, its agile compound eyes scanning the swamp for more creatures, and soon, it spotted another target, leaping into action. Thus, 2 days passed, and within the chat group. At this moment, the chat had grown to over 100 participants. Emperor Penguin, Administrator, are you neglecting to update the daily consumption tasks? Cloud Player, indeed. The game now has only 5 players, and no newcomers have joined. Despite submitting enough resources for a unit of energy points, I receive no additional reward. Moreover, the energy point consumption by the hive remains unchanged, consistently displaying a remaining total of 45 points. I suspect a bug. Lazy fish. Yes, exactly. Wind and clouds. Right. Starting with a Kuan, Administrator, are you there? Are you there? Observing the fervent tagging within the chat, Jiang Yao wore a perplexed expression, particularly as he noticed lazy fish and wind and clouds chiming in with their agreement. Frustration welled up within him. Why was there no reward? And why did the 45 points remain stagnant? Did these two not possess any semblance of logic? The amount submitted daily was meticulously calculated, not a single unit more. With a sigh, Jiang Yao felt resigned. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that, thanks to these two, the issue of energy consumption had momentarily been resolved, and the energy required for new constructions was gradually progressing. Although, from his current perspective, revealing the monster points would ultimately yield greater benefits for him. Regrettably, Jiang Yao finds himself unable to intervene, for he occupies the role of Game Master, a position that entails refraining from forcibly manipulating player behavior. Not long ago, a certain game faced a mass exodus of avid players due to such interference, an outcome he must diligently avoid. In instances where he might consider making an announcement, it would be contingent upon specific circumstances, such as observing that 2 players are idling without engaging in any meaningful activity, logging on for mere hours each day yet failing to defeat a sufficient number of monsters. Their inefficiency hinders even his routine maintenance endeavors. In such a scenario, he might contemplate subtly guiding certain players toward this area, thereby making the information public. However, given the relentless dedication of these 2 players, who spare not a moment in their 24-hour shifts, one might question whether it is excessive for them to earn a little more under his leadership. It hardly seems excessive. Yet, the feigned innocence of these 2 is rather outrageous. By providing a hint, he resolves their perceived issues with bugs, while simultaneously instilling a sense of urgency in them. They would undoubtedly fear being discovered and thus intensify their efforts to maximize their gains. This, in turn, would significantly accelerate his acquisition of energy. The official administrator of Zerg OL addressed all members. Dear players, the contents of this update have been implemented. As for why you received no rewards for your submissions, I pose a question. Is it possible that some among you completed tasks unbeknownst to others? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Emperor Penguin, what on earth? Beginning with a Kuan, what do you mean? Isn't the administrator's implication clear enough? Among us 5, there's a competitive spirit. Xianyu, goodness, I can hardly believe it. Just 5 of us have begun to compete. Wind's rising. Come on, it can't be that extreme. Who is competing? Step forward if you are. Cloud Player, indeed. Who is competing? I sincerely wish for the demise of such internal competition. Xianyu. Winds rising. Emperor Penguin. Goodness, everyone is feigning innocence. Come on, there are just 5 of us. If this is how it begins, newcomers will surely elevate the competition to new heights. Xianyu, exactly. We must firmly resist this internal competition. On this night, around 3 in the morning. Xianyu, you finally decided to log in. You were a whole 10 minutes late today. At that moment, Winds Rising, who had already prepared a bounty of prey, looked at Xianyu, who had just emerged from the ground, and complained. After grinding for so many days, I feel as though I'm becoming stagnant. Hearing Winds Rising's words, Xianyu yawned, feeling somewhat lethargic. Well, there have been new players joining us these past few days. It seems like there is someone online almost all day. If we continue to do this every day, I feel it won't be long before we can no longer keep it under wraps. Upon hearing this, Xianyu had to reconsider their arrangements. You make a valid point. By the way, how many evolution points have we accumulated in the past few days? A mutated giant python or crocodile grants us 10 evolution points and 0.05 energy consumption value. Considering the evolution points obtained from daily task rewards over the past few days, along with additional skill points from construction tasks, and the evolution points we should have received upon submission, we now possess over 20,000 evolution points. Upon hearing this, the lazy fish nodded in agreement, acknowledging the remarkable nature of this game. Within a span of 3 days, we have dispatched over 2,000 prey, and the evolution points accrued from these encounters equate to more than 20,000 soft currency. Indeed, this is far more efficient than conventional labor, as Wind and Clouds remarked. While this statement holds merit, one must not forget that the resources in this game are finite. For every creature we slay, there is one less to hunt. The abundance we have enjoyed in the early stages is merely due to the advantage of a sparse population. Should the dynamics shift to a situation of excess hunters and scarce prey, acquiring such a bounty will become increasingly difficult. As the lazy fish surveyed the surroundings, gazing at the endless expanse of jungle and the vast marshland below, a dream took shape in his mind: to farm the monsters of others, leaving them with none to hunt. Wind and Clouds interjected, emphasizing the necessity of keeping this area concealed. The lazy fish, resolute in his stance, declared, thus, I have decided to forego the rewards from daily tasks and reduce the frequency of our cargo transport. He turned to his companion. From this point onward, we shall transport goods every few days or once a week. This will significantly diminish the likelihood of being discovered. This is a monumental decision, one that will shape our destinies. We shall one day look back on this choice with gratitude. Perhaps in the future, when reflecting on this pivotal moment, you will be utterly astounded by the great decision made by the lazy fish. As he spoke, he brandished his large pincers in a dramatic flourish. Wind and Clouds observed, have you gone mad after just a few days? By the way, I forgot to mention that I recorded a video of your earlier episode. At this, the lazy fish's movements abruptly froze. Just the 2 of us. How could you record a video? Are you out of your mind? Stunned to learn that his earlier antics had been captured, the lazy fish was aghast. Why did you have to perform so enthusiastically? If I hadn't recorded it, I would have felt remiss. Good heavens. I just had a sudden lapse in judgment, my friend. Please delete that video. Humph. Do you think that is feasible? Unless you offer me several thousand evolution points, it is out of the question. Several thousand? You're being outrageous from the start. To be frank, social death is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is financial ruin. The lazy fish inched closer. Are you claiming you have never had moments of youthful folly while gaming? Especially when alone at home, locked away in a small room, controlling your character while reciting various dramatic lines, such as, foul creature, accept my wrath. Upon hearing this, Wind and Clouds quickly refuted, impossible. I have not. Speak another word, and I shall accuse you of defamation. Moreover, to return to the topic, even though I too have experienced a phase of youthful exuberance, no one was aware of it. Thus, it remains a secret, unlike for certain individuals. Chapter 16. That has been found thus, early the next morning, a significant event transpired in the official group of the insect race. Emperor Penguin. Good heavens. What on earth? Starting with a koan, what happened? Why all the fuss so early in the morning? Emperor Penguin. I logged in this morning to transfer some supplies, and guess what? I was awarded extra evolution points for the daily tasks. Starting with a coin. No way. Is that true? Finally, there are rewards. I must log in and check. Cloud player. Oh, spare me. There's nothing worth seeing. It's likely that the has overexerted himself and ended up in the hospital. Starting with a coin. What do you mean by that? Cloud player. Haven't you seen the progress of the building construction? You might not believe it, but the energy points for construction have already surpassed 105. Upon hearing this, the others were left in astonishment. Starting with a coin. What? I haven't been paying attention these past few days, and there are over 100 energy points already? Cloud player. Indeed. When I checked the construction progress today, I was taken aback as well. You see, according to the game's settings, the basic energy points obtained from submitting plants are quite limited. I previously experimented and found that submitting 100 tons of plants converts to merely 0.05 energy points. This means that has been grinding away, accumulating roughly 20,000 tons of plants over the past few days. For heaven's sake, the game has only been live for 4 days, including today. That averages out to about 50 tons a day, and given the carrying capacity of worker bees, he must have made at least 40 or 50 trips. This doesn't even account for the time spent collecting. At this point, Cloud Player was utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, if anyone could achieve that. I reckon they would need to forego food, drink, and even bathroom breaks for days on end. Hearing this, starting with a coin was equally astonished. Wasteland. I have a thought that I'm uncertain whether to share. Just then, the newcomer Wasteland, observing the chat, spoke up. Cloud Player, if you're unsure, then don't say it. Emperor Penguin, don't say it. Go away. Starting with a coin, don't ask. The answer is definitely not to share. Wasteland. Wasteland. So here's the thing, esteemed players. Do you think it's possible that this is not fighting alone? Perhaps he has a group of collaborators. Emperor Penguin. And yet, you chose to share. But you know, there might be some truth to that. Storm Rising. Indeed. You've brought up a possibility worth considering. Wasteland. Moreover, based on the data mentioned by the esteemed players, I believe this cannot have amassed such a vast number of evolution points solely through plants. He has likely discovered a dungeon akin to those in other games, quietly grinding away by himself. Otherwise, the progress would be inexplicably swift. Upon hearing this, the group suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, as if they comprehended something profound. Salty Fish. Newcomer, you're truly remarkable. Simply outstanding. Wasteland. Thank you for the compliment, esteemed players. This is merely my speculation. Consider this. Experiments show that gathering plants, one can only transport 7 or 8 loads in a day. This amounts to roughly 3 energy points. If one were to forego food, drink, and sleep, and manage 10 trips in a day, that would yield merely 5 energy points. In just a few days, it is utterly impossible to make such rapid progress. The only plausible explanation is that the other party has discovered a monster spawn point, as the rewards from defeating monsters far exceed those from harvesting plants by several multiples. Wind and Clouds exclaimed, Indeed, you are absolutely right. How did I not think of that? Newbie, you are truly remarkable. At that moment, the players on the other side of the screen, basking in the praises from the seasoned veterans, could not help but wear a smug smile. They never anticipated that they would quickly become part of the elite circle, though a nagging feeling lingered that the veterans' compliments carried an undertone that felt slightly off. Perhaps it was merely a figment of their imagination. Days later, around 5 a.m., at the entrance of the insect nest, a pair of eyes were scanning the surroundings. Everything seems normal outside. You can start transporting the items here, said the lazy fish as they crawled into the cavern, swiftly making their way to the insect nest. Inside the nest, all was as expected. I told you, who would be online at such an hour? With that, the lazy fish dashed outside and arrived at Wind and Cloud's hiding place. There, they beheld a large wooden frame, approximately 50 to 60 meters in both length and width, constructed from massive tree trunks. The frame was piled high with the corpses of various swamp monsters, all bound by thick vines, towering at least 10 meters high. What is the situation inside? Wind and Clouds inquired as the lazy fish returned. Just as I suspected, those who logged in early are still absent, and the night owls have succumbed to sleep, so everything is secure. Upon hearing this, Wind and Clouds exclaimed, That is splendid. Let us hurry and hand over the items." With that, wind and clouds climbed behind the frame, while the lazy fish rushed to the front. Together, they lifted the frame and began their ascent into the depths of the cave. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the depths of the insect nest, a worker bee emerged. "They say that the early bird catches the worm. As long as I rise early, I can grind a bit more. With this, I'm sure I won't take long to accumulate enough evolution points to purchase a swift beast." Reflecting on their over 100 evolution points, the worker bee felt quite pleased. Just then, a distant commotion caught their attention. "Watch it. Wind and clouds. Lower it a bit." "It's stuck. It's caught above." "Follow my lead. Slowly lower it." "Yes, just like that. Take your time. Don't rush." "Ah, see? It's freed." The lazy fish and wind and clouds lifted the large frame, preparing to sprint towards the insect nest. However, just as they turned, they were struck dumb. For there, in the distance, a worker bee with the ID starting with a cooing was staring intently at them. What the hell? Witnessing the shocking scene, starting with a cooing was left speechless. The king of competition has been found. "Lazy fish, what are you doing? Move. Why aren't you moving? Did you disconnect?" At that moment, noticing the prolonged silence from behind the frame, wind and clouds set the frame down and crawled forward. Then, "Do you believe that this was what we accomplished this morning? What do you say?" "Regardless of your belief, we both certainly do. Curse you. You two scoundrels have outdone yourselves. Finding the monster spawn point and hoarding it all for yourselves, how despicable, you greedy fools. I shall report you." "Wait. Do not act impulsively. Keep this matter under wraps. Otherwise, if too many people become aware, we shall be left with nothing. Keeping it quiet is acceptable. But you must include me in your endeavors," said the massive creature at the start. "All right, we shall take you along, but remember to keep your lips sealed. Rest assured, I understand the rules." With that, the creature raised its formidable pincers in assurance. Just then, an incongruous voice interrupted. "What on earth am I witnessing? What am I seeing? By heavens, you three rascals are the infamous overlords of competition." At that moment, an early bird gamer was utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before them. The others were left speechless. Chapter 17. The discovery of a new monster. "Both of you, keep a low profile. This spot has been hard-earned. And just a few of us will suffice," Xianyu urged, crawling along the path. "Understood. Rest assured, our lips are sealed," the two assured him. "Let me tell you, when the time comes, you should act grandly like us. Deliver your spoils every 3 to 4 days, and we shall operate together, with someone on lookout. We are unlikely to be discovered." As he recalled something, Xianyu pointed to the figure behind him, who was dragging a large frame, Fenkian. The two followed his gesture and nodded in agreement. "Fear not, we understand the routine. We will act in unison when the time comes." Thus, the small group swiftly arrived at the monster spawning point in the swamp. "Indeed, this is the place," Xianyu said, gesturing towards the swamp below. As they looked in the direction he indicated, the two were left astounded. "Good heavens! This is unbelievable. The ground is teeming with mutated creatures. No wonder your progress has been so rapid," exclaimed Yukai as he turned to the others. "Honestly, how many evolution points have you amassed in these past few days?" "Not much, just around 20,000, Xianyu replied, while Fenkian has gathered a comparatively modest 10,000. "In less than a week, you've amassed 30,000 points? Keep it low-key, keep it low-key." Xianyu signaled for the two to remain calm. "It's maddening. This is the disparity. I toiled for days and barely scraped together 200 or 300 points." He lamented, realizing that while he was reveling in his meager 200 points, others had already surpassed him by 100-fold. "Enough of this. Time is money. We must act swiftly." With that, the two rushed towards the swamp. "Must you be in such a hurry?" Xianyu and Fenkian followed, observing the two darting towards the swamp. "Haha, this is the essence of gaming. The monsters here are too easy to defeat." Before long, Yunkai was seen, wielding 2 massive pincers, one grasping a giant python and the other an alligator, racing towards the distant cliff. "Has it only been a few minutes? Just a few minutes? And I have already secured 20 soft coins. Indeed, this is astonishingly efficient." The two behind, similarly equipped, were equally thrilled. "I say, it's nearly 7 o'clock. Aren't you two supposed to be working today?" Xianyu inquired, watching the two who were relentless in their monster slaying. Work? Oh no, I completely forgot. Just as he spoke, Yun Kai's movement suddenly halted. What on earth is he doing? Xin Yu was taken aback by Yun Kai's abrupt stop. Damn it. This game lacks an offline protection mechanism. If he logs off now, I fear he shall return to find only his bones. Not to worry, a worker bee isn't too expensive. One can be purchased for 648 coins, likely just a week's wages for him, Yun Kai remarked nonchalantly. Should we move him to a safe location and dig a pit for him? At this moment, a tempestuous wind surged forth, bringing with it inquiries from afar. As several individuals engaged in animated discussions, the cloud player suddenly resumed activity. What were you all discussing? He queried. What is this about burying or not burying? We thought you had ceased moving and had forgotten that this game lacks an offline protection feature, so we contemplated digging a grave for you. Lest you log back and find nothing but a skeletal remains. Offline? Nonsense. How could I possibly log off in such a splendid place? He retorted. Then what were you doing just now? What was I doing? I took a leave of absence. If memory serves, you previously mentioned that your company exploits its employees. One leave and your attendance bonus vanishes. Huh. Attendance bonus? A full month yields a mere 200 yuan. I can earn that here in less than an hour. With a grandiose flourish, he proclaimed, with a grand truck, who would still deign to ride a rickety bicycle. Impressive, cloud player. Impressive, my foot. Have you all considered that earning money is achievable anywhere? If this place could consistently yield evolution points, I would undoubtedly quit my job. As he spoke, the cloud player regarded the others. My wretched company is a prime example of exploitation. During recruitment, they promised humane management and claimed no overtime was required. It all sounded quite appealing, but what is the reality? No overtime, yet a slew of employees voluntarily stays late. Here, the cloud player's interest peaked. You have no idea. At that company, we have meetings every morning and evening, often lasting several hours. The workplace is filled with overachievers who willingly extend their hours, making it impossible to leave or stay. The most absurd part? These individuals race to see who can stay the latest, unwilling to depart before 11 or midnight. I, on the other hand, leave by 9 and still get summoned by the department manager for a chat. I simply cannot fathom it. Overtime without compensation. And the monthly salary barely exceeds 4,000. The most comical aspect? An overwhelming workload without bonuses and insurance is self-funded. Yet, a multitude of people willingly engage in unpaid overtime. It truly baffles me. Hearing this, the opening player couldn't help but sigh. Enough said. My situation is rather similar. If I were in your predicament, I would have departed long ago. There is no future in such companies, honestly. It's better to play games. With that, the wind surged forth, revealing his evolution point data. Look, in less than a week, I've accrued over 10,000 points. Even with my efficiency, that amounts to over 40,000 a month. What you say makes sense, but the question remains, can this be sustained long-term? If it could, I'd dive in full-time. At least the income would be substantial. Yet, I fear this opportunity may vanish before long, the cloud player lamented. In response to his concerns, the salted fish shook his head. Broaden your horizons. Ponder this deeply. If you work hard, an income of 70 to 80,000 a month equates to what you'd earn in 2 years at that dreadful company. You must learn to calculate. So what if it's not sustainable long-term? Having earned all the money for the future, does it not imply that I shall possess ample time to pursue other endeavors? Moreover, hypothetically speaking, do you truly believe that 2 years hence we would still be unable to discover a comparable spawning point? Upon hearing this, the casual gamer could not help but feel a flicker of enlightenment, as your reasoning appears quite sound. Perhaps I shall observe for a few days while grinding. If the income proves sufficiently lucrative, I may also venture into full-time engagement. Indeed, this seems the appropriate course of action. Now, let us suspend our discourse for the moment. We shall first secure our quarry and, thereafter, converse while hunting. Thus, after returning to the cliffside to deposit their belongings, the group resumed their journey, engaging in lively conversation until they swiftly found themselves back in the marshes. As the edge-dwelling creatures had dwindled in number, and considering their current party of 4, the adage rings true, strength in numbers breeds courage. Consequently, they resolved to explore slightly deeper territories. Upon arriving at a new spawning point, 2 of them eagerly commenced their hunt. Suddenly, a colossal creature, resembling a massive fish, caught the attention of a nearby mutated beast. This creature, approximately 5 meters in length and reminiscent of a worker bee, possessed 4 legs that bore a striking resemblance to those of a dinosaur, accompanied by a long, sinuous tail and a sharply elongated head, all cloaked in a gray-brown hue. What manner of creature is this? Could it be a new monster? Gazing at this peculiar being from a distance, the casual gamer was filled with perplexity. Had Jiang Yao been present, he would have instantly recognized the identity of this creature, an alien. Chapter 18. This peculiar AI is quite impressive upon catching sight of the alien creature. The player known as starting with a Kuan excitedly dashed towards its direction. Haha, my brothers, we have encountered a new monster. If I am not mistaken, we must have entered the second level of this monster summoning dungeon. Typically, in other games, a dungeon is divided into several rooms, and it appears that this game follows a similar structure. Notice how we have not encountered any bizarre creatures in the outer areas, yet here they are, indicating that we have indeed stepped into the second room. Given the abundance of rewards from the first level, the second level is sure to offer even greater treasures. We are about to strike it rich. At that moment, hearing the exuberant voice of starting with a Kuan, the player known as Salty Fish suddenly recalled something and hurriedly interjected, "Hold on. Let us not engage until everyone is here to gauge the strength of the monster. Why are you being so reckless?" Upon hearing Salty Fish's voice, starting with a Kuan quickly realized his oversight. In his excitement, he had forgotten to assess the monster's strength. However, it was too late. The alien had already spotted him and was charging forward at an alarming speed. Goodness, it has noticed me. Its speed is at least twice that of a worker bee. Brothers, hurry over for support. This level's monsters are clearly more formidable. Seeing the alien's incredible speed, starting with a Kuan began to panic. If he couldn't defeat it, escaping would be futile. Hold your ground. We are on our way. Brothers, hurry up. I've already engaged it. At that moment, the alien leaped towards starting with a Kuan, aiming to land on his back. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and swiftly rolled to the left, evading the attack. He then stabilized himself on his large pincers and lunged at the alien. Immediately, the alien, utilizing its remarkable agility, leaped back to avoid the strike and then pounced fiercely at starting with a Kuan. Simultaneously, starting with a Kuan raised his pincers, preparing to clamp down on the creature. Unfortunately, his reaction was a fraction too slow, and the alien successfully clambered onto his back, launching a frenzied assault. Fortunately, the worker bee's armor was sufficiently thick, rendering the alien's bites and claws relatively ineffective. However, starting with a Kuan realized that if the alien continued its relentless scratching, it wouldn't be long before his defenses were breached. Understanding the urgency, he began to roll on the ground, attempting to dislodge the alien. However, the alien, knowing it had worked hard to climb onto this peculiar creature's back, was not about to be thrown off easily. Thus, as starting with a Kuan twisted and turned, the alien mirrored his movements, resembling a mouse on a rolling drum. Witnessing this scene, starting with a Kuan was left in astonishment. Goodness, is it possible to play like this? Are the creatures in this game truly that intelligent? I find myself dizzy from spinning around, unable to shake it off. In this moment, a colossal creature appears at the start, leaving me in a state of panic. However, just then, the creature leaps back with surprising agility, evading my grasp. What on earth is happening? As I ponder this, I hear a voice from a fellow player. Goodness, I can see you floundering in the swamp from afar. You let a single creature best you after all that? You have no idea how nimble and cunning this beast is. It knows that if I ensnare it with my claws, its demise is inevitable, so it continuously evades me, refusing to confront me head-on. In response, I can only feel helpless. Young one, in gaming, one must employ strategy rather than merely flail about. If it refuses to engage directly, shouldn't you find ways to create opportunities for attack? It's easy for you to say, why don't you take a turn? Huh. It's clear you have no experience with skill-based games, novice. With that, I glance back at the others. Surround the creature, watch as I demonstrate. I charge towards the beast, and the others quickly comprehend and spread out in a triangular formation. Moments later, oh no, this is impossible, it's far too agile. Hurry, I need assistance. I'm about to lose my bearings. I roll in the swamp, calling for help. The others respond with disbelief. Is this it? With such skill, You still wish to show off? With that, I lead the charge towards the creature. At that moment, the previously idle worker bees rush in, leaping from the creature to escape with their nimble maneuvers. Wait, it's trying to flee. A fellow player reacts quickly, leaping towards the escaping creature. Seeing this, the creature attempts to evade, but is clearly a moment too late. Its thigh is ensnared, and with a powerful grip, the player exerts force. The next instant, the creature emits a chilling screech, evidently injured. Well done. Nice move. The group rushes towards the creature, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Wait, hold on. Look at the ground. I suddenly notice something. Where the creature's green blood flows, smoke begins to rise, and the foliage around it rapidly decays. Thank goodness I noticed in time. Its blood is highly corrosive. The others respond, let's maintain our distance and throw stones to finish it off. We must avoid contact with that blood. Why aren't you moving? What is taking so long? Observing my panicked state, one player can no longer hold back and suggests, hey, before we dive into the game, perhaps we should review the character backgrounds? The worker bees of the Zerg have evolved remarkable resilience due to their frequent mining in various harsh environments. Their armor and bodies exhibit exceptional resistance. Elements of nature, whether molten lava or potent acids, struggle to inflict harm upon them. To be frank, their blood could even be consumed as a beverage without consequence. The lazy fish remarked, am I not testing you? After all, many players today neglect to review the background information, so I intentionally devised this method to gauge your attentiveness. It appears you all have diligently examined the lore. Well done, young lads. To this, the audience responded, could you possibly be any more insincere? With the collective effort of a few, the alien creature was effortlessly dispatched. Gazing at the vanquished foe, the lazy fish addressed the group. Now, regarding this creature, if one were to claim it is difficult to defeat, that would be quite accurate. It is notably agile and possesses enough offensive capability to inflict damage upon us. However, if one were to argue it is easy to defeat, that too holds some truth. It merely requires a single claw strike. As the lazy fish spoke, he glanced at his companions. The difficulty of the new room's monsters has indeed increased significantly. How about this? Brothers, let us first take this creature back to assess how many evolution points and energy we can acquire from it. If the yield is substantial, we shall engage again in the future. If minimal, we shall avoid such encounters. Upon hearing the lazy fish's proposal, the others contemplated and promptly nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed thus. However, lazy fish, you should take it back while we continue to grind here. Why am I the one to carry it? Why not one of you? Protested one of them. Among us, your evolution points are the highest. Pray tell, why should it be you? Chapter 19. The hidden quest thus. The hapless individual, conscripted as a laborer, found himself trudging alone towards the insect nest, burdened by an alien creature. Alas, was this poor soul destined for a life of toil? As he meandered along, grumbling incessantly, he soon approached the cave's vicinity, utilizing the nearby rocks for cover. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Fortunately, the hour was early, and no one was online. Once assured of his solitude, he quickened his pace towards the entrance of the cave. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had emerged beside the very rocks he had just vacated. Observing the corroded vegetation on the ground, the Antarctic penguin could not help but feel intrigued. What peculiar creature had he brought back? It appeared to be a new monster, if his deductions were correct. The ruler of the swarm was likely involved. With this thought, the penguin ventured deeper into the cavern. Not long after, as he descended into the cave's depths, the penguin heard sounds emanating from the insect nest. Instinctively, he found a rock to conceal himself behind, beginning to observe discreetly. Leader. This monster is one I discovered at the swamp spawning point. I only encountered one, but I suspect there may be more. Upon hearing the voice of the hapless individual, the penguin grasped the situation, the swamp spawning point. A new monster discovered. Indeed, this ruler of the swarm was he. With this realization, the penguin continued to eavesdrop on their conversation. The being known as the hapless individual was anything but ordinary. One must pay heed to the particulars of this creature. Soon, the voice of Jiang Yao reached the penguin's ears. This is troubling. The leader NPC has spoken thus, which likely indicates the onset of a hidden quest. The penguin mused inwardly. Meanwhile, the hapless individual, having caught wind of Jiang Yao's words, quickly inquired, "Leader, does this creature possess any peculiar traits?" "Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. It is known as the xenomorph, a species akin to our esteemed insect race, thriving in numbers. Typically, this xenomorph has a queen, who lays numerous facehuggers. These facehuggers, upon finding a host, will soon lead to the emergence of the young xenomorph from the host's abdomen." At this revelation, the hapless individual instinctively shuddered at the grotesque imagery. "By the way, leader, you mentioned that this species usually has a queen, which implies there may very well be a xenomorph nest in our swamp spawning point." Jiang Yao nodded gravely. "It is highly probable. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that this was merely a leftover xenomorph egg, fortuitously hatched. Generally, xenomorphs operate in swarms and have a vast territory. Given that you have hunted numerous creatures in their domain, it stands to reason that if other xenomorphs existed, they would have been discovered by now. It is unusual to have encountered only one for such an extended period. Of course, if it is merely a leftover egg, that would be ideal. However, should there be a xenomorph nest, we would find ourselves in considerable peril." At this juncture, the hapless individual felt perplexed. "Leader, is the xenomorph species truly that formidable? Even suggesting that they might surpass our Zerg would not be entirely accurate. The xenomorphs, as minor entities, cannot truly be compared to our race. However, their evolutionary capabilities should not be underestimated. They possess the ability to assimilate the genetic material of other organisms, thereby enhancing their own genes and evolving into more perfect beings. Moreover, their reproductive capabilities are astonishing. While a single xenomorph poses no threat to us, any worker drone can effortlessly dispatch it, provided it acts with some sense. When they attack in numbers, the situation becomes precarious. Although we, too, operate as a collective, our current population is alarmingly sparse, as I observed while glancing around the empty cavern. As you can see, our numbers are exceedingly limited at present. Looking at you, I must point out that this particular xenomorph you brought is the most basic combat unit of its kind. While its offensive power and speed are somewhat acceptable, it is hardly a match for our Zerg. I trust you felt quite at ease in dispatching it during your encounter. However, the greatest threat these creatures pose lies in their sheer numbers. One may not be a cause for concern, but what of 10 or 100? Upon hearing this, you involuntarily grimaced, recalling how this creature had recently treated you like a mere plaything. Reflecting on Jiang Yao's words, it struck you that any worker drone could easily eliminate it, leading to an unsettling realization. Could it be that you had been foolish? No, that could not be the case. You simply had not mastered the game controls yet. Reassuring yourself of this, you resolved not to lose face. Principles must be upheld. Ah, indeed. Leader, you are absolutely correct. My encounter with the xenomorph was a trivial matter. It was as simple as a single claw strike. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging our Zerg's inherent advantage, as our individual strength far exceeds theirs. Furthermore, our genetic makeup is secured by independent gene locks, rendering them incapable of exploiting our genetic material. Thus, we need not worry about our genes being compromised as other races might. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant. Our current hive is exceedingly small, and the xenomorphs have thrived in the cosmos for a reason. Through extensive evolution and refinement of their genetics, they boast a variety of combat units, such as worker xenomorphs, humanoid xenomorphs, warrior xenomorphs, ranged attackers like spitters, and even self-destructive types like the boiling ones, though they may be inferior to our combat insects. The adage "a multitude of ants can overwhelm an elephant" rings true, especially given that we currently possess only a handful of worker drones. Thus, we find ourselves ill-equipped to withstand an onslaught from the xenomorphs. Your next task is to investigate whether a xenomorph nest exists in that area. Moreover, it is imperative to exercise caution upon our return to avoid being tracked by the alien entities. Should they discover our nest, a large-scale invasion would ensue. And with our current forces, we would be utterly incapable of resisting. Upon hearing this, the character known as Xin Yu nodded earnestly and replied in a tone of utmost seriousness. "Rest assured, my leader, I, Xin Yu, pledge to fulfill this mission." With that, he exuberantly dashed towards the entrance of the cave, exclaiming, "This is it. I have struck gold. A hidden mission has been unveiled, and not only that, but I have also received information about a new monster lair. What bliss! As he journeyed, Xin Yu was animatedly expressing his excitement, but unbeknownst to him, a small tail was stealthily following closely behind. Chapter 20. The salted fish has been sold at this moment. The salted fish arrived at the place where they stored their prey and shouted loudly into the channel. Upon hearing the return of the salted fish, the hunters outside hastily abandoned their tasks and rushed over. Meanwhile, the emperor penguin, who had been trailing the salted fish to their monster spawning point, was taken aback by the scene before him. He gazed at the two mounds of monsters piled high like small hills in the distance. Goodness, so many. No wonder the salted fish hadn't been seen near the worm nest for days. It turned out he had discovered such a monster spawning point. His expression was one of astonishment, realizing that this gluttonous creature was not alone but likely waiting for companions. With this thought, the emperor penguin decided to continue his covert observation. Soon, 3 worker bees emerging from the marsh below caught his attention. My goodness, I can't believe it. It seems that all 4 of them were aware of this while I remained oblivious. This is quite unfair. Reflecting on how his group had feigned ignorance in their discussions about who the ruler of the rolling chaos might be, the emperor penguin felt a deep sense of discomfort. It felt as though he had been misled by these fellows, discussing the peculiar behavior of certain players, speculating on their potential as the ruler. And now he realized he had been foolish. Brothers, good news. We are about to strike it rich, exclaimed the salted fish as he saw several others approach. What is going on? Is that monster particularly valuable? Asked a few, their curiosity piqued. Ahem. Let me first tell you the name of this creature. It is called the alien. This organism rewards a mere 50 evolution points, perhaps due to its characteristics. However, its energy consumption points are remarkably high at a full 0.5 units. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. What? This creature is worth that many energy points? That's 10 times more than crocodiles. Indeed, added the cloud player. Although I feel its cost-effectiveness isn't great, this monster is so difficult to spawn that, in reality, it only yields 0.45 more evolution points than crocodiles. Others nodded in agreement with the cloud player's assessment. You might not believe it, but that NPC, Jiang Yao, said that to defeat such a lowly alien, generally speaking, any creature with hands would suffice. What do you mean? Any creature with hands would suffice? What a grandiose claim from an NPC. In fact, the NPC had originally stated that as long as the creature wasn't foolish, it could be any bug. The salted fish merely altered the wording to spare their feelings. At that moment, the emperor penguin stepped forward and interjected, Are you out of your mind? Just any bug will do? That NPC, who rarely spawns monsters, is quite audacious. Do you think there's a chance? I'm just saying that your skills are incredibly subpar? The emperor penguin inquired tentatively. Our skills are subpar? Huh. Absolutely not. That is simply impossible. It is all the fault of the monsters. Their difficulty is insurmountable, and it has nothing to do with our skills. Ah, indeed. Wait. What on earth are you doing here, Emperor Penguin? At that moment, everyone suddenly realized and turned their gaze towards the Emperor Penguin in unison. Humph. Why am I here? Do you not have an inkling in your hearts? Damn. I knew you were unreliable. Last time, you were the one who let the information slip. And what happened then? Discovered by those 2. This time, I sent you back to deliver, and you managed to expose yourself even with just 1. Upon hearing the Emperor Penguin's words, Wind Rising could no longer contain himself. How can this be my fault? Who knew those 2 would time their appearances so perfectly? The lazy fish pointed at the Emperor Penguin beside him. This guy is even sneakier. He followed me quietly, and you, Wind Rising, you are a hypocrite. Who is it that said they wanted to share? Now that I have shared, you leap out and squawk about it. Emperor Penguin, you 2 are hoarding food and still have the audacity to speak. Are we the ones in the wrong? No, I am not. Upon hearing the 3 of them, Wind Rising immediately jumped out, claiming, You all heard it. The lazy fish said it himself. My initial belief was in sharing, while he aimed to hoard. Although I have collaborated with the lazy fish for quite some time, I vehemently oppose his behavior. Therefore, I propose we offer him as a sacrifice. Damn, Wind Rising. I may not be human, but you are truly a dog. The lazy fish was startled by Wind Rising's words. Ahem. All right, let us not create a ruckus. Let us discuss serious matters. Observing the several worker bees approaching him, The lazy fish quickly diverted the topic. Hey, don't mess around. Let us get back to business. Don't pin me. Seriously, no joking. And besides, this place was discovered by me. You all are merely benefiting from my efforts by farming monsters here. After all, I can be considered your benefactor. And for you not to address me as father while you pin me down is quite excessive. Oh, I'm losing health. My lords, I was wrong. I should not have hoarded. I should not have spoken carelessly. And so, shortly thereafter, the lazy fish, now surrounded and bound into a ball by several individuals, declared, "All right, now this feels much better. Indeed, much more pleasant. Damn it, back then when you summoned monsters, we rushed over without a second thought. And now, you dare to think of hoarding? Yes. Too despicable to think of hoarding." Wind Rising echoed in agreement. Moreover, you claimed there were too few monsters. And we let that slide. But with such a vast area of monsters, how can you still think of hoarding? Yes. Wind Rising continued to chime in. Enough. I can tolerate others, but I cannot stand you. Yes. Why should you, having shared none, enjoy all the spoils? And later, when discovered, you were the most frantic of all, can you not show a little shame? I have a dream. Damn. Brother, it was my fault. I was wrong. I should not have passed the blame onto you. It was my mistake. It is my selfishness. My desire to monopolize, and my insistence on dragging you into my solitary indulgence, all of it is my fault, and you are entirely innocent. Upon hearing the words of the salted fish, a wave of satisfaction washed over the crowd, and they nodded in agreement. If you insist on saying it this way, I shall refrain from continuing. The salted fish replied, "All right, everyone has calmed down. Let us now discuss serious matters. Regarding the hidden mission I just received." The mention of this left several people momentarily stunned. What is this? A hidden mission? What hidden mission? The situation unfolded somewhat like this. Subsequently, the salted fish succinctly recounted the conversation with Jiang Yao and the information just acquired to the group. Chapter 21. Preparing for the allocation of quotas. Do you mean that the alien creatures operate in swarms, much like our Zerg? Upon hearing this from the lazy fish, I surmised that the alien must be a hidden dungeon. Following the conventions of other games, we have merely uncovered the most rudimentary clues. The Emperor Penguin analyzed. If that is the case, in order to access this hidden dungeon, we must devise a means to gather more intelligence and clues, increasing our chances of confronting the dungeon. The others nodded in agreement. However, there remains a pivotal question. At that moment, the opening move of a giant fish seemed to strike upon a realization regarding the difficulty of this monster. According to the leader, this creature is akin to a mere novice before the worker bees. So why do we find ourselves struggling so? Hearing this, the others cast him peculiar glances. Well, have you ever considered that the issue might not lie with the monsters, but rather with our own inadequacies? How difficult can the creatures here truly be? Let us remember that this is merely a beginner's village. This game is set in a cosmic theme, and our ultimate objective is to traverse the stars and oceans. That realm should constitute the official map. The monsters within those maps could indeed be described as challenging. The creatures in this novice village are likely provided by the developers for the purpose of familiarizing us with the game and its mechanics. If we cannot even manage these creatures, how shall we ever navigate the vastness of the cosmos? The casual player remarked, shaking his head. Indeed, it is daunting. Well, let us not dwell on future concerns. As we invest more time into the game, our skills will naturally improve. After all, this is a helmet game, and there is no room for incompetence. Observing the despondency of the casual player, the Emperor Penguin stated. In contrast, the lazy fish shook his head, offering a differing opinion. You may not realize, Penguin, that while helmet games may lack clumsiness, they are not devoid of foolishness. Emperor Penguin, are you perhaps a reincarnated steel bar? Let us set aside such trivialities for now and discuss the hidden quest. According to what I inadvertently overheard. No, I meant to say what I just happened to catch wind of. When exactly did you start following me? You clearly meant to say eavesdrop. You slipped up there. Ignoring the lazy fish's retort, the Emperor Penguin continued. The leader recently conveyed several pieces of information to us. Firstly, regarding the alien species unit catalog, aside from the basic alien, there are warrior aliens, ranged attackers, and many other distinct units. This implies that their unit system is quite sophisticated, although their individual power pales in comparison to the Zerg. Let us not forget that we currently possess only the worker bee as our unit. Furthermore, according to the leader, these aliens are likely to be numerous. When they overwhelm us with their numbers and superior tactics, how shall we contend with them, even if we discover the dungeon entrance? Upon hearing the Emperor Penguin's words, the group began to ponder this dilemma. He made a valid point. Although this dungeon might offer lucrative rewards, they might not be able to handle the monsters and could very well be overwhelmed by them. The current plan is to swiftly eliminate the basic monsters to accumulate sufficient merit points and subsequently unlock the buildings. Since our operations are lacking, we shall directly overwhelm with our troops. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. However, I recall the leader mentioning another possibility, that this alien creature could be a leftover egg, the sole remnant. To this, the Emperor Penguin pondered and remarked, "That seems unlikely. It is probably just a narrative device. Typically, NPCs would presume such a thing does not exist. The protagonist investigates and ultimately discovers its reality. While the current storyline deviates somewhat from traditional games, the underlying mechanics remain consistent." As the conversation continued among the group, Jiangyo felt increasingly restless due to the recent discovery of the alien creature. Gazing at the creature on the ground, Jiangyo furrowed his brow in concern. What on earth is happening? How could there possibly be aliens on this planet? If it were merely a single egg left behind by an alien civilization, it would be manageable. However, should a queen emerge, it would spell significant trouble. Having inherited the legacy of the Zerg, Jiangyo understood the formidable nature of alien civilizations. Though aliens are inferior to the Zerg in terms of life forms and evolutionary advancement, they should not be underestimated. Their genetic characteristics ensure a diversity among their species. Typically, alien civilizations invade intelligent races to consume their genes, thereby enhancing their own intellect or discovering powerful species to bolster their strength. The amalgamation of various superior genes renders the aliens exceptionally potent, if not for their developmental approach ultimately constraining their evolution. They might pose an even greater threat in the universe than the Zerg. While consuming an abundance of high-quality genes appears advantageous, it also presents drawbacks. In the face of extreme environments, the Zerg continuously evolve, while aliens incessantly absorb genes conducive to survival. These divergent developmental strategies culminate in drastically different outcomes. The Zerg have perfected evolution, whereas the aliens, having consumed too many genes, have forfeited their capacity for evolution and can only rely on consumption to enhance themselves. In contrast to the Zerg, the aliens possess a significant advantage due to their genetic makeup, which includes many intelligent beings, granting them a higher average intelligence than the Zerg. Conversely, individual Zerg creatures exhibit relatively low intelligence, with only the queen and certain specialized types possessing notable intellect. In summary, this exemplifies two extremes. The Zerg, having advanced further along the evolutionary path, have ascended to the cosmic stage and can contend with other advanced civilizations. In contrast, aliens, having nearly lost their evolutionary capabilities, are unable to develop particularly formidable units, rendering them less remarkable on the cosmic stage compared to the Zerg. Nonetheless, akin to the Zerg, they are considered enemies across the universe, with the sole distinction being that they have not yet reached the level of universal condemnation faced by the Zerg. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the two races have perpetually harbored mutual disdain, resorting to conflict at every encounter. This is precisely what troubled Jiang Yao the most. Should this planet harbor a multitude of alien factions, the discovery of his nest would spell his doom. He could only hope that this alien presence was merely an egg left behind by an ancient civilization. Presently, Jiang Yao could only offer himself this meager consolation. However, as a precaution, he realized that he needed to allocate more quotas. At this juncture, as Jiang Yao prepared to take action, he was suddenly confronted with a dilemma. Firstly, the energy points required for distributing these quotas posed a significant challenge. The only viable solution was to reallocate the energy points he had painstakingly accrued for hatching the insect buildings. Given that the acquisition of energy points was inherently low, his own share amounted to merely half. Consequently, all the energy points he possessed totaled just over 800. This constrained him to issuing approximately 150 quotas. leaving a mere 50 energy points to sustain the daily operations of the nest. This predicament led him to another pressing issue. Allocating quotas would inevitably attract a surge of players, which in turn necessitated a substantial exchange of currency. The question loomed, from where would this funding originate? While it was feasible to bridge this gap through recharges, the uncertainty remained regarding how many individuals would recharge and the amounts they would contribute. Would his current stock of evolution points suffice? Numerous questions demanded resolution, and not issuing quotas was not a viable option. He was in dire need of energy points, and the most straightforward method to amass them swiftly was to locate or deposits. Yet, such resources would not be easily found. Furthermore, the vicinity of these or deposits would likely be teeming with formidable mutated creatures, and with his current capabilities, vanquishing them seemed a distant dream. Only with sufficient manpower could he rely on sheer numbers to hunt these creatures and accumulate energy points. Moreover, an increase in personnel would enhance the probability of locating mining areas, and even against powerful adversaries, a swarm strategy could be employed to overwhelm them with numbers. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Yao fell into a deep contemplation. Chapter 22. The Plan of the Emperor Penguin. Although I have accumulated approximately 300,000 evolution points and kickbacks, I must concede that I have indeed been rather unscrupulous. However, I have exercised considerable restraint, merely indulging in tenfold gains from the swamp creatures, a far cry from my initial modest target of 100 times. These kickbacks may briefly inflate the coffers of a select few, yet when faced with the inevitable withdrawals, it is likely to fall short. Furthermore, upon entering the game, I am obliged to provide each player with a free worker bee, yet I have yet to unlock new units. This predicament implies that newcomers will be withdrawing funds without contributing any deposits. Contemplating this dilemma, I found myself in a quandary. Should I resort to further manipulation of the system? The thought was quickly dismissed. Previously, I had already incurred expenses on the STE platform for game listings and promotions, and being caught in further deceit would lead to troublesome consequences. My foremost challenge lies in navigating the player's withdrawal phase. Many players will test the waters after amassing points, and if they ascertain the game's legitimacy and develop an affinity for it, they are unlikely to withdraw in the short term. Players like Xianyu, with ample evolution points, would seldom make significant withdrawals unless compelled by real-world circumstances. An idea began to form in my mind. If I could merely endure this initial wave of withdrawals, subsequent deposits would follow, along with purchases of characters, thereby generating revenue. With this thought, I began to strategize ways to secure the first influx of funds. As I pondered, I noticed several worker bees emerging from the nearby hive, a result of the 9 slots I had previously allocated to them. With a sigh to collect my thoughts, I approached the worker bees, and the familiar dialogue ensued. Meanwhile, Xianyu and his companions were still exploring the depths of the swamp. Penguin, I believe we should prioritize finding the aliens. Your relentless farming is quite excessive. I can tolerate your farming, but dragging a cart along is beyond reason, Xianyu complained, glancing back at the Emperor Penguin. You are merely speaking from a position of comfort. Having amassed tens of thousands of evolution points, you criticize us. If you consider yourself superior, why not trade our evolution points and see if you remain so lofty? Retorted the Emperor Penguin. Frankly, your strategies are ineffective. Our collective efforts yield little benefit. While we can support each other against aliens, our search area is significantly reduced. However, this is not the crux of the matter. If this is indeed a hidden dungeon, how is it that you have so easily located it? Does that seem plausible to you? Upon hearing the Emperor Penguin's remarks, the group, having searched diligently without success, turned back with expressions of surprise. So, what you are suggesting is, my thoughts are quite straightforward. Let us disclose this monster spawn point, and as more individuals arrive, the likelihood of discovery increases. However, it must be established that any findings must be shared among us. Upon hearing this, several individuals immediately expressed their dissent, asserting that such a precious spawn point should not be so easily relinquished. Indeed, this is our little treasure trove. We cannot simply give it away. Listening to their objections, the Emperor Penguin lowered his imposing demeanor, gesturing with his large claws in a manner that suggested a lack of concern. How narrow-minded. Why do I say that you fail to think critically while gaming? Allow me to elucidate. regardless of how meticulously we time our operations as the number of players increases. This point will inevitably be discovered. By proactively revealing it, we garner a favor. Those who remember our good deeds will certainly think of us first when they stumble upon rare finds. Furthermore, with the accumulation of popularity, establishing a guild and recruiting members will become effortless, allowing us to forge the leading guild while reaping the rewards without the daily grind of monster hunting. Now, let us consider this dungeon. Even the most basic of aberrations can leave you in disarray. After all this time spent playing, you have honed your skills, at least to some extent. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Frankly, I have always found the difficulty of some of these monsters to be rather outrageous. Indeed, you are aware of the game's high difficulty, and you also know that despite our extensive experience, defeating an aberration in one-on-one combat is a formidable challenge. What then? Of those inexperienced newcomers? Do you believe they possess the ability to conquer these aberrations? The group shook their heads in response. Thus, it stands to reason, if they cannot defeat the aberrations, what difference does it make if they discover the hidden dungeon? Upon hearing this perspective, the group began to ponder. In this light, the Emperor Penguin's assertions seem to possess a modicum of validity. We are in a different position by increasing our farming efforts now. We can promptly disclose the information once the number of players rises. Even after revealing it, we can continue our farming. Although our daily income may diminish with the influx of newcomers, let us not forget that their earnings will also decline. Unlike them, we possess ample points. And with their addition, our structures should unlock swiftly. When that time comes, with the unlocking of new units, they may inadvertently discover the entrance to the dungeon. At that juncture, we could purchase new units and dominate the spawn, which is undeniably advantageous. As for those newcomers, even if they learn of the entrance, what can they accomplish? Would they dare to venture forth? The moment they enter and face death, they will soon realize the necessity of accumulating sufficient points to exchange for units before attempting to farm. However, due to the sheer number of players, how many points can they accumulate in a day? How long will it take them to gather enough points to purchase new units? Moreover, even if we entertain the unlikely scenario that they manage to do so, how much will we have farmed by that point? When they arrive, I surmise they will barely taste the spoils, if they are fortunate enough to do so at all. Upon hearing the mention of the Emperor Penguin, the crowd's attention was instantly captured. Goodness, this is extraordinary. How did I not think of this? This plan is simply brilliant, to put it plainly. It involves them identifying new peculiarities for us to exploit while they can only watch and envy. There is no flaw in this logic. Truly remarkable. It is no wonder the Emperor Penguin is regarded as a cunning strategist. Their intellect is indeed impressive. To be honest, I am genuinely in awe of the breadth of their ideas. It underscores the disparities among individuals. Alas, some are destined to be ordinary, while others are born to be schemers. This experience has certainly broadened my horizons. How perplexing. As you all converse, the tone seems to shift. Moreover, is it truly right for you, as beneficiaries, to enjoy the advantages while simultaneously criticizing me? Does your conscience not weigh heavy upon you? Chapter 23. The streamer enters the game. The plan commences upon entering the game. The character named Ken Huang was profoundly struck by the astonishing realism that unfolded before him. It was no wonder that the seasoned players in the chat appeared utterly enchanted by this game. Yet, where were these experienced players? At this hour, they should have been online, but their absence puzzled Ken Huang. Perhaps they are busy grinding for resources, he mused. Recalling their discussions about hastening the accumulation of evolution points before the new units were unlocked. Just then, an unidentified player approached, responding to his thoughts. Indeed, I almost forgot. We currently have over 200 units of energy stored for the new buildings. Let us grind for a bit as well. At this rate, we should be able to gather enough evolution points before the new units are available. While the two were deep in conversation, another player's voice broke through, declaring, "What nonsense about new units? Do you not think that worker bees are the true champions? The Zerd depend on them for both early base defense and late-game resource gathering." Upon hearing this, Ken Huang and the other player instinctively turned to face the speaker. Soon realizing why he held such an opinion, his ID boldly proclaimed him as the leader of the Worker Bee Protection Association. Well, I had anticipated that such protection groups would emerge later in the game, but I never expected to encounter one right at the start, Ken Huang thought. feeling somewhat exasperated by the player's fervor. In contrast, Qin Huang held a differing viewpoint. In the early stages, the sheer number of worker bees renders any need for protection unnecessary. This player likely just wants to claim an impressive ID. I share that sentiment. The other player agreed. As the trio continued their discussion, a distant voice drew their attention. Hey, everyone, look at this. The graphics. The detail. Who dares claim I've suffered a setback? I ask you, who? The speaker, named Wei Ji, surveyed the surroundings and continued. So, to those who lost the bet, it's time to fulfill your promises. Don't be sore losers. And as for what I promised you, I will keep my word. Noticing the barrage of questions in the chat about where to download the game, Wei Ji clarified, let me explain the download process and gameplay. First and foremost, this game is still in the beta phase and can only be played with the company's exclusive headset. According to reports from other players and my own testing, this headset is limited to this game alone. It cannot be used for any other titles. Of course, this is not surprising. Monopolies are commonplace in the gaming industry. Like other monopolized games, the official stance here is that to provide players with the best experience, only the exclusive headset is currently supported for login. As he spoke, Wei Ji crawled towards the entrance of the cave. While the game's mechanics may be somewhat glitchy, it is understandable. As the creation of games is fundamentally driven by profit, there is no shame in that. Moreover, the game's visual quality truly lives up to the phrase ultimate experience. To access this game, one must visit the official website and fill out the beta test application form. The developers will periodically distribute slots. Although this application form does possess a peculiar eccentricity compared to others, nevertheless, this is justifiable. After all, obtaining a slot grants one a helmet valued at $19,999. The official website's stringent approach is thus quite reasonable. Upon hearing Wei Ji's words, the viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, are they really that generous? They're giving away helmets, exclaimed one. They're just handing out something worth over 10,000 like it's nothing? What is the big deal? Just look at the game's graphics. It's evident they've invested significantly. Offering a few helmets in such a context is merely a drop in the bucket. The streamer urged, hurry up and post the website link on the screen. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Rest assured, everyone, I will post the official website link shortly. Additionally, I have an announcement. Since the game has yet to launch the guild system, it is currently impossible to create a guild. However, once the guilds are available, I will establish one without delay. I have already decided on a name, the Worker Bee Protection Association. For those wishing to join, please remember to standardize your IDs. The ID format will be Worker Bee XX, just like mine, which is Worker Bee Wei Ji. The viewers in the live stream shared in the jovial atmosphere. Family members, ahem, I would like to reserve an ID. Worker Bee Ouyang Feng. Don't even think about competing with me for it, exclaimed another. Such a catchy name, unfortunately. It will be mine in a moment. Catchy, you say? Worker Bee. Killer Bee expresses dissent. At that moment, the trio exchanged glances upon hearing distant sounds. Well, it seems you may have a rival, leader of the worker bees, remarked Qin Huang. The unnamed individual beside him nodded in agreement. Moreover, they are a streamer. It seems that the Worker Bee Protection Association may not have much of a chance. What of the streamer? In this day and age, there are countless streamers, most of whom are novices with little skill. When it comes to competition, I am confident I can prevail. With that, the leader of the worker bees crawled towards the entrance. Isn't that the direction the streamer is heading? What are you up to, leader? Qin Huang inquired curiously. What else? I intend to eavesdrop and find out the number of their live stream. Then I can ascertain whether this individual possesses any real talent. In this instance, 2 streamers had been recruited, and one was already online, leaving only the other to arrive. With 2 streamers promoting the game, their fans will likely engage in discussions on forums, helping to quickly build their renown. Thus, I will be able to execute my next plan. At this moment, as he gazed at the departing crowd, Jiang Yao murmured to himself. For him, the possibility of releasing a substantial number of slots hinged entirely on these 2 streamers. If his plan succeeded and these streamers managed to establish a formidable reputation, he could then simply adhere to his strategy. At that point, not only could he gain a modest renown in the gaming realm, but he would also secure the necessary funding for the initial stages. Everything would then fall into place. This time, Jiang Yao devised a three-part plan. The first step involved releasing a sufficient number of slots to unlock various units. The second step required encouraging players to purchase new units to enhance their strength. The third step entailed pausing the release of slots, allowing players to accumulate evolution points and evolve their new units to the second or third stages. Currently, he possessed only 150 slots, and in distributing them, he had to consider that many players would wish to withdraw their earnings. Thus, acquiring the first tranche of funds was paramount for completing the initial step. Fortunately, he had already conceived a strategy, and the key to breaking this impasse rested with the streamers. Chapter 24. Targeted by the studio? As the live streaming commenced, just as Jiang Yao had anticipated, the arrival of 2 additional streamers brought a surge of popularity to his game. With tens of thousands of viewers already present in the stream, the immersive experience provided by the streamers quickly spread the word about the game across various gaming communities and forums. In a particular gaming forum, a post garnered widespread attention, featuring a streamer who had just tested a game titled Zerg OL. The post was titled, "A Contender for the Annual Game Awards, Game Evaluation, Issue 23, Zerg OL. Is this game for real? Can you recharge and withdraw? Seriously, did the person above not see the streamer demonstrate it live? This game is quite something. Are games really this realistic nowadays? Trash game. The official application form is practically a census questionnaire. Don't bother. Come on. Is it really that hard for you to write a few more words to get a helmet worth 20,000? And for the clueless person above, there's actually a way to get a helmet without filling out any information. What way? Some seller is offering activation codes for 40,000 each. That thing guarantees your entry into the game and a helmet without needing to fill out that so-called census information. Are you out of your mind? 40,000. Huh. That is still a low price considering the current level of attention. If more people catch on, it could reach 80,000, and you might not even get one. Let us not change the subject. Aren't you finding this troublesome? There are people who have it all arranged for you. Why not just buy it? Bro, how is it possible to buy activation codes on some site? What is going on? What is going on? What else could it be? This game has caught the studio's attention. They know it's about to explode in popularity and have spotted an opportunity. Didn't the official announcement yesterday mention releasing 100 slots? These studios are probably frantically creating alternate accounts to fill out application forms, snatching up a considerable number of slots. Wow, that's just outrageous. If this continues, it'll be nearly impossible for regular players to secure a slot. Absolutely. These studios are the cancer of the gaming industry. They exploit valuable games, inflate prices, and snatch up activation codes during beta tests. There is nothing they wouldn't do. Seriously, doesn't the official team monitor this? How could they? The studio accounts use different identities. They all appear as regular players. How can they investigate? Even if they discover mismatched identity information post-login, they would only know that this player bought an activation code from a studio. But what can they do about it? Ban the account? After all, the players are victims too, having spent their money unwisely. They can't just ban them, right? And do you think banning a few accounts would deter the studios? Huh. Deterring them by making an example of a few? You are overthinking things. These studios are quite cunning. Just yesterday, they managed to seize 50 activation codes, selling them all while instructing players to enter the game simultaneously. Typically, the authorities would not impose bans on such a scale, and even if they did, what difference would it make? The studios incur no losses whatsoever. Ultimately, it is the players and the officials who suffer. Players seek refunds. Have you ever shopped on a certain platform? Virtual items do not support a 7-day no-reason return policy, and the studios are not committing fraud. The activation codes they sell indeed grant access to the game, fulfilling their promises. The remaining issues lie solely between the players and the officials. This situation mirrors the chaos seen in forums, as the official group for the Insect Tribe game is currently in turmoil due to this incident. The recent official update released 100 slots, yet a particular studio managed to snatch up half of them. What's more, they listed the codes at an exorbitant price of 40,000, astonishingly selling out. This incident has had a profound impact on the players, especially with the official group now boasting over 1,000 members. It is utterly infuriating. 100 slots were brazenly monopolized by the studio. Indeed, 40,000 for one activation code. May I ask, are you all simply burning money? And it's gone in an instant. Sigh. We cannot afford to provoke such individuals. We are not privy to the world of the affluent. By the way, brothers, what is the official response to this situation? There has been no reply yet. The officials have urgently shut down the servers to address the matter. In my opinion, banning those who purchase the activation codes would be the best course of action. What are you thinking? Those who bought the codes are also victims. Penalizing them would not affect the studios, but rather harm the players and officials. These studios are truly exasperating. Indeed, just as the discussion continues, the officials finally release an announcement. Given the significant repercussions of this activation code incident, which has caused immeasurable losses to both the officials and players, we have made the following adjustments after a night of deliberation. Adjustment 1. All players who fill out the beta test application must undergo facial recognition. Upon receiving the beta code, they must pass facial recognition to enter the game. Additionally, each individual may bind a maximum of one activation code. Players are advised against purchasing codes through third-party platforms, as any resulting losses will be borne by the players themselves. Adjustment 2. In light of the considerable impact this incident has had on other players, the officials have decided to compensate every player who could access the game prior to the distribution of slots with 100 evolution points, along with the reallocation of 50 beta test slots. We hope players will consider this as if nothing had happened. Upon reading this announcement, players were left dumbfounded. The initial compensation seemed reasonable, but the latter statement about treating this as if nothing occurred is quite baffling. The audacity of the officials to communicate with us players in such a manner is astonishing. The officials exhibit a certain character, but in this society, having character is not enough. One must also understand human sentiments and social intricacies. However, in light of the activation code email I recently received, I must concede that my previous remarks were somewhat loud. Is it merely a matter of receiving 100 soft currency coins to silence us players? The officials truly underestimate our resolve. I believe that every individual is fallible, and we can understand the oversight on the part of the officials. I simply wish to inquire, when will such a mistake be made again? For the next instance, I do not demand much. An 80 coin compensation would suffice. To the individual above, could you not exhibit some dignity? Where is your stance? Where are your principles? Are you so easily appeased by a mere 100 coins? Look at me. I would accept 50 without complaint. Can you not possess a modicum of ambition? 100 is my final stand. This official response is commendable. When confronted with issues, rather than seeking excuses, they opt to directly compensate you to silence dissent. Simple and straightforward. Such officials are rare, and I admire their character. By the way, esteemed players, I have just withdrawn 100 coins. How should I spend them? At that moment, a newcomer shared a screenshot of their successful withdrawal. Goodness, it truly can be withdrawn, and it arrives so swiftly. But wait, dear newcomer, are you not being foolish? Do you not realize the utility of evolution points in the early stages? What are you thinking by opting for withdrawal? Indeed, could you not possess a bit of foresight? As of now, you are merely a basic unit, a worker bee, inept at everything. You should save your evolution points to purchase advanced units later. Will you not fret about accumulating enough evolution points then? Instead, you are hastily sacrificing future gains for immediate gratification. What did you say above? A worker bee is inept at everything? Are you looking down upon our Worker Bee Protection Association? To the one who calls himself the leader of the worker bees. I have tolerated you for far too long. Are you intent on imitating our Worker Bee Protection Association? Observe my ID. Worker Bee Protection Association, leader of the worker bees. And what of your trivial ID? Who is imitating whom? Let us settle this. Let us engage. In the front row. I am selling sunflower seeds and small stools. I have a premonition that these two worker bees are destined to clash. Chapter 25. The studio turns out to be myself in contrast to the clamorous group of players. Jiang Yao found himself breaking into a cold sweat. Indeed, the decision to release 50 slots at once was particularly ruthless. However, he had no alternative. In the short term, this was the only viable method to secure sufficient funds. With a sigh, Jiang Yao contemplated his strategy. The plan involved distributing 150 slots gradually, anticipating that the game's popularity would surge after the streamers showcased it. As many fans, eager to play alongside their favorite streamers, would be willing to pay a premium to enter the game. Jiang Yao decided to list 50 slots at a high price on a certain platform. This approach was likely to attract wealthy fans willing to purchase activation codes, thereby fulfilling his objective and securing the initial capital. Once the funds were acquired, other players could join the game and commence their development. Given that only 50 slots were released, he estimated that he could sell no more than 4 or 5 of them initially, suggesting that the upfront capital requirement would be minimal. Furthermore, if the players eventually discovered the selling of codes, it would not be detrimental. He still possessed 50 slots to use as a means of apology. In light of the official's oversight leading to this situation, he could offer these slots as compensation. Consequently, when the next batch of players entered, he would likely have garnered a significant number of players willing to recharge, utilizing their funds to resolve the initial withdrawal issues for the incoming players. Additionally, he expected to occasionally sell 1 or 2 activation codes on the platform to cover any potential shortfalls, ensuring smooth operations. Originally, the plan seemed flawless. However, this time he miscalculated. He acknowledged his error. In his previous life as an assistant game planner at a small company, he had witnessed his predecessors turn gray-haired over a game plot, enduring countless rejections for character designs, only to finally push through after months of relentless effort. They had believed that, after such dedication, the character would undoubtedly be a commercial success. Yet, when the time-limited event commenced, the revenue reached hundreds of thousands in a single day, leaving everyone in shock. For that event, an entire team had burned the midnight oil, conducting pre-release teasers and various promotional activities. The shocking revenue on the release day left them in tears. But now, there were no teasers, no promotions, and not even character artwork. The activation code was merely a string of letters. Under such circumstances, when he priced the 50 activation codes at double the official helmet presale price, the result was astonishing. Within just 1 hour, all of them were sold out. Witnessing the players discover his shop, placing orders without hesitation or inquiry, left Jiang Yao utterly dumbfounded. The audacity of spending 40,000 soft sister coins without a single question was beyond his comprehension. My dear friend, this is not merely $40, but a staggering 40,000. Jiang Yao found himself utterly perplexed by the underlying principles at play. Initially, he contemplated listing 50 units, hoping that an affluent patron might place an order. In the early stages, with a higher influx of potential buyers, he envisioned securing a substantial sum of 200,000 to 300,000 for emergencies, while the remaining items would be sold gradually over time, leading to a complete sellout within a month or 2. However, to his astonishment, the moment he listed them, they vanished in an instant. The significant financial implications of this incident swiftly propelled it into the public eye, leaving him with no choice but to release the 50 slots immediately. The situation spiraled out of control as he inadvertently opened up 150 slots, which left Jiang Yao in a state of distress. The crux of the matter rested largely on the fervent support of Wei Ji's fans. At that moment, Wei Ji was live streaming as usual when suddenly, a viewer, frustrated by his inability to acquire an activation code, decided to take a chance and search for it on a popular e-commerce platform. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a vendor selling the coveted activation codes. After a brief inquiry, he placed an order and went to the official website to input the code. Discovering it was indeed valid, with the headset to be delivered to his home within 3 days. Elated, he rushed back to the live stream and shared a screenshot of his order, exclaiming, "Brothers, quickly, there's a studio on the e-commerce site with activation codes. 50 slots available at 40,000 each. Hurry up. I can confirm it's legitimate." The chat erupted with excitement. 40,000. Are you robbing us? Who in their right mind would spend that much on such a thing? Some exclaimed, "Brothers, don't buy." Moments later, another chimed in, "Brothers, this is real. I just bought one and it activated successfully. Wait a minute. Weren't you just shouting about how ridiculous it was to spend 40,000? Yes, but I'm willing to be robbed. Is there something wrong with that? I also bought one and it activated. Weren't you the one saying who would spend 40,000? Seems like you will. Indeed, but I'm willing to pay. That doesn't conflict with your disbelief. Brothers, there are only 30 codes left. You all are so quick. Thankfully, I managed to snag one too. You hypocrite. You were just telling everyone not to buy. Yes. Brothers. Don't buy, I'll buy? That's not contradictory, is it? Damn it. Because of you three, the codes are gone. I didn't manage to get one. How infuriating. You all preach against buying but are so honest in your actions. Days later, as players began to receive their headsets and log on, the entire community buzzed with activity. Initially consisting of 14 individuals, Jiangyou later released an additional 100 slots, ultimately compensating with 50 more, bringing the total to 164 participants in this game. Observing the unfolding scene, Jiangyou couldn't help but wear a smile that was more painful than tears. With 150 newcomers, it is only a matter of time before the game experiences a surge of withdrawals. If the number of players remains modest, it may not be a pressing concern. However, the fear lies in those relentless players who tirelessly grind day and night, leading to a frenzied withdrawal spree. Should that occur, the soft sister currency in my possession is likely to be trapped. For now, I can only hope that a portion of the players will recharge, as this would significantly alleviate the initial financial pressure. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Recharging? How easy it is to say. As one born of planning, he is acutely aware of the challenges in enticing players to spend. Even in those games where one can only invest without the possibility of withdrawal, it proves difficult for a game that allows both entry and exit. The challenge is even more formidable. The reasoning is simple. The primary mindset of players engaging in such games is to exploit the official resources rather than contribute to them. What to do? With a troubled expression, Jiang Yao returned to the hive. Meanwhile, the newly entered players were astonished by the spectacle before them. My heavens! What a divine game this is! Before entering, I thought my 40,000 activation code was expensive, but now I believe it to be a bargain. Indeed. The disparity between experiencing the game and watching a live stream is immense. The quality of the stream is atrocious, utterly incomparable to the in-game experience. At that moment, the players seemed to sense something was amiss. In the distance, a swarm of worker bees faced off against a solitary little bee. Hey, are you the one who constantly seeks to usurp our title in the Worker Bee Protection Association? Exclaimed a player named Worker Bee, infamous for his ruthlessness. This little brat clearly looks down on us and dares to call himself the leader of the worker bees. I, the young bee, am the first to object, shouted another. Get lost. What kind of a name is that for a grown man? Look at me. The name Queen Bee is far more captivating. Oh, are you prepared to compete with me, proud Sky Bee? To be frank, I, Leafy Bee, wish to challenge those who consider themselves formidable. No way. Scram. Today, Ancient Martial Bee will ensure this young lad understands the profound weight of our cultural heritage. When it comes to depth, I, Brick Bee, am the first to declare my dissent. A group of uncultured individuals. How can one express the sensation of cold without uttering the word chill? When it comes to sophistication, it must be I, Peach Bee. At this moment, gazing at the chaotic assembly surrounding him, the leader of the worker bees felt an intense sense of panic. Esteemed leaders, whether you believe me or not, I assure you, I chose this name out of admiration for you all. It was to join your ranks that I adopted this name. Humph. Really? I swear. If I lie, I am no longer human. The leader of the worker bees silently added, after all, I am merely an insect at this moment. Upon hearing his response, Queen Bee spoke in a remarkably gentle tone. Little one, do not deceive us. Otherwise, we shall be forced to eliminate you. Rest assured, esteemed leaders, we shall certainly not. The head of the worker bees immediately pledges with confidence. Chapter 26. He cannot afford to play. He spent money. At this moment, the onlookers gazed at the group with expressions of bewilderment. Goodness, what a revelation. I can hardly believe it. So many activation codes were snatched up in an instant by these individuals. No wonder my friend found the items out of stock when he attempted to purchase them. It was you all. It appears they are all affiliated with the streamer Wei Ji, resembling a swarm of industrious bees. I surmise that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Bee Protection Association is likely to emerge as the premier guild once the guild system is established. It hardly requires speculation. They already boast over 40 members during this beta phase. When the public launch occurs, I anticipate even more players will flock to their live stream, making it nearly impossible for them to go unnoticed. However, I remain skeptical. They may have secured a multitude of slots in the early stages. Yet the latter phases remain uncertain. Let us not forget that, aside from Wei Ji, there exists another streamer. You mean Wanfeng Yingyi? Indeed, that is her. Come now, what competitive edge could she possibly possess? Aside from her incessant cooing, what else can she offer? Who would choose to follow her? Upon hearing this, a nearby individual cast a peculiar glance at him. You must be somewhat deranged. In a Star Wars-themed game, female streamers are already a rarity. Do you not recognize how appealing that makes her? And you dare question her capabilities beyond her cooing? Is that not sufficient? What a fool. In gaming, what truly matters is skill. One requires the prowess of a financial backer. What use is cooing? Strength is the undeniable truth. A woman's presence only influences the speed at which I draw my sword. You, my friend, might be exhibiting signs of lunacy. Just then, while the crowd continued their animated discussions, Wei Ji spoke up. Dear friends, I trust you are all aware of my situation. Henceforth, I shall establish the Bee Protection Association. Our guild will only welcome players who share a passion for bees. If you adore bees and wish to join our association, please come forward to sign up. As soon as he finished speaking, a player inquired, Wei Ji, may I ask, is it exclusively for bees? Are other units not allowed? Wei Ji shook his head, stating, since this is the Bee Protection Association, only bees may join. But wouldn't this make the bees too weak? Weak? Upon hearing this, Wei Ji expressed his discontent. Brothers, let us not talk about other games. In comparison to those, the mechanics and intricacies here surpass many. In those games, skilled players can easily triumph over the weak through their exceptional abilities. Why should it be any different here? Remember, there are no weak units, only weak players. Mastering simplicity to its fullest is true strength. We shall vindicate the bees. Moreover, do you not find that overcoming adversity with superior PvP skills is the most exhilarating aspect of gaming? After this impassioned speech, the players felt a surge of enthusiasm. Especially the Emperor Penguins, they are quite naive. It is typical of those who have never faced the harsh realities of society. I dare say that when they encounter the xenomorphs, they will surely falter. How absurd. Right from the start, they are trying to recruit others, which is utterly ridiculous. Nevertheless, he is a streamer and has a certain degree of public support. How frustrating. While they are being recruited, we are left to find a way out. This has left some feeling quite disgruntled. Fear not, they only recruit worker bees, and it is unlikely they will gather many. As who would want to spend their lives merely playing as a worker bee? While everyone was still in heated discussion, Wei Ji spoke again. I have said a great deal, and I suspect some of you think I am merely boasting or even doubt the power of the worker bee under extreme circumstances. However, that is of little concern because I, Wei Ji, will prove my strength and dispel your doubts. From this day forth, I will live stream my solo battles against various monsters, so you may comprehend the might of the worker bee. As he spoke, a brilliant white light enveloped Wei Ji. In the next moment, as the radiance faded, the originally gray-brown body of the worker bee transformed into a deep black hue, and its appearance underwent subtle changes. The worker bee's once flat, triangular tail elongated slightly. Marking its first evolutionary stage, the armored worker bee successfully evolved. Just as the players were pondering what had transpired, another burst of white light enveloped Wei Ji. In an instant, his previously black form morphed into a striking combination of black and silver, taking on a metallic texture. The worker bee had now reached its second stage. The steel worker bee evolved successfully. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, another flash of white light occurred, followed by a more dramatic transformation. At this moment, Wei Ji's entire body was covered in a silvery white, special metal, resembling a gigantic scorpion. Unlike a typical scorpion with a single stinger, this one possessed three. The worker bee had now reached its third stage. The metallic venom bee evolved successfully. Soon after, a yellow column of light descended, and Wei Ji's form had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The original three venomous stingers had vanished, replaced by a massive, sturdy steel needle approximately 1 meter in diameter. His body was adorned with blue and white stripes, and the enormous pincers at the front transformed into razor-sharp blades over 5 meters long. The 8 slender legs became more robust, enhancing its metallic essence. And its size increased from 5 meters to 10. Simultaneously, players noticed a system announcement suddenly pop up in the chat window. Congratulations to player Wei Ji for successfully evolving his worker bee to the 4th stage, the super stage, and congratulations on obtaining the Temple War Bee, with attributes significantly enhanced. At that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded by the announcement. What the hell? This little brat cannot afford to play. He must have spent money. Indeed, just moments ago. He was proclaiming how the weak could triumph over the strong, only to turn around and engage in a spending spree. You are truly unbelievable. Weren't you supposed to showcase your skills? Why spend money? Can you not afford to play? How amusing it is that one has evolved through 4 stages only to come and boast about their skills. My goodness, tens of thousands have been spent so frivolously. From this, it is evident that this streamer has amassed a considerable fortune over the years. Perhaps they have heard the myriad complaints from players. Or there may be other reasons. Nonetheless, I observed the streamer clearing their throat and stating, ahem. You may not understand why I chose to evolve. The reason for my evolution is not entirely my own volition. Firstly, I wish to provide everyone with a clear understanding of the game's evolution mechanics, and secondly, to showcase the potential of this worker bee. Rest assured, even though I have evolved, I will still rely on my skills to defeat monsters rather than charge in recklessly, relying solely on my enhanced attributes. Upon hearing this, the players were momentarily rendered speechless. Truly, your earnestness nearly convinced me. Indeed, evolving from the 3rd to the 4th stage represents a significant hurdle. Transforming attributes from one state to another is a monumental shift. To discuss skills while wielding a transformed Temple Battle Bee, capable of dispatching foes with a single strike, does one truly require skill? Are you a jester summoned to entertain us? Chapter 27. Closing the recharge interface at this moment, as the crowd buzzed with murmurs, Wei Ji cleared his throat and spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, whether you believe it or not, you will come to understand in due time. Allow me to provide a brief explanation of the game's evolution system and its enhancements. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their curiosity piqued as they turned their attention towards Wei Ji. Since the evolution system required in-game currency for upgrades, most players were unaware of the extent of these enhancements. With a wealthy player willing to share information, they were eager to listen. Firstly, it is well known that the basic HP of the worker bee stands at 1,000, with an attack of 50, defense of 30, and agility of 20. To evolve into a Stage 1 armored worker bee, 2,000 evolution points are required, resulting in a doubling of its attributes. The 2nd stage, the steel worker bee, further doubles these attributes, culminating in 4,000 HP, 200 attack, 60 defense, and 80 agility, with a cost of 4,000 evolution points. Pausing momentarily, Wei Ji continued, however. The subsequent stages are where the focus lies. In the 3rd stage, the metallic venom bee sees its health double to 8,000, while its attack triples to 600. The defense increases to 120, and agility also doubles to 160. Yet, this evolution requires a significant investment of 10,000 points, marking a notable rise in the cost compared to the previous stages. Fortunately, the attack attribute has also seen a substantial increase, rendering the value proposition comparable to earlier evolutions. The 4th stage, however, presents a different scenario. As a qualitative evolution, the required points and attribute costs soar. For the Temple War Bee, the evolution points skyrocket to 50,000. Yet, the attribute enhancements do not reflect a 5-fold increase. Health rises to 40,000, while attack only doubles to 1,500 and defense reaches 400, tripling its previous value. Agility barely surpasses 1-fold, reaching only 300, but a new attribute, energy absorption, is introduced at 40 points. Upon hearing Wei Ji's explanation, the crowd began to murmur again. This doesn't seem right. If I recall correctly, the official website stated that a qualitative change occurs every 3 stages. Why do the attributes seem to increase less during the 4th stage evolution of the worker bee? Are you foolish? Did you not notice the additional attribute, energy absorption? Energy absorption? According to the background lore, energy absorption is a talent exclusive to higher order insectoids. Typically, initial tier units like worker bees lack the capability to utilize energy absorption. However, upon consuming a sufficient number of evolution points, even lower tier units may potentially evolve this talent. Ah, I see. This family member is correct. Allow me to take a moment for a brief advertisement. I am Doyu, the host of room number 254XX3. I hope everyone can visit my live stream when they have the time. Once you arrive, you are family. If you send a big rocket, you are truly kin. The crowd remarked, the cost for your kin seems somewhat excessive. Ignoring their critiques, MOG continued. In the fourth stage, aside from significant changes in appearance and physique, I have awakened 2 combat skills, the Energy Devouring Shield and the Energy Cutting Technique. The Energy Devouring Shield allows the Holy Temple War Bee to form a protective barrier using energy absorption, substituting the damage it receives with energy, akin to the magical shield seen in certain games. The Energy Cutting Technique, on the other hand, serves as an offensive skill, capable of launching the 24 metallic scales resembling blades on the surface of the Holy Temple War Bee to slice through enemies. Furthermore, these scales can be controlled via energy manipulation. However, the primary drawback of this skill lies in its high energy consumption, utilizing 2 units of energy per minute. In summary, I find these 2 skills rather mediocre. They are not particularly remarkable. Upon hearing MOG's remarks, the crowd grew dissatisfied. Come on. A controllable AoE skill paired with a defensive skill. What more could you wish for? One of the brothers interjected. Didn't I just notice that he evolved with a total expenditure of 70,000 evolution points? That's at least over 100 purchases of 648. Another added, indeed, that's quite impressive. He immediately spent over 100 648s. But honestly, what is the big deal? It's not uncommon for streamers to spend several thousand. One puzzled voice echoed, I find it strange. Given MOG's financial capacity, he should be able to evolve again. Why has he stopped here? Another chimed in, yeah. I agree. He hasn't even broken the 100,000 mark. This isn't typical of his usual style. Listening to the murmurs below, MOG replied, it's not that I wish to cease my investments. Rather, the officials have imposed a limit. After I made nearly 120 purchases of 648, the system prompted me with a recharge limit notification indicating that I had reached the maximum recharge cap for the day. The crowd was taken aback. What? Did I hear that correctly? The game officials actually set a limit on the recharge amount? Shouldn't game companies be striving to encourage players to spend more money? Why are they taking such an unconventional approach? Indeed, it's quite absurd to encounter a company that limits players from spending money. This is truly unprecedented, they exclaimed. Acknowledging the players' complaints, Jiang Yao stated, it's not that I intend to impose restrictions, but there's simply no alternative. I wouldn't prefer this situation either. Moments ago, he had been preoccupied with concerns about managing withdrawals from the initial surge of players, yet unexpectedly, he found himself no longer troubled by withdrawals, but rather by a shortage of evolution points. This predicament was indeed awkward. Initially, he had anticipated that after receiving over 600,000 evolution points in returns, he would no longer have to worry about evolution points. Even with players recharging, he believed he could manage, especially in the early stages when he had hoped these players would contribute something to alleviate the impending financial pressure. However, he had underestimated the situation once more. These players had only entered the game for a mere few minutes, less than 10, in fact, when they struck him with a devastating blow. In one fell swoop, they had obliterated over 100 transactions. Upon witnessing the staggering data, Jiang Yao found himself ensnared once more in the depths of self-doubt. He recalled his former company, where a cadre of elite individuals would gather daily to strategize their methods of exploiting players, only to execute a fierce operation that culminated in a dismal score of 0-5. Now, observing the current circumstances, he pondered, is this truly the gaming market I once knew? Are these really the same players who clung tightly to their purses? While still grappling with his self-doubt, he suddenly discerned something amiss. What was I witnessing? At that moment, he noticed that his remaining 50,000 points were dwindling at an alarming rate. Good heavens! His heart raced as he saw the IDs confirming successful payments, prompting him to immediately shut down the recharge system. Good grief! Just a few minutes. In mere moments, nearly half of his 50,000 evolution points had vanished. What on earth had transpired? Stunned into silence, Jiang Yao realized that these players must have an abundance of money to burn. Brothers, you are spending real currency, not water. Was there no hesitation at all? This made him feel that activating the recharge function was a grave mistake. By all that is holy, he had to shut it down immediately, or his evolution points would dwindle to nothing. However, merely closing the system was but a temporary fix. He needed to impose restrictions on player recharges. In that moment, Jiang Yao found himself at an impasse, unsure whether to laugh or cry. His earlier concerns about having insufficient funds had been alleviated, yet he was now confronted with a new dilemma, a shortage of evolution points. Reluctantly, he resolved to find a way to limit player recharges. Restricting player recharges, preventing players from spending money, would undoubtedly draw the ire of other game designers, who would likely pursue him with sharpened knives. Meanwhile, as the recharge page was shut down, chaos erupted among the players. What was happening? What had transpired? Was the system crashing? Why had the recharge interface been disabled? Indeed, what was going on? Was the game's designer throwing in the towel? It is well known that games can experience bugs and crashes anywhere, but the recharge interface must remain intact. That is the bottom line. Alas, this game had managed to avoid collapsing anywhere except for the recharge interface. Had I been the owner of this company, I would have dragged the designers and developers out to face the music. Chapter 28. The decision to announce the grinding points as players engaged in animated discussions. Jiang Yao promptly released an announcement. Due to the detection of a significant surge in players' impulsive recharges. The official team has temporarily suspended the top-up interface to encourage rational consumption among players. The specific reopening time will be communicated via an official notice. Upon the appearance of this announcement in the chat window, all players were left in a state of disbelief. What is this? Players exchanged bewildered glances at the news. Many were rubbing their eyes in disbelief, as if questioning the very reality of the situation. Did the official team really restrict the recharge page due to excessive player spending? Did you all see this message? I thought I was hallucinating. Did you all see it? The crowd nodded, somewhat dazed. Clearly, the official planners must be out of their minds. Perhaps a rival from the neighboring competition had orchestrated the scheme to undermine the game. This planning is simply absurd. At that moment, Jiang Yao understood the players' bewilderment. After all, forcibly closing the recharge interface to limit player spending was undoubtedly unprecedented in the entire history of gaming in the Flower Kingdom. However, he was acutely aware that such a forceful closure could only be a temporary measure and could not last indefinitely. It was merely a superficial solution to a deeper issue. He needed to devise a strategy to curb this reckless spending among players. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yao found himself in a predicament. Previously, he had only learned how to entice players to spend, never how to discourage them from doing so. Was he truly being put to the test as a planner? Yet, he refused to believe that a professional planner like himself could not devise a means to encourage more prudent spending among players. What Jiang Yao did not realize at that moment was the significant impact his subsequent actions would have. Approximately an hour later, he released another announcement, which propelled his game to the top of trending searches. Brothers, the official announcement has been made. Regarding the recharge situation, players, who were busy familiarizing themselves with the game mechanics, suddenly noticed the official statement addressing the recharge incident. The continuous server updates highlighted that some players, having just entered the game, had begun recharging without fully experiencing the game content. The official team expressed strong disapproval of such behavior. First and foremost, the officials reiterated that the core gameplay of this game revolves around resource collection, material acquisition, and personal development through PvP skill contests, not merely a competition of financial expenditure. Furthermore, all characters released by the official team can be obtained by players through sufficient resource collection and are not exclusively accessible through monetary investment. Therefore, players are urged to consume wisely and to recharge moderately, to ensure a pleasant gaming experience and to prevent players from excessive spending. The official team has decided to implement the following adjustment. Effective immediately, each player's recharge amount shall not exceed 648 within a 24-hour period. Certainly, taking into account the unique needs of certain players, The official decision has been made to initiate a recharge event during specific holidays. Throughout this period, the daily recharge limit for players will be adjusted. At this moment, not only the players within the game, but also the onlookers in the chat group, and even the viewers in the streamer's room, were left bewildered by this official maneuver. Subsequently, these two announcements swiftly dominated various gaming forums, with numerous headlines regarding this announcement claiming prominence. Astonishing! This game has indeed imposed restrictions on player recharges. The new game, Bug Tribe OL, has audaciously condemned player recharges. Is this prohibition a manifestation of the planner's newfound moral consciousness or merely a strategy of scarcity marketing? Some penguin, some suppression. If only you possessed half the conscience of this game as planners. In an instant, everyone was drawn to the peculiar operations of this game. Honestly, if the officials continue in this manner, they have rendered me utterly perplexed. Elevating the recharge limit for players as an event reward? Surely, this is a sign of serious misjudgment. If I were to critique your integrity, the exorbitant prices of your game items would speak volumes. Conversely, if I were to accuse you of malice, these announcements leave me at a loss for words. Frankly speaking, this game's side is truly hard to articulate. By the way, I am a planner from a neighboring game. Does anyone know the name of the planner for this game? I am prepared to confront them. Those above. Take me with you. My great sword is already itching for action. I am a certain game planner, and I have just removed the dragon-slaying sword that serves as our company as talisman, due to Jiang Yo's recent audacious actions. The popularity of Bug Tribe OL has skyrocketed, becoming well-known among the masses. The official group for Bug Tribe now boasts over 4,000 members, all of whom were meticulously selected by Jiang Yao through a comprehensive application process. However, despite the growing numbers, Jiang Yao does not intend to increase the membership in the short term. Aside from the fact that these players' daily recharges have severely depleted his evolution points, the growth rate of energy points is alarmingly slow. Currently, compared to energy points, the most pressing issue he needs to address is the matter of evolution points. These players, akin to completing daily quests, log in each day to engage in a hefty recharge, which undoubtedly adds to Jiang Yao's distress. Particularly, some affluent players, in pursuit of evolution, resort to outrageous tactics, collecting evolution points from other players at exorbitant rates, such as 700 renminbi for 648 points. This frenzy has compelled these individuals to log in and recharge daily, and were it not for the peculiar support from the likes of Emperor Penguin and Xian Yu, Jiang Yao truly fears he might have to once again disable the recharge interface. However, relying solely on their support is simply not feasible. Fortunately, at a moment when Jiang Yao felt utterly at a loss, a piece of good news arrived. Xian Yu and others decided to disclose the monster spawn points, which undoubtedly serves as a boon for Jiang Yao. To speak candidly, had the group not made their announcement, Jiang Yao would have likely succumbed to the urge to take action himself. The meager efforts of just a few individuals could scarcely accommodate the immense influx of funds from the players. Typically, one would expect such a game to be a battleground for players striving to exploit every opportunity, yet the reality was quite the opposite. The players were pouring in money with fervor, each more voracious than the last, leaving Jiang Yu bewildered. Fortunately, after much turmoil, this matter reached a satisfactory resolution. Jiang Yao was acutely aware that the convoluted nature of what should have been a straightforward issue stemmed primarily from the withdrawal feature. Additionally, both the withdrawal and recharge functionalities would inevitably impact the game's balance. Yet for him, they were indispensable to retain players in the long term. He had no choice but to proceed in this manner, ensuring that players were motivated to invest time and effort into progressing in the game. A game aiming to retain a large player base must not only boast exceptional quality but also generate revenue. Only then can it firmly captivate its audience. Consider the reasons players engage with games, primarily for enjoyment. Nevertheless, regardless of how entertaining a game may be, players must also contemplate their basic needs. Many individuals are compelled to abandon gaming in favor of their livelihoods. If life's challenges could be alleviated, retaining players would become a far more feasible endeavor. Imagine a scenario where players derive joy from gaming while also earning currency. Would they easily forsake such an experience? On this particular evening, around 8 o'clock, during the peak online hours, over 100 players were active, taken aback by the spectacle before them. 5 creatures, each burdened with an impressive haul, had returned to their nest, having carried no fewer than 20 loads. Astonished, they marveled at the sheer number of monsters collected. Where on earth did they find so many? One exclaimed, tears of envy glistening at the corners of their eyes. Have you heard? They say they will unveil the monster spawn points tonight. As whispers circulated among the crowd, Xianyu turned to address everyone, stating, "You have all witnessed the events of the past moments." With that, he revealed his evolution point balance, leaving the crowd in shock. Over 70,000 points. The astonishment was palpable as they absorbed this figure. "This represents my earnings from grinding for half a month," he continued, "and my remaining teammates have each garnered at least 40 to 50,000 points. The bounty of this spawn point is evident." Xianyu then added, "After deliberation, we have decided to disclose this spawn point to all of you." A ripple of discussion ensued, with incredulity washing over the players. Are they truly willing to share such a lucrative spot? One questioned. It can't be that simple. Surely there must be conditions. Indeed, many had anticipated the stipulation. Let us be candid. This point can be succinctly described as a monetary transaction. Do not forget that evolution points can be exchanged for virtual currency. By divulging information, we would essentially be gifting you this currency. As the adage goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Therefore, we have 2 stipulations. Firstly, each of the 159 individuals, excluding the 5 of us, must remit 648 evolution points to us as a fee for the information provided. Chapter 29. The entrance fee for monster farming spots. Upon hearing the words of the salted fish, a cacophony of discussions erupted among the crowd. Good grief. 648 is exorbitant, isn't it? Charging for a monster farming spot is rather ruthless. Indeed, and there is no ownership of these spots in the game. We might stumble upon one any day now. We all play this game together, and you should have shared this information for free. Listening to the murmurs of discontent, the salted fish had anticipated such reactions. Initially, they intended to share the locations freely, believing that by assisting others in locating hidden instances, they could indulge in unrestrained farming themselves. However, the unfolding events compelled them to alter their stance drastically, particularly the influx of cash-spending streamers and their cohorts, who recklessly threw money at the game, disrupted their plans. They had assumed that with their early access and extensive monster farming, they would be ahead of the curve when new units were released. Yet, they soon realized that their perceived advantage paled in comparison to the rapid progress of those who paid to win, who could effortlessly close the gap with their financial resources. At present, the streamers boasted a formidable lineup: 1 4th-stage Temple Battle Bee, 8 3rd-stage Metallic Poison Bees, and over 20 2nd-stage Steelworker Bees, with the remainder being 1st-stage Armored Worker Bees. All 40 of their members had evolved, with the majority reaching at least the 2nd stage. Their expenditure in this game would classify them as mid-level spenders in other games, and this was under the constraint of official spending limits. Had there been no restrictions, it was likely they would possess more than just 1 Temple Battle Bee, potentially even higher stage units. With such power at their disposal, if they disclosed the farming spots for free and subsequently discovered a hidden instance, they would find themselves irrelevant upon entering. Previously, they believed that by revealing the coordinates, they could reap rewards while also accruing favors from others. However, that was no longer feasible. Even if they located a target, their gains would be minimal, merely leaving others indebted to them, a favor that held little value. Yet, withholding the information was not an option either, as the spot was not particularly concealed, and with so many people around, it would be easily discovered. Therefore, it seemed wiser to capitalize on the situation before others did. Thus, as they listened to the ongoing discussions below, they reflected on the reality that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The area was teeming with monsters, far exceeding anyone's imagination. Each monster was worth 10 evolution points, and they were easily farmed. The speed at which one could accumulate wealth in this location was self-evident. While it was possible for others to discover the spot, they had to consider, once a few individuals paid for access, would there still be monsters available for them to farm when they finally arrived? Such valuable locations are not something anyone would readily disclose, let alone for free. It is likely that many have already recognized that, theoretically, even for a price, such prime spots would remain undisclosed. A select few would prefer to keep it to themselves and reap the rewards. Upon hearing the words of the salted fish, the crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his statement. However, they soon grappled with a pressing question: which place could truly be as magnificent as the salted fish claimed? Such secrets were certainly not meant to be divulged so readily. Having spent several months in that location, they likely amassed far more than the mere 648 that one individual could earn. The mere act of revealing this secret suggested that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Either there were not many anomalies present, prompting them to seek a lucrative opportunity, or there existed some other peculiar rationale. The specific reason was, in fact, tied to the second condition I was about to disclose. As the salted fish spoke, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed upon him in anticipation of further revelations. There existed a hidden dungeon within that swamp. With the players eagerly awaiting, the salted fish slowly began to elaborate. His words immediately stirred a tempest among the players. What? Salted fish, do you truly mean this? Upon hearing this, the impatient one could no longer remain still. Seemingly struck by a thought, he continued, how about this? Salted fish, as per your earlier proposition of 648 for each of you, if you reveal the coordinates to us. I calculated that our collective evolution points amount to a total of 100,030. I can offer you 105,000 for the location. What do you think? Hearing the impatient one's proposal, those who had previously hesitated could no longer contain themselves. Selling exclusively to them? That was unacceptable. Their current strength was already formidable. Should they secure this information, it would enable them to amass vast resources, potentially leading to their dominance in the game. Streamer, we cannot allow this. While you feast, you must leave some broth for your brothers. Another chimed in. Indeed, we never suggested withholding evolution points. It's rather unfair for one person to monopolize this. Silence. Everyone. Allow me to finish my thoughts, the salted fish interjected. I am not privy to the coordinates of this hidden dungeon. Thus, I have a condition. You must publicize the discovery of the hidden dungeon once you locate it. If the guild chooses to purchase it exclusively, then you may inform just 5 of us. If it is a collective purchase, the information must be shared with all. Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily agreed. In summary, they could not permit the impatient one to monopolize the dungeon. The initial investment had already placed them at a significant advantage. To now bestow this dungeon upon him would render any hope of catching up to them a distant dream. Since we are all in agreement, please transfer the evolution points to me. Only evolution points, no cash. Once collected, I will announce the details at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. Of course, prior to that, I will share some insights regarding the hidden dungeon. First and foremost, we only uncovered a few clues about it. Previously, we encountered a peculiar creature known as an alien. And later we found the leader. After recounting the previous events in full, the salted fish continued. In summary, should you encounter the alien creature, it is advisable to discreetly track it, as this may lead you to its lair, the entrance to the hidden copies. Subsequently, the narrator provided an overview of their battle with the alien, offering players a glimpse into the nature of this organism. Once the narrative concluded, the group began to contemplate their evolutionary point strategy. Although for them, 100,000 evolutionary points may not seem significant, amounting to roughly 20,000 per individual, it still represents a substantial sum for ordinary players. With an additional 20,000 evolutionary points, along with their existing reserves, they anticipated that once the new unit becomes available for purchase, they would be able to facilitate approximately 2 more evolutions. Based on the currently released data regarding the new unit, its combat capabilities post-evolution are expected to rival those of the Temple Battle Scorpion. Chapter 30. Redefining the development plan after resolving the issues with monster spawning. The group logged off and created a private chat. As soon as they entered the chat, Shinyu voiced a question that had been perplexing him for some time. To be honest, I find it somewhat difficult to comprehend why Weiji and the others are so adamant about persevering with the worker bee strategy. The foundation is inherently weak. Although substantial evolution points can enhance their attributes, achieving a cost-effectiveness comparable to higher-tier units remains significantly inferior. Emperor Penguin. This is quite normal. Some affluent players simply relish engaging in such pursuits. I recall during my time playing Yang Mouse, many indulged in similar antics, forming associations like the Mountain Rabbit Protection Society. where 5 rabbits would rush in during every PK session. Beginning with a koan, do not dwell on it. Our objective is to maximize resource utilization and pursue cost-effectiveness. The wealthy are driven by the joy of the game and how to have fun, while considerations of cost-effectiveness rarely enter their minds. Cloud player, that is indeed true. Previously, when I was at the city drop, while I was still striving for maximum damage, the affluent had already begun exploring how to manipulate the game. Emperor Penguin, enough of this topic. Let us discuss the matter at hand, our future planning. Initially, I contemplated that when new units are released, we would all purchase them and sweep through the streets. However, it seems that may not be a realistic expectation. Upon hearing Emperor Penguin's words, the group expressed their confusion. What did he mean? It could only be that there are too many affluent players. Emperor Penguin sighed in resignation. If there were fewer wealthy players, everything would be manageable. We have established such a significant lead in the early stages that we would hold an absolute advantage at every phase. Even if a few affluent players attempted to catch up, I would not be overly concerned. The influence of a select few wealthy players would be minimal. Regardless of monster points or dungeons, we could still claim a share. However, the situation has changed. The number of affluent players has exceeded my expectations. There are simply too many. If this many affluent players enter a dungeon and wreak havoc, how many points can we possibly gain? If they were to discover a new dungeon, I fear they would storm in like invaders, clearing the monsters with ease. At that point, we would be left with nothing, no rewards whatsoever. The group nodded in agreement with Emperor Penguin's assessment. Beginning with the koan, I have contemplated the situation you described. The influx of affluent players means that, without a beginner's phase, they can simply invest money to bypass it. With superior units at their disposal, they can easily farm dungeons for ample resources, rapidly advancing their evolution stages through their financial power. Xianyu, you are correct, and most importantly, they are willing to invest. Let us not forget that this game features not only evolution mechanics but also upgrade mechanics, with each upgrade increasing base attributes by 2%. We, the less affluent, must sell our basic resources for evolution points. However, the wealthy can simply consume and accumulate. Emperor Penguin. Indeed, this is the most terrifying aspect. Primarily, the wealthy players are rapidly advancing by consuming resources, creating a significant gap in progress. If the number of players were small, it might not be such a concern. However, when the player base is extensive, it becomes a substantial issue. Unfortunately, as it stands, there are quite a few affluent players in this game. Just consider the current situation. The game has only been out for a short time, yet there are over 160 players, with around 40 of them being wealthy. That ratio is rather absurd. Salty fish. Emperor Penguin, give it up. This situation is beyond our control. We are merely average players, and they possess financial resources that we cannot compete with. At this point, our best bet is to align ourselves with the second tier of players. Aspiring for the first tier seems futile. Upon hearing Salty Fish's words, Emperor Penguin pondered for a moment before responding. If I were to give up, why would I bother pulling you all into this group chat? I have devised a plan that can significantly narrow the gap between us and the affluent players. While it may not guarantee we reach their level, at the very least, it will ensure that when the wealthy players discover formidable dungeons, we will be able to join them and not be halted at the entrance due to insufficient attributes. The group became curious upon hearing Emperor Penguin's sudden declaration. Salty fish, let me clarify. A little bit of spending is acceptable, but extensive financial investment is out of the question. Emperor Penguin, rest assured, if executed properly, we might not even need to spend a dime. Beginning with a large fish, Emperor Penguin, please elaborate on your plan. Several individuals expressed their curiosity. Emperor Penguin, the principal disparity between us and the affluent players, in layman's terms, lies in the frequency of equipment upgrades. Salty fish, equipment upgrade frequency? Now that you mention it, I grasp the concept. It's akin to other games where I tackle level 20 dungeons equipped with level 5 gear, while the wealthy players directly purchase a full set of level 20 purple or gold gear, thereby enhancing their efficiency and leveling up at a much faster rate. Emperor Penguin, precisely. At the same stage, the wealthy players possess top-notch equipment, allowing them to effortlessly control bosses, gain experience, and dominate city battles. Although the prices for equipment are steep when following the level progression, for the affluent, It is merely pocket change. For us ordinary players, it represents a significant sum. Cloud player. So, what should I do? Emperor Penguin. We should collaborate and purchase characters in batches. The group appeared momentarily perplexed, evidently not understanding Emperor Penguin's intent. Emperor Penguin, it's quite simple. After this period of effort, the 5 of us have accumulated a considerable reserve of evolution points. When new units are released, instead of all 5 of us purchasing them simultaneously, we can designate 1 or 2 individuals to make the purchase. The remaining members can focus on transporting resources. This way, we save a tremendous amount of time in logistics and enhance our efficiency in monster hunting. While this method may not be as swift as 5 players simultaneously engaging, it undoubtedly offers the highest cost effectiveness. The points we earn can be evenly distributed, and as time progresses, more advanced maps will surely become available, at which point new units will undoubtedly emerge. 2 individuals who had not previously acquired troops promptly decided to purchase new units. Meanwhile, the 2 who had previously invested in troops found their attributes lagging, resulting in diminished efficiency in monster farming. Thus, they opted to transition to worker bees for transportation duties. Through this cyclical strategy, we could keep pace with the affluent players who were frequently changing their troops. Ultimately, we would avoid the predicament of being unable to progress due to formidable monsters on the map outpacing our attributes. Upon hearing the Emperor Penguin's suggestion, the group contemplated and found it quite sensible. The Cloud player remarked, "This plan is feasible. Although it significantly reduces our monster farming efficiency, it ensures that we can encounter monsters at any stage of the game. Once the officials unveil new maps and monsters, we will not be left helpless due to inadequate attributes. It is crucial to recognize that our current phase in this game is merely a beginner's village. If the beginner's village proves this challenging, then according to the game's lore, our ultimate adversary will be the Imperial Army. The difficulty of encountering the Imperial Army, which nearly obliterated our entire faction, will undoubtedly be exponentially greater. Without formidable troops, our chances of success would be severely diminished." Wind Rising. This reasoning holds merit. Given this, let us collaborate. Starting with the second troop type, which is relatively inexpensive, we shall have the Penguins procure it. The new troop prices are still quite reasonable, especially since your stockpile of evolution points is considerably lower than that of me and the Lazy Fish. Emperor Penguin. Agreed. Cloud player. No objections here. A fish at the start. It is settled then. Thus, after finalizing their plans, the group returned to their respective quarters to rest. Chapter 31. Exploring the core of the swamp. By the afternoon of the following day, the group convened as agreed and set off towards the designated monster spawn point. Unlike their previous excursions, this time they were accompanied by a formidable battalion of over 100 worker bees, marching robustly towards their destination. The sheer size of their procession stirred up clouds of dust, sending various creatures fleeing in disarray. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the swamp. Brothers, this is the spot. The entire expanse of the swamp serves as our spawning ground, primarily inhabited by mutated giant pythons and crocodiles. Upon hearing the words of the Emperor Penguin, the group gazed towards the swamp, immediately spotting numerous crocodiles and pythons gliding through the water. Moreover, as previously mentioned by the Emperor Penguin and his companions, they had spent several days clearing the perimeter, leaving only a scant number of monsters remaining. However, even with this reduction, the sight of so many creatures was exhilarating, leading them to ponder the sheer quantity that awaited them in the uncharted depths of the swamp. Each monster yields 10 soft currency coins. Just with a cursory glance, I've already identified 70 or 80 monsters, and this is merely the outer area that has been cleared. Imagine the density of monsters within. The value of the 648 coin entry fee was becoming increasingly apparent. With such a distribution, I sensed I could recoup my expenses within a day or two. 2 days? At my efficiency, a single day will suffice. The astute members of the group had already begun constructing frameworks for capturing monsters, while the less perceptive remained at the precipice, lost in daydreams. What a foolish endeavor! Construct a framework, catch the prey, and haul it home. The devastation wrought by this multitude left the land barren. By the time they finished their frameworks, there would be nothing left. Brothers, I shall set forth. I am joining you. Charge, charge, charge. Workers of the Bee Protection Association, let us advance. The first and second tier worker bees were tasked with transport, while the third tier bees would accompany me into the fray. And so, amidst their fervent shouts, they plunged downwards. In that moment, all creatures of the swamp truly grasped the meaning of cruelty. Previously, when just a few players were present, the reduction of life was swift but within an acceptable range. After all, in such a vast swamp, it was normal for thousands of creatures to perish daily for various reasons. However, the arrival of this throng of players changed everything, leaving a desolate path in their wake. Not a single giant python or crocodile was spared. Even the younglings fell victim, devoured in a swift bite, considered mere appetizers. Furthermore, they brazenly raided the nests of crocodiles and pythons, pilfering the eggs. Initially, the act of stealing eggs was merely an anomaly, as those players sought to exploit a perceived glitch in the game's design, specifically targeting the eggs of these creatures. Many games, after establishing monsters, often overlook certain scenarios, such as the presence of numerous creatures yet an absence of eggs, which seems rather implausible. Embracing such a mindset, players sought to uncover vulnerabilities within the game. When they failed, they took to the internet to voice their frustrations, questioning how such a significant flaw could escape the developer's notice while they boldly claimed to offer a 100% realistic experience. Such narratives are bound to gain traction. Should they discover something, they would undoubtedly publicize it, ensuring its popularity. Regardless of the method employed, the revenue generated from player engagement was guaranteed. They faced no losses. However, the situation took an unexpected turn one fateful day. A player returned with a bounty, inadvertently bringing back an elusive crocodile egg. To his astonishment, the NPC revealed that this egg was valued at 2 evolution points. This revelation was overheard by the players waiting in line, igniting a frenzy among them. It was crucial to note that players could only carry a limited number of captured creatures, typically around 20 to 30 at a time. In stark contrast, the egg presented a far more lucrative opportunity that could easily transport hundreds, even thousands of them. As a result, the creatures of the swamp faced dire consequences. The players had already cleared the outskirts and were preparing to encircle the inner regions. Yet, this distressing news prompted a horde to emerge from the depths, wreaking havoc on the outer areas. They rushed towards the grass, stripping it bare in their fervor. Previously, the hunting method suggested that mutated crocodiles might reappear in the coming decades. Now, however, hope had vanished entirely. What was once described as exaggerated now stood as undeniable truth. Whereas players had previously focused solely on monster hunting, they now found themselves also scrambling for eggs. The presence of a few rodents further complicated matters, as players sought to replenish their resources without incurring additional expenses. They began to gnaw away at the swamp's vegetation, ultimately resorting to makeshift wooden boards to transport their heavy loads, lest they become ensnared in the mire. Thus, they swept through the swamp, leaving no stone unturned. The central region soon felt the repercussions of this unrelenting onslaught. Brothers, do you think this hidden dungeon truly exists? Mused a group of players exploring the central areas. Who knows? It's been several days, and if there were a hidden dungeon, our thorough exploration should have revealed it by now. With that, one player instinctively gazed into the distance, surveying the barren expanse of the swamp's perimeter, where not a single blade of grass could be seen. I must admit, your words make me wonder if this hidden dungeon is indeed a mere myth, another player concurred. It's hard to say, especially since we're still scavenging the central area, and we haven't ventured into the core region yet. The core region? Didn't those prominent streamers dive in ahead of us? True, but despite their numbers, their efficiency is alarmingly low. The streamers operate as a large group, unlike us who split up to explore. Another player nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reality of the situation. After all, they are streamers. They must cater to their followers. I've noticed many fans in their streams tailing them to capture monsters, which certainly differentiates them from us solitary players. Certainly, the current pace of development among players has allowed Jiangya to effectively resolve the initial dilemma of lacking energy absorption. After all, even if a single crocodile yields a modest amount, when accumulated, it results in a substantial figure. The energy absorption required for his constructions is increasing rapidly each day. Under the player's relentless efforts, he has now amassed approximately 2,000 units of energy absorption. At this rate, It won't be long before he can gather enough energy points for the new troop types. His current plan is to unlock the new troop types and stabilize for a period, distributing the next batch of slots only after most players have acquired the new troops. Meanwhile, in Wei Ji's live streaming room, greetings resonate among the viewers. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my live stream. For those who haven't clicked the red star, please do lend your support. The host will periodically showcase exciting content. Upon starting the stream, Wei Ji effortlessly recited his usual lines. At that moment, all viewers were captivated by the scene before them. Wei Ji found himself on a vast rocky island shrouded in dense fog. Judging by the observations from the periphery, the island is at least the size of a metropolitan area. Unlike the surrounding marshlands, this island, composed entirely of colossal rocks, lies at the center of the swamp. The long-term enveloping fog has rendered the conditions here rather unclear. Everyone, this location is entirely distinct from the marsh we previously inhabited. Firstly, the fog that surrounds us possesses a uniquely potent corrosive quality. As he surveyed the surroundings, Wei Ji continued, "Look around, aside from the rocks. There are no other plants in sight. It is evident that the peculiar environment here has inhibited vegetation growth, and there is something even more critical." Approaching a large rock, he observed the severe erosion on its surface. As you can see, even the rocks here cannot withstand the corruption of this mist. Therefore, based on my deductions, the hidden instance should be located right here. Chapter 32. Surrounded indeed, under normal circumstances. One would find it implausible to assert that such an enigmatic locale harbors no hidden dungeons. Following the perspective of Wei Ji, the audience within the live stream began to form a preliminary understanding of the swamp's core region. Cloaked in a perpetual veil of peculiar fog, visibility here remained exceedingly low. Wei Ji could only advance cautiously alongside the main contingent. Brothers, the visibility is so poor that relying solely on sight makes discerning the distant path quite challenging. One misstep could lead to us becoming lost within the dense mist. Henceforth, I shall activate the biological radar. Please bear with any alterations in the imagery. Wei Ji informed the troops behind him, prompting them to activate their biological radars in preparation for deeper exploration. Upon hearing Wei Ji's words, the players nodded in agreement. The biological radar is one of the fundamental abilities of the Zerg, a testament to millions of years of evolution. Once activated, Wei Ji's perception of the world transformed. The entire environment morphed into a black and white canvas, with all living entities radiating brilliantly. As soon as the radar was engaged, Wei Ji noted a multitude of luminous points gathered within an approximate radius of 800 meters. It was evident that these were the peculiar creatures inhabiting this area. Having observed them from a distance since their entrance into the swamp, "My goodness, so many monsters!" Wei Ji exclaimed, astonished by the densely clustered luminous points in the distance. The audience in the live stream shared his astonishment, echoing similar sentiments. "Wow, there must be at least 1,000. One viewer remarked. "I see no fewer than 1,000 within the broadcaster's current field of vision, not to mention those beyond sight. Given their positions, it appears they have been encircled." Indeed, the creatures here seem formidable. Rather than launching an immediate attack upon their entry, they opted to observe from a distance and encircle them. The AI of these game monsters is impressively crafted. I wonder about the intensity of this wave of monsters. I suspect they 1TB weak. If the strength of these monsters is indeed high, coupled with such numbers, the broadcaster and his team would be in grave peril. Very likely. I'm relieved I didn't recklessly venture in here, but chose to let the broadcaster assess the situation first. Had I charged in, I doubt I would have any bones left. At that moment, confronted by the monsters encircling them, Wei Ji felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Brothers, stay alert. If my deductions hold true, the creatures surrounding us are the aberrations spoken of by the salted fish. With that, Wei Ji focused his gaze in a specific direction. Activate biological imaging. As soon as his command was spoken, a three-dimensional projection of a swamp creature materialized before him. Biological imaging is an advanced talent of biological radar, typically possessed by higher-tier insectoid species. However, through continuous evolution, lower-tier insectoids can also acquire this skill. For instance, low-tier creatures like worker bees usually must evolve to the 4th stage before mastering this capability. As the biological entities manifested before the vigilant observers, They finally beheld the true visage of the alien creature. The entity before them measured approximately 4 meters in length, resembling a tadpole in its overall structure. The sole distinction from a tadpole was its mouth full of sharp teeth, 2 robust thighs, and a pair of keen claws. Is this indeed the alien? The onlookers expressed their curiosity about the creature. It doesn't align with their expectations, according to the information provided by their peers. The alien was said to bear a resemblance to dinosaurs, yet this creature appeared more akin to a bloated fish. Clearly, it was not what they anticipated. It might be a unique monster endemic to this region. Look, the creatures are advancing towards the streamer. Someone exclaimed. I have a bad feeling about this. Indeed. The streamer should call for reinforcements. The numbers are overwhelming, another suggested. It's futile. Even the streamer S squad, despite being a premium team, would struggle against them. If they cannot prevail, reinforcements would only become fodder. At that moment, as the monstrous figures drew nearer, the atmosphere grew tense for Wei Ji. Firstly, the sheer number of foes was daunting, and secondly, their strength remained an enigma. If these creatures were akin to crocodiles, it would be manageable. However, if their power matched the aliens described by their peers, even Wei Ji's evolved team might find it perilous to retreat safely. Brothers, the monsters are upon us. Let us form a circle and slowly move towards the fog's periphery. We have yet to encounter such beings outside the fog, suggesting they may be unable to traverse it. Once we exit the fog, we shall be safe. As he spoke, Wei Ji prepared for battle, his gaze fixed on the approaching creatures. In truth, Wei Ji acknowledged that this predicament stemmed from his oversight. Upon entering, he failed to activate the biological radar immediately, resulting in their current encirclement. Had he been more vigilant, activating the radar right away, they would not be in such a precarious position now. Contemplating this, Wei Ji furrowed his brow and addressed his gathered comrades. Brothers, I accept responsibility for this predicament. Should we fail, I will compensate each of you for your losses. Upon hearing this, his companions shook their heads in disapproval. There is no need for such formality, Wei Da. We can shoulder this minor expense. It's merely a few thousand. You need not feel so burdened. Moreover, things may not be as grim as you perceive. We have yet to gauge the strength of these monsters. Indeed, if they were akin to crocodiles, it would be we encircling them, not the other way around. At this moment, the audience in the live stream was profoundly moved by the heartfelt words of the host. Goodness, this streamer truly knows how to connect, readily compensating so many people. Indeed, I was utterly touched. Acknowledging one's own mistakes and taking responsibility, this awareness alone has secured my unwavering support for this streamer. Ahem, didn't you hear what others were saying? Your mention reminds me. If I recall correctly, they said something along the lines of, this small amount is something we can manage. A few thousand is merely a drop in the ocean. What utter nonsense! It baffles me. Why are you all so affluent, able to spend lavishly at will, while I remain a hapless soul struggling in the central region? Enough said, I suppose I am no different. Chapter 33. The battle begins just as the spectators in the live broadcast were engaged in fervent discussion. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Countless monsters materialized around Wei Ji, launching a fierce assault. To ascertain whether these creatures were indeed xenomorphs, Wei Ji briefly deactivated the biological radar, restoring his vision to its original state. It was at this moment that everyone could fully discern the appearance of these beasts. They were clad in a dark, armor-like shell, and their overall size was significantly inferior to that of the xenomorphs. It was evident these were new monsters with no relation to the xenomorphs whatsoever. Wei Ji breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing they were not xenomorphs. After all, the strength of xenomorphs was exceedingly high, and if they were in large numbers, it would be a formidable challenge. In contrast, these creatures were clearly weaker, and defeating them seemed a manageable task. With this thought in mind, as the monsters entered the attack range, Wei Ji and his companions sprang into action. Brothers, they're coming. The first wave, focus on defense and observe their attack patterns. He bellowed. Understood. Got it. In the next moment, the black creatures surged towards them at an astonishing speed, leaping forth to strike at the players with their deadly claws. The players, however, were not idle. The Tier 2 steel worker bees and Tier 3 metal poison bees thrust their sharp stingers with precision, while their pincers clamped down on the nearest monsters. With a resounding crack, The armor shattered, and the creature let out a deep, mournful wail as it was split in two. Yet, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Those that remained unscathed seized the opportunity while the players were engaged, pouncing upon them with relentless bites and scratches. Soon, one worker bee found itself swarmed by several of these fiends. Naturally, the players could not allow this incessant assault to continue. Those near each other began to assist in clearing the monsters off one another, while those further away rolled on the ground to dislodge the creatures. In stark contrast to them, Wei Ji, having evolved to the fourth stage, fared much better. He wielded his blades with finesse, dispatching the monsters that dared to approach him. Each swing of his massive blades cleaved through multiple foes, sending them crashing to the ground in agony until they ceased to struggle. The monsters that managed to climb onto Wei Ji's back posed little threat to his armor. As their numbers increased, countless razor-sharp scales erupted from his body, eliminating them entirely. At this moment, Wei Ji's efficiency in exterminating monsters was strikingly superior to that of the other worker bees. Wow! No wonder the official site claims that the third stage is a watershed moment. Crossing into the fourth stage truly signifies a qualitative transformation. Indeed, although one might struggle to discern the nuances solely by examining the attributes, the disparities become strikingly apparent once placed upon the battlefield. The fourth stage resembles a war machine, leaving devastation in its wake, whereas the metallic wasp, merely one stage behind, finds itself in a dire predicament. This is quite understandable, as the evolution points required for the fourth stage surpass the cumulative total of the previous three stages. Do you truly believe that this expenditure is frivolous? Evidently. Every game adheres to a fundamental principle: spending enhances power, an undeniable injustice. If one is willing to dedicate time, strength can also be attained. After all, those few who have diligently invested their efforts have amassed over 100,000 evolution points, a tangible testament to their commitment. Likewise, monetary investment can yield strength. Yet, it is disheartening when some, unwilling to spend or invest time, incessantly lament the imbalance. Have they ever considered whether this is fair to both the diligent players and the affluent ones? If you wish to avoid spending, then labor earnestly. Otherwise, accept your role as a mere observer. However, it seems that being a mere observer is not feasible, as the game S-Fish has, astonishingly, remained online for a continuous 72 hours, leading to an ICU visit. An ICU visit? No wonder I have not seen them online these past few days. Is it all for naught? Not entirely. A few days in the hospital might cost around 20 to 30,000. And considering that this individual possesses approximately 150,000 evolution points, one could argue that they have profited. It is truly remarkable how some prioritize wealth over well-being. The game has been active for less than a month, yet a mere observer has managed to acquire 150,000 evolution points. To clarify, that is 150,000, if their body can withstand it. They could even reach 200,000. 200,000. With such income, I wouldn't even consider attending a class. It is infuriating that there has been no news regarding the next round of internal testing players. Indeed, with such earnings, I would be more than willing to toil until my demise. Observers are ultimately amateurs. Had I been in their position, I would have surpassed 200,000, at least 2 million. To the one above, keep boasting. Huh? Me boast? Years ago, I spent an entire month at an internet CAF playing a certain game. Had this game offered me a slot with such income, I could have persisted for not just 1 month, but 2. My physical endurance has been honed through years of dedication, which delineates the distinction between a professional player and an amateur. Enough of this ridiculous boasting. The more one speaks, the more absurd it becomes. 2 months? Let us be real. If one were to remain online continuously, not just for a month, but even for a week without sleep, they would be sent straight to the crematorium. Everyone, cease your squabbling. Look, the streamers seem to be in distress. As this comment appeared, the audience redirected their attention to the live broadcast. At that moment, countless monsters targeted the legs of the worker bee. Though these legs were armored, they were undeniably far more vulnerable than the armor encasing the rest of its body. Players occasionally witnessed the worker bee's legs being severed by these monstrous beings exhibit an astonishing level of intelligence. It has barely been a moment since the battle commenced, yet they have already discerned the vulnerabilities of the worker bees. It is truly remarkable. These creatures not only possess ferocious offensive capabilities and remarkable speed, but their intellect is equally formidable. As it stands, aside from the fourth stage evolved temple battle bees, which can withstand the onslaught, the other worker bees, including even the third stage poison bees, are struggling to endure. Several second stage bees have already had their legs incapacitated. How is one to contend with this? The temple battle bees, while resilient, have access to the energy-devouring shield, yet the other worker bees lack such protection. The energy-devouring shield, which consumes energy, is unlikely to sustain them for long. Moreover, the corpses of the fallen monsters strewn across the ground can be consumed to replenish energy, though the recovery is minimal. It may suffice to facilitate an escape from this dire situation. He can flee, but what of his teammates? I doubt the broadcaster would abandon them. At this juncture, I believe it would be wise for the broadcaster to consider sacrificing the team. This onslaught is surely insurmountable, and it would be prudent to ensure at least one person escapes rather than futilely persevering. Chapter 34. Devastating losses as time progressed. The battle between both sides had descended into a stalemate. Weiji relentlessly wielded his blade, fending off the monstrous onslaught that surged around him, while occasionally directing his flying blades to assist his comrades in distress. Weiji, we can barely hold on. 2 of our armored worker bees have already fallen. The remaining ones are battered, and now a horde of monsters is tearing them apart. A player shouted towards Weiji from a distance. Upon hearing his teammates' words, Weiji instinctively glanced towards the few first-tier armored worker bees. In the distance, several of them had been overwhelmed by the monsters, with only their large pincers visible, desperately flailing about. Gazing at the countless corpses of monsters piled around him, easily numbering in the thousands, Weiji couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn! If only we could transport these monster carcasses back, it would mitigate our losses. But now, not only can we not carry them back, but if this drags on, even more lives will be consumed by these creatures. As Weiji pondered his next move, an injured worker bee spoke up. Weiji, if you can retreat, do so. Saving even a portion of us is better than leaving everyone here to perish. Acknowledging the wisdom in this statement, Weiji, though reluctantly, gritted his teeth and made a decision. Brothers, this wave is on me. I never anticipated the vast disparity in monster strength in this game. Given the current situation, we cannot hold out much longer. All worker bees capable of fleeing at full speed, report in. We shall retreat together. Those of you who are injured and cannot run fast will have to sacrifice yourselves to cover our escape. Rest assured, I will compensate you for your losses. Upon hearing his words, the previously fallen worker bee rallied the others. Brothers, those uninjured, gather close to Weiji. The wounded who can still move, head to the periphery and encircle Weiji. Prepare to charge into the horde to clear a path. With that, several worker bees slowly moved towards Weiji, while the remaining ones formed a protective circle around them. Brothers, listen to my command. On the count of 3, we leap into the horde to draw the monster's attention. All the worker bees readied themselves, despite their injuries. 3, 2, 1, jump. In the next moment, more than 20 worker bees leaped with ferocity, diving into the throngs of monsters to attract the majority of the firepower. At that moment, Weiji shouted, Brothers, follow me and charge. With that, he forged ahead towards a relatively weaker point in the monster's encirclement. As Weiji led the charge, the remaining worker bees flanked him, blocking the monster's advance. With each segment of their journey, they had to leave 2 worker bees behind to hold the line. The fate of those tasked with this duty was, of course, all too clear. As the encroaching circle of monsters drew ever closer, a ferocious roar erupted from the depths of the unquiet, and in the blink of an eye, iron scales launched from its form, hurtling toward the advancing beasts. Brothers, jump, shouted Unquiet, eyeing the monster barrier that lay a mere 30 meters away. Instantly, all the worker bees understood the command and leaped into the air. Given that the remaining foes were merely third-tier venomous bees, the jump of several dozen meters was a trivial feat for them. Had they not been burdened with numerous monsters, their leap would have been even more impressive. Observing the players' audacious maneuvers, the monsters were well aware of their intentions and were determined to thwart them. Countless ebony creatures began to leap as well, aiming to bring down the airborne worker bees. Witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, the viewers in the live stream, while expressing their astonishment, were largely sympathetic to the plight of Unquiet and his comrades. Damn, these vile creatures, just wait until I join the game. We'll see if they can withstand my wrath. With their numbers, they dared to bully the few of us. If we had more players, I would gladly write my name backward if we didn't annihilate them. Meanwhile, despite the monsters' attempts to interfere, the effect was minimal, yet 5 or 6 players still fell victim. The worker bees that plummeted from the sky. Seeing Unquiet rushing to their aid, urgently called out, "Unquiet, don't worry about us. Just run as far as you can." Watching his comrades being engulfed by the monstrous tide, Unquiet clenched his teeth and, with the last 5 worker bees, dashed toward the periphery. The running speed of the third-tier worker bees had already surpassed that of the monsters, and as long as they were not surrounded, escaping was relatively straightforward. At that moment, the players watched in relief as Unquiet and his team successfully fled. What a relief! We finally managed to escape. Out of a squad of over 40 elite players, only 6 worker bees, including the streamer, emerged unscathed, leaving me momentarily at a loss for words. Honestly, the monster difficulty in this game is exceedingly unreasonable. The disparity is far too vast. Indeed, just moments earlier, they had faced a serpent and crocodile that could be dispatched with ease, yet upon entering the Misty Island, the difficulty escalated dramatically. As Unquiet glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, he couldn't help but sigh. Alas, brothers, I must concede that this failure rests upon my shoulders. I underestimated this game. I initially believed that, like other games, the monster difficulty would increase gradually. Thus, when we entered that fog-shrouded isle, I paid little heed to the dangers within. I assumed our elite squad could handle any number of monsters with ease, and I grew complacent and failed to dodge. Who could have foreseen that the official monster difficulty would leap so alarmingly? It was as if the minor creatures had directly transitioned into elite monsters. In response to Unquiet's lament, the players in the live stream nodded in agreement. Indeed, who could have anticipated such a scenario? It is akin to engaging in a game where one is surrounded by level 1 monsters, while adjacent lies a formidable level 100 beast. Such a stark contrast is unbearable. Initially, I, too, believed that the configuration of the streamer's team was merely chaotic. For in a novice village, a team laden with monetary investment would typically annihilate every adversary in sight. Thus, when the esteemed Wagey entered without activating the biological radar immediately, I thought it inconsequential. After all, with such weak foes, the more that appeared, the more would perish without requiring excessive caution. However, who could have foreseen the astounding strength of these monsters? Not only did they endure, but the initial assault from the streamer's heavily funded team was utterly obliterated. This game truly defies conventional expectations. If the novice village presents such a formidable challenge, one can only imagine the degree of difficulty awaiting in outer space. To the brother above, you have already ventured into space. That is akin to reaching celestial heights, side by side with the sun. In conclusion, dear friends, consider this a cautionary tale. This game diverges significantly from any we have previously encountered, laden with unpredictable variables. Henceforth, when entering dungeons, it is imperative to thoroughly comprehend the circumstances before proceeding. One must not presume that substantial monetary investment and high evolution rates equate to invincibility, for such complacency may lead to catastrophic failure. At that moment, as if on cue, Wagey abruptly halted. What is the streamer doing? The audience in the live broadcast inquired, noticing his peculiar behavior. Goodness, look at the biological radar. Holy cow, these monsters are not merely encircled once. There exists an additional encirclement beyond the mist. The opposing force numbers at least over 2,000. This way for the streamer is utterly doomed. Chapter 35. The players come to the rescue. Before them stood approximately 2,000 enemies, and on their side, including himself, there were merely 6 worker bees. The outcome was painfully evident. How unfortunate. Having narrowly escaped the jaws of a tiger, they had now plunged into the den of wolves. Indeed, these monsters were quite extraordinary. 2 consecutive rounds of relentless pursuit. Who would dare believe it? This was the first time he had heard of monsters engaging in such a double act. It seemed that this time, there was little hope. Not necessarily, however. As long as the streamer's worker bees were determined to break through, it would not be insurmountable. Moreover, despite the remaining 5 worker bees being battered and bruised, The streamer still stood at full strength, and this wave could still be fought. What a farce. One could hardly believe that you had ever played a game. The streamer's sustained vigor was entirely reliant on the energy shield and energy slicing skills that had carried him thus far. I suspect his energy reserves are now depleted. Without the protection of energy, should the monsters rush forth, the streamer could easily be overwhelmed and perish. Furthermore, let us not forget that there were nearly 10,000 pursuers behind them. If their escape was not swift, once those pursuers arrived, regardless of the streamer's prowess, he would surely meet his end amidst the onslaught of the monstrous horde. Goodness, how could 6 worker bees possibly break through in the allotted time? Especially when 5 of them were somewhat injured. Such a feat seemed utterly implausible. At that moment, as he gazed at the approaching enemies, despair enveloped Wei Ji. With his energy reserves at 0, this wave would likely lead to his demise. Yet, as he turned his gaze to the distance, a fleeting resolve flickered within him. Just then, a worker bee with the ID of Hong who interjected, "Wei Ji, why don't we all charge forward? Your mobility and condition are considerably better. Thus your chances of breaking through are significantly higher." However, upon hearing Hong Hu's words, a flicker of gratitude passed through Wei Ji's eyes. Just as he was about to respond, he was interrupted by a gentle voice. Looking at him, Shu Feng said, "Wei Ji, there is no buts now. Your condition is the best, and your worker bee has painstakingly reached level 14. Considering your previous investments, you have poured over 100,000 into this worker bee. It would be a terrible loss to let it perish. Although we are all tier 3 worker bees, our levels are generally around 1 or 2. Our combined worth does not even compare to yours. Therefore, preserving you is not a loss at all." Listening to her words, Wei Ji was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears of heartache streaming down his face. "Sister, no more words. Today, come what may, I will stand with you all to weather this storm." Upon hearing this declaration, many bewildered viewers in the live stream were left in shock. What on earth was the streamer doing? Had he lost his mind? Now was not the time for heroics. The optimal choice was to preserve the most valuable insect. Indeed, what a notion of shared life and death. Was this not simply an invitation to collectively meet their demise? What was the streamer thinking, day in and day out? It was utterly incomprehensible. How could they not grasp such a straightforward situation? When the swan made this proposal, it was of little consequence that the host had departed. However, it was utterly inappropriate for Shu Feng to speak at that moment. Indeed, had she remained silent, everyone might have assumed he was merely a rugged man, engaging in typical banter. But with her utterance, it became clear she was a woman. And that posed a significant dilemma. The young lady was assisting in covering the host's retreat, and should this information circulate, how could the host ever regain his standing? Can you imagine the scandal that would ensue, with tales spreading through the gaming community that a prominent host had relied on a girl to help him escape? Such a revelation would undoubtedly lead to his public disgrace. The situation was indeed awkward. No wonder the host's voice had trembled with a hint of tears earlier. I initially thought he was moved, but it turned out to be genuine heartache. After all, having invested considerable time and resources into developing his character, the imminent demise of it would pain anyone. Meanwhile, several players, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, attempted to persuade Wei Ji to reconsider, but he interrupted with determination. "If we are to leave, let us depart together. This is how it shall be decided. Furthermore, once we exit the game, I will send out a character gender survey in our guild chat, and I expect everyone to fill it out accurately." The others were taken aback. At that moment, with the monstrous horde drawing nearer, Wei Ji clenched his teeth. "Brothers, charge forth. Let us carve a bloody path." With that, Wei Ji led a few worker bees into the fray. Once the battle commenced, the disparity in numbers became overwhelmingly apparent. The 5 of them were but a fragile leaf adrift in a turbulent sea of monsters, teetering on the brink of annihilation. It was a dire situation. Indeed, even a few tier 3 worker bees were on the verge of succumbing. Given their prior injuries and the relentless assault from the multitude of foes, it was a miracle they were still standing. The losses were staggering. Honestly, they must have exceeded 1 million in value. Factoring in the host's investments, the total damage was beyond comprehension. This game was terrifying. A single misstep could lead to losses in the millions. As the players watched the beleaguered group struggle, a sudden realization struck one of them. A monster's carcass plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. What is happening? They wondered, astonished by the unfolding scene. Following Wei Ji's gaze, they soon understood. Not far away, over 100 worker bees were advancing towards them, led by a line of Tier 1 armored worker bees, followed by their unevolved counterparts. Look, it's other players, they exclaimed. Help has arrived. The host is saved. In the face of despair, a glimmer of hope emerged, igniting a fervor within me. What a thrilling turn of events. At this moment, Wei Ji gazed at the multitude of players charging towards them from afar, feeling an overwhelming surge of emotion. In the distance, a few individuals who had already evolved into second-tier salted fish were leading the charge. Brothers, let us slay them. Let these monsters witness our might. The insectoid race shall never surrender, shouted the salted fish, brandishing its massive pincers as it surged towards the horde of creatures. Goodness, how melodramatic can you be? Remarked the emperor penguin beside him, somewhat exasperated, while wind and clouds insinuated that he had yet to witness the true extent of melodrama. By the heavens, what am I witnessing? Brothers, the salted fish has logged in. Oh my, exclaimed one of them. Wait, wasn't he in the ICU? It seems he entered the game while receiving treatment. This fellow truly has no regard for his life. Chapter 36, Jiang Yao's speculation at this moment on the battlefield. As more players joined the fray, the situation tilted overwhelmingly in one direction. Although the players' worker bees generally lacked evolutionary stages and were still in their initial phase, the individual strength of the Zerg outclassed these beings by a significant margin. With so many worker bees diverting their attention, it wasn't long before Wei Ji and his companions drew increasingly closer to the main force. Observing the diminishing distance, Xian Yu bellowed, Brothers, remember what I just said. There is a large contingent of enemies behind them. If we confront them, we stand no chance. Adhere to our principle. Saving lives comes first. Once we rescue the people, we retreat immediately. We must not be greedy for kills. As he spoke, Xian Yu swiftly crushed a monster attempting to ambush him with a single strike. Wei Ji, clear the surrounding area. You all jump over directly. Xian Yu shouted as he noticed Wei Ji and his companions approaching. Okay. In the next moment, Wei Ji and his group leapt toward the area cleared by Xian Yu. The monsters tried to obstruct them, but were thwarted by the multitude of worker bees. Brothers, we've rescued the people. Retreat. Run. Xian Yu commanded as he turned to flee with the main force. What are those worker bees doing? Run. Hurry up. Don't bother looting the corpses. Damn it. I said to turn and run, yet you still linger to collect bodies? Are you afraid of dying too slowly? Observing the few worker bees trailing behind, burdened with monster corpses, Xian Yu felt a wave of exasperation. I can't take it anymore. He was visibly indignant at the actions of his companions. The ones who had looted the corpses realized that their previous actions might necessitate a rescue from the others, and they quickly began apologizing. Then, they were left dumbfounded. In their astonished gaze, Xian Yu leaped toward a pile of monsters, swiftly snatching up several before dashing back to join the main force. Run faster. Their main force is coming. We're terrified. We had hoped to collect a few more, but now their reinforcements are swarming in. Brothers, we must not turn back. Whoever does will meet their doom. No savior will come for them. Ultimately, due to the players' proximity to the mist's edge, even though the monsters were slightly faster than ordinary worker bees, the players successfully escaped the misty region. As anticipated, once the players burst forth from the fog, the pursuing monsters could no longer keep up. Looking back at the dark throng behind them, the players felt a lingering sense of trepidation. They could not deny that this encounter had been exhilarating. Had they taken even a moment longer to breach the mist, they might have faced utter annihilation. Fortunately, they emerged unscathed, but it was only then that they fully comprehended the meaning behind the words on the official game website. The Zerg, a race forged in endless slaughter, typically nest in perilous worlds. On these planets, every day, the insects confront relentless slaughter, and only those that grow under such circumstances can establish their presence amidst the cosmic expanse. Initially, many believed this assertion to be mere pretentiousness woven into the narrative by the officials. However, after enduring such trials, they came to realize that it was a stark truth rather than an act of bravado. Even the novice village is fraught with peril. At this moment, Jiang Yao, witnessing that everyone had successfully escaped, let out a sigh of relief. observing the previous battle through shared vision within the nest. Jiang Yao felt his heart leap to his throat. Should the players attempt to rescue one another falter, disaster would surely ensue. The danger was palpable. Yet, upon reflection, this crisis had provided the players with a clearer understanding of the threats within this world. Henceforth, they would undoubtedly approach new monsters and challenges with caution rather than carelessness, which is indeed a positive outcome. As he pondered further, Jiang Yao's thoughts drifted to the matter of the alien creature. It seemed increasingly evident that the alien egg was merely a coincidence. Perhaps, long ago, an alien civilization thrived on this planet before venturing into the cosmic sea, leaving behind the egg by accident. By sheer happenstance, it hatched just as the players encountered it. Otherwise, after such extensive exploration, it would be implausible for them not to have discovered any trace of the aliens until now. With this thought, Jiang Yao felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders, only to find another pressing concern arise: the peculiar monsters at the center of the swamp. The legacy of the mother nest contained no records about those creatures. Yet through prior engagements with the players, Jiang Yao realized that these monsters exhibited an alarming level of strength. Although worker bees are the weakest of the insect race, they still belong to a cosmic lineage. Their defenses and other attributes are not to be compared with those of ordinary planetary species. However, these creatures, akin to the mutated thunder dragons encountered previously, could inflict harm on the worker bees. While not lethal, this was sufficient to highlight their formidable offensive capabilities. The thunder dragons were manageable, merely targeting ordinary worker bees, yet these new insects could potentially overwhelm even the sacred battle bees. Their strength was unequivocal. It is no exaggeration to assert that if these creatures were unleashed upon Earth, their annihilation of the planet would merely be a matter of time. Humanity possesses no effective means to eradicate them entirely. Conventional firearms and missiles would likely fail to penetrate their defenses, although the worker bees could easily cleave them in two. One must recognize that the worker bees' seemingly unremarkable pincers could dismantle even advanced space vessels of higher civilizations. The sole viable strategy for Earth would be to deploy nuclear weapons wherever these creatures tread, yet even that may prove insufficient. Jiang Yao found himself perplexed, questioning why this planet harbored such formidable beings. With a sigh, he lamented the undeniable truth. The insect race's breeding grounds were indeed not without merit. As Jiang Yao pondered the resolution of the enigmatic creatures within the mist, he sensed an instinctive intuition that contradicted the player's claims of the insects being unable to escape the fog. He surmised that the reason for their restraint likely stemmed from a deep-seated understanding of the adage, "Never pursue a desperate foe." Alternatively, these creatures might be exercising an extraordinary degree of caution, thereby refraining from venturing out. Should my conjecture hold true, then meticulous preparations would be in order. Moreover, the recent defeat in battle had inflicted substantial losses upon Jiang Yao. The evolution points were not worth mentioning. Several 100,000 points were bearable, especially since he still possessed approximately 1 million evolution points. However, the true anguish for Jiang Yao lay in the scarcity of energy points, a rare commodity. After extensive development, he had yet to locate the source of the ore, accumulating energy points solely through the fervent hunting of crocodiles by players, barely scraping together 0.05 at a time. To date, he had only managed to amass a little over 2,000 energy points, a daunting challenge for him at present. The majority of these points were earmarked for new constructions, while a portion was allocated for the regular maintenance of the mother nest. The creation of a worker bee necessitated 5 energy points, and the loss of over 40 in a single instance had swiftly depleted 200 points, causing Jiang Yao considerable distress. Observing his remaining 200 or so disposable energy points, he felt a profound sense of unease, as the player's recent blunder forced him to allocate these points entirely for the hatching of worker bees. Should any further unexpected events arise, he would truly be unable to spare additional energy points for this purpose. At present, Jiang Yao's foremost concern was the potential exposure of his nest location, which could invite a swarm of adversarial insects. In such a scenario, the predicament would escalate dramatically, as his cohort of worker bees would be ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught. Although he possessed over 2,000 energy points available for combat, this would constitute a misallocation of resources. While he had previously permitted players to enter by reallocating energy points, it was untenable to continue this practice indefinitely. Despite the unavoidable deductions he faced each time he made a delivery, the actual losses were manageable. After considerable effort, he had finally replenished the energy points consumed during the last incident, but now he faced uncertainty regarding when he might recover from this new deficit. While reallocating points posed no significant issue, the limited number of players, coupled with the sheer volume of adversaries, rendered his 100 or so worker bees inadequate unless they collectively transformed into battle-ready entities. Moreover, this was not the crux of the matter. The continuous reallocation of points would indefinitely hinder his ability to unlock formidable new units. One could not rely solely on worker bees to uphold the foundation of his forces. Regardless of their evolutionary advancements, it remained undeniable that they were merely basic labor units, fundamentally distinct from combat units. Presently, facing monsters wielding combat units against his labor force was a matter of racial dominance that could withstand the pressure. Yet one could only wonder if there existed even more powerful races on this planet. If there truly exists a match, then it would be utterly implausible for him to wield his workplace against the combat units of others. It would indeed be peculiar if he could triumph. Therefore, for the sake of future advancement, he must devise a means to cultivate the new troop-type structures, striving to refrain from appropriating energy as much as possible. Chapter 37. A significant investment. Upon reflecting on his circumstances, Jiang Yao realized that he was in a perilous situation. Although he appeared to be developing quite steadily on the surface, he was, in fact, teetering on the brink of collapse. If he did not swiftly unlock the new troop type, encountering a more formidable race could indeed lead to disaster. The immediate priority, however, was to resolve the issue with the black insects. From his previous observations, Jiang Yao estimated that the number of black insects was likely substantial. Should they launch a large-scale offensive, he genuinely feared he might not withstand the onslaught. Thus, he had to exercise extreme caution regarding the black insects. Immense caution. Based on my current conjectures, there are several reasons these insects have not pursued. Firstly, they engaged with the worker bees and discovered their formidable strength. Since the foggy area is their territory, they are well acquainted with the tactics employed in combat here. This implies that they recognize their superiority in the mist. Even at their peak, they could be outmatched by the worker bees. Hence, the prospect of pursuing them could result in total annihilation. Secondly, they harbor apprehension towards the worker bee colony. During this period, players have been active in the periphery, which the insects have likely noticed. After engaging in battle, they have ascertained the undeniable prowess of the worker bees. The periphery is also the operational domain of the worker bees, and without knowing the enemy's numbers, they have refrained from recklessly venturing out of the mist. Thirdly, it is plausible that they are deliberately creating the illusion that they cannot leave the fog to induce carelessness among the worker bees. They may be biding their time to identify the location of the worker bee's nest, intending to strike decisively. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiang Yao's brow furrowed in concern. Although these are merely his speculations, he is acutely aware that they are likely accurate, despite the adversaries appearing to be mere insects. Their ability to observe from a distance without understanding the enemy's true circumstances and subsequently formulate an encirclement strategy is noteworthy. Moreover, they have preemptively calculated the player's retreat routes, setting ambushes along those paths, demonstrating that this race cannot simply be dismissed as mindless insects. Considering the vast expanse of the foggy area, it is inconceivable that they could predict where the players would retreat. It is even conceivable that they intentionally allowed players to break through, understanding that if the players gathered together, their combined strength would be overwhelming, resulting in severe losses for the insects. By strategically allowing players to escape, they aimed to wear them down. Clearly, their plan succeeded, as this strategy left the players with merely 6 worker bees. The others sacrificed themselves to shield those 6. The so-called weak point was likely a trap laid by the insects, designed to lure the 6 worker bees into their next encirclement. Ultimately, their plan faltered only when reinforcements from other players arrived. But was this truly an error? Consider if the players were not insects, but another race altogether, one devoid of communication or reconnaissance capabilities. What would transpire under similar circumstances? Upon entering, it was a complete annihilation. leaving not a single piece of information to relay back to his kin. In fact, the tribe remained oblivious to the fate of these initial forces, unaware if they had perished or where their demise had occurred. Yet, they were cognizant of the tribe's existence, tracing their way through the vines to launch a surprise attack. The outcome of such an encounter is all too evident. Contemplating this, Jiang Yo felt a chill of sweat trickle down his spine. It was imperative to eradicate them swiftly. Otherwise, they would remain a harbinger of disaster, a ticking time bomb. With the memories of the Zerg ingrained in him, Jiang Yao understood clearly that no intelligent race in this universe should be underestimated, though many, upon seeing those creatures, might first question the extent of their intellect. What wisdom could these insects possibly possess, and how profound could it be? Such thoughts were dangerously naive. The universe is home to a myriad of intelligent beings, each evolving in peculiar ways according to the conditions of their respective planets. One must not allow the grotesque appearance of these creatures to foster the delusion that they lack intelligence. Physical form and intellect are forever disparate. Resolving to allocate a portion of funds to eliminate the insects, Jiang Yao was acutely aware of a fundamental truth. Warfare hinges on finances. It is money that defines a conflict. Without it, one merely invites death. While investing in warfare is essential, it was unreasonable to expect Jiang Yao to draw from his own meager reserve of evolution points to support the conflict. After all, those resources were earmarked for future events and to sustain player engagement, not to be squandered on combat. After much contemplation, he resolved to employ a tactic commonly used by certain business magnates to cover the costs of the war, promising grand rewards. As long as the promised rewards were substantial and within reach, players would be inclined to pursue them. Moreover, who would suspect that an NPC in a game would resort to such strategies? This maneuver was the culmination of 2 decades of expertise in NPC operations. Could anyone withstand such an approach? With a rough plan in mind, Jiang Yao prepared his lines and awaited the arrival of the players. As time passed, those who had ventured out to provide assistance began returning to the nest, logging off to regroup and deliberate on their next steps. Uncertain of the game's current state due to recent events, before long, a group of players, burdened with several creatures, returned to the nest and hurried toward Jiang Yao. Chief, we have encountered peculiar beings. Do take a look at the worth of these monsters and evolution points. As they spoke, they discarded several black creatures onto the ground. The system began absorbing evolution points. Ding. Absorption initiated. Absorption successful. Host gains 400 evolution points. Jiang Yao's expression shifted slightly upon seeing this number. Nest. Consume the creatures. He commanded once more. Following his order, countless tendrils emerged from the nest, ensnaring the monsters and drawing them into its depths. 1 unit of energy consumed. Jiang Yao was astonished. Good heavens! Are these creatures truly worth such energy consumption? Previously, the irregular creatures yielded a mere 0.5 units of energy. Yet this particular specimen commands a value of 1 unit. The rationale behind such an astonishing worth is singular. The region they inhabit is highly likely to possess valuable ore. Without the influence of such resources, there is no conceivable way they could accrue such a significant energy value. Indeed, it seems like a desperate situation offers no escape. If I can successfully eradicate this species, not only will I alleviate my immediate crisis, but I shall also resolve the issue of energy scarcity. This undoubtedly intensifies Jiang Yao's resolve to eliminate these creatures. Contemplating this, Jiang Yao glanced at the eagerly anticipating salted fish and remarked, "Indeed, quite remarkable. The creature you brought back is known as the black worm. The evolutionary points it harbors are astonishing. For every black worm submitted, you shall receive 40 evolutionary points. Furthermore, the presence of the black worm poses a significant threat to the worm nest, thus I am initiating a black worm extermination mission, lasting 15 days. Any player who submits black worms during this period will receive an additional reward of 10 evolutionary points. This extra 10 points represent his share. It is crucial to note that in the pursuit of eliminating black worms, he has sacrificed a total of 10 points in rebates. For 1,000 specimens, he would incur a staggering loss of 100,000 points. Such a figure is indeed daunting. At this moment, upon hearing Jiang Yao state that a single black worm is worth 50 evolutionary points, The salted fish's eyes widen with disbelief. What? Leader? Are you implying that this creature is valued at 50 evolutionary points? Precisely. Goodness. We struck gold. Why on earth was I still hanging around here? I must get out of this place. With that, the salted fish nearly leapt with joy. However, Jiang Yao interrupted, do not rejoice prematurely. These creatures are not only formidable but also possess a high level of intelligence. They often employ various tactics to deceive their adversaries, so you must exercise caution. Instinctively on guard, the salted fish recounted their previous encounter with the creatures. Leader, could it be that those worms intentionally linger in the mist to confuse us? Jiang Yao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, that seems quite plausible. Ah, this is exceedingly intelligent, the salted fish mused inwardly. I must relay this information to others. With that thought, the salted fish bid farewell to Jiang Yao and promptly logged off. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the official group chat, the recent battle had provided players with a clearer understanding of the game's difficulty, particularly the area inhabited by the worms, which now appeared to be a forbidden zone. The emergence of these creatures raised a pressing question. Should players continue their activities in the marshes surrounding that region? Chapter 38. Are blackworms really so valuable? At this moment, the players in the group were embroiled in a heated debate over whether to seek revenge. Emperor Penguin, brothers, those monsters have caused us such significant losses. I feel we cannot let this go unpunished. Tree color following the mountains. Everyone, I personally believe that area is far too perilous. My current thought is that we should keep our distance until we grow stronger and then return to avenge ourselves. Elegant Wind. I find this plan reasonable, as the sheer number of enemies is overwhelming. Engaging them head-on at this stage would be unwise. When welcoming the night, I see this as an opportunity. Most of the players on the other side are unable to log in right now. This is an excellent time for us to hunt monsters. If we act together and enter the fog, we can gradually whittle down these creatures and surely accrue a substantial amount of points. Unquiet. Hey, you reckless streamer above. I'm still in the group watching. Have you considered my feelings when you boldly state such things? Dreaming of splendor, taking advantage of others' misfortunes is not the mark of a gentleman. Wind welcoming the night. Your words have startled me. And I hurriedly rolled into the restroom to check. Phew. Fortunately, I confirmed I am indeed a lady. Dreaming of splendor. At that moment, after logging off, Salty Fish opened the chat group and quickly interrupted the squabbling players. Salty Fish. Good news, brothers. Cloud Player. What good news? Emperor Penguin. What has got you so excited? Salty Fish. Monsters. No, wait. Blackworms. That's the name of the creatures we previously fought. No. That is not the main point. Emperor Penguin? Swan? Land reclamation? Emperor Penguin. Salty Fish. Just get to the point. Everyone is waiting. Salty Fish. Ahem. I thought you hadn't asked. If you don't ask, how can I bring it up? Wouldn't that make me look foolish? Stormy Skies. I don't know about your dignity, but I do know that if you keep this up, we might just sacrifice you. Salty Fish. All right. Here's the crux. Those creatures called blackworms are incredibly valuable. When I fled, I managed to carry 2 back and handed them to the leader. Guess how much one is worth? Chi-Chi jumped up. No guesses. Go away. Akuin at the start. Salty Fish is forming a group for the sacrifice in the game. Who wants to sign up? Land reclamation. Count me in. Emperor Penguin. 1 Salty Fish. Hey, do you really have to be this way? You have no sense of humor. Cloud Player. 2 Salty Fish. Don't keep counting. All right. I want to keep you in suspense. Ooh. I sold 1 blackworm for 40 evolution points. Emperor Penguin. No way. 40 evolution points? This thing is worth that much? Cloud Player. I remember the streamer mentioning he farmed at least 1 or 2,000 points during the live stream. If we could bring all those back, that would be over 100,000. Lee, my heart aches for the streamer for a minute. Salty Fish, and that's not all. There is more to come. Cloud Player, this is simply intolerable. Where can we find the Salty Fish residing in the hospital? For those with information, please message me privately. Never mind, let's not private message. Instead, let us share it in the group so we can band together. Emperor Penguin. Same here. Salty Fish. Everyone, I admit my mistakes. I will no longer squeeze toothpaste. I will confess everything. The leader has issued a time-limited task. Starting today, within 15 days, Those who submit black worms will receive an additional 10 evolution points, which means each black worm is now worth 50 evolution points. Upon the revelation of this news by Salty Fish, the entire group was taken aback. Unknown. What on earth? There's an extra reward? Emperor Penguin. No way. Such rewards are not worth deliberating. We shall charge forth and vanquish without hesitation. Xinyu. There is even more astonishing news. A single black worm is worth 1 energy point. The construction task progress has exceeded 2,000, with several hundred remaining. This implies that the 100 submitted previously could amount to a staggering 60 energy points. Chi-Chi exclaimed, I am utterly shocked, bewildered, flabbergasted. My daily wage is only 80. This item is worth an entire day's wage for me. Cloud Player, is your daily income 80? Do you really expect to work for such a meager salary? Can we not have some standards? The current low wages are a result of individuals like you bringing them down. Heed my advice. Do not accept anything below 100 in a day. This is a matter of principle. The elegance of gentle breeze. Hearing your words. I suddenly feel a deep sense of pity for you. You must have never experienced the scene of earning a daily wage of 110. I recall the moment I first received such a salary, when, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, I treated myself to a cup of soybean milk, a fried dough stick, and added 2 eggs for breakfast. Can you believe it? For breakfast, merely having soybean milk and fried dough sticks is insufficient. One must also include 2 eggs. Who among you would dare to envision such a lavish breakfast? Do not even entertain the thought. You may not have noticed. But at that moment, as I ordered such an extravagant breakfast, the envious and resentful gazes of the people on the street were palpable. Jing, excuse me, esteemed experts. I timidly inquire why the discussion has veered off course. Should we wait for a later time to accumulate points, or should we do so now? Feng Xiaoxiao, Your ability to pose such a question indicates that you have engaged in serious contemplation. However, I must offer you a piece of advice. Perhaps you should consult your language teacher to improve your reading comprehension, for it is rather disheartening to encounter such inquiries. Jing, with the announcement from Xinyu. The players' discussions have shifted from whether to seek revenge to how to accumulate points and the methods involved. Meanwhile, as I observed the plans being deliberated by the crowd, Xinyu continued to divulge information, mentioning these black worms. Yet, at this juncture, Xinyu paused mid-sentence. I cannot simply disclose this information. I sense that it possesses the potential to showcase my prowess. Upon contemplating this, the salted fish promptly erased all the words it had just typed. The Emperor Penguin remarked, At present, we must exploit their vulnerabilities. Their weakness lies in their inability to traverse the mist, while their strength is their overwhelming numbers. Just as the Emperor Penguin was about to articulate further, the salted fish abruptly interjected. Salted fish, Penguin. Have you ever contemplated the possibility that these creatures might emerge from the mist? Upon hearing Salted Fish's words, the Emperor Penguin was momentarily taken aback. Emperor Penguin, what do you mean, salted fish? Salted fish, ahem, dear friends. Have you considered that such a valuable and formidable creature would be subject to any constraints? Absolutely not. They surely are not. And I recently discovered while transporting the black worm that even when removed from the mist, the black worm exhibited no peculiar changes whatsoever. Therefore, I deduce, emphasis on deduce, that this black worm is entirely unaffected by leaving the mist. Chapter 39. The anomaly of this salty fish. As the silence enveloped the group, the salty fish continued to elaborate, in order to substantiate this argument. I have analyzed the live streaming footage from that time. I have stumbled upon a perplexing observation. These dark insects exhibit an astonishing level of intelligence. As they have established 2 encircling formations, one must ponder, would a creature devoid of intellect employ such a strategy? Clearly, it would not. Hence, it can be deduced that the dark insects are exceptionally clever. And I do not dismiss the possibility that their presence at the periphery of the mist is a deliberate ruse to mislead us, making us believe they are incapable of emerging, thus leading us to perceive this as their vulnerability. Once we formulate a strategy based on their apparent weakness, we are likely to fall into their trap. This is merely my conjecture, yet I deem its likelihood to be substantial. Upon articulating this lengthy discourse, the salty fish nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed. Who dares to contest my reasoning here? At that moment, As the salty fish's words lingered in the air, the group fell into a brief silence, only to be broken by the Emperor Penguin, who responded first. Emperor Penguin, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cloud Player, Penguin. I find Salty Fish's argument quite reasonable. It is coherent and logically sound. Beginning with a koan. Indeed. I too found it peculiar that those insects lingered at the edge of the mist. Logically, such creatures should not possess this flaw. Salty Fish may very well be right. These monsters are likely here to confuse us. Emperor Penguin, you have misunderstood. Salty Fish could not possibly conceive such thoughts. Are you not aware of his limited intellect? Could he truly arrive at this conclusion? The Emperor Penguin retorted sharply, and upon this reminder, the others recalled the Salty Fish's often foolish antics in the game, leading them to a new understanding. Rising winds. After your reminder, Penguin, I too feel that this may be the case. Given his level of intelligence, I find it implausible that he could think of such a strategy. Beginning with a koan, I share that sentiment. This individual is certainly not a salty fish. For a salty fish could not possess such intelligence. It is highly probable that his account has been compromised. Salty fish, to your skepticism, I can only say that envy distorts your perception. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge that others may surpass you? The group fell silent. Not long after. Within the game. Greetings, dear family. I am your host, Wanfeng Yingyi, and I welcome you to my live stream of the Insects Charge Forward program. First and foremost, allow me to clarify the current situation. Today, one of the two prominent streamers, MOG, suffered a catastrophic failure due to a miscalculation, resulting in the demise of the entire team. As a consequence of character death, and in the absence of other players, the game imposes a 7-day cooldown period. Thus, for the next few days, MOG's teammates are unable to log in. Once a champion, he is now isolated and forlorn. Hence, please permit me, as a fellow streamer, to express my sympathy. Sniffle. Behold, I deliver a punch to a weeping creature. Moreover, host, is that truly a sympathetic expression? Your smile is nearly crooked. It seems the arrival of numerous viewers in the live stream has brought immense joy to the child. However, one cannot help but question the audacity of the so-called prominent streamers. After all, you are but a failed streamer, so face the reality. Enough of the frivolity, dear host. It is time to attend to serious matters. I have heard that you have devised a strategy and are preparing to take action. Upon noticing the reminders from the audience, Wanfeng Yingyi promptly shifted focus to the matter at hand. Indeed, after our discussions, we have formulated a preliminary battle plan. Based on the player's speculations, our previous ruckus would surely prompt these creatures, if they possess intelligence, to patrol the misty surroundings. Our objective is to target these patrolling insect groups. Over 100 worker bees will simultaneously infiltrate, steal, and retreat, systematically eliminating them. Many viewers expressed skepticism toward their plan. Although your approach may seem sound on the surface, it hinges on the assumption that these monsters will patrol. What if they merely huddle together? Fear not. We have a contingency plan. With that, Wanfeng Yingyi and the other worker bees set off towards the designated location. Upon arrival, Wanfeng Yingyi surveyed the area and was met with a uniform sight of first-tier armored worker bees, with a fair number of second-tier steel worker bees visible as well. Incredible! A sea of first-tier armored worker bees, and quite a few second-tier ones too, if memory serves. Evolving into armored worker bees cost 1,000 evolution points. Does that mean they've all recharged? I doubt it. Let us not forget the monster spawn points where everyone amassed plenty. Besides, such lucrative creatures, even if they recharged, would surely yield returns. As the discussions unfolded in the live stream, Wanfeng Yingyi took the initiative to clarify, ladies and gentlemen, while these black insects may not be formidable, they have no chance against ordinary worker bees in one-on-one confrontations. However, considering their overwhelming numbers, we have decided to collectively evolve to enhance our overall strength. This way, even if besieged by thousands, we can emerge victorious. Upon hearing this, the audience curiously inquired, what if it were tens of thousands? After a moment's contemplation, Wanfeng Yingyi replied, should that be the case, we would scatter. Whoever gets caught would be unfortunate. And so, while engaging in conversation with the audience, Wanfeng Yingyi and the group swiftly arrived at the previously agreed-upon location. This site, situated in the northwest of Misty Isle, was unlike any other, as it was a land abundant with towering trees. These trees provided a natural concealment for the worker bees, making it difficult for the black insects of Misty Isle to detect their presence. Brothers, make sure the pits are sufficiently deep and wide. We must ensure these pests cannot escape once they fall in, exclaimed Xianyu, energetically digging. Rest assured, it will be foolproof. Once they go down, they shan't come back up. I cannot fathom why we toil diligently while you merely stand above as a supervisor. Comrade, are you not aware that I am an intellectual laborer? My efforts rely on intellect, which is certainly not comparable to yours. Intellect, indeed. You, a fool, should descend and join us in our labor. Thus, under the guidance of the team leader, players are diligently digging pits. This is the strategy employed by the team, to excavate numerous large pits in this area to separate these dark insects. Of course, this is not the optimal strategy, but rather a preliminary tactic. The players intend to form small squads to infiltrate the Foggy Isles. Should they discover that these insects have formed patrols and begun to traverse the island, they will seize the opportunity to eliminate them squad by squad. Conversely, if the insects remain clustered together without forming patrols, the players will lure them outward, directing them into the pits. While these pits may not contain them for long, as they will likely attempt to break through the rock walls upon finding themselves trapped. Such actions require time. The players have prepared a total of 5 large pits. If a substantial number of monsters are lured in and fall into these pits, they will be effectively divided. Consequently, the players will find it significantly easier to clear each pit one by one than to face an overwhelming swarm of thousands of dark insects all at once. Chapter 40. The players in the eyes of the black worms even after clearing 1 or 2 pits. The black worms from the other pits had managed to breach the rock walls and ascend. However, by that time, their numbers had been significantly diminished, and when they eventually collided with the players' main force, the outcome was, of course, inevitable. Thus, after nearly 2 days of effort, the players successfully excavated 5 large pits and concealed them with branches, rendering them hidden from view. Once this was accomplished, the players began to take action. Initially, a 6-member Vanguard exploration team, comprised of Xianyu and a few others alongside Weiji, ventured inside to ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, the remaining players lay in wait outside, poised for further instructions. Brothers, be cautious. These worms are quite cunning, Weiji cautioned, recalling a previous mishap as they approached the island's periphery. Fear not, we are seasoned veterans. Xianyu confidently replied, adding, while I cannot guarantee success in every aspect, when it comes to ambushes and underhanded tactics, I have yet to meet my match. Emperor Penguin interjected, why do such words roll off your tongue with a hint of pride? Xianyu retorted, this is indeed a matter of pride. Feng Qian commented, I must admit, being with you has profoundly altered my perspective time and again. Just as Feng Qian was about to elaborate, Xianyu interrupted, keep your voices down. Look over there. He pointed with his large pincers toward a distant glow. Thanks to their biological radar, the group quickly discerned a cluster of light in the distance. They're over there, Xianyu declared, gesturing for everyone to follow him. Cautiously, they made their way toward a sizable rock nearby. Simultaneously, the cluster of lights began to move in their direction, mirroring their approach and concealing itself behind another large rock. Goodness, it seems they have noticed us. Emperor Penguin realized instantly. What on earth? How did they detect our presence? He exclaimed. I have no idea. I suspect they might possess a similar biological radar, Xianyu speculated. What should we do? Should we retreat? Yin Player asked cautiously. Retreat? Xianyu pondered, glancing around. There is no need to withdraw. There are no other groups nearby. If I am not mistaken, they appear to be a patrol squad. Since they lack allies in the vicinity, let us eliminate them first and consider it an advance on our gains. Upon hearing Xianyu's words and confirming the area was secure, the group agreed to his proposal. So what is our next move? Shall we approach slowly? Feng Qiyun inquired, having settled on their course of action. No need to hesitate, since our position has been revealed. We shall charge forward and dispatch them with decisive force. Their small battalion comprises merely over 100 insects, and we can swiftly overpower them. As he spoke, the lazy fish glanced at the nearby silent end. Big brother, you will handle the frontal assault, while I will control the flying blades to eliminate those black insects attempting to escape and alert their kin. I suspect that once the battle commences, they will send scouts to notify their allies." Hearing the words of the lazy fish, Silent and nodded in agreement. No problem. With their battle strategy settled, the group began their advance. They raced towards the black insects, who promptly recognized the approaching threat and ceased their concealment, scuttling out from behind the rocks to confront the intruders. As anticipated by the players, several black insects broke away from the main group, fleeing in a different direction. "Are they truly that intelligent?" one of them exclaimed, astonished that even before the battle had begun, the insects prioritized sending scouts to warn their comrades. "Big Brother Silent End," the lazy fish shouted as he noticed the fleeing black insects. "Fear not, not a single one shall escape." With an understanding nod, Silent End immediately launched flying blades towards the retreating black insects. Meanwhile, the players at the forefront engaged the main body of black insects, igniting the clash of battle. Though the players commanded only 6 worker bees, dispatching over 100 black insects was a task of little difficulty. Upon engagement, the players swiftly eliminated over 20 black insects. Realizing the dire situation, the remaining black insects contemplated retreat, but the players would not permit such an escape. Silent End ensured that any black insect attempting to flee the battlefield would be swiftly cut down. As the battle progressed, the numbers of the black insects dwindled rapidly. The remaining black insects, fully aware of their impending doom, recognized their fate. Among them, a slightly larger black insect glared at the worker bees that were ruthlessly slaughtering its kin, its eyes filled with hatred. Their clan had thrived in this region until a few days prior when these loathsome creatures disrupted their peaceful existence. The arrival of these intruders had diminished the prey in the marshlands beyond the mist, which served as their clan's lifeblood. Although they harbored resentment towards these unwelcome guests, they felt utterly powerless. Observations revealed that these intruders were, like them, part of a clan, yet individually far more powerful, though the exact numbers remained uncertain. They were assured that the intruders were numerous. Consequently, in order to ensure the safety and continuity of their clan, the queen commanded a retreat to the Misty Islands, advising against any conflict with this species. However, this decision bore the grim consequence of many insects within their clan facing starvation, as they were required to deliver substantial food supplies to another powerful species residing in the Misty Islands each year to secure their clan's survival. During that period, it coincided with the day for presenting food. As the surroundings were filled with the ominous figures of those malevolent races, the black insects, unable to hunt, were compelled to surrender all their stored provisions. Consequently, they faced the grim reality of hunger. While the larger insects could endure starvation for 10 days or even half a month, the smaller ones could not. Ultimately, in a desperate bid for survival, they ventured stealthily into the mist to hunt crocodiles and the like for the sustenance of the young insects. However, due to the relentless hunting by these wicked races in the swamp and their covert operations, they could scarcely procure sufficient prey. The young insects, in their growth phase, required an abundance of food, leading to numerous deaths from starvation among them. Despite this dire situation, they bore their plight in silence, for they belonged to a frail race overshadowed by the multitude of formidable beings on this planet. In the face of such powerful adversaries, their only recourse was to endure, for this was the only means of survival. Yet, they could scarcely have anticipated the insatiable greed that lurked within the hearts of these malevolent creatures. Chapter 41. The worries of the black insects. The malevolent race had dispatched a small team to infiltrate the Misty Islands, leaving the inhabitants in a state of shock. The corrosive mists of the islands deterred even the most formidable creatures, leading them to believe that the nefarious beings outside could not breach their sanctuary. Though they faced hunger, the safety of their kin was assured. However, their naive assumptions were shattered when this wicked race entered their domain unscathed. The Queen Mother surmised that these malevolent beings had likely uncovered their whereabouts and sought to investigate further. It was imperative that they eliminate the intruders, otherwise, they would surely bring more of their kind to massacre the tribe. Under the guidance of the mother insect, a strategic combat plan was devised to annihilate the entire squad of evil beings, ensuring that no intelligence would reach their kin. Thus, 12,000 elite warriors were dispatched to encircle and eliminate the intruders. With such a formidable force, they believed that no matter how powerful the evil race might be, they would easily overpower them. However, as the battle commenced, they realized they had gravely underestimated their adversaries. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they struggled mightily. Suffering the loss of over 2,000 warriors, yet the enemy managed to escape. The gravity of their situation became evident. The wicked race would undoubtedly return with a larger force to obliterate them. The small team had likely come in search of their lair. As the captain of the insect squad witnessed the relentless sacrifice of his comrades, he recognized the necessity of transmitting intelligence. Yet, upon witnessing his fallen allies and the looming threat of the colossal demon insect, he understood that escape was futile. The demon insect was the black insect's term for the harbinger of doom. A creature so fearsome that it had single-handedly slain nearly 1,000 of their warriors in the previous encounter without sustaining a scratch. Its formidable prowess was indelibly etched into the minds of the black insect tribe. Resolute in his decision, the captain of the insects resolved to employ a desperate gambit. As he steeled himself, his body began to swell rapidly, expanding several times its size in mere moments. "What is happening? What is it doing?" murmured the onlookers, bewildered by the transformation before them. And just as the players were left in confusion, a tremendous explosion erupted. Simultaneously, they sensed a peculiar wave of energy sweeping past them and soaring into the distance. What just occurred? Is that it? The observers were left perplexed, initially anticipating a climactic confrontation, only to witness this unexpected turn of events. However, in comparison to the desolate fish, the Emperor Penguin instinctively sensed that the situation was dire upon recalling their previous relentless attempts to send troops and flee. Alarmed, the Emperor Penguin suddenly thought of something. Grass. "We must leave at once. It had just emitted a peculiar wave frequency. If my conjecture holds true, this is a method of summoning their kin. They are calling for reinforcements. No, it should be calling for insects." Upon hearing the Emperor Penguin's words, the others immediately became alert. Could this creature possess such capabilities? This must be their mode of communication. Forget the remaining few. We must swiftly carry the corpses of these insects and depart from this place, the Emperor Penguin urged. Hearing this, the others promptly began to act. Fortunately, as they refrained from further aggression, the remaining black insects managed to evade this calamity. Yet, unbeknownst to the players, their retreat while carrying the corpses only served to solidify the black insects' belief that this malevolent race coveted their kind. Thus unfolded the tale of the great Mother Queen. At that moment, within a vast cavern, the recently survived black insects relayed the events that had transpired to their queen. This information heightened the tension within the entire black insect race. "What shall we do, Mother Queen? If they discover our home, they will undoubtedly unleash a great army to slaughter us," remarked an aged black insect beside the queen. Hearing this, the queen found herself momentarily speechless. Yet, what more can we do? We are a feeble race, and they are so formidable. If they truly come for us, what can we use to defend ourselves? Our 12,000 elite forces faced off against their 40 insects, and even after losing 2,000, we could not defeat all of their 40. As she spoke, the queen gazed upon the insect swarm. Although they still had over 50,000 soldiers, what good would that do? Given the enemy's might, it would likely take only a couple of thousand of their insects to breach their ranks entirely. Being an insect herself, she understood all too well how easily a swarm could muster a few thousand of their kind. Just when she was at a loss, the unique wave frequency from the aged insect resonated within her mind. Upon hearing the elder's suggestion, the queen shook her head. "No. If we were to request assistance from the troll race, they would demand a significant tribute, yet we have no food left." Acknowledging this, the elder nodded and looked at the queen with unwavering resolve. "Mother Queen, we elder insects have lived long enough. It is time for us to make our final contribution to the swarm." At this declaration, tears filled the queen's eyes, for she understood the intent of the elder insects. "No, absolutely not." With a sigh, the elder stated, "It is decided, Mother Queen. Our strength has waned, and rather than becoming a burden to the swarm, it is far better to make our ultimate sacrifice for its continuity. Indeed, Mother of Insects, let us old souls render our last contribution to the swarm. We are now surrounded by demons, and we have no way to retreat. If this continues, we shall be annihilated by them. Meanwhile, A multitude of elder insects rose to offer their counsel. Observing these elder insects, who had resolved to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their kind, the queen was filled with tears of sorrow. Despite her deep reluctance, she was compelled to make this decision for the survival of her species. Perhaps these insects would never realize that the perilous situation they faced was merely a figment of their imagination. The reality was far less dire than they perceived. Having previously discovered numerous traces of player activity, they prematurely concluded that the players were exceedingly numerous. They believed that the perimeter of Mist Island was teeming with players, poised to locate their nest and obliterate them in one fell swoop. The earlier encounters with players only reinforced their assumptions, leading them to believe they had reached a critical juncture for their race's survival. Although these insects possessed a modicum of intelligence, their cognitive abilities were limited. They lacked the concept of needing to validate their assumptions. Had they dispatched scouts to the outskirts of the mist, they would have discovered that there was no encirclement. They could flee at any moment. Instead, they sent only a small contingent to patrol while the majority huddled in their homes, trembling in fear. Perhaps at this moment, they would never conceive that the players, too, were equally apprehensive of them. Chapter 42. The players' concerns. My goodness, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Fortunately, your quick thinking saved us. You realized they were calling for reinforcements, muttered the flustered player, having set down their quarry upon reaching the gathering place of the main forces. From my recent explorations, I can ascertain one crucial point. These creatures possess a unique reconnaissance ability that enables them to easily detect our presence amidst the fog, coupled with their own distinct method of communication. Although their signaling technique may seem somewhat ineffectual, it is undeniable that this peculiar capability will pose significant challenges for our future endeavors. In stark contrast to the flustered player, the Emperor Penguin was diligently analyzing the data gathered from their explorations. What are we to do? They can summon allies, and we cannot dare to engage. One misstep could lead to our demise, remarked the flustered player, approaching the Emperor Penguin with concern. Moreover, these creatures exhibit remarkable intelligence. It's astonishing how advanced they are. As the player spoke, a thought seemed to dawn upon them. Gentlemen, isn't this game supposed to replicate reality in every aspect? Is there a chance that these intelligent wild monsters could be tamed? Upon hearing this proposition, the nearby Windstorm's eyes lit up. Goodness, you might be onto something. It does seem plausible. If we could indeed tame them, wouldn't that mean? Just as the flustered player was about to elaborate, the Emperor Penguin interjected. Let us not entertain notions of taming just yet. We must recognize that we are currently at a disadvantage while they hold the upper hand. If we aren't careful, we could easily end up as their next meal. Indeed, it seems more likely that they would be the ones taming us. The Emperor Penguin added with a hint of exasperation. Perhaps we should focus on developing our outer defenses for a while. Then wait for our guild members to recover from their 7-day cooldown before we make our move, suggested the player known as Weiji. After pondering Weiji's suggestion, the Emperor Penguin replied, your group comprises spenders, which simplifies things somewhat. However, relying solely on you will not suffice. The collective strength of the casual players must be bolstered as well. As the Emperor Penguin spoke, he glanced at the others. These wild creatures clearly engage in collective activities, as evidenced by their overwhelming numbers during our previous encirclement. The patrol squad we encountered during our exploration demonstrated their high level of intelligence. Though we have all evolved into armored worker bees, the scarcity of steel worker bees is a pressing concern. To triumph under numerical pressure, we must at least evolve into steel worker bees. Should their numbers continue to swell, it is likely we would need to achieve a collective transformation into metal poison bees to gain the upper hand. Upon hearing this, the flustered player immediately shook his head. A collective transformation into poison bees is practically unrealistic. Even achieving the second phase for everyone seems quite unlikely. Just to put it into perspective, the first-level armored worker bees cost 2,000 soft currency. Everyone is drawn to the allure of the monster's generous rewards, hence their willingness to invest. Moreover, many possess over 1,000 evolution points, having used their funds to evolve with just a single purchase. In the second stage, the steel worker bee requires 4,000 evolution points, a burden only a select few can bear. Even more daunting is the fact that the third-tier poison bee demands a staggering 10,000 points. Upon hearing this, Wei Ji found himself in agreement with CNU's sentiments. In truth, the majority of players are free to play. Persuading them to invest even a mere 1 or 200 evolution points is already commendable, let alone expecting them to spend thousands or even tens of thousands. Particularly after experiencing a catastrophic loss of several hundred thousand previously, many have been deterred by such significant setbacks, making it unrealistic to expect them to invest heavily. The most pragmatic course of action now is to unlock new troop types, which appears to be a more viable strategy. Moreover, even if one were to consider spending 10,000, why not simply wait for the Raptors to be unlocked and purchase them directly? There is no logical reason to evolve the less cost-effective worker bees. Upon reflecting on Wei Ji's words, the group concurred that this indeed seemed to be the most sensible approach. Although the new troop types come at a higher price, they are undeniably more powerful than the worker bees and, crucially, possess great potential for development. The cost-effectiveness of the new troops far surpasses that of the worker bees. Many mid-tier players prioritize value for their investment. Spending on worker bees feels impractical, while they are more than willing to invest in troops that offer superior cost-performance ratios. After all, the prevailing mindset among most mid-tier players is to make a significant investment once and reap benefits for an extended period, rather than frequently changing troops as affluent players do. It appears that the only viable option now is to find a way to unlock new troop types, as this will enhance our high-end combat capabilities and significantly improve our chances in battle, Wei Ji remarked after a lengthy pause. Currently, the ordinary crocodiles provide far too few energy points. Although we are only a few hundred points short, relying solely on crocodiles would be exceedingly time-consuming. After making a decision, Wei Ji contemplated and said, "To expedite our progress, we must once again take the risk of venturing into the Misty Isles to hunt the black bugs." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Thus, after delivering their spoils, Wei Ji shared their strategy with the group and enlisted several steel worker bees to form a 30-member team dedicated to exterminating the black bugs on the Misty Isles. Meanwhile, other players accelerated their efforts to hunt crocodiles and giant pythons. While these two types of units yield fewer energy points, their sheer numbers make up for it. Consequently, players work diligently each day to expedite the construction process. On another front, the black bug colony, disturbed by the players' activities, suffered the discovery of 2 or 3 more patrol teams. In response, the Queen Mother decided to have all the bugs retreat to their nests and await reinforcements from the troll tribe. This time, the trolls demanded a hefty price for their assistance, sacrificing nearly 5,000 elder bugs to secure their promise of military support against the enemy. With the spoils of victory to be claimed entirely by the trolls, they only need to endure a few more days. Once the troll expeditionary forces return from their assault on the alien faction, collaborating with the trolls will undoubtedly lead to our triumph over the adversary. The Queen Mother of the Black Bugs thought, her eyes filled with hatred. However, the current matriarch is acutely aware that placing all hope in the troll race is not a viable strategy. While the trolls are undoubtedly formidable, one must always consider the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. What if the mighty trolls are unable to vanquish their adversaries? In such a dire scenario, their only recourse would be to break free and retreat. Yet, such an action bears grave consequences, for it would necessitate abandoning their current home, a sacrifice that, to them, is not insignificant. Reflecting on this, her gaze instinctively shifted towards a nearby cave entrance, which continued to extend into the depths. It is the contents at the base of that entrance that represent the true reason for her reluctance to part ways, for therein lies their sacred ground, the very bedrock of their existence as the black insect race. Were it not for this sacred site, they would have long since fled from the oppression of the trolls. If the worst were to transpire, then for the sake of their lineage, they might truly have no choice but to forsake their sanctum. Contemplating this, her eyes brimmed with profound sorrow. The sacred ground is the key to their empowerment. Without it, how would they establish their presence in this world? This thought left her feeling disoriented. Nevertheless, she could not afford to dwell on such matters any longer. Resolutely, she issued a command. All the young insects within the tribe are to enter the sacred ground for cultivation, to bolster their strength and prepare for the impending war. Chapter 43. The architectural worm has finally emerged. Meanwhile, the players are exerting themselves to unlock the architecture. Time is of the essence. It has been 2 or 3 days since Jiang Yao issued the task, and they now have merely over 10 days left to earn their bonus evolution points. The incubation of the architecture requires 5 days, which means they have less than a week remaining. The quicker they progress in their architectural endeavors, the more time they can accrue for earning evolution points. This urgency has spurred an unprecedented zeal among the players. Yet it still took them 2 days to gather enough energy points. As they watched the energy points being invested, a golden larva gradually crawled out of the nest, prompting a collective sigh of relief. The architectural worm had finally emerged, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The architectural worm crawled a short distance away from the nest and came to a halt. In the next moment, a special gray membrane began to exude from its body, enveloping it as the incubation commenced. Witnessing this spectacle, the players could finally relax. They only needed to wait 5 more days for the new units to be hatched, which would allow them to unleash these new forces upon the blackworms. Additionally, they still had 5 days to complete the bonus evolution point tasks, which was sufficient for them. After 2 days of intensive grinding, many players opted to log off upon witnessing the architectural worm begin its incubation. They needed to rest before diving into another round of fervent gameplay. Given that the first week of the Swift Beast was available at a 20 discount, they aimed to gather enough evolution points during this period to purchase it. Although many had already amassed 4,000 to 5,000 evolution points through diligent effort, some players who invested money merely needed to gather points over the next 2 days. Conversely, those who did not spend money had to grind harder to accumulate the necessary points. In summary, those with financial resources could afford to grind less, while those without had to exert themselves more. "Brother, how many evolution points do you still need?" a player near the nest inquired. "I still need quite a few," the other player replied. "I haven't been online much recently, and upon logging in, I was dragged into mining for 2 days. Only during the past few days of grinding did I manage to earn a few evolution points. I'll need to push myself to gather as many points as possible, then either collect the remaining points later or recharge." Pausing for a moment, the player continued, "Damn it, speaking of mining makes me furious." According to what they said later, the intelligence of the blackworms is quite high, making them impossible to lure out. Subsequently, these blackworms seemed to vanish completely. We couldn't find a single one. That lazy bum made us dig for nothing. Upon hearing this, another player nodded in agreement. That lazy bum is the worst. For us players who spend less time online, buying the Swift Beast will require substantial investment to cover the gap. After this debacle, I estimate I'll have to spend at least another 648. At that moment, another player approached. "Actually, you need not be so pessimistic. The architecture incubation time is 5 days. The initial week's discount effectively grants us a span of 12 days to immerse ourselves in the game, allowing us to accumulate approximately 1,000 resources daily. Thus, acquiring sufficient funds for the Swift Beast poses little challenge. Moreover, have you not recalled the leader's statement that currently there exists only one pool for the Swift Beasts, with a maximum of 5 hatching each day? Consequently, our only option is to engage in a lottery for the opportunity to obtain them." As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him. Indeed, has anyone considered undertaking the newly released limited-time task regarding the energy points issued by the leader? During the hatching period at the Swift Beast pool, for every prey submitted, one earns an additional reward of 20 evolution points for every point of energy accrued. Of course, we should participate, yet I must first log off for a brief respite. My eyes are nearly unable to remain open. With this, another player among them decided to log off as well. This additional task concerning energy points was a sudden decree from Jiang Yao, primarily instituted due to the fact that hatching a single Swift Beast requires 50 energy points. Hence, there is an urgent need for a considerable amount of energy, which can only be addressed by encouraging players to exert themselves further. After all, having already required them to purchase Swift Beasts using evolution points, it would be rather unseemly to demand energy points as well. Thus, the energy points must be self-sourced. Following the construction phase, Jiang Yao still possesses over 600 energy points. Coupled with the sporadic contributions from players over the past few days, he estimates that he can gather a total of 1,000 energy points to hatch 20 Swift Beasts. Initially, aside from the Swift Beasts, players are unlikely to purchase in excessive quantities. 20 should suffice, and it will take at least 4 days to hatch them. After these 4 days, 14 days will have elapsed, leaving only 1 day remaining in the planned event duration. During this 4-day interval after the Swift Beast emerge, players will undoubtedly engage in fervent efforts to accumulate energy points to secure the additional rewards for the 15th day's task. Thus, on the 4th day, which coincides with the 15th day and the task's conclusion, players are likely to intensify their efforts. And few will wish to hatch Swift Beasts on the final day of the event. It is probable that they will delay their purchases until after this day, at which point only 2 days will remain for the discounted time frame. In those 2 days, regardless of the urgency, only 10 can be hatched. The energy points accrued during this period should be ample, if not abundant, to meet the demands of subsequent player purchases. In fact, there may even be surplus energy points available for the acquisition of additional structures, such as defensive buildings, to fortify his nest. With these thoughts, Jiang Yao's spirits were lifted. After enduring such a prolonged struggle, he had finally navigated through the arduous early stages. Moving forward, the swarm merely requires steady development and gradual expansion of slots. For Jiang Yao, the current strategy involves nurturing a batch of players before allocating slots for the next group. This approach is motivated by several considerations as the current players reach a certain level of development. Introducing a new batch will inevitably spark a desire among them to compete with the first group, relying on monetary investment to bridge the gap. The consequence of this approach is a significant influx of capital, which inevitably raises concerns for other players regarding their ability to withdraw funds. Moreover, the players now possess an ample supply of evolution points. Aside from utilizing these points to meet their daily expenses, many are investing them into the evolution of their troops, thereby enhancing their military strength. Consequently, Jiang Yao's own forces are likely to consist of elite units, which aligns with his overarching objective. His circumstances dictate a developmental strategy that diverges from the conventional Zerg approach, which relies on the mass production of countless swarms for combat. While it is true that victory in the cosmos often hinges on sheer numbers, his possession of an evolution system allows him to perpetually upgrade his units, thereby opting for a strategy rooted in quality over quantity. Furthermore, even if he were to consider a numbers-based strategy, the conditions do not permit such an approach. It is worth noting that on Blue Star, there was a game once heralded for boasting 8 million warriors, which claimed to have several 100,000 players online simultaneously, an extraordinary phenomenon. He surmises that the popularity of his game may only reach a similar echelon. However, even if he were to attain such a level, it would still fall short. After all, quantity remains inadequate. Following the Zerg strategy of overwhelming numbers, catching up to billions of units is a colossal leap from merely millions, an insurmountable gap. Thus, he is compelled to adhere to a strategy that prioritizes quality. Chapter 44. The Taylor Civilization. The strategy of substituting quality for quantity is exceptionally well suited to him, as the system's advantage lies in the remarkably low difficulty of acquiring evolution points. Although the fundamental requirement for evolution points among later military units is significantly large, the task pales in comparison to scouring the cosmos for minerals. Gathering evolution points is undeniably far more accessible. One merely needs to identify a life-bearing planet and eradicate all its inhabitants to reap a substantial bounty of evolution points. Meanwhile, approximately 800 astronomical units away from the planet where Jiang Yao resides, a region of cosmic space began to warp abruptly. Following this distortion, a battleship, roughly 1,000 meters in length, materialized out of thin air. Upon reaching its target star system, situated 800 AU from the intended planet, it transitioned into standard cruising mode, with an estimated arrival in 1 month. Shortly thereafter, a shuttle, about 50 meters long, was dispatched from the battleship, accelerating towards the direction of Jiang Yao's planet. Inside the battleship, within the Grand Hall, a towering humanoid figure clad in blue armor, standing approximately 3 meters tall, occupied the central podium. Below him stood a neatly arranged line of soldiers adorned in black armor. Addressing the warriors before him, he spoke slowly, "Young warrior cadets, our vessel has now entered standard cruising mode and will reach our destination in 1 month. As the youthful generation of warriors from Taylor, you will soon face your final assessment. Your performance in this evaluation will be determined by the number of biological heads you procure on this planet. There are 2,000 participants, with only 100 advancing to the next stage, and those who succeed will earn the opportunity to join the Taylor Interstellar Fleet. The instructor's tone shifted to one of gravity as he continued. This assessment poses an extraordinary challenge. Your target evaluation planet is Planet 124, of which you may have heard the ominous tales. This world is inhabited by formidable creatures, and even the flora surrounding you may suddenly spring forth to consume you. Death is a commonplace occurrence on this planet. However, as the elite of the new generation, you must embrace the inevitability of mortality. His voice softened as he reassured them. Despite the perilous nature of this examination, I trust that over the past 50 years of your training, you have acquired exceptional survival and combat skills to navigate these crises. Remember, this examination also profoundly impacts your future on Taylor. Therefore, I urge each of you to give your utmost effort and achieve commendable results. Additionally, I bring you uplifting news. Due to the high difficulty of this planet's examination, any student who survives, regardless of their ranking, may still be recruited by various planetary bases, provided they demonstrate exceptional performance. In essence, this assessment offers a promising future for those who endure. Upon hearing the instructor's words, the trainees below, while maintaining their previous stances, were internally stirred with excitement. At that moment, the instructor continued, stating that this assessment, like those before, would adopt a globally observed review model. Thus, their combat would be transmitted in real time by their armor. Everything they undertook on the assessment planet would be known worldwide, including by their family, relatives, and friends. Ultimately, the instructor reiterated a vital point. As warriors of the Taylor planet, one must never exhibit cowardice. Those who flee would face severe consequences, and their families and friends would suffer disgrace due to their actions. The Taylor race, a humanoid species, is distinct from other intelligent races in the universe, possessing innate and formidable combat prowess. This race venerates strength, placing immense value on individual capability. In their eyes, only warriors forged in the crucible of war are deemed worthy. Consequently, the military academy's graduation assessments entail sending their students to perilous planets for fierce battles. While undeniably brutal, those who survive such dangers are unquestionably powerful warriors, capable of shouldering the responsibility of defending their homeland. Although this race is not part of the Empire, their combat effectiveness is on par with the Imperial Star Forces, owing to the trials that have sustained their civilization through the ages. After the instructor concluded his speech, everyone dispersed. At that moment, a somewhat lean individual approached, contrasting the instructor's stern demeanor with an expression filled with concern. "Captain, is the chosen assessment planet too challenging for the new recruits?" Hearing a teammate's words, the captain nodded in agreement. Assessment Planet 124, renowned as the Hell Assessment Star, presents creatures that are significantly more formidable than those on other assessment planets. Furthermore, it has been nearly 2 millennia since we last set foot on this world. We cannot fathom how powerful the creatures have become in this time. With a sigh, he expressed his helplessness. However, this choice of assessment planet was a decision from above, and since they have acted thus, there must be reasoning behind it. Our task is to ensure the trainees' safety as best as we can. Turning to his companion, the captain inquired about the arrangements for scouting the planet and locating a temporary base. The teammate nodded, reassuring him, "Don't worry, Captain. I've already assigned Laia and a few others to handle it. Considering the time, they should be nearing the planet now." Hearing this, the captain nodded and advised, "Tell Laia and her team to exercise utmost caution. This planet is more perilous than any assessment planet we have previously encountered. Rest assured, Leah and her companions are seasoned veterans. This task shall prove no challenge for them." Upon hearing this, the captain nodded thoughtfully, casting his gaze towards the assessment planet. Lost in contemplation, one cannot help but wonder why such a sudden decision was made. Could it be, as the rumors suggest, that war is truly on the horizon? A flicker of concern passed through his eyes as he pondered this notion. Meanwhile, on the other side, the rejuvenated players were fervently sweeping through the marshlands. Most had meticulously planned their strategies, intending to complete their construction projects with great haste, allowing themselves a day of rest before logging back in to utilize the remaining time to cultivate the evolution of their swift beasts. However, upon their return to the marshes for further cleansing, they discovered that the situation was far more complicated than anticipated. Chapter 45. seeking wealth amidst danger in a single night. The swamp underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The number of monsters within the marshland plummeted dramatically. What was once a source yielding 500 to 1,000 evolution points daily now barely offered 1 or 200, leaving many players' strategies in disarray. However, upon reflection, the players began to comprehend the underlying reason. Although a portion of players logged off after completing their constructions, a more astute group discerned the subtle changes. During the construction phase, they had noted the increasing difficulty in locating monsters, leading them to realize that their relentless extermination efforts had decimated the swamp's inhabitants. The players who recognized the shift were seasoned veterans of the game, and they feigned nonchalance, returning to the nest alongside the larger group while subtly orchestrating a mass log-off. Once many unsuspecting players had been lured offline, these veterans stealthily logged back in, embarking on a frenzied quest to hunt monsters. Consequently, the uninformed players found little success in their endeavors over the past 2 days, as the swamp had devolved into a scenario where the competition outweighed the availability of prey. Whether it was monsters or their lairs, any discovery inevitably led to a thorough pillaging by the players. Even so, after 2 days, the most efficient among them had only managed to accrue a little over 1,000 points. There was a palpable sense of embarrassment among the group. Initially, one had hoped to gather the remaining 4,000 points within these days, but given the current state of the swamp, such aspirations seemed bleak. As Wanli Wuyun trudged back to the nest alongside a few teammates, a furrow of worry creased his brow. I simply do not understand how. After a single night's slumber, the world appears so drastically altered. Nearby, Li echoed his bewilderment. In the midst of this, Feng Xiaoxiao, who had also sensed the shift, remarked, "It is entirely normal. Have you not considered that while we were grinding, we all noticed a gradual decline in our daily earnings? If I am not mistaken, a considerable number of players have also recognized this trend. They are aware that the monsters in the swamp are dwindling, and thus, while we slept, they likely labored tirelessly. Now that we've awakened, they've probably exhausted their hunting efforts and returned to rest." Upon hearing this, the realization dawned on the others. Goodness, brother. My mindset is shattering. How did I not think of this sooner? Had I considered it then, I would have stubbornly remained logged in. Alas, there is little to be done now. I too had not contemplated this at the time. If I had, I would undoubtedly have continued grinding. Yet, reflecting on it now felt too late. It seemed prudent to invest in the game. Perhaps a daily expenditure of 648 would suffice to accumulate the necessary evolution points before the event concluded. You are overly optimistic. Others share your thoughts. And thus, the opportunity may likely elude you. Let us put it this way. Each of us currently possesses approximately 4,000 evolution points. And it will take at least 6 days of recharging to gather sufficient points. Even then, we would only be ready 3 days after the event commences. Most individuals are at a similar progress level, which suggests that on that day, a significant number will inevitably queue to seize their spots. As Feng Xiaoxiao glanced at the others, he inquired, "Do you think we can secure a place? If we genuinely wish to obtain a spot, our only option is to act within the first 3 days, as there are likely fewer pay-to-win players during that time. And we might be fortunate enough to find available spots. After all, the wealthy players in the game are predominantly affiliated with the Beekeeper Protection Association, focusing solely on that game mode and not competing with us for the ferocious beasts." Upon hearing this, the others began to grasp the situation. This means they would need to accumulate evolution points within 5 days. However, gathering those points within such a short time frame is no small feat. The current players guard their evolution points like treasures, reluctant to part with them, leaving us with the option of grinding monsters. Yet, in the past couple of days, we have only managed to collect a mere 100 or 200 evolution points daily, which is hardly substantial. Wanli Wuyun's tone was steeped in helplessness. "Hey, brothers, do you think we should venture inside?" Li suggested quietly. At his words, all eyes turned toward him in unison. "Are you out of your mind? You know how many black insects are lurking inside?" One of them exclaimed. Last time, when the elite squad wiped out the big shots, they deployed over 10,000 black insects. Even though many hid when the prominent players ventured in to grind for progress, the estimates suggested there were at least 20 to 30,000 black insects remaining. Frankly, I find their estimate rather conservative. I suspect the actual number is even greater. If we were to enter and encountered a horde of black insects, I'd estimate we'd be left with nothing but remnants. Lee, however, held a different perspective. If we think like that, what's the point? I am well aware of the dangers posed by the black insects on Misty Island. Yet, danger is precisely what makes it worthwhile. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, my friends. Your notion is not about seeking fortune. It is a reckless gamble with your life, Feng Xiaoxiao retorted. That S where you misunderstand. Consider this. Once the new unit, Ferocious Beast, is released, those who purchase it will rush to grind monsters. By the time we, the cautious ones, secure our ferocious beasts, do you think there will be any monsters left for us? How many will remain for us to grind? While we could follow behind the powerful players to share in their spoils, their grinding efficiency with ferocious beasts far surpasses ours. How much can we hope to grind compared to them? Moreover, if we all enter together with the big shots, how much can we realistically hope to claim? Thus, I believe our best course of action is to take the risk. According to the big shots, each patrol of black insects consists of approximately 1 or 200. Just imagine, if we encounter a few patrols, that would suffice for us. As the saying goes, 3 years without a business, yet when it opens, it thrives for 3 years. Currently, the price of the black worms has surged, and there is now an additional reward of 10 points for defeating them. Submitting a single devouring point now grants an extra 20 points for evolution, and turning in 1 black worm yields a single devouring point. With this, Lee cast a glance at his companions. My brothers, the price of a single black worm has reached an unprecedented height. If you consider that our worker bee costs merely 648, it implies that defeating just 8 or 9 black worms suffices. Consequently, if we encounter a patrol of black worms and manage to defeat them, even if we perish afterward, we will not incur a loss. While your reasoning holds merit, do not forget that upon dying, we will face a 7-day game cooldown. Is that significant? If we fail to accumulate enough points, we will surely miss the opportunity to purchase the raptor at a discount before the event concludes. Thus, we need not hasten to gather evolution points. After all, what difference does it make if we delay by 3 days or 5? However, if we succeed, the situation changes dramatically, as we could potentially acquire the raptor at an advantageous price of 8,000. Upon hearing this player's perspective, the others contemplated and recognized the validity of his argument. With the current high prices of black worms, it would not take long to gather the necessary points. Chapter 46. Discovering the target during this event. The initial price of the raptor was set at 8,000, while the acquisition price of the black worm surged dramatically, effectively reducing the price of the raptor. If we do not seize this opportunity now, as Lee remarked, the difference between acting sooner or later may not be significant once the event concludes. At this juncture, taking a risk might just transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. According to the estimations from the esteemed players regarding the number of monsters in the patrol teams, they merely needed a stroke of luck to encounter 2 or 3 patrols to gather everything they required. With this thought in mind, the group exchanged glances and pondered. Why not embark on a daring venture? Indeed, it is merely a game. There is no need for such timidity, for it is not reality. And there is little to fear. Observing that his rhetoric had successfully persuaded the others, Lee promptly seized the moment, asserting, he is not wrong. It is just a game. If we die, so be it. What is the worst that could happen? Shall we set out now? Then let us go, came the consensus. Thus, after some deliberation, the group set forth in the direction of Misty Island. I recall the esteemed players mentioning that signs of black worm activity are prevalent in the northwestern region. So let us head that way first. As soon as they entered Misty Island, Lee addressed the group, and upon hearing his words, they engaged in a brief discussion before proceeding northwest. Before long, they encountered an astonishing sight. The biological radar indicated the presence of over 200 luminous points in the distance, and the group exchanged incredulous glances. Brothers, is this what we have discovered? This seems almost too easy, one remarked. Indeed, I remember the esteemed players saying they searched for a long time without finding any traces. And yet we stumble upon them as soon as we arrive. Shoo, keep your voice down, Lee cautioned, making a shushing gesture towards Feng Xiaoxiao. Do not let them notice us. According to the esteemed players, the black worms possess exceptionally acute hearing and can detect faint sounds from a kilometer away. Even if they do discover us, They cannot outrun us. If they see us, we can just pursue them, Feng Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly. Brother, are you foolish? Take a closer look at the biological radar. They are carrying something, Li pointed out, and the group quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, they are carrying goods. Judging by their shapes, they appear to be crocodiles and pythons. If I am not mistaken, they are stealthily venturing into the marshes to hunt, one surmised. It seems the predictions of the lazy player were not unfounded. These blackworms can indeed leave the marshes. And their previous reluctance to do so was likely a ruse to mislead us. This is crucial intelligence. Remember to inform everyone later, Feng Xiaoxiao asserted. Li found himself somewhat speechless at the focus of Feng Xiaoxiao's concern. Good heavens, your priorities are misplaced. Should you not be contemplating where these creatures are transporting the crocodiles and pythons? Upon hearing Li's words, the group swiftly realized the implication. Are you suggesting they might be taking their prey back to their nest? Upon hearing this, Li nodded in agreement, asserting that it was not merely a possibility but an undeniable certainty. These creatures could not be compared to us. We sustain ourselves by consuming energy, fulfilling the biological necessities of life. This is the culmination of over 100 million years of evolution, yet how long have they been evolving? It is inconceivable that they could rival us. Meanwhile, on the side of the black insects, a squad of approximately 200 black insects was cautiously advancing. The reason this squad dared to venture outside for hunting was due to the serendipitous discovery made by one of their members during reconnaissance at the mist periphery. The malevolent race had suddenly retreated from the swamp area. Although the reason for this withdrawal remained unclear, they promptly reported it to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother speculated that this race was attempting to deceive them, luring them out of their nest. Consequently, she commanded a substantial number of black insect warriors to remain concealed at home, awaiting reinforcements. However, the squad leader could not wait any longer, for many of the young insects within their community were perishing from prolonged starvation. Thus, the leader resolved to seize this opportunity and venture forth to procure sustenance, aware that such an act would inevitably incur the queen's wrath, leading to severe punishment. The leader was nonetheless willing to take the risk if it meant saving numerous larvae. So, he gathered a group of like-minded insects and set out. Among them, most were parents, unable to bear the thought of watching their offspring starve. Thus, despite the imminent punishment they would face upon their return, they chose to embrace the peril. Upon arriving at the swamp, they found, as anticipated, that the numbers of the malevolent race had significantly diminished. Where once their presence was easily discernible, now vast areas revealed no signs of their activity. Recognizing this fortuitous opportunity, the leader promptly directed his team to hunt the few crocodiles remaining in the swamp. Of course, they remained vigilant, ever mindful of the queen's admonitions, sending sentinels to monitor their surroundings during the hunt. Fortunately, everything transpired without incident, and they successfully returned with over 300 prey, now making their way back home. With this bounty, the young insects would not face starvation. While they were fully cognizant of the punishment awaiting them upon their return to the nest, they were prepared to accept the consequences. Upon their return to the insect nest, the queen regarded the spoils they had brought back with a grim expression. "Did I not instruct you," she thundered, "that under no circumstances were you to leave the nest?" Faced with the queen's furious voice, the black insect captain could only respond with trepidation. "Many of our larvae have perished from hunger. If we did not venture out to hunt, even more would meet the same fate." Foolishness. Do you think I am unaware of their deaths? Do you believe my heart does not ache? What remedy is there for such heartache? In order to ensure the survival of our kind, I am compelled to issue such orders. Are you aware that your actions could very well bring about catastrophic consequences for the entire swarm? At this moment, the queen is filled with exasperation. She never anticipated that these few insects would disregard her commands and venture out to hunt on their own. Yet, upon reflection, can they truly be blamed? Their intentions are solely for the sake of the younglings. Witnessing the demise of each little creature, she feels a profound sorrow, yet finds herself powerless to intervene. Chapter 47. Captured upon reflecting on this, the voice of the mother queen trembled with emotion. Although witnessing the demise of the little insects pained her greatly, she longed to let everyone venture out for a hunt. However, if they were to be targeted by the malevolent races and followed back to their lair, it would spell doom for their entire community. Rest assured, my queen, We have been exceedingly cautious throughout our journey, reassured a black insect. Moreover, for reasons unknown, a significant portion of those wicked races has vacated the swamp region. Coupled with our discreet movements, I can confidently assert that we remain undetected by them. Were the players trailing them to overhear this, they would undoubtedly demonstrate through their actions that wanted not to tempt fate by making bold proclamations, lest they swiftly face the consequences. The Mother Queen gazed at the more than 200 black insects before her, momentarily at a loss for words. While their intentions were noble, it was undeniable that their actions could potentially invite catastrophic repercussions for the community. Thus, punishment was inevitable. Now that the misfortune had transpired, no words could alter the reality. All she could do was silently pray that the insects had not attracted the attention of the malevolent race. Just as she prepared to speak, a look of sheer terror crossed her face. The silk thread she had laid at the cave's entrance had stirred. This was a special thread visible only to their kind. Thus, it was impossible for their species to disturb it, while other races, unable to see it, would inadvertently touch it. 1, 2, 9, 10. There were at least 10 creatures outside. Through her senses, she could ascertain that their trajectory led directly to the entrance of the insect nest. The sudden revelation chilled her to the core. Curse be it. You have been discovered. They are upon us. Right at the entrance of our lair. At this alarming declaration, the captain among her subordinates was visibly shaken. What? How is this possible? I recall we were exceedingly discreet. He faltered, grasping the dire implications of the nest being compromised. What a grave mistake. We have landed ourselves in peril. His gaze shifted to the Mother Queen, his voice quavering. And Mother Queen, what shall we do? What can we do? Mobilize all members and do whatever it takes to keep them on Misty Isle. The Mother Queen nearly shouted. Upon hearing her command, all the black insects jolted from their shock and immediately surged towards the entrance with frenzied urgency. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the black insect's nest, a figure chuckled. Heh, brothers, didn't I tell you? Following these bumbling insects would lead us straight to their den. Lee's face was alight with excitement as he gazed at the expansive cave entrance. This is a monumental discovery. We need not venture in ourselves. We can simply engage in a little clandestine trading with a few prominent figures. The evolution points will soon be ours. Particularly, the individuals were envious of such coordinates. As they spoke, the others displayed expressions of excitement. Well, of course. Just consider the immense fortune we would amass by clearing out all the creatures within. They would surely be willing to pay a handsome price for them. They were lamenting their lack of evolution points. It was as if a long-awaited opportunity had finally presented itself. Brothers, think about it. Especially in these extraordinary times, the rewards are already plentiful. And the streamers have not logged in for 7 days. Now that they have just returned, they discover that there are hardly any monsters left in the swamp, right? Having invested so much, don't you think they are in urgent need of this location to farm monsters and mitigate their losses? Absolutely. And the most crucial point is that the streamers lack nothing but money. Regardless, this wave is certainly going to benefit us. Indeed, we are bound to strike it rich. However, brothers, I must say, this cave seems rather deep. Our perception has reached 1,200 meters, yet we still cannot sense the dark insects below. At this moment, Feng Sheshao remarked, well, esteemed colleagues, I can't quite shake the feeling that this cave is a mere illusion. Just then, Wanli Wuyun observed something. Did you notice the ground is covered in fine threads? Although their color is somewhat peculiar, I can't help but think they resemble spider webs. In a place frequently frequented by insects, how could there be so many web-like structures? Coupled with what Feng said earlier about not sensing anything even at 1,200 meters, I have my doubts. His tone was laced with concern. What he did not realize was that the so-called spider webs he perceived were, in fact, the special silk of the dark insect queen, which would remain invisible to ordinary species. Upon hearing Wanli Wuyun's words, Li waved his large pincers to reassure him. These webs are likely a deliberate distraction created by the insects. As for why we couldn't detect anything, that's simpler. Our perception range is merely 1,200 meters. Such a limited distance is hardly useful. Just consider the streamer's Sacred Temple War Bee, which has a perception range of 5,000 meters. Even after several attempts, it still couldn't locate the insect nest. If the nest were not well hidden, it would have been found long ago. That makes sense. The others concurred with Li's reasoning. At that moment, while they were deep in discussion, they suddenly sensed vibrations emanating from the ground. What is happening? The group exchanged glances, each filled with confusion. I don't know. Could it be an earthquake? Suddenly, they noticed glimmers of light appearing below the cave. What the hell? Grass. It's the dark insect army. The dark insect army. The scene before them sent shivers down their spines, as beneath them lay a veritable sea of insects, all rushing towards their direction. Quick! We've been discovered. We need to escape. Run. Whoever gets caught is doomed. Hurry. Faster. Wait for me. I'm just a basic worker bee and can't run fast. As a few individuals swiftly distanced themselves, Wanli Wuyun shouted loudly behind them, Wait, for heaven's sake. With you trailing behind, I remain unperturbed. Not long after, the Dark Queen of the Insects shifted her massive form, casting a grim glance at Wanli Wuyun, who lay on the ground, reduced to a mere bug stick. Her expression was one of deep displeasure. There were approximately 10 of that malevolent species, yet only one had been captured. Report. Report to the Queen. The remaining 9 fled too swiftly for us to pursue. Only this one was apprehended. At this moment, within the chat channel, a lament echoed, Woe is me. You treacherous scoundrels have sold me out. How could this be? I can't believe you are still alive. It defies logic. Oh, whoa. I have been captured by them. It seems they intend to use me as insect matter. Chapter 48. Selling coordinates. Upon hearing the tearful voice of Wanli Wuyun echoing through the voice channel, several players were left utterly bewildered. What did you just say, Wanli Wuyun? Insect quality? What is going on? Goodness, can't you understand? Insect quality refers to hostage. Do you comprehend? They want me to divulge the situation of our mother nest, such as our troop numbers and its location. Upon hearing this, Li was the first to react. What nonsense is this? They wish to know our troop deployment and the location of the nest? It appears these creatures have been plotting against us for quite some time. How outrageous. Stop speaking in cryptic tongues. Quickly contemplate what I should do. What can one do? Perhaps I should just end it, since being captured means death sooner or later. Merely a matter of a single 648. This coordinate is worth more than just one 648. It could be worth countless 648s. Li remarked nonchalantly. Goodness. They captured a single 648 and think they can threaten us? They've grown too complacent. Self-destruct. Do not hesitate. Just self-destruct. Wait. Am I the only one curious about how this black insect communicates with Wanli Wuyun? Which language are they using? Wanli Wuyun responded, Hey, you're missing the point. Moreover, this communication is difficult to describe. It feels like a mental connection. Although I cannot comprehend the words, I grasp the essence of what is being conveyed. Li interjected, I find it rather perplexing, but I must admit, this game is intricately designed, even accounting for the nuances of dialogue across different races. Could you esteemed players refrain from fixating on these trivial matters? I am in a state of panic. They mentioned confining me in an endless prison. Endless prison? What on earth is that? The name sounds rather appealing. To hell with it. I suspect I won't survive in their clutches. Self-destruction seems to be my only recourse. Wanli Wuyun's tone carried a hint of resignation, then suddenly exclaimed, Wait. By heavens, I've struck it rich. Just when everyone thought Wanli Wuyun was preparing for self-destruction, his voice erupted with excitement in the voice channel. Why are you startling me like that? What has you so exhilarated? Or, it's all or. Elak or. This place is filled with Elak or. Wanli Wuyun's voice trembled with enthusiasm. Goodness. Earlier, while they were escorting me to some wretched prison, we passed through a cave, which was teeming with black insects. Initially, I paid little attention. But when I beheld the walls of the cave, I was astounded. Every inch was covered in Elak ore. Upon hearing Wanli Wuyun's words, the others instantly perked up. Are you certain you didn't team as see? The walls are entirely covered. Li and the others spoke in disbelief. How much? Can you provide an estimate? How on earth can I estimate? I have no scale. It's just densely packed, immensely so. And let us not forget the additional rewards from the energy points. We must conquer this place. My dear friends, I have inadvertently revealed our secrets. We must quickly retreat and privately inform the others about selling intelligence. Time is of the essence. Upon hearing Wanli Wuyun's words, several individuals hastened towards the nest. Approximately half an hour later, in a group chat of 20 individuals, Weiji, is that truly the case? Wanli Wuyun. Absolutely. You cannot fathom how vast that cave is, with walls densely lined with ore. Honghu, enough talk. Let us get to the pricing. Li, this treasure must be worth at least 1 million evolution points. Honghu, good heavens, you are pricing this exorbitantly. Weiji, my friend. This price is indeed steep. First, you must understand that if the location is as you claim, its value is immense. However, let us not forget the multitude of monsters lurking there, particularly those of high intelligence. Although our guild has many affluent members, to clear that area solely with our few numbers would be an exceedingly daunting task. Upon hearing Weiji's words, Li immediately countered, Esteemed one, we cannot frame our discussion in such a manner. Considering your guild's strength, we are well aware of your capabilities, and if our assumptions are correct, you have amassed a considerable number of evolution points recently. If you were to invest all of that, eliminating 1 or 2 elite units to clear the area would not be overly challenging. Weiji, given the enemy's strength and numbers, we would genuinely need to procure a few more Temple War Wasps. Coupled with your asking price, this becomes a significant investment. Furthermore, if I were to purchase, I would certainly need to involve the guild in the endeavor to ensure they receive their share of benefits. Consequently, the amount that would ultimately come to me would be minimal. Thus, this price is simply untenable. Upon hearing Weiji's response, the group fell silent. They understood his reluctance to spend excessively. Li, how about this, esteemed one? What price would you suggest? Please provide a straightforward answer. Weiji, I can offer a maximum of 300,000, of which 200,000 would be in soft currency, and the remaining 100,000 in evolution points. Upon hearing Weiji's offer, the group collectively disagreed. Goodness, esteemed one, your bargaining is rather ruthless, cutting the price by more than half. My friends, you must realize that the difficulty of monster spawns here is exceedingly high. To be blunt, if you do not sell to us, the most you could hope for is to charge a mere 648 entry fee, akin to the others. How much could you possibly earn? Currently, only our guild possesses the capability to take on this area. If the price remains excessively high, we might as well wait for your 648 entry slots. Wouldn't that minimize our losses? As the president of a guild, I must consider the welfare of my members and provide them with benefits. Otherwise, to be frank, I cannot justify spending such an amount. The group understood Weiji's sentiments. Yet they could not ignore the current market price of the black insects and the abundance of, or within the cave. They felt a sense of loss at the thought of letting such a point slip away at that price. Esteemed one, to be candid, 300,000 is far too low for us. How about we forego the haggling? Let us settle on a firm price of 400,000. Upon reading Li's message, Weiji pondered for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, then let it be 400,000, of which 300,000 is in soft currency. And only 100,000 constitutes the evolution points. This is our bottom line. Upon hearing the words of Weiji, the crowd could only nod in agreement. Although the evolution points amounted to a mere 100,000, they were acutely aware that this represented Weiji's utmost limit. The difficulty of this insect nest was considerable, and if they aspired for their guild to partake, they would inevitably require evolutionary worker bees. Consequently, a substantial quantity of evolution points would be essential. Since the commencement of the game, they had been diligently acquiring evolution points daily, and although they possessed a fair reserve, the recent activities had yielded little in terms of new evolution points. Furthermore, the losses from the previous endeavor had siphoned off a significant portion of their reserves, leaving them with a rather meager supply of evolution points at present. Nevertheless, for the group, this amount sufficed. Each individual would receive 10,000 evolution points, thus enabling the purchase of swift beasts. Moreover, the remaining 300,000 in soft currency would allow each person to claim 30,000, which, while trivial for the streamers, was quite a windfall for the ordinary players. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a sudden influx of wealth. Chapter 49. Preparations before the assault. After the conclusion of the transaction, the group was unusually exhilarated. My goodness, I merely strolled around and one individual managed to earn 40,000. Honestly, I never dared to dream of making such a substantial sum in one go. This wave of purchasing the raptor is assuredly in our favor. If my assumptions are correct, the first day was likely when the Xianyu group made their purchases, while others should be able to accumulate enough points by the fourth day. During the intervening 3 days, it is probable that 1 or 2 individuals may make purchases each day, thus ensuring our acquisition of the raptors is secure. As Wanli Wuyun spoke, he inquired, "By the way, brothers, I calculated that after buying the raptors, we still have 30,000 RMB left. Should we consider investing this amount to evolve further? That depends on your decision. Personally, I plan to invest in the raptors, given their formidable strength. I feel that nurturing them to the end will not result in significant losses," Li replied. "Come on, brother, investing 30,000 on top of the initial 40,000 is frankly not economical for a game," Feng Xiaoxiao remarked. "What's unreasonable about it? You must recognize that the nature of this game differs from others. Take the C game you all played back in the day as a prime example. Its operational model allowed game items to be exchanged for real money, which has kept it stable for many years. While I can't predict the future of the gaming market, I believe games like this are indicative of a future trend. Moreover, should circumstances take a turn for the worse, we can always sell our assets, can we not?" Contemplating Li's words, Yinqi replied, "If that's the case, I feel that investing in the raptors isn't ideal right now. It might be wiser to wait for stronger units to emerge before making a substantial investment." In response to his comment, Li shook his head. "Though I wish to invest for the long haul, my friend, you must understand that investment in this game is incredibly exaggerated. I suspect that even if we need to switch units later on, we must first have a cost-effective unit to transition with. After all, if we encounter powerful monsters later, we cannot simply refrain from farming, can we? Without farming, how will we accumulate evolution points? It's not feasible to pour money into the game once we unlock formidable units later on. Just consider that evolving the raptor's first stage requires 30,000 already. Future, even stronger units could demand upwards of 100,000 for mere purchases. Where would we source those evolution points if not from our regular monster farming? Thus, we need a unit capable of consistently farming efficiently. Given our financial capacity, I believe the raptor is undoubtedly the best choice. Firstly, it is inherently a combat unit with a growth trajectory leaning towards battle. Secondly, although its evolution point requirement is high, it remains within our means. Upon hearing this, the others concurred that his reasoning was sound. Meanwhile, on the other side, brothers, the current situation is as follows. Although we have obtained first-hand intelligence regarding this lair, I trust you are all aware that if we delay too long, it may be discovered by others. Thus, we must set forth immediately. At present, I am the sole high-end combatant within our guild, and we possess only 8 Tier 3 worker bees. With such a meager force, it is evident that we cannot hope to dismantle the insect nest. Hence, I have conceived a plan. We shall sell all the evolution points currently in your possession to the Tier 3 worker bee players, thereby augmenting our high-end combat strength. I am fully cognizant that this may place you at a disadvantage in subsequent battles and when collecting spoils. Therefore, I propose that any player who purchases evolution points must allocate 30% of their combat power to be shared among the other players. Upon hearing my words, the crowd began to murmur in discussion. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, esteemed leader, for most of us have invested a substantial sum of 40,000 to secure our positions. While the money is certainly not lacking, what truly matters is that we enjoy our time together. The finer details are of little concern. Thus, after reaching a consensus, the group set out. Among the 43-member worker bee team were 9 elite battle bees, 30 Tier 2 iron worker bees, and 4 Tier 1 armored worker bees. With such formidable strength, toppling the black insect race should not pose a significant challenge for them. Meanwhile, on the other side, numerous patrol squads within the black insect territory tirelessly conducted their rounds. With the location of the nest now exposed, hiding in their lairs was of no avail. They needed to anticipate the movements of that nefarious race. "What is the current situation outside?" the queen inquired within the nest. "Reporting to your majesty, all is normal. No enemies have been detected," replied the ogre. "What of our reinforcements?" the queen continued to question. "According to the intelligence relayed from the ogre clan, they are en route and should arrive shortly." Nodding in acknowledgement, the queen asked, By the way, what of the reconnaissance team I dispatched earlier? There have been no developments thus far, but rest assured, Your Majesty. They are the elite of our clan and will undoubtedly fulfill their mission to locate the lair of the malevolent race. What of the warriors in the sanctuary? I have heard that several warriors have perished from forcibly consuming the sacred stones. Your Majesty, a total of 2,000 warriors forcibly ingested the sacred stones, of which only 10 survived. They have evolved into the legendary red insects. Upon hearing this, the Queen's expression brightened. 10 warriors have become red insects? If so, the probability of success for our upcoming plan will surely increase significantly. As long as our vanguard team locates their lair and the ogre reinforcements arrive. Thus, we shall dispatch a contingent of our Black Bug Squad to engage in direct combat alongside the trolls and this malevolent race. Meanwhile, we will instruct our Red Warriors to lead the remaining squads in a surprise attack on their lair. This strategy will undoubtedly cause unrest among the frontline fighters, ensuring our victory. Upon hearing the Queen's words, the multitude of insects nodded in agreement. This plan shall surely succeed. Indeed, this will allow us to eradicate them and safeguard our holy ground. However, at that moment, a diplomatic bug voiced its concerns. Your Majesty, although we are a subordinate race to the trolls, we have observed that their gazes towards us have shifted recently, resembling the eyes of one who sees a meal. Such looks were absent prior to the sacrifices of those heroes, leading me to suspect that the trolls may harbor ulterior motives regarding us. Hearing the diplomat's words, the Queen became increasingly vigilant. Could it be that the recent sacrifices of the elder bugs have caused the trolls to consider us as part of their menu? Chapter 50. The discovery of the homestead. Upon contemplating this, the Queen of Insects could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. If what this minion of the dark worm had asserted were indeed true, it was highly probable that, following the cessation of hostilities, these trolls would turn their malevolent intentions towards them. This notion, combined with the inherent nature of the trolls, led the Queen to believe in the likelihood of such an event. If this were the case, a careful and strategic approach would be imperative. With this thought in mind, the Queen promptly issued directives. Given that the trolls, due to their characteristics, possessed lesser intelligence than their own kind, this could be turned to their advantage. Following the ensuing conflict with the malevolent races, they would assist the small contingent of trolls by having them remain at the rear of the battlefield, thereby minimizing their own losses. As the battle drew to a close, when both the evil races and the trolls were depleted of forces, they would then strike en masse. The priority would be to eliminate the evil races first, after which they would swiftly turn their attention to the trolls. Upon hearing the Queen's words, her subordinates immediately relayed the information to all the insects. They then set about arranging and finalizing the subsequent battle plans. Just then, another piece of good news reached the Queen's ears. A unique sound wave from their clan had been detected approximately 100 kilometers away. They had been located. The Queen felt a surge of joy upon hearing the sound waves, surprised that they had managed to find the lair of the evil races so swiftly. However, she pondered why they had not discovered their presence sooner, given their proximity. Had they only recently relocated? Meanwhile, on the player's side, a group of players stood amidst a sea of blackworm carcasses filled with dread. Oh no, brothers, we are in grave danger. The darkworms have found our nest and are dispatching troops to attack us. One player, quick to react, shouted in the public chat channel. What? The darkworms have located us? How on earth did they manage that? I recall we were exceedingly cautious on our way back. How could they find us? Panic ensued among the players as they realized the severity of the situation. With the overwhelming number of darkworms and the fact that the 5 ferocious beasts, which were the first to hatch, would take several more hours to emerge, their predicament appeared dire. Quickly, head to the group chat and summon those who were offline. The defense of our homeland is about to commence, and all who are out hunting must return immediately. In an instant, anxiety swept through the player community, each one apprehensive about the impending battle. Where are the streamers? What has happened to them? Why haven't we seen the main streamer? As the players gathered, the absence of over 40 individuals prompted questions in the chat room. At that moment, the player known as Moji, who was en route to the worm nest, was also struck by this news, his expression shifting. What shall we do, brothers? Should we return or directly assault the worm nest? He inquired, addressing the group. Perhaps we should retreat. We are unaware of the number of dark worms they have dispatched against us. If they deploy a considerable force, I estimate that the players at the nest will find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the assault, one player analyzed. However, another player held a divergent perspective. I believe this approach is unwise. Our return at this juncture would serve little purpose. Firstly, we are uncertain as to when they will initiate their attack. According to the previous player's observations, they have only dispatched a vanguard squad. Our initial batch of ferocious beasts will emerge in just over 4 hours. If they do not launch an attack during this interval, our return would be in vain. It is important to recognize that any tribe has an inherent reliance on its nest. As their main forces are absent, we should seize the opportunity to directly assault the nest. This would inevitably prompt the attacking forces to receive word and return home, or at the very least, send a portion of their troops back, thus alleviating the pressure on our main force during the initial stages. We could then delay for a while until our beasts have emerged, ensuring that their current wave of troops would be devoured by our formidable forces. By the time their returning squad is en route, we will likely have already eliminated the remaining forces at the nest. Once they return, we can easily dispatch them as well. This strategy effectively divides the entire swarm's forces into 3 segments, compared to a direct return to confront their total strength. Our chances of success are undoubtedly significantly enhanced. As he spoke, the player glanced at the group, reminding them, "Brothers, let us not forget that we invested a substantial sum to acquire this nest. It is imperative that we clear it, regardless of the circumstances. The black insect's proactive assault has already cost us dearly. If we retreat now, we would be relinquishing the entire nest forces, and our ultimate gains would merely amount to a paltry sum of, or potentially leading to our ruin." Upon hearing his words, Wei Ji felt that he might indeed have a point. Consequently, he promptly contacted the Emperor Penguin to inform them of the situation on their end. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chapter 50, The Eve of Battle. What is the situation with the penguins? What are the streamers doing? The lazy fish inquired, glancing at the Emperor Penguin beside him. I just got in touch with Wei Ji. They must have spent a fortune to acquire the location of the insect nest. They are currently heading there with the intention of launching a direct assault on the nest. This means that a portion of the insects will undoubtedly be diverted to delay their advance. The remaining forces will likely attempt to infiltrate our base, but their numbers shouldn't be overwhelming, and we should be able to withstand the attack. Upon hearing this from the Emperor Penguin, the lazy fish couldn't help but voice his frustration. I can't believe they actually managed to buy the location of the insect nest. Who sold it to them? This is utterly ridiculous. They could have at least consulted us before selling that information. Considering our financial situation, even if we had the funds, would we have any left to upgrade our troops? The tumultuous winds offered a merciless retort. Enough of the bickering. We need to strategize on how to secure victory in this impending battle, the Emperor Penguin interrupted. According to Wei Ji, the black insect horde is extraordinarily vast, estimated to number between 30 to 50,000. Even if they divert some of their forces, we can expect at least 20,000 to come our way. The announcement left everyone in stunned silence. 20,000? Can our mere 100 or so worker bees contend with that? One exclaimed. We only have second-tier worker bees, and the majority are still first-tier. What are our chances against such overwhelming numbers? What should we do? The swift beasts won't hatch for another 4 hours. If they attack after they've hatched, we'll be in a much better position. However, if they send troops before then, we could be in serious trouble. There's no need to panic, brothers. We don't know how many troops the black insects have dispatched. It's possible they haven't sent any yet, or if they did, they could have been intercepted by the streamers at the entrance, the Emperor Penguin reassured them. The group pondered this, recognizing the validity of his words. Regardless, they returned to the insect nest, preparing for battle. Meanwhile, the streamers took on the role of frontline informants. Like the other players, Jiangyo felt a deep concern for the unfolding situation. He gazed at the massive eggs beside the swift beast pool in the distance, silently praying for their swift hatching. While he had anticipated that the insect nest would likely be discovered by the black insects during the players' previous activities in the area, he had not expected their arrival to be so imminent. As Jiangyo contemplated the situation, he recalled the players' reports of the black insects' overwhelming numbers. Unless the streamer team could successfully block a significant portion of them at the entrance, he genuinely feared the potential for disaster. Jiang Yao found himself in a state of helplessness regarding the black insect race. Their method of evolution was exceedingly peculiar, and their offensive capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Logically, the majority of creatures on most planets would be incapable of breaching the defenses of worker bees, yet these insects could do so with ease. This phenomenon was not limited to the black insects. Even the thunder dragon he previously encountered exhibited similar traits. Hence, Jiang Yao surmised that the evolutionary trajectory of the beings on this planet was rather extreme. It is not an exaggeration to state that, should he capture these insects, and they were capable of following his commands, they could undoubtedly serve as formidable war machines. Furthermore, this incident led Jiang Yao to deduce that there must exist even more powerful beings on this planet. Otherwise, the evolutionary path of these creatures would not be so radical. Although the biological tiers of the planets where the inherited starry insect race deployed their nests were generally not weak, the biological tier on this planet was evidently beyond expectations. It is worth noting that the original interstellar insect race lacked any systematic evolutionary capabilities. Typically, once a creature reached the level of a ferocious beast, it could be said to roam unchallenged on this planet. However, worker bees, after 3 rounds of evolution, could also attain the level of ferocious beasts. Yet even this was insufficient to hold back the impending threat. In fact, during the last encounter, even the 4th stage temple battle bee nearly succumbed, illustrating just how terrifying the creatures on this planet truly were. At this moment, Jiang Yao was acutely aware that he was about to confront the greatest crisis since arriving on this planet. A vast swarm of black insects was poised to launch an attack against him, and the number of worker bees at his disposal was woefully inadequate. Particularly, the high-tier worker bees were alarmingly scarce, so all his hopes rested on 5 ferocious beasts. Due to the urgency of the situation, the first batch of ferocious beasts was hatched by players such as Xianyu and Fenkian, alongside several affluent individuals. Once successfully hatched, 3 of them would immediately proceed to the 2nd stage of evolution. For this reason, Jiang Yao had allocated the first batch of slots to them. Although this allocation was ostensibly determined by a lottery, the reality was that as long as the ferocious beast successfully hatched, this crisis would likely be averted. However, the concern lingered that the black insects might launch their assault before the ferocious beasts completed their hatching, which would present a significant dilemma. Such unfortunate luck to encounter such formidable creatures upon arrival prompted Jiang Yao to express his frustrations. Meanwhile, at the lair of the Black Insect Queen. Chapter 51. The Despair of the Black Insect Queen Mother. Mother Queen, something terrible has happened. A black insect rushed into the lair in a state of panic. What is it? The inquisitive queen asked her subordinate. They have come. Who has come? The queen jolted in surprise. Are you referring to the evil race? Why, yes. Indeed. The subordinate trembled. How many have arrived? Just over 40, like before, the insect replied. Only 40? Why are you so flustered? Upon hearing the number, the queen felt a wave of relief wash over her. But, Mother Queen, among the 40, 9 are the very demons that slaughtered us last time. The subordinate's voice quivered. What? The queen was taken aback. Did you say 9 demons? Why, yes, without a doubt. The queen felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. She vividly recalled the devastating power of those demons. Just one could inflict terrible losses, let alone 9 arriving simultaneously. The combat prowess of such beings was not a simple matter of addition, with 9 attacking at once, coordinating their efforts. She could already envision the horrific battle that awaited them. Hurry, quickly check on the trolls. Where are they? She commanded, summoning all combat squads to assemble at the cave entrance. Prepare for battle, the queen ordered without delay. In that instant, she suddenly remembered something. The vanguard team, the team sent out to raid the enemy's territory, was doomed. The queen now acknowledged that she had gravely underestimated the enemy's strength. Initially, she believed that insects of the demon's caliber would be rare among the enemy's ranks, a cut above the rest. However, she never anticipated that 9 of the vanguard team would be of such high caliber. It was not difficult to deduce that such formidable insects must be quite common within the enemy swarm. Otherwise, these elite beings would not have been dispatched as the vanguard. If her suspicions were correct, there must be many such insects among the enemy's ranks. There could even be numerous ones far more powerful than those 9. Thus, The raiding team she had dispatched was likely facing dire consequences. Not only was the raiding team in peril, but their very existence was also at stake. How could such a powerful race exist in this world? Despair permeated the queen's voice. In fact, just a few days prior, after her nest had been discovered, she had deployed a large force to patrol the surrounding foggy islands. At that time, she had noticed that the evil race had very few troops in the vicinity. If only she had summoned the resolve to lead her entire tribe to retreat, then perhaps they could have escaped. However, at that time, it refrained from taking action, for it could not bear to part with the sacred land, which served as the cornerstone of its tribe's development and was essential for enhancing their strength. Some young insects, upon entering the sacred land for cultivation, would experience a significant increase in their power. Without the sacred land, their strength would undoubtedly diminish. Although they had previously sought other locations akin to the sacred land, their efforts ultimately yielded nothing. It was for this reason that the queen was willing to take the risk of remaining here. She had hoped that, with the aid of the troll tribe and their shared desire to vanquish this malevolent race, success might still be within reach. Yet, upon witnessing the formidable might of this evil race, she felt that such possibilities were now exceedingly slim. Her hopes rested solely on the Troll King. At this thought, the queen could not help but tremble at the memory of the Troll King's colossal form, reminiscent of a mountain. Perhaps he was the only one capable of contending with this nefarious race. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Troll tribe's territory, within a vast underground cavern, there existed an expansive space surrounded by peculiar redstones. Though the trolls were unaware of the stone's purpose, they understood that prolonged proximity to these stones significantly enhanced their strength. Such a valuable resource naturally attracted the envy of other races, with their greatest adversaries being the elusive aliens. Ever since this location had been discovered by that troublesome group, they had intermittently dispatched teams to harass the trolls, much to their annoyance. However, the trolls harbored no fear towards them. Their formidable size, immense strength, and razor-sharp blades rendered each of them a force to be reckoned with. Supported by their vast numbers, they were virtually unstoppable. In battles against the aliens, their warriors typically managed to take on 2 or even 3 foes at once, and the more powerful among them could face 5 adversaries single-handedly. Recently, they had located the position of this alien tribe, situated approximately several hundred kilometers away in a massive ravine. Upon discovering the whereabouts of these bothersome creatures, the troll tribe promptly dispatched an expeditionary force without hesitation. Chapter 52. The battle commences. The number of this alien species is not exceedingly vast, with approximately 20 to 30,000 individuals. Under the iron hooves of the trolls, they were nearly annihilated, although the trolls suffered significant losses as well. Out of the 20,000 warriors dispatched, nearly half perished in the fray. Nevertheless, despite the heavy toll, they ultimately eradicated the bothersome race. Although each troll boasts formidable combat prowess and possesses skills in weapon crafting, as a native species of the planet, they lack understanding of the invading aliens. To them, the notion is simple. As long as their strength is sufficiently formidable to defeat the enemy, victory is assured. This reflects a deficiency in knowledge. Perhaps after several centuries or millennia of evolution, had the trolls developed a certain degree of civilization, they would surely comprehend the principle of uprooting rather than merely trimming weeds, as it may spring back with the gentlest breeze. Alternatively, akin to humanity, they might have experienced numerous wars throughout the prolonged era of cold weapons. Discovering that the composition of warfare extends beyond mere confrontations on the battlefield and is influenced by myriad factors that can sway the outcome. Despite the trolls achieving a significant victory in their offensive against the alien species, their ignorance about the aliens led them to believe that the tribe they had supposedly eradicated was merely a stronghold of the invaders. Were a Jiangyo in such a situation, he would typically encircle the enemy from multiple sides to prevent any possibility of information transmission. However, the trolls lacked this awareness. They knew only to crush the enemy head-on. Consequently, many aliens managed to flee the battlefield. Although several solitary aliens were slain by the powerful creatures of this planet during their escape, a portion successfully returned to their lairs. At this moment, within the troll's lair, the returning warriors received new orders. The Troll King commanded them to assist the black insect race in vanquishing their adversary. He also instructed them to capture the entire black insect race after eliminating the aforementioned enemy. Though the trolls were uncertain of the king's motives, they dutifully prepared to execute his command. Meanwhile, at the periphery of another misty island, Wei Ji and his companions set forth towards their target location. "Hey, Wei Ji, why have we not encountered any black insects along the way?" one of the teammates remarked, puzzled by the absence of any black insects during their journey. "This race is quite intelligent. Recently, a few players discovered their lair. I suspect they have surmised our impending assault and have set ambushes accordingly. Additionally, we might have seen black insects nearby, indicating they may have already launched an offensive against our nest," Wei Ji contemplated before responding. "An offensive against our home? Shouldn't we hurry back to provide support? Let us not rush just yet. Let us first venture towards the insect nest to ascertain whether they are lying in ambush or if they have already dispatched their forces. Should they be lying in wait, we will ensnare them entirely. If they have indeed sent troops, we shall promptly retreat to the nest, for our speed far exceeds theirs, allowing us ample time to return." Upon hearing the words of Wei Ji, the others nodded in agreement and quickened their pace. After advancing swiftly for a while, Wei Ji halted, having detected a situation ahead. They are all positioned in front. It appears they have not sent any forces out. Observing the densely clustered points of light on the biological radar, Wei Ji's expression turned grave. At that moment, the dark insects also became aware of Wei Ji and his companions. "Brothers, the enemy lies ahead. According to our prior strategy, let the lower-tier worker bees form small teams of 6 to engage collectively. The 4th-tier worker bees are to act freely. If they lack energy absorption, they should converge near the small teams of lower-tier worker bees, allowing them to buy time for the higher-tier worker bees to recover their energy." As Wei Ji urged his comrades while charging towards the enemy, he reiterated his instructions. "Understood. Rest assured." Meanwhile, on the opposing side, the commander of the dark insects had also spotted this unforeseen group. "Little ones, behind us lies our homeland. There is no retreat. Before us stands but one path: annihilate the enemy and defend our home. Brave warriors of the dark insects, charge with me." As the commander's voice echoed, countless flying insects let out a roar and surged towards Wei Ji's team, signaling the imminent clash of battle. At that very moment, a raid squad led by 5 red dark insects was advancing towards the player's nest. "Goodness! Brothers, I see a large contingent of dark insect squads approaching from afar." At this moment, scouts positioned on the high ground surrounding the nest detected the presence of the dark insect squad. The news weighed heavily on the heart of the Emperor Penguin. Chapter 53. For the Zerg. Little did they anticipate the swift arrival of the creatures. The Emperor Penguin turned to the nearby salted fish and inquired, "How much longer until your hatchlings emerge?" Upon hearing the query, the salted fish glanced at the time, estimating that it would take approximately 3 more hours for the hatching to complete. Once the hatching was finished, I would immediately log off to switch roles. With the presence of the raptors, these dark insects were hardly a concern. However, we needed to endure for 3 hours. The Emperor Penguin felt a weight of pressure upon hearing the salted fish's response, prompting him to ask in the channel, "Can we estimate the number of foes?" "There are far too many to count clearly, but I estimate at least 10 to 20,000, came the reply. 10 to 20,000. The Emperor Penguin couldn't help but exclaim softly, then turned to glance at the players behind him. "Brothers, we are under immense pressure this wave." The urgency of the situation was palpable. Our raptors still required around 3 hours to hatch. This meant we had to withstand the onslaught of the dark insects for that duration. How can we endure against over 10,000 for 3 hours? Indeed, we had barely over 110 worker bees, most of which were merely first tier. If my memory serves me right, the elite team of over 40 led by Wei Ji had been utterly decimated by these dark insects. With our limited forces, I doubted we could withstand even a single round. Observing the players' murmurs, the Emperor Penguin understood the gravity of the situation. He was acutely aware that if players were sent to their demise without proper motivation, they would be less than willing. Thus, he and Wei Ji had already devised a strategy. "Brothers, I know many of you may be pondering the potential losses if we engage these dark insects and face death. However, do not forget that the rewards for these dark insects in the game have reached unprecedented heights. For merely hunting 10 dark insects, the cost of our worker bees would be recouped, with profits to spare. Of course, considering that most players might be felled in an instant. Wei Ji and I discussed this battle and decided that all rewards from the dark insects would be shared among all participating members. Regardless of whether you fall first or last, as long as you engage in battle, you shall partake in the rewards. Moreover, Wei Ji has assured that they would contribute 50% of their spoils. Of this 50%, half will be evenly distributed among everyone, while the other half will be divided among the players who contribute the most in this battle. Brothers, I need not elaborate. You should grasp the magnitude of this fortune. Even if the attacking dark insects number 10,000, with a base reward of 40 points, an additional 10 points as extra reward, and 20 points as energy absorption points. Each dark insect is valued at 70 points. For 10,000 dark insects, that amounts to a staggering 700,000 points in evolutionary rewards, which, when divided amongst us all, becomes an immense boon. Each of us possesses approximately 7,000 points, and with the additional allocation from the private distribution by the unrestrained streamers, we can each amass over 10,000 evolution points. As the words of the Emperor Penguin resonated, the players erupted in excitement. Is this truly the case? Am I about to strike it rich with this wave? Good heavens, doesn't this mean a tremendous windfall? Over 10,000 soft sister coins, my word. That's equivalent to 2 months' salary for me. 2 months? For me, it's 3. Listening to the animated discussions among the crowd, the satisfied Emperor Penguin nodded and remarked, "Money is of little consequence. What truly matters is my unwavering passion for the Zerg. I am willing to sacrifice everything for our kind. Absolutely. My love for the Zerg is profound. I would fiercely confront any race that dares to challenge us. Indeed, we all share this devotion to the Zerg." Observing the fervent exchange, the Emperor Penguin continued, "Brothers, the wealth lies before us. Whether we seize it depends on you. To secure this fortune, it is simple. We must withstand this wave of attacks, and then all will be well. Should we falter, it will all be in vain. And the server will shut down for 6 months to adjust the difficulty." At this juncture, the Emperor Penguin surveyed the crowd. In essence, the situation is this. If we triumph, we prosper. If we fail, we stand to gain nothing. Facing over 10,000 black insects head-on leaves us with no chance of victory. However, we cannot recklessly charge into battle. We must focus on one objective, to delay until our raptor hatches successfully, which will signify our victory. 3 hours is not an insurmountable task for us. We shall divide the entire worker bee contingent into 4 squads, 3 of which will consist of 30 worker bees each, while the remaining squad will comprise 20. The 3 squads of 30 will serve as the main force, while the last squad will guard the entrance. The remaining 2 squads will engage in harassment of the Black Insect Legion at the front lines. Remember, we are to harass the Black Insect Army, as they cannot outrun us. We can draw them out without confronting them directly. Given the presence of any overly brave players among us, the Emperor Penguin emphasized this point first. Chapter 54, Seeking External Assistance? Is it beyond our means? My suggestion is to split the 2 main battalions at the front into 2 smaller squads. By creating disturbances from all directions, we can inevitably divert a fraction of their legion, allowing our remaining forces to contend with the encroaching black insects. Ideally, if we can deplete their black insect troops entirely at the front, that would be most advantageous. If not, we should strive to disperse as much as possible, thereby enhancing our chances of victory. Furthermore, any injured worker bees at the front line must report their status. They should avoid enduring unnecessary damage, as worker bees possess remarkable self-repair capabilities and will be rejuvenated in no time. Hence, once injured, it is best to evade if possible. If evasion is not feasible, they should retreat to the nest and swap positions with the defending players stationed there, provided there are no operational blunders. We should be able to delay for 3 hours without significant issues. Upon hearing the Emperor Penguin's words, the other players nodded in agreement. All right, Penguin. We shall proceed as you suggest. With the consensus reached, we shall now divide into teams of 30, given the urgency of the situation. Once teams are formed, we will set off immediately. Tactical adjustments can be discussed in separate channels for each small squad. Additionally, all worker bees defending the insect race must swiftly gather large rocks or soil to block the entrances, sealing them off as effectively as possible. While these obstacles may not provide substantial protection, they will afford us some precious time. The 20-member small squad will return to the nest, serving as our last line of defense. Should any black insects breach the perimeter and infiltrate the nest, you must intercept them at the entry point. Understood. Acknowledged. With all arrangements made, the group commenced their actions. The Emperor Penguin, observing the departing players, couldn't help but sigh. This game had barely begun. Yet the difficulty was already exceedingly high. At this rate, when space gameplay is developed, the challenge would surely escalate to astronomical levels. Meanwhile, on the other side, the elite squad led by Wei Ji was engaged in fierce combat with the black insect forces. Although the black insects outnumbered Wei Ji's team significantly, the disparity in quality effectively mitigated the numerical advantage. Since the battle commenced, the black insect squad had incurred losses of over 6,000 soldiers, while the players had only lost 5 second-tier worker bees. Haha, with this momentum, defeating them is merely a matter of time, one player exclaimed, gazing at the dwindling black insect numbers on the battlefield. Are you joking? 9 sacred battle bees are not to be trifled with. Indeed. It's essential to understand that in any game, monetary investment is paramount. 9 sacred battle bees represent an investment nearing 500,000. If they cannot even overpower the monsters of this novice village, what is the point of continuing? One might as well delete the game. Just as the players believed victory was within reach, an unexpected twist unfolded. Oh no. Wei Ji, look. As he spoke, a player gazed in terror at the luminous dot that had suddenly appeared within the biological radar's detection range. Listening to this player, Wei Ji couldn't help but change his expression as he looked in the direction indicated. What on earth is that? Staring at the monster that was steadily approaching them from a distance, Wei Ji felt a bit bewildered. Could it possibly be reinforcements summoned by them? At this moment, a player ventured a guess. Upon hearing this, the others began to consider the likelihood of such a scenario. This game's difficulty seems utterly absurd. Indeed, this monster is already challenging enough to defeat, and now it seems capable of summoning reinforcements. I feel as if the developers are determined to make our lives difficult. The black insects are already incredibly formidable, and now they have additional support. Judging by the size of these reinforcements, I can only imagine their strength far surpasses that of the black insects. What should we do, Wei Ji? Should we retreat? A player inquired upon witnessing the scene. Retreat? Are we supposed to flee with our heads? If we retreat now, the black insects, combined with their reinforcements, would easily invade our lair without a fight. Our best strategy is to eliminate this batch of monsters right here, even if we cannot defeat them entirely. We must at least delay them until the swift beasts hatch successfully at our lair, allowing them to clear out the enemies there before we tackle the ones here. Analyzing the current situation, Wei Ji spoke solemnly. This unexpected wave of reinforcements has caught me off guard. One player couldn't help but complain before turning to the others. To hell with it, brothers. Let us not hesitate. Let us fight. At worst, we'll die once more, and that's a price we can afford. Just as the group continued their discussion, the troll reinforcements had already arrived. The players were left dumbfounded at the sight before them. These colossal beasts stood nearly 10 meters tall, clad in armor forged from an unknown metal. They wielded battle blades made of Elarak ore, each approximately 5 meters long. How on earth are we supposed to fight this? Even Wei Ji couldn't suppress an exclamation of disbelief at this sight. This is utterly outrageous. Indeed. These monsters are likely fearsome enough on their own, and now they are equipped with armor. I can tolerate the armor, but look at the weapons they wield. They are clearly premium items. Over 6,000 Chapter 55. Both sides under pressure. There is no need to deliberate. If the trolls were unarmored and unarmed, they could still contend, for they possess a remarkable confidence in their strength against the Zerg. However, the current predicament reveals that the black bugs already have an overwhelming force against them. Additionally, over 6,000 trolls are en route to provide support, and crucially, these trolls are fully equipped, which is utterly absurd. While they could attempt to engage with ordinary items, these beings are equipped with premium gear, presenting a formidable challenge. The players are acutely aware of the considerable value of these trolls. Even without considering evolution points, the weapons in their possession could fetch a handsome price. Yet, what good is that knowledge if they cannot defeat them? Not only are they unable to overcome their foes, but they also risk being eliminated by them. Observing the unfolding scene, Wei Ji's expression grew solemn. He scanned his surroundings, confirming the absence of additional support before addressing the players. Brothers, let us first gauge the speed of these monsters. If they are slower than us, we shall adopt a guerrilla strategy. If they are faster, we will have no choice but to engage in long-range skirmishes with the tipple battle wasps. Upon hearing Weiji's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Given the current circumstances, a direct confrontation was out of the question. They could only resort to this method. With that, they began to create distance. The tipple battle wasps were tasked with covering their retreat, allowing the iron worker wasps to evacuate the battlefield. While directing his comrades, Weiji relayed the situation to Emperor Penguin. What did you say? At that moment, upon hearing Weiji describe their circumstances, Emperor Penguin wore an expression of disbelief. Their reinforcements are equipped with premium gear? Goodness. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, our situation here is equally dire. The enemy has dispatched approximately 10,000 black bugs, among which several red ones possess formidable combat prowess. I suspect these mutated black bugs are their trump card, so exercise caution if you encounter them. Our players are currently engaged in guerrilla tactics against this batch of monsters, primarily focusing on delaying them while seeking opportunities to launch attacks, though the results have been less than satisfactory. For the next two, as he pondered in silence, he added, these trolls possess astonishing speed, nearly on par with the velocity of steel worker bees. Once encountered, both armored and ordinary worker bees find themselves unable to flee. Furthermore, their offensive power is utterly staggering. A single strike against a steel worker bee inflicts over 600 points of damage. Should an armored worker bee be struck, it is likely to exceed 1,000. It would take merely 3 or 4 blows to vanquish one. Upon hearing this, the Emperor Penguin's expression was one of incredulity. Goodness, this is outrageous, such elevated attack power. Are you jesting? This weapon, crafted from Elric ore, is 5 to 6 meters long. If one were to seize even a single blade and present it to the insect hive, I estimate it would yield a baseline of at least 12 or 20 points of energy absorption. It cannot lack potency. The Emperor Penguin nodded in response. I am well aware of the situation on your side. In summary, exercise caution. It is best to delay rather than confront head-on. At this, Moji seemed to recall something and inquired, once the raptors hatch, have the first batch of players discussed how many times they plan to evolve? Xinyu and Feng Qiyun have evolved once, while the remaining 3 have undergone 2 evolutions. However, given the current circumstances, I will communicate with Xinyu and the others shortly. I will encourage Xinyu and Feng Qiyun to evolve once more, so that all 5 of our raptors attain the 2nd tier. Coupled with your temple battle bees, we should be well equipped to tackle the trolls. Understood. We will focus on delaying until the raptors are hatched. Once you have cleared the monsters on your end, come swiftly to our aid. Okay. Thus, after concluding their communication, both turned their attention back to their respective battlefields. At this moment, on Moji's side, 10 steel worker bees had already met their demise due to the incursion of the troll clan, and the remaining steel worker bees were not in optimal condition. Presently, the only viable force on the battlefield was the temple battle bees. Although, in one-on-one or one versus many scenarios, steel worker bees could easily defeat trolls. The unfortunate reality was that the enemy was not foolish. They would not engage in isolated combat, with black insects harassing and trolls launching their primary assault in tandem. A single misstep in battle could lead to encirclement. Once surrounded, the fate awaiting them would be all too evident. Chapter 56. The gale of adversity. The numerous steel worker bees meeting their demise is not solely attributable to the player's lack of skill, nor is it indicative of the inherent weakness of the steel worker bees themselves. Rather, it stems from the overwhelming numbers of the opposing side, creating an abundance of potential pitfalls throughout the engagement. A single misstep upon one of these treacherous points can lead to instant annihilation. This scenario resembles the experience of battling a boss in a game during its enraged phase. One must meticulously gauge the boss's health, ensuring it remains just above the threshold of rage. Should one fail to adhere to this delicate balance, the consequences could be catastrophic. Either the boss unleashes a devastating attack that leaves the players vulnerable or enters a state of invulnerability and fury. The predicament faced by the players mirrors this situation, akin to traversing a tightrope where even the slightest error could precipitate a collapse of the entire endeavor. Fortunately, Both the streamers and the players from the opposing team possess a foundational understanding of the game and its mechanics. Although mishaps may occur, the likelihood of failure is significantly lower compared to that faced by absolute novices. This explains why Jiang Yao initially crafted such a rigorous application process to sift out elite players. After all, an influx of inexperienced players in the early stages could easily lead to disaster, and the current circumstances validate Jiang Yao's decision as astute. Meanwhile, in the bustling chat room of the live stream, the viewers have erupted into a frenzy. Enough. Though I'm a girl, I can't help but curse. Chi-Feng, are you daft? Can't you see the black bugs closing in? And you're still attacking the troll? Run. Run. Do you understand? Reverse Feather, hurry up. They're surrounding us. Don't be greedy for damage. Another viewer shouted. Goddess language, run. Someone is coming for you. Stop fighting. Damn it. This is it for you, another chimed in. I'm truly astounded by the incompetence of these players. Despite our frantic shouts in the chat, they seem oblivious. And they still perish, remarked Starfall. I'm saying, perhaps it's possible they genuinely can't see our messages, suggested Wild Egg. Honestly, you're not wrong. The only streamer who could see our comments has blocked them, added Chocolate Coffee Bean. I'm not exaggerating. Their gameplay is truly pathetic. The steel worker bees have higher combat prowess than these minions. With even a modicum of skill, they wouldn't be performing so poorly. With how they're playing, I could scatter rice on my keyboard and have a chicken perform better than them, Wild Egg asserted. All right, stop boasting. You're just a loudmouth in the chat. If you were on the battlefield, I suspect you'd perform even worse than they are, retorted Starfall. Boasting? Let me tell you this, in any PvP game I play, I am among the elite, Wild Egg declared. Huh, how can I believe that? Replied Starfall. Don't believe me? Let us pick any game and see if you dare to take me on in a match, Wild Egg challenged. The stars dim, indeed. I shall refrain from discussing obscure games, and instead, let us dive into the father-son match of the popular game. After a while, a whisper of spring, huh? Why have those two ceased their chatter? The divine word. Given the circumstances, they are likely off to acknowledge their familial ties. A whisper of spring. Goodness, you actually ventured into the live stream. The divine word. Upon my recent demise, I hurriedly made my way here. The Dragon Rider. This wave is exceedingly challenging. We harbor no fear of the opponent's individual prowess. However, their sheer numbers are overwhelming, and unlike other games, the intelligence of the wild monsters here is astoundingly high. In the midst of battle, any slightest opportunity they perceive can lead to a decisive strike. And a moment's inattention could spell doom. The Great Eagle. Is this the reason you gifted first blood at the outset? Just then, as the bickering continued, the conflict escalated to a fever pitch. 7-7 leaps to strike your knee. Brothers, cease the quarrel. Look, the streamer is on the verge of catastrophe. The Great Eagle. Goodness, all the steel worker bees have perished, leaving only 9 sacred battle bees still holding their ground. Wind against night. Is the situation here equally dire? Lee. Goodness, fallen streamer, how have you arrived? Weren't you over there? Wind against night. Let us not speak of it. The number of monsters over there is overwhelming, and we have suffered significant losses. Currently, a formidable squad of approximately 2,000 black bugs has arrived at the cave entrance, engaging in battle with the worker bee stationed there. Lee. 30 against 2,000. It feels quite precarious. Wind against night. If we can sustain ourselves for half an hour, then everything will be manageable. 10,000 miles of clouds, half an hour? Are you jesting? This is absurd. The front line is on the brink of collapse. Of the 60 worker bees dispatched to confront the enemy, only 10 remain, not to mention the 30 stationed there, with 20 more inside the nest. We now have a total of merely 50 worker bees. Upon hearing 10,000 miles of clouds words, everyone became acutely aware of the dire situation. Chapter 57. The final minutes. What is the current situation at the front lines? The wretched streamer, Mater, has perished early on, leaving us in the dark about the circumstances at the front. A player, quick to react, inquired. Allow me to elucidate. I have just returned from the battlefield. Initially, our strategy was to divert the majority of the black insect forces, thus buying ourselves some time. However, after engaging for over an hour, it appeared that the black insects had uncovered our plan and began recalling their units that we had lured away. Realizing our scheme had been thwarted, We launched a direct assault to intercept their returning forces. This offensive resulted in heavy losses on our side, though the black insects also incurred significant casualties. They likely have around 7,000 remaining, and we are acutely aware that attempting to divert them again is now virtually impossible. Consequently, we opted for direct engagement, hoping to prolong the fight for as long as possible, but the initial shortage of worker bees hampered our ability to sustain the confrontation. A squad of 2,000 black insects advanced directly towards our base, while our forces engaged in the frontal battle were swiftly eliminated, leaving the remaining 5,000 to presumably follow suit. Upon hearing this player's account, the viewers in the live stream grasped the gravity of the situation. Goodness. If that's the case, are we doomed? One exclaimed. Isn't it obvious? We're definitely facing a collapse. The front couldn't withstand the onslaught, and the other side is utterly devastated. With a mere 40 worker bees against the enemy's 7,000, forced to confront them head-on, it was a clear recipe for defeat. It's over. This wave is guaranteed to fail. There's no salvation. Both sides are crumbling. Meanwhile, within the game, Weiji received a distress call from the Emperor Penguin. After hearing the dire circumstances relayed by the Emperor Penguin, Weiji frowned deeply. Is it truly that dire? He mused, glancing at the few remaining temple battle bees on the field. Brothers, our side is about to falter. Dragging this out is futile. We must retreat and defend our home, he declared to the others. At this moment, his decision left the live stream audience perplexed. What is the point of retreating now? One viewer queried. By going back. Won't you just bring our troops along as well? They were taken aback. This maneuver only exacerbated an already precarious situation. I believe I can discern the streamer's reasoning. He likely considered that the temple battle bees, being significantly swifter than the trolls and black insects, would reach the nest ahead of time. Upon returning to the nest, they could assist the defending forces in repelling the wave of black insects poised to invade. Once the most pressing matter at hand is resolved, the remaining forces will arrive, and it will be a desperate gamble to see if we can endure until the ferocious beasts hatch. According to the speed of the temple war wasps, it would take approximately 10 minutes to return to this location, while the black insects and the trolls' army are expected to arrive in 20 minutes. This implies that the streamers will have roughly 10 minutes to clear the black insects at the entrance of the nest. Within this time frame, they must eliminate as many as possible. Otherwise, when the main forces of the black insects and trolls converge, the combined strength may overwhelm even the temple war wasps, turning the situation into a precarious gamble. Alas, the outlook for this endeavor seems grim, and I fear a likely downfall. 10 minutes, regardless of how quickly you clear. How much can you truly achieve? Time is too tight. After 25 minutes, the enemy's entire force will converge, and the 9 temple war wasps must endure for at least 10 minutes under the pressure of 2 races. Given what we currently know, the strength of the trolls is formidable. I doubt they can withstand even a minute of a coordinated assault. And speaking of the temple war wasps, do you think their attributes resemble those of the armored worker bees? It may be perilous even for a minute. Your underestimation of their capabilities is misplaced. In the midst of the ongoing discussions, Wei Ji has already led the remaining temple war wasps towards their home. Emperor Penguin, hold on for another 5 minutes. Find a way to delay them for 5 minutes, and we shall arrive shortly. 5 minutes? Is that not a death sentence? Upon hearing Wei Ji's words, the Emperor Penguin felt a twinge of frustration. Damn it, let us give it our all. With that, the Emperor Penguin turned to the others. Everyone, retreat to the cave and engage them there. The confined space will hinder their movements, allowing us to buy more time. Moreover, if they flood into the cave, it will be easier for Wei Ji and the others to clear them out upon their return. Hearing the Emperor Penguin's command, the remaining players on the battlefield hastily made their way towards the cave. Inside, as they retreated, the players fought back, just as the Emperor Penguin had anticipated. The influx of black insects quickly blocked the passage, preventing further waves of attackers from overwhelming them. Due to the cramped conditions, only the frontline black insects could engage with the players, alleviating much of the pressure they faced. However, despite this advantage, many players still fell in the ensuing struggle. Chapter 58. Weiji arrives as the number of worker bees dwindled. The Emperor Penguin realized with a heavy heart that their endurance was waning. At that moment, he found himself in a quandary. contemplating whether to summon the 20 worker bees guarding the nest. After much deliberation, he ultimately shook his head. The nest was already fortified with numerous boulders and obstacles, and even if reinforcements were dispatched, they would first need to clear these impediments. By the time they managed to do so, their own situation would likely be desperate, rendering such an action unnecessary. The only viable strategy was to hold on for as long as they could. Should they falter, there would be no recourse. He could only silently pray that the support team would arrive before they were entirely overwhelmed. As time ticked by, despair began to seep into the hearts of the Emperor Penguins. Just when hope seemed lost, Weiji and his squad finally made their entrance. "Penguins, we have arrived. Can you still hold your ground?" Weiji shouted over the comms as they reached the scene. "Thank goodness. It's just me, barely hanging on," came the reply. "Forget about the other creatures. Charge straight into the entrance and fight your way to our blockade. Hold this position at all costs." The 20 worker bees at the nest were also prepared, ready for battle. As the Emperor Penguin worried that Weiji and his team might clear the obstacles before engaging the creatures. Just as the words left his beak, the Emperor Penguin succumbed. Unable to withstand any longer. "Brothers, push into the cave." Weiji, unwilling to delay, rallied his comrades with fervor. He led them into the cave, which, though not particularly spacious, provided an excellent venue for the warrior bees to unleash their fury. In that moment, the formidable strength of the temple warrior bees was laid bare before all. 9 temple warrior bees wielded their massive blades, slicing through the opposition with the ease of chopping vegetables. Wherever they tread, the black insects suffered devastating losses. The combination of their blades, formidable stingers, and flying blades propelled Weiji and his team forward at an astonishing pace. This is the power of financial prowess. What more can I say? Financial prowess is simply unparalleled, Weiji exclaimed. If the swift beasts emerge and evolve, it would be utterly catastrophic. Yet, the most pressing concern was whether they could endure until that moment arrived. As discussions ensued, the battle reached a stalemate. The black insects relentlessly worked to dismantle the obstacles laid by the players, while the warrior bees pressed forward with equal fervor. All eyes were fixated on 2 live streams, one belonging to Weiji and the other a temporary broadcast established by the players guarding the nest. "Oh no, brothers. I see the massive boulders at the nest shifting," someone exclaimed. "They're breaking through. We've only held them off for a few minutes, and they've already advanced over 100 meters. The stone cracked. What in the world? Brothers guarding the nest, hold your ground." As the last massive stone revealed its cracks, a wave of anxiety swept over all the players. At this moment, everyone understood that they had entered a critical juncture. "Brothers, prepare yourselves." With those words, the 20 worker bees stationed at the nest also readied themselves for battle. Meanwhile, Jiang Yo felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He dared not hesitate and immediately began to manipulate the nest. In the next instant, the nest extended over 100 tentacles, sweeping the eggs of the swift beasts from their incubation pool into its depths. After completing this task, the tentacles of the nest were primed for combat. Then, with a thunderous crack, the massive stone shattered. In that fleeting moment, over 20 worker bees surged forward to engage in a fierce struggle with the black insects, while the tentacles within the nest extended to assist the bees. "These tentacles are ineffective. The damage is so minimal," one player lamented. "What did you expect? Those tentacles are meant for gathering food. How much lethality could they possibly possess?" Another replied, "I'm really worried we won't hold out. Look over there at Weiji." At that moment, a player exclaimed. In Weiji's vicinity, ominous silhouettes of ogres loomed behind them. "Oh no, the ogres have arrived. The black insect's main force is here. Something terrible is about to happen. Look at what they're doing. They're destroying the cave walls, trying to widen the entrance to let more trolls in." This was disastrous. Witnessing this scene, several advancing temple battle bees realized they could no longer push forward. All they could do now was desperately block the reinforcements behind them, while the infiltrating black insects relied solely on the defending worker bees. "Brothers, at any cost, prevent their reinforcements from advancing here." At this moment, Moji halted, bellowing at the worker bees. He continued, "Xianyu, don't watch the live stream. Put on your helmets in interconnection mode. Once the incubation is successful, connect immediately and evolve." "Understood," came Xianyu's reply. Brothers, we have 3 minutes. Hold on tight. After 3 minutes, we will make them call us daddy. And at this moment, around the nest. Chapter 59. The second-order ferocious armored beast. It was evident that the black insects had spotted the colossal insect nest and regarded it as their primary target for extermination. Warriors of the Black Swarm, do you see that enormous entity? From this moment forth, follow my command and attack it at all costs. The black insect commander bellowed to the other members of the swarm. In the next instant, the commanded black insects surged frantically towards the nest. Not good. They intend to assault the nest. Brothers, we must do everything in our power to stop them. The captain of the squad defending the nest immediately recognized the black insect's intentions and issued orders forthwith. Responding to the command, the players abandoned their ongoing skirmishes with the black insects and swiftly pursued those racing towards the nest. Brothers, I'm critically injured. Stay away from me. I'm about to self-destruct. Let us take as many of them with me as possible. As the player's words faded, his body radiated an intense blue light. The next moment, boom. With a thunderous explosion, the worker bee's body disintegrated, and its hardened armor transformed into countless shrapnel hurtling towards the black insects. In an instant, over 100 black insects perished. Damn it, I'll self-destruct too. Hold the line, brothers. Meanwhile, several anxious players donned helmets, anxiously waiting. From their perspective, a countdown was steadily diminishing, 59, 58, 57. As they watched the numbers dwindle, the players felt as though time had slowed to a crawl. Brothers, hold on. Hold on. Lee shouted fervently from the nest vicinity, where only 5 worker bees remained valiantly struggling nearby. At this moment, numerous black insects had breached the defenses and were charging towards the nest. Yet they were repelled by the nest's writhing tendrils. Jiang Yao, fully aware that his endurance was waning, realized that of the hundreds of tendrils, only a few remained operational. Just as disaster loomed, 5 ferocious beast eggs burst open, revealing creatures approximately 5 meters in length, resembling dinosaurs, with rows of sharp fangs and large bony protrusions extending about 3 meters from their backs. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The leader has evolved. It has directly ascended to the second order. Upon the successful hatching, the players exclaimed in unison. In the next moment, as light enveloped them, the forms of the ferocious beasts began to transform, their original 5-meter length rapidly extending to about 8 meters, and their bony spines multiplied to 3 pairs. Ding! Congratulations, player. Evolution successful. You have obtained a ferocious dragon beast X1, consuming 30,000 evolution points. Ferocious dragon beast, HP 24,000, attack, 800, defense, 100, agility, 300, energy reserves, 40. Skills mastered, energy shield, energy fangs. As the notification faded, another prompt appeared. Congratulations, players. You have successfully evolved and obtained a mighty armored beast X1, consuming 60,000 evolution points. The mighty armored beast boasts an HP of 50,000, an attack power of 1200, a defense of 600, and agility of 300. Along with an energy reserve of 120. It has mastered skills such as energy shield, energy fangs, energy spin, and energy field shield. In comparison to its previous stage, the transformation of the mighty armored beast is astounding, growing from an impressive 8 meters to a towering 20 meters. The tusks on its back have vanished, replaced by a shell akin to that of a tortoise, composed of remarkably hard bone. The body has undergone a significant transformation, enveloped entirely in this formidable skeletal structure. The original bone tusks have morphed into a multitude of sharp spikes densely clustered upon its new shell. At this moment, their appearance bears a resemblance to that of a snapping turtle, albeit with an eccentric twist. As soon as the evolution was complete, several players surged forth from the insect nest. At that instant, both players and black insects alike were instinctively drawn to the imposing figures of the 5 mighty armored beasts. Upon witnessing these colossal creatures, an ominous premonition surged within the black insect leader. Yet, he suppressed his unease and commanded the other black insects, ignore them. Continue your assault on the nest. No matter how powerful they are, there are only 5. They cannot withstand us. With his words echoing, The black insects recklessly charge toward the insect nest. Humph, sometimes numerical superiority is meaningless. You dare attempt to bypass us and directly assault the nest? How naive, remarked the sardonic figure, observing the approaching swarm. An investment of 100,000, amassed from soft currency, is not something you can simply trample upon. As the sardonic figure's words fell, a massive blue shield enveloped the insect nest, rendering all attacks from the black insects ineffective against this formidable barrier. "Wow, this is the energy field shield. It's truly impressive," exclaimed the sardonic figure, turning to the remaining companions. "Come on, get to work. Don't just watch me show off. This immense shield is draining my energy at an alarming rate." Upon hearing the sardonic figure's plea, the others were filled with a sense of urgency and promptly sprang into action. Chapter 60. Eliminating the enemies, the fierce armored beast. As an advanced evolution of the swift beast, primarily emphasizes defense. Its most significant enhancement, aside from the substantial increase in defense and health, is its energy-draining skill. Although its attack attributes do not see a remarkable rise, even falling short of the Sacred Temple Battle Beast's offensive capabilities, its area of effect damage as a combat unit is formidable. The skills, Energy Shield and Energy Fangs, may not exhibit exceptional features. Yet the Energy Spin and Energy Field Shield stand out. Firstly, the Energy Field Shield can be constructed within any range to protect a specific unit, proving to be immensely useful as battlefield support. Secondly, the Energy Spin allows the creature to retract its body, similar to a tortoise, while sharp bone spines protrude from its back. Under the influence of energy, its entire form enters a high-speed rotation, enabling it to perform brief ground-hugging flights that slice through any living beings in its path, especially when combined with the Energy Fangs. These spines become even sharper and more lethal. Despite its seemingly cumbersome appearance, the fierce armored beast is surprisingly agile, reaching speeds of up to 300 kilometers per hour when sprinting at full capacity. At this moment, aside from the lazy fish guarding the hive, the remaining fierce armored beasts have commenced their harvesting of the surrounding enemies. 4 of these beasts whirl around like spinning tops, mercilessly reaping the lives of the encroaching black insects. Though the combined use of Energy Spin and Energy Fangs consumes a significant amount of energy, their reserve of 120 energy points allows for the frequent deployment of these skills. Their entry into the fray has completely altered the course of battle. Countless black insects, unable to react in time, are severed in two. With their immense defensive capabilities, these insects stand no chance of breaching the armor of the fierce armored beasts, even when exerting their utmost effort. In less than 2 minutes, nearly 3,000 invading black insects have been entirely eradicated by the rampaging fierce armored beasts. Witnessing their performance, the audience in the live stream is left astounded. Goodness, not only are they defensively robust, but their offensive capabilities are also formidable. This disrupts the balance too much. They provide assistance and possess a considerable area of effect attack, with astonishing defense as well. Disrupting balance? It costs 100,000 evolution points to summon one. How could it be without merit? Someone exclaims. By the way, am I the only one concerned that Lazy Fish has exhausted a full 100,000 evolution points? Another interjects. What are you all saying? You should address Lazy Fish as Senior Lazy Fish. You really don't understand decorum. It's just one fierce armored beast. Is all this adoration truly warranted? Someone counters. You ought to learn from my reverence for Senior Lazy Fish. I keep it to myself, never uttering it aloud. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the unquiet ones breathe a sigh of relief upon learning that Lazy Fish and his companions have successfully hatched their creatures. To be frank, it would have been an immense challenge for just a few of them to withstand such a massive onslaught of monsters, especially those equipped with premium gear. Though these weapons may not possess formidable lethality or any so-called enchantments, they share a singular characteristic, their remarkable hardness. No matter how fiercely the trolls swing their blades, these instruments remain unbroken, leaving players baffled as to how the trolls manage to forge them into weapons, given that their pincers are not nearly as powerful. Brothers, hold on for just a few more seconds. The reinforcements from Xianyu will arrive shortly. At this moment, looking at his teammates, Wage spoke. Frankly, enduring the onslaught of monsters that are thousands of times their size has already pushed them to their limits. Several of the battle wasps have sustained severe injuries and retreated to the rear, while even those valiantly holding the front lines bear numerous wounds. At this juncture, the captain of the demon blackworms finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since the onset of battle, they had dispatched nearly 10,000 of their insect soldiers. Not to mention the trolls, of which they had slain close to 1,000. Such overwhelming combat prowess instilled a profound sense of dread within them. Yet, fortunately, it was all nearing its end, for their adversaries were on the brink of collapse. Courageous blackworm warriors, let us charge forth. The demons are exhausted. Avenge our fallen insect warriors. Avenge! Avenge! Echoed the countless blackworm soldiers in response to their captain's rallying cry. Just then, heavy footsteps resonated from the depths of the cave. In the next moment, a colossal figure emerged before the eyes of all the blackworms and trolls present. It was Xinyu, accompanied by several formidable armored beasts. As these gigantic silhouettes appeared, all the blackworms instinctively halted, staring in awe at the approaching armored beasts. The immense bodies, unyielding bones, and sharp tusks of the armored beasts pierced the hearts of the insects like swords, shattering their psychological defenses. The sacred temple battle wasps were already regarded as their lifelong foes, and now, these even larger creatures before them undoubtedly surpassed the wasps in combat ability. In this moment, all the blackworms instinctively took a step back, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the armored beasts, a palpable sense of fear washing over them. Chapter 61. An effortless overrun. At this moment, an involuntary thought surged through the minds of all the black insects. They were not on the same level as their adversaries. Unlike the black insect tribe, the troll race, despite possessing a degree of intelligence, lacked the sophistication of the black insects. Thus, upon encountering the armored beasts, their instinctive fear clashed with their inherently combative nature. This tumult of emotions led them to initiate an assault against these colossal entities. At this juncture, the character known as Salty Fish stood before Wei Ji, casting a fleeting glance at him, and inquired whether he could continue to fight. Wei Ji assessed his condition and nodded affirmatively, indicating that he could endure a little longer. Hearing Wei Ji's words, Salty Fish nodded in return and advanced to the forefront. Gazing at the approaching trolls, with a steady voice, he addressed the players behind him, Flormit. Upon uttering these words, his gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, he fixed his eyes on the distant enemies. I shall embed you within the statue. No, rather, within the stone. As Salty Fish's declaration echoed, a blue shield unfurled amidst the black insects, causing all nearby black insects and trolls to be rapidly drawn towards the rocky wall by this sudden barrier. Well, I didn't realize the shield could be utilized like this. This is incredible, exclaimed one player. Brothers, Salty Fish has truly outdone himself. Did you see his earlier bravado? He resembled a small man reveling in triumph. This guy is the epitome of riding the winds of fortune with such reckless abandon. I suspect his energy reserves are nearing depletion. Yet, one could not deny that his earlier display bore a semblance of authenticity. He has gotten too accustomed to this. Believe me, in a moment, he'll start boasting again. What will he boast about? As if to validate this sentiment, Salty Fish turned to the other players behind him. What are you all waiting for? Why are you standing there? Hurry up and attack. Embedding them in the stone wall won't kill them. It merely restricts their movement. We were just pondering your display of bravado. My apologies for interrupting. Yes, indeed. We were contemplating how rapidly you're depleting your energy reserves. How long until you hit rock bottom? And when you replenish your energy, will it not cause you distress? Your flamboyant demeanor is quite striking. But your subsequent scene of gluttony while replenishing energy will surely be a sight to behold. Salty Fish. After this light-hearted banter, the players, undeterred, swiftly activated their energy absorption skills and charged towards the immobilized monsters. With the black insects and trolls rendered motionless, they became easy targets, allowing the players to clear nearly half of the troll and black insect soldiers in less than a minute. Witnessing this scene, both trolls and black insects were filled with dread. This could no longer be termed a battle. It was a sheer one-sided massacre. The vast disparity in strength made them acutely aware that even if they were to muster several times their number, it would be futile, for they were no longer contending with beings of their own dimension. At that moment, fear began to spread like wildfire in the hearts of both races. The trolls, once filled with valor, now faltered. Despite their limited intellect, they were not devoid of common sense. "Run! Quickly, flee!" someone among the two factions shouted. And in the next instant, both the insects and the trolls turned and fled in panic, realizing the immense gap in power. Their only desire was to escape from such terrifying creatures. They understood all too well that facing such entities left them with no chance of victory. At this juncture, the fleeing trolls and the black insects were the first to react. "Brothers, you stay back to guard the home while Wind and I pursue," declared Xianyu. Upon hearing Xianyu's words, the players present nodded in agreement. "Xianyu, you all seem quite exhausted. Why don't I accompany Li to chase them while you and Wind stay here to defend?" Taken aback by this suggestion, Xianyu quickly retorted, "No. These monsters are far too dangerous. We are seasoned players with combat experience. If we encounter peril, we can manage to retreat safely. No. I firmly believe that after such extensive training, we have amassed considerable combat experience ourselves. This task should be entrusted to us." Xianyu was resolute in his stance. "You are the veteran. Veterans ought to rest more and leave the arduous tasks to the younger ones," came the retort. Meanwhile, on the other side, as they jostled for position, the viewers in the live stream wore expressions of utter bewilderment. What on earth? What are these two squabbling about? Am I the only one curious? Goodness. Suddenly, I remember something. I recall that Emperor Penguin mentioned all the black insects would be divided, but he didn't mention the trolls. As this commentary appeared in the live stream chat, the audience experienced a moment of clarity. Goodness gracious, I must exclaim, this Xianyu is exceptionally quick-witted. Indeed, within mere seconds, he identified the flaw. Look at those bystanders, they're not lacking either, swiftly uncovering Xianyu's ruse. I must say, among players, there truly lies hidden talent. It is well known that Xianyu has a penchant for monopolizing rewards, yet these individuals managed to see through his scheme in such a short time, indicating that they too have honed their skills in this regard. They are certainly not to be underestimated. When two dogs fight, one is bound to be injured. Chapter 62. The defeat of the Black Worm clan. At this moment, as several individuals engaged in a heated debate, Wei Ji could only feel a deep sense of frustration. "Enough, you lot. Stop bickering. The monsters will escape if you continue this way. Logically speaking, we were the ones who discovered the troll. Thus we possess a modicum of authority over its disposition. Much like the black worms, we should include the troll in the distribution list for all players. Is that appropriate?" Xianyu inquired tentatively. Why would it not be appropriate? This question was not answered by Wei Ji, but rather by the viewers in the live stream. All right then. It's settled. Since we all contributed to defending the worm nest, it's only fair that everyone receives their share. If you think to hoard it all for yourself, you might find yourself dragged out and dealt with harshly. Presently, the live chat was filled with discussions about the myriad ways they could sacrifice him. Startled by this, Xianyu quickly altered his demeanor, exclaiming, "You make a valid point. If not for everyone fighting to buy us time, we would never have managed to hatch the swift beast. Therefore, I wholeheartedly agree with the equal distribution of the spoils. My earlier comments were merely to gauge if there were any selfish individuals among us, but it appears that our players are devoid of such traits, which brings me comfort." The crowd responded with incredulity. "Do you even know what shame is?" After some deliberation, it was decided that Feng Qiyun, Li, Wei Ji, and Xianyu would pursue the enemy, while the remaining members stayed back to guard their home. Meanwhile, the trolls and black worms, upon noticing the approaching players, understood their intentions. Even the most foolish creatures would not invite players into their lairs. Thus, a fierce battle ensued once more on the outskirts of Misty Island. The outcome was predictable. Under the iron hooves of the swift armored beasts, the remaining forces of the black worms and trolls were utterly routed. "Come on, Xianyu. Why aren't you helping?" Feng Qiyun complained, glancing at Xianyu, who stood watching from a distance. Li echoed this sentiment, stating, "I can understand Wei Ji being injured and spectating, but you, in full health, standing idly by is quite excessive. Well, you might not believe it, but I completely exhausted my energy while showing off earlier," Xianyu replied. The two exchanged glances, speechless. With the combined efforts of the two, the enemy forces were swiftly cleared. Soon after, they contacted a few surviving worker bees from the hive to transport the spoils, while they made their way directly to the black worm's nest. "Xianyu, let me make it clear. The hive will allow you entry. But do not even think about the ores inside, Wei Ji reiterated as they traveled. Rest assured, Wei Ji, I genuinely have no interest in those ores, Xianyu replied, feigning indifference. Then why did you insist on following us if you have no desire for the ores? Wei Ji challenged. I have my own plans, Xianyu said with a mysterious grin. Under Wei Ji's guidance, Xianyu and the others soon arrived at the entrance of the hive. This is the place. At this moment, gazing upon the vast entrance of the black insect nest, Wei Ji muttered, so this is where they were hiding. No wonder we couldn't find them earlier. As he spoke, Xianyu glanced around before turning to his companions, Qiyun and Li. What are you still dawdling for? Clear the path. Goodness. You certainly know how to delegate, they grumbled. Yet they were the first to venture into the cave. Thus, the group continued their ascent into the depths of the cavern. Meanwhile, within the lair of the black insect queen, a significant portion of her forces had been dispatched to confront the players, leaving only a scant handful of soldiers and numerous small black insects behind. The moment several colossal beasts emerged from the entrance, the black insect queen had already sensed their presence. Deep down, she understood that the appearance of the players signified the annihilation of her warriors. Despite her loyal guards urging her to flee, the queen realized that escape was no longer an option. Even if she could escape, what would be the point? Without her swarm, survival outside would be a formidable challenge, and she could not bear to abandon the numerous small black insects still within the nest. As the sound of approaching footsteps grew ever closer, the black insect queen recognized that her end was nigh. When the massive form of the armored beast appeared within the cave, its terrifying aura sent the small black insects scattering in fear. The royal guards, fully aware of their disadvantage, nonetheless charged valiantly at the two colossal creatures. Regrettably, they were swiftly dealt with by Qiyun and his companions. From a distance, the black insect queen observed the three enormous beasts and the demon among them. Slowly, she closed her eyes, fully aware of her impending fate. I never imagined that the millennia of my clan's legacy would ultimately be extinguished by my own hand, she whispered, her tone heavy with melancholy as she watched the players advance towards her. Yet she also recognized the immutable law of nature. The victor claims the spoils. In that fleeting moment, memories flooded back, and she understood the reason for her failure. It stemmed from weakness. No, more accurately, it was her conservatism. Initially, witnessing the formidable strength of the ogres, she chose subjugation for the sake of her race's survival. Similarly, her deference towards the sacred grounds had stunted her clan's growth. As the ogres demanded substantial resources, leaving the black insects to survive on meager rations, the population of her swarm was stringently controlled. And this self-imposed limitation led to the present outcome. Had she resolutely led her kin away from this place, perhaps the result would have been entirely different. One misstep led to another. Her own fragility had doomed her entire lineage. If given another chance, she would choose to leave, to venture into the unknown and, upon gaining sufficient strength, return with her forces to reclaim this domain rather than remain confined here. Alas, the opportunity had slipped away. At this moment, the fleeing little creatures, upon witnessing the impending attack on their queen by these monstrous beings, despite their overwhelming fear, courageously surged forth, placing themselves resolutely in front of the queen. Chapter 63. The rescue of the black worm. Observing the tumultuous scene before him, Li turned to glance at the few individuals behind him. These NPCs were rather theatrical. However, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that this black worm queen belonged to a special breed and should be worth a considerable sum. At that moment, Li couldn't help but exclaim, "Enough chatter, let us act swiftly and resolve this matter." Impatiently, Wei Ji urged, eager to mine the resources as he had invested substantially and needed to recover his losses. Upon hearing Wei Ji's words, Feng Qiuyu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a protective shield enveloped the queen and her swarm, gradually constricting around them. In deference to your existence, I shall employ my most formidable skill to end your plight. You ignorant insects, the moment you chose to oppose us, your fate was sealed. Despair, tremble. Under my immense power, you shall be reduced to ashes. Wait, what have I stumbled upon? Is Feng Qiuyu truly this melodramatic? Perhaps he has been too close to the salty fish and caught the contagion. Could the rumors of foolishness being infectious actually hold truth? At that very moment, When the black worm queen was engulfed in despair, the shield suddenly shattered. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the salty fish had dismantled the entire barrier. "What the hell, salty fish? What are you doing?" Feng Xiuyun exclaimed, realizing that the disruption was indeed the work of the salty fish. As Feng Xiuyun prepared to voice his thoughts, the salty fish interjected. "Stay right there and do not move." Pointing at Feng Xiuyun, he continued, "I'm talking about you. Are you really that foolish? You've compromised its integrity. The value will undoubtedly diminish." Turning his gaze towards Wei Ji, the salty fish added, "Wei Ji, I wish to purchase this insect queen. Please name your price." The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. What was the salty fish planning? Did he intend to tame this queen? Surely not. Could wild monsters even be tamed? Somehow, it seemed plausible, considering the game's claim of being 100% realistic. At this moment, Wei Ji furrowed his brow, pondering the salty fish's proposition. "You wish to tame it?" The salty fish nodded resolutely. "I want to attempt this. I will wager all my possessions, 6,000 evolution points. If successful, we could employ the same method to subjugate other creatures. If unsuccessful, then it would serve as a lesson for everyone." After much contemplation, Wei Ji finally conceded, "Very well. But let me clarify. Should you discover that taming it is impossible, there will be no refunds." "No problem," the salty fish affirmed. With the ownership of the queen established, the salty fish turned towards the imposing creature, which measured approximately 10 meters in length, and addressed it. "Surely, you can engage in basic communication with us." Upon hearing the words of the salted fish, the queen mother gazed at him in a daze. Although she could not comprehend the events that had just transpired, she realized that she must now comply with the salted fish's actions. "Can understand." The queen mother's fragmented voice echoed in the salted fish's mind. As long as understanding was achieved, that sufficed. "Originally, if we had been adversaries, your fate would have been nothing but death. However, I spared you. You must already discern the reason for my mercy, correct?" No. The salted fish was somewhat taken aback by the queen mother's apparent intelligence. "Since you are a clever creature, I need not elaborate excessively. The age-old principle that the weak must rely on the strong and submit to them remains unchanged. From this day forth, you are to obey us unconditionally and perform any task we assign. Only by doing so can you survive. Otherwise, death awaits you." Upon hearing the salted fish's words, the black insect queen understood her predicament. Apart from submission, death was her only alternative. The instinct for survival rendered her powerless to choose anything but subjugation. Observing the trembling black insect queen, the salted fish offered words of comfort. "However, do not be overly fearful. I assure you that as long as you remain eternally loyal to us and submit, our kin will embrace you and allow you to become one of us. So, what will your choice be? Submission or death?" Gazing at the colossal figure of the salted fish and then at her diminutive form, she felt a surge of trepidation but ultimately replied, "I am willing to submit." The salted fish nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the queen's words. "Rest assured, within our colony, the salted fish holds a modicum of influence. As long as you remain loyal to us, your life shall be safeguarded. I promise not to betray, but you must ensure the safety of the little ones." The queen mother's halting voice continued, glancing at the surrounding tiny black insects. These little creatures could indeed accompany her, but only if they pledged allegiance to us and bore no ill intentions. Otherwise, they need not expect our leniency. "Yes, I promise." Satisfied with the queen's response, the salted fish nodded. "Then, let us return to our nest with your little ones." Thus, under the salted fish's guidance, the entire affair reached a harmonious conclusion. Chapter 64. The arrangements of the Mother Emperor by the lazy fish. At this moment, the gathered crowd was evidently unaware of the true motives behind the lazy fish's actions. Shortly thereafter, they returned to the hive with the Mother Emperor of the insect race. Through the live stream, Jiangye was naturally informed of the events transpiring on that side. In truth, Jiangye saw no issue in treating this black insect as a subordinate species, although this race was not particularly formidable. He felt it could serve well as cannon fodder or as scouts for reconnaissance. However, a period of observation was necessary. If they behaved themselves, they could remain. If not, they would swiftly become fodder for the mother nest. Ultimately, as the saying goes, Those not of my kind must have different intentions. For the sake of his safety, it would be prudent to cultivate the next generation. Once these black insects produced offspring, he could capture their young for separate nurturing, ensuring their loyalty. As he observed the black insect mother emperor approaching under the guidance of the lazy fish, Jiang Yao murmured to himself. Of course, as an NPC, Jiang Yao played his role quite competently, feigning confusion at the sight of the approaching lazy fish. Lazy fish, what is the purpose of bringing her here? Upon hearing Jiang Yao's inquiry, the lazy fish perked up. Ahem, well, Chief, the matter is thus. This is the mother emperor of the black insects. Jiang Yao nodded in understanding, surprised that they had managed to capture her. Well done, indeed commendable. However, I am curious as to why you did not dispose of her on the spot, but rather brought her here? The subsequent words from the lazy fish utterly shattered Jiang Yao's composure. It is like this, Chief. You are the supreme leader of our insect race, and I, the lazy fish, have admired you deeply since birth for your unwavering dedication to our kind. You have worked tirelessly for us all these years, and yet you remain single. A solitary insect. As your most loyal fan, it pains me to see you so burdened. Long ago, I vowed to myself not to let you remain single for life. When I laid my eyes upon the rotund and charming figure of the black insect mother emperor, I was immediately captivated. Such a beautiful creature is a rarity in this world, and it would be a pity to kill her. Instead, I thought it would be splendid to bring her back as a companion for our selfless leader who has devoted so much to the insect race. Upon hearing the lazy fish's words, Jiang Yao was left speechless, as were the others in the live stream. Even the nearby Wei Ji and his companions were taken aback. Good heavens, lazy fish, you were something else. Taming the black insect was merely a ruse. All this time, you were plotting the scheme. At this moment, having grasped the situation, Wei Ji felt an intense frustration. Damn it, why didn't I think of this? We are the insect race. As the leader of the Zerg, Jiang Yao naturally embodies the essence of the Zerg. Although the authorities have transformed Jiang Yao into a humanoid form to help novice players acclimate to the Zerg, it is akin to merely donning a superficial skin. The leader remains fundamentally a creature of the Zerg. Being in a position of power, Jiang Yao, of course, desires beauty. And the plump black queen is undoubtedly the optimal choice. At this thought, Wei Ji cast a scornful glance at the distance, where a certain lazy fish wore an expression of self-satisfaction. Never did I anticipate that I would be outwitted by this foolish creature. At this moment, not only was he stunned, but the audience in the live stream was equally taken aback. Reluctantly admitting it, I must confess that I had been rather hasty. This clever ruse was indeed quite elaborate. The ingenuity of others astounds me. Why had I not considered this angle? As the saying goes, one loves both the kingdom and the beauty. How could the Zerg leader be without a few exquisite companions by his side? Alas, how regrettable it is that I failed to realize this sooner. Had I thought of it, I would have long since captured the Black Queen to present to the leader. What a boastful fool I was, just a mere worker bee, daring to venture into the hive, entering upright, yet emerging prone. At this moment, the lazy fish, observing Jiang Yao's astonished expression, could not help but feel a surge of delight, sensing that he had struck gold. Seizing the opportunity, the lazy fish hastily pressed on. Leader, this queen before you is a token of my affection for you. I sincerely hope you will accept her. Accept her? Why would I want to accept such a creature? Jiang Yao's internal monologue was rife with sardonic commentary. Damn it, you lazy fish, your imagination is rather peculiar. Why must you be so insufferably obtuse? Despite sharing the same 9 years of compulsory education, how could you be so woefully misguided? Seeing Jiang Yao remain unmoved, the lazy fish assumed he was still deeply touched and continued, Leader, please feel free to accept her. You deserve this. Oh, should I then express my gratitude to you? Jiang Yao's voice was laced with barely restrained ire. No need, no need. You are far too gracious, Leader. If you truly wish to thank me, perhaps you could offer me a discount next time I enter. What do you say? Before he could finish, the lazy fish sensed the shift in the atmosphere. First, Jiang Yao's tone was laced with venomous frustration, as if he wished to devour him whole. Second, the quivering tendrils swirling around the hive indicated that Jiang Yao's fury was escalating rapidly. Leader, if this version does not please you, I can certainly bring you something better next time. Just let me know your preferred color, white, green, or yellow, fat or thin. Just say the word with each step. Jiang Yao took towards him. The lazy fish instinctively retreated. A discount, you say? How about a broken bone instead? At this moment, the onlookers could not help but burst into laughter. This is a quintessential example of flattery gone awry. Indeed, the leader is precisely the type to take down those who cannot rise to the occasion. Damn it, you dead fish, you owe me my feelings. I always knew this fellow was incapable of performing any sensible act. Even from his earlier actions, I sensed something was amiss. And it turns out he was merely waiting for us here. I must concede, the leader's recent maneuver was truly satisfying. However, my brothers, what color do you think the leader actually favors? Although the black insect queen is indeed rather dark, there is something quite endearing about her plumpness. Chapter 65, The Misguided Players. At this moment, the words of one player startled the others. Goodness, how desperate must you be to find this appealing? I believe the black color is likely the issue. As we all know, we do not favor black. Consider this. The creators of this game hail from our homeland. Our standards of beauty should align, favoring fair skin, stunning features, and long legs. Where on earth could we find such fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged beings? Hey, brothers, do you think there are any troll queens or similar? I have a feeling that might just appeal to our leader's tastes. Surely not. Even I find that appearance rather unsettling. You fail to understand. Our leader, being of the insectoid race, likely shares our aesthetic sensibilities. Those queens, while they may seem alarming to us, are probably regarded as exquisite by him. Perhaps next time we encounter a white insect, we should capture it and see? I think that could work. Brothers, I personally believe that our leader, given his background, must be a being of immense power, governing planets and star systems. Over his tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, he must have fallen for many queens and princesses. Do you think our leader has grown tired of such tastes? Strangely enough, that seems quite plausible. Generally, in those dramas, the domineering CEO falls for an ordinary girl. Could it be that our leader has a penchant for such? Perhaps next time we encounter an intelligent race, we should capture an ordinary one and see how it goes? I think that could work. They have all surely been led astray. At this moment, Jiang Yao, watching the live stream's comments, was both amused and exasperated. He cast a fierce glance at the trembling salted fish in the distance. Observing the recently chastised salted fish, Jiang Yao suddenly wore a contemplative expression. I cannot be the only one feeling disgusted. You just repulsed me. Now it's my turn to return the favor. Let us engage in mutual torment. With that, Jiang Yao turned his gaze toward the salted fish and the black insect nearby. Quite the pair, I must say. Upon hearing Jiang Yao's voice from afar, the salted fish instinctively felt an ominous premonition. Though I find the black insect rather unsightly, the fact that you find it appealing reveals your unique taste. Thus, I, the leader, have decided to indulge your peculiar preferences by bestowing this black insect upon the salted fish. Let us choose an auspicious day for your union. Union. The black insect queen appeared puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the term. It means to bear offspring together. Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, the black insect queen was left speechless. Goodness, our leader cannot be serious. Meanwhile, the salted fish reacted even more dramatically. Ignoring the salted fish's protests, Jiang Yao continued. There is no time like the present. Shall we proceed now? Upon hearing these words, the lazy fish was left utterly bewildered. Goodness, can this NPC truly play such tricks? The recent period had been more excruciating than a foul meal for the lazy fish, as Jiang Yao's series of flamboyant maneuvers had inadvertently catapulted him to notoriety among players, surpassing even his previous fame. Initially, the lazy fish remained indifferent as the player count dwindled due to the resurrection cooldown. However, as more players gradually entered the game, his composure began to unravel. One fine morning, as the lazy fish logged in, he was greeted by the tempestuous arrival of wind-rising clouds, who remarked, "Ah, you're up early, lazy fish. It's splendid to see you've transformed your late-night habits, perhaps due to your new domestic bliss." Indeed, the lazy fish, once a solitary figure, now had a spouse to consider. At that moment, the newly logged-in Emperor Penguin chimed in with a playful jab. "You rascal. Congratulations. Though it seems your marriage was rather hasty. I happened to be indisposed at the time, unable to log in, now that I am here. Let us discuss the wedding gift. Just then, a massive koan arrived, laughing heartily. Enough already, the lazy fish exclaimed in frustration. Just then, the voice of Wei Ji echoed. I shall reiterate, they are a subordinate species, do you understand? How amusing. I've heard tales of your singlehood in reality. Now, look at this game. Fulfilling your familial dreams. At Wei Ji's words, Emperor Penguin nodded in agreement. Indeed, not just a dream. Our lazy fish is now a father to over 100 little black bugs. How does it feel to be an unexpected father? As he spoke, Emperor Penguin playfully patted the lazy fish with his large pincers. Esteemed ones, I admit my folly. I shall never resort to tricks again. Please spare me this once. The lazy fish began to plead. Humph. Now you comprehend the consequences of your actions. When you sought to purchase bugs from me, you were quite crafty. I suspect this was not a spur-of-the-moment idea, but rather a premeditated scheme. Esteemed ones, please. I swear I shall never do it again. The lazy fish wished desperately for a hole to hide in. At that moment, Wan Feng Yi crawled over from a distance. Oh, lazy fish, you're online. I was just lamenting my inability to find you. Seeing Wan Feng Yi searching for him, the lazy fish wore a puzzled expression. Street performer. Beauty streamer. What do you require of me? You clearly meant to call me a street performer, didn't you? You let that slip. Upon hearing the lazy fish's words, Wan Feng Yi appeared visibly displeased. However, remembering that she needed something from him, she took a deep breath to compose herself. The matter is as follows. During our Hive Guard battle, we encountered trolls, and to this day, we have yet to locate the troll's lair. We pondered that your insect had previously summoned trolls for assistance. I surmised that it must be aware of the troll's lair. Perhaps you could inquire? Upon hearing Wan Feng's words, Xian Yu was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, in the midst of organizing the spoils and aiding in the mining efforts, this matter had completely slipped my mind. With that thought, Xian Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Chapter 66. The uses of black worms at this moment, as everyone observed the actions of the salted fish. They naturally realized he was concocting yet another scheme. Goodness, salted fish? Are you planning some sort of trick again? The one who had spent the most time with him, Feng Qiyun, had already sensed something amiss. What trick? What nonsense are you spouting? Salted fish immediately retorted. Just then, Wan Feng unexpectedly interjected. Well, esteemed colleagues, why don't we have salted fish inquire about the location of the troll nest? To her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, salted fish perked up. Wait. Don't move. I must remind you that I purchased that worm. I spent money on it. The rights to the information it provides belong to me. With that, salted fish dashed towards the worm's lair. Watching his retreating figure, the others exchanged glances, realizing they had a fair inkling of his intentions. Goodness, this rascal is likely planning to exploit this opportunity, one of them mused. Approximately 10 minutes later, salted fish returned, brimming with excitement. Ahem, brothers. I have wonderful news. I have discovered the location of the troll nest. His proclamation drew the attention of the group. However, regrettably, I must also share some unfortunate news. Have you all heard the saying? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Thus, the meaning behind his words became evident. Indeed, it is impossible to obtain something for nothing. Given our joint efforts in battle, I will only charge a nominal entrance fee of 648. He continued, moreover, considering you all were just teasing about giving me contributions, I shall indulge your request. The contribution per person will be 700. What the heck? You're raising the price on the spot. This is outrageous. One player exclaimed, this is just absurd. I might as well find a crack in the ground to hide in. Another added, and you said you'd never admit that worm was yours. Now you're backpedaling, trying to squeeze contributions out of us. Truly, your words betray your intentions. At this moment, as salted fish gleefully collected the funds, the players couldn't help but voice their grievances. Hearing their complaints, salted fish sighed deeply. A hint of solemnity in his tone. Ah, I can smell the scent of lemons in the air. Curse it. I can't tolerate this dead fish any longer. Meanwhile, as the discussions continued, a player named Divine Word called out from a distance, Salted Fish, are you selling your son? Excuse me? Salted Fish replied, bewildered. Well, I noticed you have quite a few sons. I was thinking of buying a dozen or so to train. They could help me with hunting or transporting items. Especially since I, like you, have limited online time. My progress is significantly lagging behind yours. So I thought of training a few black worms to assist with my transportation needs while I'm online. As I logged off, I requested assistance to defeat monsters and advance my progress, thereby making good use of my offline time. Little did I know, before I could finish my sentence, a group rushed forward and covered my mouth. "How could you say that?" they exclaimed. "Are you foolish? Such a brilliant idea should have been discussed with us first. We could have cleared out the pests before revealing anything, but you went ahead and spilled the beans. Oh no, this is a disaster. What am I to say about you? A genius? Indeed, the notion is quite ingenious, yet to deem you foolish is not unfounded." Such a splendid approach emerged without a moment's thought. I'm utterly exasperated. Another path to wealth has fallen into the hands of a slacker. How infuriating. Watching him profit while I suffer losses is unbearable. At that moment, the slacker, who was busy collecting tickets, lit up upon hearing this suggestion. Wow, indeed. Strength lies in numbers. How did I not think of such a brilliant method before? Brother, thank you. Rest assured, once I train this batch of black bugs, I promise to offer you at least a 30% discount when you come to buy them from me. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Thus, after collecting the ticket fees, the slacker hurried back to discuss training the young bugs with the black bug queen. As the player mentioned, these little black bugs indeed have numerous uses. From what the slacker understood, as long as they are well fed, these young bugs can mature into adults in just a month or so. In contrast to the slacker's understanding of the queen, the black bug queen was vastly different from the ant queens he had known. In an ant colony, the primary role of the queen is to lay eggs, whereas the black bug queen's main purpose is to lead. Her intellect surpasses that of ordinary black bugs. Although her reproductive capabilities are similar to typical black bugs, she has a chance of producing elite variants. Thus, based on the information at hand, to obtain a substantial number of black bug offspring, the slacker needs to expedite the nurturing of this batch of young bugs. However, merely raising them is insufficient. The matured bugs lack any knowledge. Essentially, they are ignorant. Moreover, this group of bugs cannot be fully trusted yet. Therefore, during their growth, the slacker must isolate the young bugs from the previous generation and provide them with ample education, imparting conventional combat skills and some foundational knowledge. Most importantly, ensuring loyalty through intergenerational training is essential. Unbeknownst to the slacker, his thoughts coincided with Jiang Yao's. Though the bugs currently obeyed him, trust could not be guaranteed, after all. He held a grudge against her family. Jiang Yao also favored intergenerational training. Now, having learned of the new potential of the black bugs, the slacker decided against selling them. Nurturing the next generation of black bugs would require time and effort, while selling them would merely yield a one-time profit. Moreover, should buyers take several pairs home and cultivate them, competitors would inevitably emerge, which was unacceptable. The slacker aimed for monopoly. Thus, he planned to handle these black bugs through a rental model. It is worth noting that, as the population continues to grow, even now, with over 100 individuals, the most pressing concern during hunting expeditions is the transportation of prey, which is particularly time-consuming and detrimental to efficiency. Therefore, the initial plan for these black worms is to cultivate their transportation capabilities and subsequently lease them to players, allowing them to serve as transport vehicles. This innovation is certain to gain immense popularity in the market. As for combat, the prospect has not been thoroughly contemplated. Unless confronted with relatively weak creatures akin to swamp crocodiles, in which case the black worms may be utilized for combat. However, facing formidable foes such as trolls would be quite disadvantageous. Relying on sheer numbers to overwhelm such powerful beings is impractical. After all, the painstaking effort of nurturing several batches of black worms over the course of a few months only to send them into battle to become fodder is hardly appealing to anyone. Therefore, the intention regarding this batch of black worms is to assign them to relatively safer auxiliary tasks. This approach will minimize losses and maximize benefits. Chapter 67. Jiang Yao's Dilemma at present. However, the protagonist, a rather languid character, finds no inclination to engage in such matters. Instead, His focus lies in launching an assault alongside his fellow players against the formidable troll clan. This endeavor proves to be quite cumbersome. Yet through the insights gleaned from the Queen of Blackworms, he has unearthed a crucial piece of intelligence. Within the troll lair resides an immensely powerful boss. Thus, strategizing on how to confront this formidable adversary has become a focal point of concern for the players. Although previous battles have yielded substantial rewards for the players, a significant portion of the Blackworms was vanquished on the Misty Isles, particularly the 9 sacred temple war bees that faced off against the Blackworms there. Upon their second return, the players discovered that the corpses of the Blackworms and trolls had mysteriously vanished, likely transported back to the troll lair. This unfortunate turn of events has diminished the players' overall earnings, leaving them with meager distributions. Despite earlier claims that the Blackworm army numbered at least 30 to 50,000. Jiang Yao later discovered that these assertions were mere exaggerations meant to inflate prices. The Queen of Blackworms revealed that during the peak of their conflicts, their total numbers barely exceeded 20,000. This revelation once again cast the player Wei Ji as an unsuspecting victim of the game's intricate deceptions. Upon logging in, he openly lamented the depth of the players' cunning strategies in live streaming sessions. Currently, due to the limited daily hatching capacity of the raptor pool, players are compelled to queue patiently for the opportunity to acquire raptors. Observing this situation, Jiang Yao contemplated the construction of an additional raptor pool, as they had amassed a considerable amount of, or within the Blackworm lair, facilitating the realization of this idea. After clearing the or from the entire Blackworm lair, Jiang Yao reported an acquisition of approximately 40,000 energy units, retaining 20,000 for himself. Given that he can now offer rewards at a rate of 1 energy unit equating to 20 evolution points, double the previous rate of 1 to 10, he felt justified in depositing half into his personal treasury, a notion he considered fair to the players. Moreover, he was aware that he would likely need to finance numerous constructions himself, thus ensuring the necessity of maintaining a reserve for unforeseen circumstances. The primary reason for his accumulation of evolution points stems from the pressing issues he is about to confront. The first dilemma revolves around whether to unlock new troop-building structures. Jiang Yao finds himself conflicted regarding this decision. His initial thought is to allocate an additional 100 slots and simultaneously initiate the task of constructing new buildings, thereby increasing the personnel count to around 200. This would facilitate the unlocking of new troop types, allowing new players to make purchases. He believes the first batch of players has been sufficiently trained, with each member possessing a cumulative total of evolution points ranging from 10 to 20,000, most of which are earmarked for acquiring raptors. After purchasing raptors, even if new troop types become available, Jiang Yao suspects they will remain disinclined to invest in them, as the raptors would have significantly depleted their resources. As for why Jiang Yao is currently hesitant to unlock the new unit types as initially planned, rather than proceeding directly, there are several reasons. Firstly, as a game designer, he understands that new unit types are akin to new characters or skins within the game. While releasing a new skin every couple of months is generally accepted, if a game adopts a production line approach by introducing a new skin every few days, it raises significant concerns. Players may perceive it as an overt attempt to exploit them. Secondly, the energy points required to upgrade the new unit buildings are exceedingly high, necessitating a total of 50,000 points. Beyond these factors, there is another crucial reason. During the recent conflict, Jiang Yao uncovered a grave issue. Once the enemy breached the nest, his nest was left utterly defenseless, rendering him in a passive position. Furthermore, buildings like the nest can also be evolved within the system's evolution framework. Although the resource cost is enormous, Jiang Yao personally believes it is imperative to prioritize the evolution of the nest. Once evolved, the nest will possess a degree of self-protection, thereby reducing his vulnerability in similar situations in the future. Moreover, the evolution system distinguishes his approach from that of a typical Zerg development strategy, offering him greater maneuverability. For instance, if the interstellar Zerg aims to conquer a particular planet or initiate an interstellar war, it requires both space and ground units, as most ground units lack capabilities for space combat or navigation. Consequently, specialized transport units are necessary to ferry these ground troops to another planet. Typically, The operation entails transporting ground units, establishing a nest, and then extending the front lines from the nest center. Meanwhile, space units primarily engage the enemy's starships, establishing clear roles for the different unit types. However, this is where the Zerg's combat disadvantages become apparent upon arriving in a new location. They must expend substantial resources to reconstruct various facilities, such as nests and factories. In contrast with the evolution system, Jiangyao has the potential to evolve the nest into a mobile space base. If successful, he could traverse the cosmos with his nest and its inhabitants. Thus, the nest's primary flaw would be mitigated. While a typical nest would be vulnerable once discovered, Jiangyao could maneuver into the depths of space, hiding from adversaries and dispatching his forces for expeditions. Additionally, according to the evolutionary pathways within the system, the nest could eventually serve as a space battleship or fortress, boasting formidable offensive capabilities. Undoubtedly, the prospect of such power upon evolving the nest excites Jiangyao. Yet he is confronted with a significant challenge: the vast resources required for this evolution. The initial stage of evolution for the hive requires a staggering consumption of 100,000 energy units and 10 million evolution points. This represents merely the most fundamental level of evolution. Although the hive gains a certain degree of offensive capability post-evolution, it does not achieve a qualitative transformation. It is only upon reaching the third stage of evolution that the hive can undergo such a metamorphosis. As a third stage, hive possesses the remarkable ability of light-speed interstellar travel. Nonetheless, in the vast expanse of space, even light speed proves to be insufficient. Nevertheless, with such capacity, the hive is no longer merely a punching bag. To enable the hive to navigate freely through the cosmos, it must be evolved to the fourth stage, wherein it acquires the capability of warp travel. However, at present, the uncertainty looms over whether Jiangyao can even gather enough materials for the third stage, let alone the fourth. Consequently, Jiangyao finds himself in a quandary regarding the allocation of energy points. Should he invest them in upgrading structures to unlock new units, or should he directly evolve the hive? Unlocking new units is undoubtedly advantageous at this juncture, given the formidable creatures that inhabit this planet. New units would afford him a significantly better defense. Yet, upgrading the hive represents a long-term investment. Why is this the case? The interstellar swarm is a species that is universally reviled. Should he develop on this planet and subsequently attract the attention of other civilizations, especially those that belong to rival alliances, he would undoubtedly be recognized and targeted for attack. At that moment, escape would be futile, and he would be compelled to confront the threat directly, though the outcome of such a confrontation is far from certain. Conversely, if the hive is evolved, the scenario changes entirely. Upon reaching the third stage, the hive would possess the capability to leave the planet, allowing for a swift escape if ever discovered. In summary, Jiangyao finds himself at a crossroads, forced to choose between upgrading the hive or unlocking new units. Fully aware that pursuing both options simultaneously is beyond the realm of possibility. Chapter 68, Game Update. Due to the finite resources of the planet, Jiangyao speculated that there was a vein of, or on the side of the black insects, and another vein should exist among the trolls. It is highly probable that these two veins are the only two on the entire planet, though it is also conceivable that other veins might be present. However, as the leader of the insect race, Jiangyao must always consider the worst-case scenario and prepare accordingly. Thus, adhering to this pessimistic outlook, he currently recognized only two discovered veins. The pivotal task now became the prudent utilization of the resources from these veins. With this in mind, Jiangyao resolved to exercise restraint. He decided to temporarily set aside the energy consumption points until he could conquer the troll's vein and assess the total energy acquired before making any further decisions. If the yield from the troll's vein proved substantial, he could unlock a new unit type and invest all resources into upgrading the hive. Conversely, if the quantity was meager, he would forego unlocking new units and allocate all resources towards enhancing the hive. In Jiangyao's view, it was imperative to secure a fallback plan. He believed that evolving the hive was a more dependable strategy than expanding the range of buildings or spawning stronger units. After all, the total resources of this planet are limited, and the possibility of discovering additional deposits in this or neighboring star systems remains uncertain. Should there be other or deposits nearby, he could create transport insects to extract resources from other planets to further his development, or even establish a new hive there. However, the fear remained that this planet might be the only one with such scant resources, leading to a precarious situation where he would be utterly helpless. If fortune were to take a turn for the worse, and a wise civilization were to emerge at that moment, there would be no chance for survival. Thus, rather than focusing on unlocking new unit types or advancing late-game units, Zhang Yao deemed it essential to prioritize the evolution of the hive. Even if faced with danger, he would still have the ability to retreat. As long as he survived, there remained hope. Being trapped on this planet would extinguish any possibility of salvation. Of course, these considerations were merely Zhang Yao's current plans, and specific actions would depend on unfolding circumstances. Should the resources on this planet prove woefully inadequate, it is likely that he would opt to develop transport insects and venture into surrounding star systems in search of ore. In summary, future plans would be contingent upon the situation at hand. Although Zhang Yao felt somewhat lost regarding his future strategies, his immediate priority was to delegate responsibilities. He was aware that soon players would prepare to target the troll race, which would enable newcomers to benefit by following the lead of the veterans. Moreover, by implementing a ticketing system similar to that of a casual player, he could potentially reap considerable rewards. In doing so, Zhang Yao would also inadvertently assist the casual player. Though his motivations for this action were rooted in his own reasoning, this is indeed a common tactic employed by gaming companies, one that has been utilized frequently over the years. For instance, a certain ordinary player might acquire a particular piece of equipment and sell it for a substantial sum, which follows a predictable pattern. The advantage of this approach is that it allows the vast community of casual players to perceive that real-world currency can be earned through the game. This connection to reality also informs them that, as fellow casual players, they too have the potential to earn significant rewards. Consequently, it motivates everyone to delve deeper into the game and invest considerable effort to progress and earn rewards. In the later stages, this tactic became prevalent among those creating in-game dishes, which is akin to the familiar concept of painting a pie in the sky. It's reminiscent of the past when players farmed items like the bone ring, which was valued at several $100s. Players recognized the worth of such items, prompting them to research where and which character could farm them most efficiently. Similarly, within this game, players understand that monster farming can be lucrative, leading them to explore ways to enhance their efficiency and improve their skills. Thus, even a player with modest means can serve as a benchmark for the majority of ordinary players. After all, considering the recent surge, this player has accumulated at least 120,000 evolution points in a remarkably short span. This is an incredibly exhilarating prospect for any new player entering the game. Following the establishment of a plan for distributing quotas, Zhang Yao also began posting updates on the official website. Previously, due to insufficient evolution points, he had limited the daily recharge amount, but now that he has ample points, he has raised the daily limit to 5 times. The rationale behind this decision is straightforward. It serves to swiftly bridge the gap between new cash players and veteran players. Additionally, given the increasing strength of his adversaries, it is imperative for him to enhance his troops by allowing certain players to further strengthen their high evolution units. However, he is cautious not to overextend, as despite possessing evolution points in the millions, the player base is also expanding, with more than 200 players receiving quotas. If each were to recharge even 1,000, it would result in an expenditure of 200,000 points in one go. Should everyone maximize their daily recharge, he would need to expend 600,000 to 700,000 evolution points in a single day, a considerable amount that he can barely sustain. Having devised a plan, Zhang Yao commenced his actions. In the 1.1 version of Bug Tribe OL, a notice was issued to players. Dear players, the server will undergo maintenance in 30 minutes. The expected downtime is 2 hours. Please inform each other. Firstly, we express our gratitude to all players for your invaluable contributions toward optimizing the game during the beta phase. Based on the collected data, we will implement the following adjustments. Update content. As time progresses, the Swarm has developed a considerable combat capability. With the expanding activities of players, the Swarm has attracted the attention of surrounding races. These races harbor an unfriendly disposition towards the swarm, prompting Commander Jiang Yao to decide to hatch more Zerg warriors to safeguard the hive. Closed beta quotas. The officials have decided to allocate an additional 100 closed beta slots. Adjustments. Environmental details have been optimized, and certain bugs and landscape modeling have been rectified. Mission adjustments. The additional reward tasks for the Raptor hatchery's energy points have concluded, and the exchange ratio of energy points to evolution points has been restored to 1:10. A new mission, Hive Evolution, has been initiated. The Interstellar Zerg, once the dominant race in the universe, cannot be relegated to a mere small planet. Mission details. Players may enhance the Hive's evolution progress by submitting energy points. For each energy point donated, players will receive an additional 10 task rewards on top of the existing 10 evolution points. Completion criteria. The Hive must successfully evolve to the third stage. Mission start time, determined by the Zerg leader NPC, Jiang Yao. Completion rewards. All participating players will receive a reward of 1,000 evolution points. New mission initiated, Path of Evolution. As the enemies grow increasingly formidable, the swarm urgently requires a multitude of elite units. After careful consideration, the leader has decided to implement an evolution reward mechanism. For the first stage of evolution, a 10 discount on evolution points will be offered. For the second stage, and 20 discount, and so forth, with a maximum discount of 50. This event will last for 3 days. Other adjustments. The daily recharge limit has been changed to 3240. Reward distribution. The Raptor pool construction has been completed. To express gratitude for the hard work of all players involved in its development, each participant will receive a reward of 200 evolution points upon logging Indiana. This concludes the entirety of the current update. Chapter 69. Preparing to assault the trolls. With the announcement made, the entire chat erupted into chaos. Xianyu, this unexpected update has thrown me off balance. My mindset is utterly shattered. My friends, I just completed 2 rounds of evolution, and the officials have the audacity to offer a discount on evolution. Weiji, this is splendid. By my calculations, if my Temple Warby evolves to the 5th stage during this period, the cost will be halved, and the same applies to the 6th stage. If I put in the effort, it is highly likely that I could evolve the Warby to the 7th stage. Emperor Penguin, goodness. The cost for the 7th stage is astronomical. Even if I recharge daily for 3 days, I doubt it will suffice. Wind rises. Clouds surge. There is but one solution at this juncture. Xinyu, are you referring to the troll lair? Weiji, once the update concludes, we shall rush to the troll lair. It is currently the only place that can fulfill my substantial point requirements. Although we have been accumulating points, we are still lacking significantly. Therefore, I have decided to raise the purchase price. I am willing to buy evolution points at 648 for 800 meters. Those wishing to sell may contact me privately. Xianyu, goodness. Weiji, you are quite bold. Time thief. I cannot contend with such financial prowess. It is truly insurmountable. You are inflating the AC price. Crash against the south wall. You may profit, but Weiji will never incur a loss. Given the current evolution stage, this event allows Weiji to reduce evolution costs by at least 50%, so even if he raises his prices, he will not suffer a loss. Leak boss, haha. I beg to differ. It should be said that the officials, you may make a small profit, but I shall never incur a loss. Once the update was complete, players eagerly logged in. This wave of updates was truly a cornucopia of benefits. Firstly, the bug nest evolution task was initiated. Although the start time was tentative, players could prepare in advance. Secondly, the discount on evolution points was the most significant aspect of this update. Upon reaching the 5th stage, evolution costs would be reduced by 50%. This was a tremendous boon for players pursuing high-level evolution. Not only high-level players, but this also offered some advantages to many low-level evolvers. However, due to this event, the greatest challenge players faced was a severe shortage of evolution points. Although one could recharge up to 3,000 points per day, over the 3-day event, the maximum would amount to 9,000 points. For veteran players, this was manageable, as most had accrued several thousand evolution points from the last battle, coupled with their prior reserves for purchasing the evolution points for the Rapid Beast. They only needed to recharge or grind a bit, making the completion of first stage evolution quite feasible, if they exerted considerable effort or successfully raided the troll lair. Achieving second stage evolution was not beyond reach. For newcomers to the game, this event might only allow them to evolve their worker bees. In summary, during this event, players with limited evolution points have focused their aspirations on the worker bees, while those possessing raptors are exploring every possible means to achieve multiple evolutions within the event duration. After all, evolving a raptor, even to the first stage, can save over 3,000 evolution points, and the second stage offers savings exceeding 10,000 points. However, due to the overwhelming demand for evolution points among players, these points are currently in short supply. Every player is devising strategies to gather more evolution points, with numerous individuals willing to raise the purchasing price significantly, resulting in evolution points soaring to 648 points for 1,000 soft currency. Nevertheless, even at this price, few are willing to sell. Many newly arrived players have also made swift decisions to recharge, evolving their worker bees to the first stage without hesitation. Although the first stage worker bees remain relatively weak, they undoubtedly possess greater strength compared to their base counterparts, and all players are now striving to enhance their capabilities swiftly. This urgency arises as players prepare to assault the troll lair, where greater personal strength translates to a higher monster spawn rate. Thus, amidst the tense preparations of both new and veteran players, the expeditionary force arrived at the outskirts of the Misty Swamp a day later. At this moment, the majority of players were equipped with first-stage armored worker bees, with only a few ordinary worker bees present. Among the more than 200 worker bees, over 80 were second-stage iron worker bees, while the raptors numbered over 50. Although most of the raptors remained unevolved, their strength should not be underestimated. At this juncture, the situation is as follows. While we are aware of the troll lair's location, the exact number of trolls within remains a mystery. The queen has never ventured into the troll lair, leaving her uncertain about the precise troll population. However, it is certain that the count exceeds 20,000. Those of us who have encountered trolls know quite well that their individual strength is considerably weaker than that of the worker bees. Yet, similar to the black insects, their sheer numbers are formidable, and they possess significantly higher attack power and mobility compared to the black insects. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution during combat. At this moment, a blue raptor, approximately 10 meters in length, with enormous wings resembling a multitude of sharp blades, was commanded by a player named Xianyu, who addressed the crowd. The raptor, known as the swift-winged beast, represents the third stage of the raptor evolution, requiring 120,000 evolution points. However, due to an ongoing event discount of 30, the evolution can be completed for just over 80,000 points. Given this advantageous price, Xianyu naturally opted for the evolution without hesitation. Unlike the massive transformation of the 20-meter-long armored beast, the swift-winged beast does not exhibit significant changes in appearance compared to ordinary raptors, aside from the addition of wings and a distinct coloration. In comparison to the formidable armored beast, the swift-winged beast exhibits significantly greater agility. Most notably, as suggested by its name, the swift-winged beast possesses the ability to fly, and its primary means of attack has transitioned to long-range energy-draining skill assaults. The attributes of the swift-winged beast differ markedly from those of the armored beast. Swift-winged beast, HP 80,000, attack 3, 500, defense 100, agility 500, energy reserve 300. Skills: energy shield, energy blade, energy explosion, energy cut. In addition to the conventional energy shield and energy blade, it boasts two unique skills: energy explosion and energy cut. Energy explosion involves the accumulation of energy, which is then unleashed as a powerful energy sphere. Upon contact with an enemy, it triggers a violent explosion, inflicting extensive area of effect damage. Conversely, energy cut entails infusing energy into its wings, transforming them into razor-sharp blades that, in conjunction with the swift-winged beast's speed, allow it to dive and slice through foes. Unlike the defensively inclined armored beast, the swift-winged beast leans more towards offensive capabilities. The player, feeling quite pleased with the third-stage evolution of the swift-winged beast, nonetheless aspires to gather sufficient energy points for the fourth-stage evolution prior to the event. The fourth stage evolution requires the expenditure of 600,000 evolution points, considering the event discounts. Only 360,000 evolution points are necessary for the transformation. Previously, ticket sales generated over 160,000 points, and after using approximately 80,000, there remain over 80,000 points in hand. Thus, an additional 270,000 points must be accrued. With only 2 days remaining, this translates to a daunting requirement of 30,000 points per day. Contemplating this, the player turned their gaze towards the assembly and added, "Certainly, given our current strength, we stand a considerable chance against the trolls. However, among the troll clan exists a boss-level entity, which poses the greatest threat to our mission. Nevertheless, since there is only one boss, it should not be overly difficult for us to overwhelm it collectively. Thus, when this boss appears, it is imperative that we all cease our current tasks and converge to attack it. In doing so, we should be able to vanquish it. Once we eliminate the boss, we can essentially declare victory over the troll dungeon." At this moment, the audience nodded in agreement, absorbing the player's words. Chapter 70. Investigating the situation. Esteemed leader, we have a comprehensive understanding of the circumstances, as we already postponed our actions for a day yesterday. Thus, we have merely 2 days left, and time is of the essence. We should hasten to arrange our plans and embark on the dungeon raid. At this moment, a player spoke up. Upon hearing these words, the leader contemplated for a moment before addressing the group. "Firstly, we shall dispatch individuals to infiltrate the troll lair for reconnaissance. I will provide you with the coordinates of the trolls. Next, let us send 2 Swift Beast players to the troll lair to assess the situation. It is preferable for them to enter the lair, but if that proves impossible, they can observe from the outside. Given that the Swift Beasts are considerably faster than the trolls, they can swiftly retreat in case of danger. Remember, our objective is to scout the area. We must avoid any confrontations. Meanwhile, our main force should approach the troll lair as closely as possible. Once the 2 scouts have gathered sufficient information, we shall devise a battle plan and initiate our offensive." Upon hearing the leader's arrangements, the group nodded in agreement. "All right, esteemed leader, we will proceed as you have instructed." With everything organized, they set forth towards the troll lair. "Brother, I wonder how much we will reap from this endeavor." 2 Swift Beasts chatted amiably as they journeyed. After pondering for a moment, one of them replied, "I estimate we will certainly gather a substantial amount, based on the troll data previously submitted by other players. Each troll yields a power point equivalent to that of the black insects, which is 1 point. Considering the additional power rewards from the new event, 1 power point equals 20 evolution points. A single troll inherently rewards 80 evolution points, so in total, 1 troll is worth approximately 100 points. Hearing this, the other player, Chi, felt a surge of excitement. If the number of trolls mentioned by our leader is accurate, then won't this raid result in a bounty for everyone? Are you not overestimating the situation? You must realize that this is not like our last encounter with the black insects, where rewards were evenly distributed. This time, it is contingent upon individual prowess. In response to this, the first player collected his thoughts and patiently elucidated to Chi. The more we engage in battle, the greater our rewards will be. To put it simply, the stronger we are, the more benefits we shall reap. Naturally, compared to other worker players, those of us with Swift Beasts will have a significantly faster rate of clearing. However, our most pressing issue remains transportation. Swift Beasts, being combat units, lack the logistical capabilities of worker bees, he continued. "Ah, how could I have overlooked that?" Chi exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Yet, he immediately pondered a crucial concern. "Wait, according to what you're saying, while our monster clearing efficiency has increased, our transportation efficiency has diminished. This suggests our overall improvement may not be as substantial as we hoped." Upon hearing this, the first player sighed. Indeed, this is the most heart-wrenching moment. At this juncture, the advantages of the likes of Xiaoxi become evident. Their combat and transport capabilities are commendable. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, it is highly probable that there are ores within these troll lairs. When the time comes to mine, we will need to switch to our worker bee roles for extraction. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, Chi-Chi nodded thoughtfully, feeling a sense of dread. Given your reasoning, I can't shake off the feeling that this new unit may not be as advantageous as it seems. It can only be said that its versatility does not match that of the worker bee. Thus, the two continued their journey while conversing, and soon arrived at the entrance of the troll cave. The entrance of the troll cave differed significantly from that of the black insect cave. This opening appeared to be man-made rather than naturally formed. Inside the cave was desolate, and the two did not detect any signs of trolls. Based on their speculation, the trolls, confident in their strength, likely did not send out patrolling soldiers for vigilance, unlike the black insects. Nonetheless, this was favorable, as it allowed them to safely delve deeper into the troll cave to investigate. With this thought, they wasted no time and hurried into the cave's interior. In stark contrast to the black insect cave, the troll cave was vastly larger. Its height reached approximately 80 meters, equivalent to about 20 stories, along with a width of around 50 meters, creating a particularly spacious atmosphere. Wow, these trolls have made this cave so immense, Xiaoxi remarked with a hint of awe. Have you forgotten that there is a gigantic boss inside? It's likely that this space was designed for its convenience, Chi-Chi analyzed. Thus, the two cautiously proceeded along the cave, which extended far deeper than they had anticipated. After descending for what they estimated to be about 10 kilometers, they detected the presence of trolls below through the biological radar of their combat unit, the Swift Beast. Even in its most basic form, the biological radar had a detection range of 20 kilometers. This indicated that the trolls resided 30 kilometers underground. Should we continue? Chi-Chi questioned, feeling uncertain upon discovering a multitude of trolls below. We aim to gather as much intelligence as possible. Let us descend further and see if we can stealthily infiltrate their living area, Xiaoxi replied. Isn't that too risky? Chi-Chi expressed her concern. What is there to fear? They can't outrun us. If we encounter danger, we can simply flee. Encouraged by Xiaoxi, the two pressed onward. Thanks to the biological radar, they clearly identified the positions of their foes, allowing them to navigate without encountering danger. After a cautious descent lasting several minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance of the troll cavern. Wow, are you seriously considering going further? Chi-Chi exclaimed, her face reflecting sheer terror as she gazed at the nearby opening. What is there to be afraid of? Even if we are discovered, we can run faster than they can, Xiaoxi retorted. But this is too perilous. Although Chi-Chi was aware that they could outrun the trolls, he was still reluctant to engage in such reckless behavior akin to a mouse teasing a cat. Why are you afraid of Amirjil? Just listen to the deafening snoring inside. It is quite evident that these fools are still fast asleep. As long as we exercise caution, we should be perfectly safe. Furthermore, do you think I would risk it all for nothing? When the time comes to launch a full-scale assault on these creatures, do you believe we could withstand their onslaught? Certainly not. In comparison to those powerful figures, what do you think our modest efforts as mere small fries could yield against the trolls? Upon hearing Xiaoxi's remarks, Chi-Chi looked at him with a puzzled expression, unable to grasp the intent behind his words. Perhaps noticing Chi-Chi's confusion, Xiaoxi continued, do not forget that we have already paid the entry fee, so we must extract as much as we can from this opportunity. We certainly cannot expect to gain much advantage from the handsome monsters, given our limited transport capacity. Thus, we must focus our efforts on mining. Chapter 71. Star Ring Worker Bees. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately comprehended his intentions. This fellow likely wished to first survey the layout of the ores within, seeking hidden passages to facilitate a swift recovery during the mining phase. While your reasoning is sound, I can't help but wonder if our approach is overly perilous. Moreover, I feel that the biological radar has provided a rather clear detection, Chi-Chi remarked. Indeed, the biological radar can reveal the distribution of ores, yet I still believe that visually confirming with my own eyes is paramount. With that, Xiaoxi cautiously crawled towards the cave entrance. I trust my sight more than any radar, he muttered to himself as he crawled. The moment he arrived at the cave entrance and deactivated the biological radar, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Before him lay an immense cavernous space, towering over 100 meters in height, filled to the brim with slumbering giants. These were not the same trolls he had encountered previously. While those were gray, this cavern housed a striking blue variety, each towering at least twice the size of their gray counterparts. At the center stood a particularly conspicuous troll, towering over 80 meters. However, aside from the trolls, the truly dazzling sight was the vast expanse of ores scattered throughout the seemingly endless space. Good heavens! This is utterly unbelievable. The abundance of ores here is staggering. I doubt even a fraction of this can be found in the black insect nest, Xiaoxi exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. For he realized that they had struck gold with this discovery. Yet, amidst his exhilaration, he suddenly recognized the precarious situation they were in. Oh no, I got so caught up in my excitement that I forgot where we are. As his words echoed, several trolls were roused from their slumber, turning their attention towards him. Run, Chi-Chi, hurry! Xiaoxi shouted, realizing the urgency. Wait, where are you? He continued, noticing Chi-Chi still standing foolishly in place. You blockhead! Why are you just standing there like a sitting duck? At that moment, Chi-Chi's voice rang out from a distance. You sold me out without hesitation. Sold you out? In a place like this, who else could I possibly sell you to if you shout so loudly? As the two fled, the enraged trolls pursued them, roaring furiously. This is incredibly exhilarating, Xiaoxi shouted, his excitement palpable as they ran. Seeing Xiaoxi's enthusiasm, Chi-Chi felt somewhat exasperated. What on earth are you so thrilled about? How well did you observe the distribution of ores? Just got too excited and didn't have the chance to look, Xiaoxi replied sheepishly. I must say, you truly are useless. I'm quite certain about the ore distribution, but I suspect you have yet to grasp the number and layout of the monsters. Not only did you fail to comprehend that, but you also attracted a horde of them. So now I'm left wondering what I'm risking my neck for by following you, Chi-Chi complained. Her voice tinged with irritation as Xiaoxi felt the weight of her words. This was merely a minor oversight. Nevertheless, I have acquired a wealth of valuable information. The trolls are classified into 3 distinct categories. The largest among them is presumably the boss. The remaining types include the gray, rotund trolls, which are abundant within the caverns. And aside from them, there are the blue trolls. The blue trolls are notably twice the size of their gray counterparts, yet their numbers are considerably fewer. While running, Xiaoxi relayed the intelligence gathered. We should report the situation to our superiors first. I estimate that around 3,000 creatures have pursued us. Let us address these 3,000 before proceeding further, suggested Chi-Chi thoughtfully. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's recommendation, Xiaoxi wasted no time and immediately contacted the Emperor Penguin and others to explain the circumstances. Understood. So approximately 3,000 have been drawn in? Responded the Emperor Penguin. Do we have an accurate estimate of the number of monsters within the cavern? He inquired further. Approximately over 10,000, I believe. The blue trolls should number around 3,000, leaving the remainder as gray trolls, Xiaoxi replied, further adding, the area they inhabit is rich in minerals. And they are composed of particularly large ore deposits. Have we gathered any intelligence on the boss? For instance, its equipment? I couldn't even get close to it, brother. You have no idea how acute those monsters' hearing is. They can detect the faintest sounds. The moment we approach, we are exposed. It's terrifying. Nodding in understanding, the Emperor Penguin remarked, All right, I have a general idea of the situation. First, lure those 3,000 in. Let us deal with them before we tackle the larger threat. This will significantly reduce our pressure in the ensuing encounters. Afterward, the Emperor Penguin turned to those behind him. Based on frontline intelligence, there are approximately over 10,000 trolls within the cave, and the distribution of minerals is exceedingly dense. It is reasonable to surmise that the primary source of income from this cavern will be these ores. It is well known that mining is a time-consuming endeavor. Thus we must swiftly secure this area. Everyone nodded in agreement with the Emperor Penguin's words. Once those 3,000 arrive, we shall eliminate them and then advance downward. One player stated. At that moment, another player curiously asked, Why haven't I seen the Streamer S team? This prompted a collective realization among the group. Indeed. I almost overlooked that detail. Where is the Streamer S team? It was rumored they had ventured toward the volcano. What business could they possibly have at the volcano? Just as the discussion unfolded, the figures of the unquiet team emerged in the distance. Leading them was a colossal worker bee, composed of a unique silver-white material. Its external contours closely resembled those of an ordinary worker bee, yet it was significantly larger, measuring approximately 40 meters in length, encircled by a ring of special metallic blocks. The entire worker bee exudes a profound sense of technological sophistication. Aside from the surrounding unique metallic framework, The most captivating feature is undoubtedly the particle cannon-like apparatus adorning its back. My goodness, is this what a 7-stage worker bee looks like? The aura of advanced technology is overwhelming. At this moment, the onlookers, mesmerized by the technologically infused form of the worker bee controlled by Weiji, were deeply impressed. I have heard that evolving to the 7th stage comes at an exorbitant price. Indeed, I recall Weiji mentioning that this round of evolution nearly depleted his finances. Just how costly can this contraption be to elicit such a statement from a wealthy individual? Chapter 72. The Unquiet Investment at This Moment. While the crowd was engaged in animated discussions, one player spoke up. Firstly, it is well known that the Temple Battle Bee requires 50,000 evolution points. Given the current promotional event, evolving to the Temple Battle Bee stage would indeed save a substantial amount of money. However, even with such a discount, the points required for further evolution from the Temple Battle Bee are considerable. The 5th stage, the Catastrophic Worker Bee, commands a price of 300,000 evolution points. And even at a promotional rate, it still demands 150,000 evolution points. Compared to the Temple Battle Bee, the enhancements of the War Worker Bee are marginal. Its skills remain unchanged, merely elevating its fundamental attributes. In the 6th stage, the Catastrophic Worker Bee's evolution cost escalates to 1 million points, with the promotional price amounting to 500,000. Since the Worker Bee is fundamentally a labor unit, this stage also involves attribute modifications. But it is only upon reaching the 7th stage, the qualitative transformation phase, that the Worker Bee acquires several new skills. Notably, the enhancements in the 5th and 6th stages primarily focus on energy point reserves, health, and defense. Upon entering the 7th stage, the Worker Bee undergoes a profound transformation, evolving from a ground unit to a space unit. The revelation from this player left everyone astonished. A space unit? Indeed, it evolves directly into a unit with astonishing attributes. Its health reaches 300,000, its attack exceeds 10,000, and its defense escalates to a staggering 3,000, with agility at 700. The energy reserves soar to 10,000 points, and it possesses space navigation capabilities. Although its speed is not particularly rapid, merely the second cosmic velocity, it is still extraordinarily formidable. Upon hearing the attributes of this unit, the crowd was left in awe. Such attributes, this must utterly dominate the battlefield, they exclaimed. What about its skills? Are there any changes in that regard? Responding to the inquiries, the player continued, naturally, the skills have undergone substantial changes as well. It possesses 5 skills: Energy Shield, Energy Field Shield, Energy Anti-Gravity, Energy Particle Cannon, and Energy Graviton. You are likely familiar with the conventional Energy Shield and Field Shield. The more specialized skills, such as Energy Anti-Gravity, grant it the ability to fly. As for the Energy Particle Cannon, I need not elaborate. That enormous cannon behind it is immensely powerful, and the esteemed player has humorously dubbed it the equalizer of all beings. The final skill, Energy Graviton, resembles a gravitational beam that pulls distant objects closer, primarily designed for resource collection. This is quite understandable, as its primary function remains resource gathering. The sheer magnitude of its capabilities is astounding, even without considering its absurdly high base attributes. Its skills alone evoke envy among many. At this moment, another player remarked, in light of this, I must say that if it were me, I would never evolve into such a unit. Regardless of the high evolution, it remains a labor unit, albeit endowed with many formidable capabilities. However, his focus remains primarily on resource collection. Regardless of whether it is the artillery or other skills, their principal function is to serve the purpose of gathering. For instance, in the vastness of space, there exist resilient asteroids embedded with precious ores. Thus, one can utilize artillery to obliterate these asteroids and subsequently employ a tractor beam to draw the ores closer. In truth, although these skills possess formidable offensive capabilities, their essence is still fundamentally geared towards collection. Moreover, the required evolution points are exorbitantly high, totaling over 6 million, even during events. One would still need around 3 million evolution points. Upon hearing this, everyone present was left astounded. What on earth? Over 6 million evolution points? Goodness, that price is utterly outrageous. I calculated that even during the event phase, to reach such a level, one would need approximately 4 million evolution points in total. I am genuinely curious as to where he amassed such a vast quantity of evolution points. Where else could he have obtained them? Last time, we had over 150 participants in the battle, yet as you can see, there are only more than 50 swift beasts thus far. Have you not noticed the discrepancy? It is important to remember that during the last event, each participant received nearly 10,000 evolution points. And many were stockpiling resources to procure swift beasts before the battle, with several individuals holding at least 20,000 evolution points. Where have all these evolution points vanished? Besides this, after the last war concluded, we had a buffer period during which the entire streamer guild was fervently amassing evolution points. At that time, we presumed that the streamer was collecting evolution points to enhance the capabilities of his members, restoring their overall strength. However, given the current circumstances, I realize I was mistaken. It turns out the streamer was intent on evolving himself, fortuitously coinciding with the event. During that period, the streamer was collecting around 100,000 evolution points daily on average. Just think about how many days that lasted. Furthermore, do you believe that the current ratio of 648 equals 1,000 meters was established by mere chance? It was indeed the streamer's team that inflated this figure. Upon hearing this player S remarks, others began to take note of the streamer S situation. After the last battle S defeat, the streamer S team, excluding the streamer himself, was left with merely 8 temple battle bees. Now that these individuals have re-entered the game, aside from the 8 temple battle bees, their other members' worker bees remain at the primary armored worker bee level, having made no further progress in evolution. At this juncture, it became evident to all that they had funneled all resources into the streamer, aspiring to cultivate an exceptional character. Nonetheless, such endeavors can only be afforded by the affluent in this realm. For even if these individuals are your team members, procuring evolution points from them necessitates a high price. And the willingness of others to sell at such a rate is crucial, as evolution points are currently valuable yet scarce. The reason his team members are willing to sell to him is also quite apparent. Prior to the period of tranquility, they consistently accompanied others in monster hunting, thereby accruing a substantial amount of evolution points. It is essential to recognize that leading individuals in such endeavors was akin to dispensing wealth freely. Such audacity is rarely exhibited by many. It is precisely due to these early accumulations that, during this pivotal activity phase, others are inclined to sell their evolution points, enabling one to ascend to higher stages of evolution. Although this recent expenditure amounted to approximately 4 million, the high purchase price translates to an expenditure of around 6 million in soft currency. Including prior investments, this individual has already invested nearly 7 million. While this figure, compared to the most expensive item in gaming history priced at 6 million beautiful coins, may still fall short, it remains undeniably remarkable. Chapter 73, The Harvest Begins. How infuriating. How envious. Why are they so affluent? Alas, if only I had chosen to become a streamer from the start. Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, a player suddenly sensed something amiss. Brothers, look at those worker bees in the streamer S team. Why are they all carrying a large iron cage? As this player spoke, everyone turned their gaze toward the streamers. Goodness, are they planning to make a substantial haul? They even brought along their transport equipment. I had been pondering why these folks were heading toward the volcano, only to realize they were up to this. But wait, how did they acquire such advanced skills in iron smelting? Is there really any need for speculation? Historically, exceptional talent emerges among players. I suspect someone in their ranks is seasoned in this field. Goodness, with such a large cage, I wonder how many trips one person would need to make. Are they truly not planning to leave us even a drop of broth? As the streamer team approached, the player's attention shifted to the cave S exit not far away. Simultaneously, 2 figures appeared within the player's line of sight. The scouts had returned, followed by a small group of trolls. Let us clear this batch of trolls first, and then we can charge down. All right, brothers, prepare yourselves. The moment the trolls emerged, the players surged forward en masse. Brothers, let us slay them. Evolution points are here. In the next instant, the players charged toward the oncoming trolls with a fervor akin to ravenous dogs vying for scraps. Within minutes, they had plunged into the heart of the troll horde. Goodness, could this be the fabled blue behemoth? Its size is indeed remarkable. A player engaged with the blue troll exclaimed, I reckon the evolution point rewards for this creature must far exceed those of the gray behemoth. Absolutely. How can you not engage in battle? If you want to fight, I shall seize the opportunity to claim your prey. With so many monsters outside, why are you targeting mine? Enough of the complaints. Let us act swiftly, or we might miss out entirely. In the next moment, the players clashed with the trolls. Ha ha ha. One cannot help but acknowledge the prowess of wealth. At this moment, a certain lazy fish soared through the sky, laughing heartily. Suddenly, it dove with an astonishing speed. As its skill activated, massive metallic wings enveloped in energy became remarkably sharp, utilizing the momentum. The lazy fish plunged into the throng of trolls. In an instant, those trolls in its path were cleaved in half. The audacity of this maneuver left everyone astonished. Do you really need to be so overbearing? Can't you leave us a morsel to savor? Another wave of such magnitude. Are you certain you can transport it all back? Would you like me to assist you in carrying it? Upon hearing the words of these players, the character known as Xianyu could not help but scoff derisively. Do you truly believe that I would venture forth unprepared, like a fool throwing copious amounts of money into the abyss? In the next moment, Xianyu bellowed towards his companions, Little Fengzi. It is your turn to take on the task of capturing prey. As his words echoed, Feng Qian swiftly darted behind a large boulder not far away. Shortly thereafter, he returned, dragging two captured creatures back towards the stone. By heavens! Feng Qian, what on earth are you doing? Where is the framework we placed behind the boulder? Hurry and bring it over for use. Xianyu exclaimed, growing anxious at Feng Qian's actions. This is the perfect moment to harvest evolution points. How long do you intend to drag them one by one? A framework? Do you think it is made of iron? For goodness sake. A pile of wooden frames brought here has already succumbed to the mists. How could I forget such a significant detail? With a glance of disdain, Xianyu remarked. What a colossal oversight. You truly are a waste. Who was the imbecile that suggested using a rickety frame to transport prey? Just as the two continued their heated exchange, a group of novice players approached. Do you two require assistance with transportation? We charge 30 evolution points for each troll. What nonsense is this? 30 points? Why not just rob someone? Xianyu retorted immediately upon hearing the newcomers. Don't you see we are in the midst of a heist? Cough cough. I mean, esteemed Xianyu, we shouldn't phrase it that way. Consider how much time it takes to make a round trip for your transport. In that duration, how many monsters could you defeat? Once you ponder this, you will realize that with your efficiency in slaying monsters, you could undoubtedly earn far more than by running back and forth. As for us, the lesser Xianyus, our pace is considerably slower, and we cannot capture many monsters. Thus, we can only earn a meager living through transportation, making our collaboration a perfect complement. Upon hearing the novice player's words, Xianyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, you present a compelling argument. However, I regret to inform you that I have no need for your services. The players were taken aback by Xianyu's response. And just as their confusion peaked, they heard his voice once more. Because I anticipated that Feng Qian would prove unreliable, I devised a contingency plan. With that, Xianyu called out towards the distance, "Come forth, my little ones, it's time to get to work." In the next instant, over 100 juvenile blackworms, each approximately 2 meters in length, crawled towards him from afar. Humph. Did you think I had not foreseen the poor transportation capabilities of combat units during my evolution? You assumed that throughout this arduous time, I have been tirelessly instructing these worms without purpose? It is precisely for this moment. As the saying goes, after nurturing worms for 1,000 days, one uses them for a single hour. Upon witnessing this series of actions by the salted fish, several novice players were left utterly astonished. Goodness! The youth of today disregard martial ethics and resort to external assistance. One exclaimed, "These black insects aren't even mature yet. Do you understand that hiring juvenile insects is illegal? Youngster, you are a disgrace." They lamented the audacity of such diminutive creatures being paraded for exploitation. Let me tell you, this behavior is utterly unacceptable. Disregarding the complaints from the onlookers, the salted fish addressed the emperor penguin and his companions, stating, "The black insects are responsible for transportation. While you must ensure their safety, remember to protect them well. I have invested considerable effort in taming them." Impressive. I never expected you, salted fish, to exhibit such cunning, remarked the emperor penguin as he observed the multitude of black insects crawling from a distance. What do you mean I have moments of cunning? I have always been quite shrewd. replied the salted fish, as he began leading the black insects to transport the spoils of their conquests. Chapter 74. The emergence of the troll boss. At this moment, all players in the arena beheld a swarm of black insects laboriously dragging prey many times their size, and could not help but curse the lazy fish for its insect-like nature. How infuriating! This lazy creature has effortlessly resolved the issue of transportation. These diminutive black insects are forced into service, revealing the grotesque visage of capitalism. Ugh, I am utterly astounded. I must ask this lazy fish whether these black insects are for sale, as I wish to acquire a few. What nonsense! He previously stated that they're only available for rent, and it is said that a single black insect yields 50 evolution points per day. What on earth? 50 evolution points a day? Why doesn't he seize them for himself? He is indeed seizing them. Have you not noticed? Meanwhile, as the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, the battle was approaching its conclusion. Under the relentless assault from several elite units and numerous players, the trolls were being utterly routed. A portion of the surviving trolls, in a state of panic, screamed as they fled deeper into their lair. At the same time, the trolls within the cave, alerted by the anguished cries of their brethren, rushed towards the entrance. In this moment, the players, who possessed overwhelming power, beheld this new wave of trolls as if they were mere mobile treasure chests, recklessly charging towards them. The trolls, already diminished to just over 10,000 in number, had only a few elite blue giants left, which clearly paled in comparison to the players, particularly at this stage, where players had amassed a significant number of evolved units. The battle was exceedingly straightforward. However, just as the players launched their fierce assault against the trolls, a violent tremor emanated from within the cave, capturing everyone's attention. In the next moment, a troll towering over 80 meters appeared before them, its heavy footsteps resonating ominously. As it emerged, a formidable red beam shot forth towards the players, cleaving the worker bees it struck in two. Witnessing this scene, all players were left dumbfounded. Though the ones severed were merely ordinary worker bees and some armored variants, it was enough to instill a deep sense of dread. Good heavens, the damage is staggering. Retreat. Let the wealthy ones take the lead. We mere minnows cannot withstand this. The damage inflicted by this troll boss is beyond comprehension. One player, severely injured, shouted as he staggered away, "I was a full health steel worker bee, and that beam reduced me to a fraction of my health in an instant. This wretched creature is unplayable. It has brought a cannon to the fray." The troll boss, unlike its brethren wielding melee weapons, clutched an enormous laser cannon in its grasp. Judging by its size, players speculated that it had been salvaged from a spaceship. To their astonishment, a large chunk of ore was strapped to the back of this cannon, indicating that it could directly extract energy from the minerals. Goodness, where did this troll acquire such a device in this age of primitive weaponry? Surely, it must have dismantled a vessel from that civilization and appropriated the cannon. What shall we do? Its power is overwhelming. What are you afraid of? Noticing the presence of Wei Ji and the affluent figures such as Xian Yu, the players turned their attention to the trio not far away. At that moment, Xian Yu, Feng Qi Yunyang, and Wei Ji charged towards the formidable troll. The ensuing battle was imminent, capturing the focus of not only the players but also the retreating trolls, as the outcome of this confrontation would significantly influence the overall situation. Xian Yu initiated the encounter by activating the devouring shield, enveloping himself in protection, followed by a flurry of flying blades aimed directly at the troll boss. Simultaneously, Wei Ji wielded his massive pincers, advancing towards the troll with determination. The troll boss, aware of the impending threat from such powerful adversaries, raised his weapon, unleashing a beam of energy targeting Wei Ji. Yet, the attack was effortlessly thwarted by Wei Ji's devouring shield, which left him astonished at the substantial energy cost required to maintain it. As Wei Ji closed in on the troll, he swung his colossal metallic pincers with intent. The troll, familiar with the painful consequences of being ensnared, leapt backward instinctively. However, Xian Yu seized the moment, directing an array of flying blades towards the troll's head. Reacting on instinct, the troll raised its arm to shield itself, only to find itself enveloped by a protective barrier that began to constrict around it. Amidst its desperate struggle, the troll let out a furious roar as the shield shattered. Is this boss truly that powerful? Feng Qi Yunyang marveled, witnessing the force field shield, which had consumed a significant 200 energy points, prove ineffective. Although maintaining the force field shield was feasible for Feng Qiyunyang, the energy expenditure would be staggering. Despite the ample energy reserves of the Manicore Bee, even a full commitment would likely fail to subdue the troll, leading him to abandon that course of action. At that very moment, as the troll broke free from the barrier, it raised its cannon, aiming menacingly at Xianyu. This unexpected maneuver startled Xianyu, who found himself in a precarious position as he was essentially a high-damage, low-defense character, incapable of withstanding a direct confrontation. To ensure his survival, he was left with no choice but to employ the devouring shield for protection. Having already expended considerable energy while battling earlier foes, Xianyu found himself nearing depletion. "Brothers, I'm nearly out of energy. I'll pull back and strike from a distance. Those of you with energy should continue engaging head-on." As he spoke, Xianyu began to retreat. Meanwhile, in the interlude of the troll's attack, Wei Ji had again closed the distance, engaging in close combat. Observing this, Xianyu suddenly recalled something, urging, "Wei Ji, maintain your distance and bombard it. Why engage in direct confrontation? What do you understand? The rewards from defeating this formidable boss are undoubtedly substantial. Once you have vanquished it, how much could we possibly sell the spoils for?" replied Wei Ji, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the troll. Upon hearing this, Xianyu pondered for a moment and realized the truth in his words. Just then, an idea struck Xianyu, prompting him to cautiously maneuver his flying blades from a safe distance. "Xianyu, you silly fool. What use is it to aim your blades at its hands? Target its cannon instead. If we can destroy its weapon, the fight will become much more manageable," reminded Fengqian with exasperation as he observed Xianyu's actions. "Well, old Feng, do you think there is a possibility, just a possibility? I have my eyes set on that cannon it wields," Xianyu speculated. Fengqian cast a sidelong glance at Xianyu, responding with indifference. "Do you truly believe your feeble claws are capable of wielding such a weapon? Do you think you possess hands like the troll? You are utterly foolish." Chapter 75. The annihilation of the troll. At this moment, while the two were still engaged in a verbal sparring match, Wei Ji was simultaneously familiarizing himself with the skills of the Star Ring Worker Bee through his encounters with the troll. After several rounds of combat, the troll, having recognized the vast disparity between their strengths, resorted to guerrilla tactics. It deliberately increased the distance between them and retreated into the cave, presumably seeking to create space for a weaponized assault. The troll had just discovered that its punches inflicted no damage upon the Star Ring Worker Bee, while any grasp or strike from its pincers resulted in excruciating pain. Possessing intelligence, it understood that a head-on confrontation was futile, leading it to choose once more to engage from a distance with weaponry. It realized that as long as it wielded a weapon, these adversaries would either evade or utilize special abilities for defense, allowing it to deduce that the formidable weapon it possessed could inflict significant harm upon them. Meanwhile, Wei Ji was not inclined to let the troll off easily. Having adapted to the various capabilities of the Star Ring Worker Bee, he had to admit that it was indeed a remarkable investment. With that thought, he cast a glance at the fleeing troll in the distance, contemplating that it was time to conclude this encounter. Ahem. I recall a certain streamer once stating that monetary investment was irrelevant. What truly mattered was skill. Indeed, this is the essence of that notion. Ahem. Observing the barrage of comments from the audience in the live stream, Wei Ji coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. "All right, my friends, enough teasing. Now, allow me to showcase my prowess." As soon as Wei Ji finished speaking, his body gradually floated into the air, and then he propelled himself at astonishing speed towards the fleeing troll boss. Simultaneously, he positioned his pincers before him, preparing to deliver a surprise attack. The players watching Wei Ji's effortless maneuvers let out a collective sigh of relief. Initially, they had anticipated a fierce battle, but it now appeared that their concerns were unfounded. One player on the battlefield remarked, "This is an absolute domination, pure and simple. Have you not noticed? From the outset of the fight, Wei Ji has been toying with this troll without truly engaging." Indeed, the prowess of the affluent gamer was frighteningly evident. Frankly, even if Wei Ji did not participate, mere bystanders could easily topple this creature. In reality, the troll's strength was significantly lacking. It merely relied on the artillery it wielded. Otherwise, Even if we all charged at once, it would possess little capacity for resistance. However, I suspect that the bystanders might not necessarily defeat this troll. We all know that they often tend to ride the waves of fortune, both in favorable and unfavorable circumstances. Did you not observe how their energy reserves were nearly depleted during their confrontation with the troll boss? Indeed, I had almost forgotten the peculiar traits of this 3-minute troll. Am I the only one curious about the origin of this colossal troll boss's artillery? To be honest, I am quite intrigued by this matter. I wonder if there might be remnants of other civilization spacecraft on this planet, which these foolish beings stumbled upon and hastily dismantled for their weaponry. I believe there is a modicum of plausibility to this notion. However, let's not dwell on such musings. Our foremost priority now is to eradicate these trolls and proceed to the mining operations. With that said, the players resumed their assault on the surrounding trolls. At this moment, witnessing their leaders retreat, the trolls' morale plummeted, compounded by the significant disparity in strength between the two sides, leading to their swift defeat at the hands of the players. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Wei Ji delivered the final blow, a resounding crash echoed through the air, signaling the trolls' reluctant downfall. With the collapse of the troll boss, the entire troll clan faced extinction. Observing the live stream, the viewers began to voice their critiques. Is this what they call skillful play? To be honest, that surprising maneuver did indeed astonish me. One cannot help but comment that the execution was rather risky. By the way, esteemed viewers, did you not notice how the streamer ensnared the troll with a protective shield, subsequently employing energy manipulation to draw it in for a hammering? For those who criticize, I shall refrain from further remarks, as you are but a level 1 fan. That is not a display of skill, but rather a demonstration of monetary prowess. This battle was far more easily won than the players had anticipated, and with the victory secured, they understood that the appetizer had concluded. It was now time for the main course. With this thought, countless players began to swiftly organize their spoils, piling the defeated trolls together while vociferously calling out their offers. 80 for a troll, selling for just 80. Who's interested? The blue fat one is worth 220 evolution points, and I'm selling it for only 200. Any newbies interested? 75 for the last 10. Who's buying him? Damn it, don't undercut the market price. 70 for the gray fat one. 190 for the blue fat one. Sellers, contact me swiftly, take as many as you can. Lords of Commerce, if you do not sell soon, the ore below will be taken by others. Is there anyone selling troll weapons? I will buy a troll weapon for 360 evolution points. Do you really think we are fools? A weapon is worth at least 20 energy. This weapon is not as cumbersome to transport as the trolls. I can carry back a substantial bundle at once. If you think no one will sell, you might as well give up that hope. Enough chatter. Gray fat one at 75, blue fat one at 195. Those who wish to sell, contact me directly. All right, I will sell. As per usual. Please register your name and quantity. The evolution points can be kept on credit until I sell, and then I will trade them to you. At this moment, the war had come to a close. Numerous players have begun to hawk their spoils. The majority of these participants are users of the swift beasts, whose transportation capabilities are rather inadequate. By the time they manage to transport their plunder home, it may well have lost its value. Even resorting to deploying worker bees for transportation proves impractical. Their speed is a significant limitation. Most players have not sufficiently evolved their worker bees, resulting in a sluggish pace that prolongs the process of back-and-forth trips, leading to considerable delays. Thus, rather than squandering precious time in such endeavors, it would be far wiser to sell these items at a slightly reduced price, thereby freeing oneself to engage in mining activities. Upon learning of the vast mineral reserves within the troll lair, Zhang Yao promptly initiated the construction of the insect nest and the new building, both tasks at once. The price of energy points has once again rebounded to its former value of 20. Chapter 76. The Hunted Alien. As this mission commenced, players were reluctant to expend excessive time transporting their spoils. They preferred to seize the opportunity to mine additional ores to maximize their profits. Conversely, the perspective of several newcomers starkly contrasted with that of the seasoned players. These newcomers reasoned that with so many individuals simultaneously converging on the troll lair to mine, the depletion of ores would occur at an alarming rate, rendering it difficult to extract substantial quantities. Rather than engage in competition, They believed that engaging in the resale of these resources might yield greater profits. Consequently, a group of over a dozen players spontaneously formed a transport team. Meanwhile, as the players fervently scavenged for treasures, an armored warrior from the Taylor civilization was hastening towards their direction. At that moment, Laia, traversing the primitive jungle, anxiously monitored the radar of her exosuit. Darn it. The energy reserves of this suit have plummeted to a mere 5. If this continues, I may be in grave danger. Observing the multitude of red dots densely clustered on the radar, her brow furrowed in concern. How could this planet be inhabited by extraterrestrial beings, and not just any, but interstellar entities? I wonder if the captain and the others have managed to disseminate the information. Laia glanced skyward, her eyes brimming with apprehension. She and a few team members had arrived on this planet ahead of schedule, seeking a suitable location to establish a temporary command center for the subsequent assessment of the trainees. However, they had never anticipated that upon their arrival, they would already be targeted by these extraterrestrial beings. Moreover, these creatures were not ordinary. They belonged to a formidable species among interstellar aliens. If her intuition was correct, these beings had previously engaged in battles with other civilizations, ultimately retreating here to recuperate. Thus, they possessed a profound understanding of interstellar warfare. Upon noticing their shuttle, these extraterrestrials refrained from launching an immediate assault, opting instead to conceal themselves. It was only a few days ago that their warship arrived at this planet, and the prepared aliens executed a sudden strike against their vessel. Initially, ground-based alien combat units prioritized the destruction of their shuttle, while others ascended into space to unleash specialized interference waves that disrupted their communications, preventing them from relaying information about their predicament. When their warship sensed the dire situation, it promptly ascended into the cosmos. But several interstellar-capable aliens pursued them, launching an offensive against their mothership. Although their vessel successfully entered space once more, they were met with the alarming sight of thousands of extraterrestrials awaiting them in the void. With no other recourse, the warship was compelled to engage in battle with these formidable foes. As the entire planet was engulfed in the aliens' peculiar electromagnetic interference, the warship's circumstances in space remained shrouded in uncertainty. At this juncture, Laia could only focus on her survival, devising a plan to elude the relentless pursuit of these extraterrestrial hunters and seeking refuge on this planet for the foreseeable future. As the xenomorphs lowered their guard, she found herself with a fleeting opportunity to transmit the information, albeit as a last resort. Yet, she sensed that even this course of action was fraught with uncertainty, for the number of xenomorphs pursuing her was overwhelming. In a one-on-one confrontation, relying on her battle armor, her chances of victory would be significantly higher. However, it was improbable that the xenomorphs would engage in such a fair fight. They thrived in numbers and would never resort to a duel. Leah was acutely aware of her own capabilities. With her armor, she could manage a one-on-two scenario, but facing the hundreds of xenomorphs currently in pursuit would surely spell her doom. Thus, her immediate objective was to evade their relentless chase. Unfortunately, this task was daunting, as her armor's energy reserves dwindled to less than 5%. Should her energy be fully depleted, she would stand no chance of outrunning the xenomorphs without the armor's support. She could only hope for her captain's success. In that moment, her silent prayer was abruptly interrupted. As her thoughts settled, she noticed a massive fireball plummeting from the distant horizon. A chill ran through her as she realized their warship had been destroyed. It was over. Her voice dripped with despair, and she wondered if her captain and the others had survived. Resolving to check on the situation as soon as she shook off her pursuers, she pressed on. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly entered a desolate swamp, barren of life. When she finally recognized her surroundings, she noted the peculiarities of the swamp. However, with the xenomorphs hot on her heels, she had no time to ponder. She quickened her pace deeper into the mire. Suddenly, a notification appeared on her armor's radar. It indicated a powerful energy signature approximately 200 kilometers ahead, likely composed of Elarak or, as per the AI's analysis. Elated by this revelation, she felt a surge of hope. The armor she donned was the pinnacle of her civilization's technology, not only boasting formidable combat capabilities but also capable of replenishing energy directly from Elarak or, With this in mind, she glanced at the map, set the navigation coordinates, and disabled the radar. Given her armor's critical energy levels, prolonged radar usage would accelerate energy depletion, risking her ability to reach her destination. Having turned off the radar, she activated the armor's flight mode. Although this mode consumed a substantial amount of energy, she calculated that she could reach her target before exhausting her reserves. Once she arrived at the ore deposit and replenished her energy, evading the xenomorphs would become a more manageable task. According to the radar, the ore lay beneath the surface, and utilizing the terrain to her advantage would facilitate her escape. At this moment, propelled by the acceleration of her battle armor's flight mode, Leah swiftly approached the entrance of a colossal cavern. The mouth of the cave lay desolate, yet the bloodstains scattered around suggested that a fierce battle had once taken place here. Under normal circumstances, as an elite warrior, Leah would meticulously scout the area before venturing into such a perilous zone. However, with pursuers hot on her heels, she had no time to spare and plunged headlong into the depths of the cave. Meanwhile, at the cavern's innermost recesses, players were fervently mining for precious ores. Chapter 77, Imperial Spy? Oh, how delightful it is to extract this ore. Wealth is within reach. I can transport back 4,000 to 5,000 energy points worth of ore in one go, and evolution is just around the corner. Dear friend, do you still have iron cages for or available on your side? I would like to purchase another one. Brother, the price has surged to 500 evolution points per cage. Do you wish to proceed? Goodness, the price has escalated twice within mere hours. No merchant could possibly be as ruthless as you. My friend, this item is currently in high demand with limited supply. Do you think it is easy to manufacture? I have dispatched several brothers to work overtime, yet they have barely produced any. Come on, spare me the excuses. The baskets you sold earlier at least had barriers on all sides. Now the barriers have been removed, leaving only a section in the middle. Cutting corners so drastically while pricing it so exorbitantly. While I can tolerate the high price, your price hikes are truly outrageous. My dear friend, raw materials are scarce and processing is quite cumbersome. Do you understand? To be frank, if you do not purchase now, the price will inevitably rise again. Oh no, another increase. Fine, I'll buy one, just to avoid further complications. Brothers, are there any others interested? Hurry, we have only 100 left. The last 100. At this moment, while everyone was fervently engaged in their tasks, a figure with a long blue tail suddenly burst into the room. Upon entering, the swarm of worker bees, led by Leah, was momentarily taken aback. The players, too, were stunned by the unexpected visitor. The interstellar insectoid race, notorious across the cosmos, had a drastically altered appearance due to the evolution of most worker bees. However, a few novice players still utilized the most basic forms of worker bees. Although Leah's civilization, the tailor, was not part of the Empire, they had heard whispers of this race through the Empire's broadcasts. Thus, upon seeing the interstellar insectoids, her heart sank. She needed to contact the captain to relay this alarming news. This was the singular thought racing through her mind. The threat posed by the alien insectoids was far greater. The players gazed at the armored warrior with renewed interest. Wow, it seems a new monster has appeared. Goodness, brothers, this creature is clad in armor. It must be a high-tech monstrosity. And look at its figure, it's clearly humanoid. If I recall correctly, the official statement warned that these malevolent humanoids would seek to eradicate us upon encountering us. What should we do, brothers? The malevolent humanoids are here, and they seem quite obsessed. Must you be so dramatic? Let us capture it first. We can interrogate it later to uncover its allies, and then we will find an opportunity to eliminate them. Indeed, let us proceed, comrades. At this moment, Lyra, realizing the gravity of her situation, prepared to flee. But in the next instant, a force field shield enveloped her. Upon witnessing this scene, her eyes widened in astonishment. The force field shield. At that moment, she understood her predicament was dire. Captured. Observing Lyra ensnared by the force field shield, Weiji approached and spoke. Perhaps we should take her to the leader. I sense there may be an opportunity to trigger a quest. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, and as Ealing stepped forward to address the group, she remarked, "Pardon my candor, but aside from myself, you all are formidable figures." Initially intending to label them as inept, Yiling swiftly altered her tone upon encountering their unfriendly gazes. Clearing her throat, she continued, I trust you have all perused the extensive lore of our game's universe. Yiling elaborated, how many of you recall the game's premise? We are being hunted by a powerful empire that nearly annihilated our kind. At this, Yuru Ming nodded in agreement and stated, I believe everyone is aware of this. We are pursued by a formidable empire, leaving us with but a single nest. What do you truly know about this powerful empire? Yiling inquired as soon as Yaru Meng finished speaking. As her words lingered in the air, the group fell silent. The truth is, they were not well acquainted with the empire. Most players were oblivious to the game's background. However, this is a common phenomenon in the gaming community. Players enjoy the experience without delving into the intricacies of lore. Observing the expressions around her, Yiling declared, the Imperial Army. A supercosmic empire spanning millions of light years. They are an overwhelmingly powerful force within the universe, their existence directly challenging the dark forest rule of the cosmos. Surely, you are all aware of another game mechanic, the dark forest rule, where every civilization is akin to an armed hunter. They lurk within the vastness of the universe. Too fearful to emit even the slightest signal, for if discovered, other hunters would not hesitate to fire upon them. The chain of suspicion renders the relationships between civilizations unbreakable. Yet, the Empire is the sole entity that has shattered this rule. Their might allows them to act without restraint, even broadcasting throughout the universe. As Yiling gazed at her audience, she added, our notoriety in the cosmos is largely due to the Empire's influence. Upon hearing this, the group seemed to grasp the implication. Are you suggesting that this individual is an Imperial agent? Highly probable. If he is indeed an agent and has discovered us, it could spell trouble, for he may relay our information to the Empire, and should the currently feeble us be detected by them, annihilation awaits. What nonsense! Feeble as we are? Exclaimed a companion. Surely, you must be mistaken. Indeed, big brother, are you certain you are not jesting with us? As Yiling's words resonated, numerous players began to express their doubts regarding his statement. In light of the skepticism surrounding him, Yiling could not help but exhale a sigh. Alas, I feel as though my initial discourse on the might of the Empire has been in vain. Very well, allow me to elucidate in detail. This way, you shall gain a profound understanding of the Empire's strength. Lest you mistakenly believe that vanquishing a mere few indigenous monstrosities grants you the audacity to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sun. Chapter 78, Capture First. Discuss later. After a brief pause, Yiling began to speak with deliberation. First and foremost, our clan is known as the Interstellar Zerg. Once a formidable race within the cosmic seas, capable of unleashing billions of our kind in a single interstellar conflict. We possess a remarkable reproductive ability, allowing us to cultivate troops at an astonishing rate. Within mere days, we can effortlessly hatch millions of combat insects. Moreover, we typically select unique planetary environments for our incubation, with many of these locations situated perilously close to black holes. The gravitational influence of these celestial phenomena causes time on these planets to decelerate significantly. While an hour may pass in normal cosmic time, one could experience 10 days or even a fortnight on such a planet. Upon hearing this, everyone began to grasp the implication. If we were to spawn troops at a frenzied pace on a world with such time dilation, the Zerg could continually replenish their losses. Even in a war of attrition, we could exhaust our adversaries. However, despite this advantage, the Zerg still faced defeat. It seems you might have deduced the reason for our downfall. Even under such circumstances, we were vanquished. Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect. It merely represents the tip of the iceberg regarding our formidable enemies. Continuing, Yiling elaborated, according to official records, the Empire comprises countless legions, each fulfilling distinct roles. We, however, were annihilated by two factions within an organization known as the Tribunal of Judgment, the Demon Tribunal and the Alien Tribunal. To put it in terms we can comprehend, the Empire resembles a security firm, divided into numerous departments, and we were eradicated by two minor guards from one of those departments. At this juncture, Yiling cast a glance around the room, gauging understanding among her audience. I trust this clarifies the gravity of our situation at our zenith. We were extinguished by merely two minor guards, without even encountering the principal adversary. As Yiling's words resonated, All eyes shifted to Leah. We cannot allow her to transmit this information. Eliminate her. Otherwise, if our coordinates were to be exposed, we would undoubtedly face annihilation. Agreed. I shall escort him back to the lair and consult the leader. At that moment, Wei Ji, realizing the precariousness of their situation, declared, Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, Wei Ji. Be cautious on the way. The others cautioned. Wei Ji nodded in acknowledgement, but just as he was about to depart, he suddenly froze. Enemies detected. Although Wei Ji had not activated the biological radar, his transformation into a star ring worker bee had significantly heightened his sensory perception, allowing him to detect movements from over 100 kilometers away. With the realization of the impending threat, Wei Ji promptly activated the biological radar. What the hell? Wei Ji? What's happening? Enemies? Could they be from the Empire? No way. This is bad news. As the crowd continued their animated discussions, Wei Ji utilized biological radar to share the approaching biological signals with other players. This is, oh my goodness, xenomorphs. So many xenomorphs. They are not alone. Aha. They have a colony. My hidden quest has a lead. At this moment, the player who recognized these monsters suddenly burst into laughter. What? So this is a xenomorph? Quite a considerable number indeed. Wait, brothers, it seems our friend just let slip something significant. I vaguely heard something about a hidden quest. Goodness. Did that cursed coin activate a hidden quest related to xenomorphs? No. Brothers, the enemies are arriving. What are you doing? Why are you still chatting? Why the tension? The wealthy players are here. What is there to fear? In the midst of the players' chatter, the xenomorph hordes surged forward. Upon entering the cavern, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the massive ore deposits within. Oregon. An abundance of ore. Their gazes soon shifted to the numerous worker bees in the area. Insectoid race? Native insectoids of the planet? Observing the strange-looking creatures at the forefront of the xenomorphs, it appeared they were ordinary insectoids. No, they are not mere insectoids. They are interstellar insectoids. Upon witnessing this scene, the xenomorph commander realized the dire situation. In terms of combat strength, interstellar insectoids vastly outclassed them. Typically, they relied on sheer numbers to overwhelm interstellar insectoids. Yet now, with just over 100 xenomorphs against a force that was double their number, a conflict would be futile. Flee. That was its immediate thought. However, it was evident that the players had no intention of letting them escape. Hee. Now that the thieves have arrived, don't leave. Stay and have some tea. At that moment, the players cackled and charged towards the xenomorphs. Under the overwhelming might, the xenomorphs were eradicated in less than a minute. This is what it means to be in a mine. Money falls from the heavens. These xenomorphs were quite generous, voluntarily offering evolution points to us. In contrast to the players, Leah, who observed the entire battle, was astonished by the formidable power of the insectoids. It was known that she could only achieve a hard-fought victory against xenomorphs with the aid of her warship, while these insectoids dispatched them with ease. Witnessing this, her resolve to relay information grew even stronger. Yet, at that moment, she looked at the impenetrable energy shield that held her captive, and the swift movements of Wei Ji, feeling a sense of despair. Escaping from the xenomorphs was already a challenge. Fleeing from these insectoids, which were exponentially more powerful, seemed utterly impossible. Not long after, within the depths of the insect nest, Jiang Yao gazed at the armored figure of Leah before him. His brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, while he had long envisioned the possibility of being discovered by the enemy, he had never anticipated it would occur so swiftly. At that moment, Leah, ensnared within the confines of a force field shield, regarded Jiang Yao with a curious expression. She understood that her capture likely meant an audience with the Queen of the Zerg, who would almost certainly resort to severe interrogations to extract information from her. I recall the Empire's galactic broadcasts mentioning that although the Zerg Queen possessed considerable intelligence, it was not exceptionally high. The true masterminds of the Zerg were said to be the brain bugs. With this thought, Leah glanced around, hoping to catch a glimpse of a brain bug. However, after searching for some time, she found no trace of their presence, which left her feeling somewhat perplexed. Chapter 79. The Insectoid Race? Apologies, you have mistaken me. Who are you? Why have you come here, and what is your purpose? After a prolonged silence, Jiang Yao could no longer restrain himself and inquired. At this moment, Zhang Yao was acutely aware that his foremost task was to extract valuable information from this entity, preparing adequately for the impending crisis. Upon hearing Zhang Yao's voice resonate within her mind, Liao felt a sudden tension. The ability to communicate across different cosmic races was indeed a hallmark of the celestial insectoid. However, it seemed illogical. Her articulation was clear, her thoughts coherent. Could this truly be the celestial insectoid described in the records? With a tinge of confusion, Liao retorted, "Are you the insectoid queen? The one relentlessly pursued by the Empire to this day?" At the sound of Lia's query, Zhang Yao instinctively felt the urge to slap her across the face. This imbecile appeared utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After all, she was currently his captive. Who granted her the audacity to question him? Shouldn't she understand the basic tenets of humility in the presence of a stronger adversary? As a weaker entity, she ought to exhibit some trepidation. Yet, upon reflecting on her words, Zhang Yao discerned a critical flaw in her understanding. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed she had never encountered the celestial insectoid. Otherwise, how could she be unaware of the appearance of their queen? Of course, that was not the most pivotal realization. The crux of the matter lay in her reference to a queen pursued by that empire, rather than our empire. This statement instinctively led Zhang Yao to conclude that matters were perhaps not as dire as he had initially surmised. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yao's mind began to race. If she was not affiliated with the empire, then the variables at play increased significantly. With strategic maneuvering, there might indeed be a chance to navigate through this crisis unscathed. Nevertheless, he needed to ascertain two critical questions. First, was there any connection between her home planet and the Empire? Second, what was the nature of the relationship between her home planet and the Empire? If there was no connection, it was highly probable that the information regarding his existence would not be relayed to the Empire. Given the existence of a chain of suspicion, they would naturally be concerned about the safety of their own world. Who could predict whether the Empire might take the opportunity to annihilate them? However, one could not dismiss the possibility that, due to the notorious reputation of his race, this group might still relay the information to the Empire, even amidst various uncertainties. Yet, after Liao uttered that phrase, Zhang Yao realized that the crisis he faced had subtly shifted. It was no longer an inevitability, but rather a possibility. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that she could not definitively ascertain his identity as a celestial insectoid. This implied that there remained room for maneuverability in this situation. With this in mind, Zhang Yao began to analyze these uncertainties. Since they had heard of the celestial insectoid, there were two possibilities. First, they had engaged in combat with the celestial insectoid. Second, their knowledge of his race stemmed solely from the Empire. The first possibility could largely be dismissed. If they had indeed fought, her response would have been unequivocal rather than laden with ambiguity. If it is the second case, it means they have not encountered the starry sky Zerg, thus possessing a shallow understanding of it. Their knowledge stems from the Empire, making the method of their understanding the pivotal point. Contemplating this, Zhang Yao resolved to test the waters. What Zerg Queen? It is evident that I am male. Rather, I should say I am of the male sex. Furthermore, regarding your claim of being hunted by the Empire, what exactly is this Empire? As he spoke, Zhang Yao feigned a puzzled expression. Upon hearing Zhang Yao's words, Liao was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she had misjudged him? No. It must be that he is currently being pursued by the Empire and wishes to conceal his identity through this method. With this thought, Liao donned an expression that suggested she had seen through everything, stating, "The starry sky Zerg is infamous throughout the cosmos. The Empire has disseminated your appearance across the universe via its broadcasts. Presently, your notoriety in the galaxy is such that no civilization remains unaware of you." At this, Zhang Yao immediately seized upon the critical point. The reason these civilizations recognized the starry sky Zerg was entirely due to the Empire's universal broadcasts. He was certain that a significant portion of those civilizations had never truly interacted with the Zerg. It appeared there was still room for maneuvering in this matter. Zhang Yao mused that through the Empire's broadcasts, foundational information and data regarding the starry sky Zerg could indeed be made known to other civilizations. However, if one had never engaged in direct combat with the Zerg, their understanding would be limited to the information they had received. There exists a considerable discrepancy between information and actual observation. With this in mind, Jiang Yao speculated that Leah's assumption of him being a starry sky Zerg was likely due to her sighting a few unevolved worker bees within the cave. The appearance of all evolved worker bees differs significantly from that of the original starry sky Zerg. Therefore, under normal circumstances, these civilizations would never connect the two. And even if they did, it would amount to mere conjecture. With this realization, Jiang Yao replied, "I do not comprehend what you are saying, but I can assure you with utmost certainty that we have no connection to what you refer to as the starry sky Zerg. We are a humble tribe of bees, living on this planet for generations, with a fondness for agriculture. We yearn for peace and should have no ties to whatever Zerg you speak of." Leah could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Do you truly believe I would trust your words?" Jiang Yao recognized that she was not so easily deceived. After all, she was an intelligent species. It would indeed be strange if she were swayed by mere words. Yet, he needed to employ his eloquent skills to mislead her into believing his fabrications. Very well. Jiang Yao laid his cards on the table. His so-called eloquence amounted to nothing more than a series of deceptions. Should he fail to convince her, he would have to resort to more drastic measures. Thus, "Poor alien maiden, you must be successfully deceived by me, or else you shall meet your end." Upon contemplating this, Jiang Yao adjusted her thoughts and spoke. "If you genuinely believe I belong to the race you describe, then it must be a perilous and malevolent one, akin to the demons of our clan's legends. May I inquire, if captured by such a race, do you think they would engage with you as I do?" Upon hearing this, Leah was momentarily taken aback. Although she was unfamiliar with the creature Jiang Yao referred to as the demon hedgehog, she couldn't deny that Jiang Yao's assertion had a ring of truth to it. "No. You must be deceiving me. Within your kin, there are several worker bees that resemble the starry sky insect race exactly." At this revelation, Jiang Yao confirmed her earlier suspicions. Indeed, everything stemmed from those few unevolved worker bees. "However, my dear girl, do you not realize the peril in your words? If you continue to be so cunning, I may be compelled to take action." Suppressing her impulse to retaliate, Jiang Yao continued, "Identical to the starry sky insect race? Are you referring to that colossal creature? Over 40 meters long." She gestured towards the distant figure of Wei Ji. Upon hearing this, Leah shook her head and gestured, indicating that within the cavern, there were several worker bees, 5 to 6 meters in size, resembling the starry sky insect race as if they were cast from the same mold. Jiang Yao feigned deep contemplation. "Ah, I see now. You must be referring to those few mutated little bees, correct?" "Mutated?" Leah echoed, perplexed. Chapter 80. We are the hive of bees indeed. Mutation. Our species possesses a notably diminished reproductive capacity. However, the denizens of our hive are remarkably formidable. Furthermore, there exists a substantial likelihood that our offspring may undergo mutation, sometimes emerging with extraordinary strength, while at other times they may turn out rather feeble. The few you have observed are likely the mutated bees. Under normal circumstances, our bees are adorned with a robust, gray exoskeleton, which is the most prevalent appearance you would have encountered in that cavern. Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, Leah was momentarily taken aback, keenly grasping several pivotal points within his statement. The first was the tribe's weak reproductive capability, and the second was the high probability of mutation within the group. According to the Empire's intelligence, she was aware that the Starry Sky insect clan possessed a remarkably potent reproductive ability, coupled with their fierce hostility towards foreign races, often leading to complete annihilation. Additionally, the majority of insects in this clan exhibited a low level of intelligence. Although the current group bore a resemblance to the Starry Sky insects, aside from a few individuals, much of the information did not align. Leah was also cognizant of the possibility that they might be deceiving themselves. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yao was on the verge of taking action, however. His hesitation stemmed from various factors, including the battle armor he was clad in. Typically, battle armor possesses rudimentary signal transmission capabilities, and at present, he lacked any special insects capable of signal jamming, relying solely on his force field shield for such purposes. Even with the shield in place, should the warship harbor any concealed abilities, it could potentially transmit signals through extraordinary means, even if obscured by the force field. Although he belonged to the insect race, he was not of the villainous sort, thus necessitating a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios. Therefore, it was imperative to ascertain the condition of his battle armor. It was indeed a troublesome matter. What if he was merely overthinking it? Perhaps her battle armor was nothing of worth? Alternatively, should he just eliminate her immediately? As she appeared reluctant to believe him, in that moment, Jiang Yao found himself engulfed in a myriad of thoughts. Yet, upon further reflection, he deemed this approach unwise. Setting aside whether her death would transmit any messages, her mere presence here implied that she had accomplices. Jiang Yao vehemently doubted that she would venture here alone. If she were to perish, and her allies discovered the situation, what if they arrived, witnessed the insect swarm, and reported back to their civilization? That would spell disaster. No. It was crucial to subdue her accomplices alongside her. But where were her allies? How could he locate them? This was indeed a vexing predicament. Jiang Yao felt particularly challenged by the situation at hand. Every action he considered had far-reaching consequences, and each decision he made could directly impact the safety of the swarm. Hence, his choices must be made with the utmost caution. To directly suppress the situation may seem straightforward and brutal. However, the ensuing complications would be insurmountable. The most optimal approach at present is to persuade her of the legitimacy of her own bee colony, thereby absolving oneself of any suspicion regarding the interstellar insect race. Once she places her trust in herself, a profound friendship can be cultivated between the two. Even if her home planet were to send emissaries, they would surely find her to be an amiable and hospitable bee, leading them to covet her essence and subsequently escort her back to their homeland. This would allow her kin to breed biological warriors for them, a rather delightful prospect indeed. After all, how splendid it would be if the sheep welcomed the wolves into their fold, envisioning a world where the entire planet resembles a self-service pantry. Yet, as these fanciful thoughts crossed Jiang Yao's mind, he vigorously shook his head, dismissing such impracticalities. The immediate crisis must be addressed first. Should she conclusively identify him as a member of the insect race and disseminate that information, he would not merely be partaking in a buffet. It is highly probable that the entire insect race would become the ingredients for their hot pot. However, how could he convince her that he was merely a buzzing bee? This conundrum left Jiang Yao in a quandary. Then, just as he was deep in thought, a turning point occurred. Indeed, as you said, if you were truly that malevolent race, I would likely already be deceased. With that, she introduced herself. I am Lia, an elite warrior from the Taylor civilization. This revelation left Jiang Yao utterly astonished. Could it be that the self-service pantry had placed its faith in him? Surely not. What if she had already seen through his guise but feared exposure, thus playing along with him? This was indeed a strong possibility. Nevertheless, he decided to refrain from overthinking and to continue the charade to ascertain the situation. Taylor civilization? Jiang Yao feigned confusion. Understanding his bewilderment, Lia promptly recognized that this insect king, if indeed a member of an indigenous race, might not possess knowledge regarding such civilizations. Thus, she patiently elucidated. Let me clarify. Beyond this planet lies an expansive universe, within which exist numerous formidable civilizations capable of traversing the starry seas, and our civilization stands among the elite. So, you are not a native population dwelling here, but rather, you hail from elsewhere? Upon hearing Jiang Yao's inquiry, Lia nodded in affirmation. That is one way to interpret it. However, I must remind you that we are a civilization, not a barbaric tribe. This was Lia's explanation and also a form of probing. At that moment, Jiang Yao's expression shifted. The next instant, his gaze towards Lia became perilous. Given that you are outsiders, what brings you so abruptly to our realm? The reason Jiang Yao posed such a question was that he discerned Lia's intent behind her earlier statements. This was her trial. Likely, she was testing him. At this juncture, the utmost importance lay in the minutiae. He must be meticulous, leaving no room for error. He had to envision himself as an unsophisticated indigenous being, utterly oblivious to the concept of civilization. I am only acquainted with the concept of tribes, devoid of any understanding of civilization. As a tribe, the most crucial aspect in assessing matters is territory. If you silently encroach upon my domain, I will undoubtedly perceive you as an adversary, and I shall not hesitate to confront you. Thus, Jiang Yao feigned an intention to strike at her. Only in this manner does it align with his characterization as a native insect of this planet. If I were to remain unresponsive, fully aware that he is an extraterrestrial, likely here to invade, then Lia would certainly question his true identity. However, Upon hearing Jiang Yao's tone shift abruptly, many of Lia's doubts were alleviated. Yet, at this moment, she remained ever vigilant. Chapter 81. This planet does not belong to you. Could they truly be the indigenous civilization of this planet? Although Lia had begun to believe it to some extent, she remained vigilant and resolved to continue probing. Queen of the Insectoids, allow me to explain. We have no malicious intent in coming to this planet. As Lia began to elucidate, she noticed Jiang Yao's frown at her address. I feel compelled to reiterate that I am male. You may refer to me as the Little Bee King or simply the Bee King. Jiang Yao's lips twitched involuntarily at the embarrassment of such a title. Very well, Bee King. She corrected herself. To clarify once more, our species is known as little bees, and we are distinct from the insectoids you refer to. You may call us the industrious little bees, and I, the Little Bee King or the Bee King. Jiang Yao reiterated. How vexing. I do not understand why the repetition of such a mortifying title awakens the adolescent spirit within me. Jiang Yao mused silently. All right, Little Bee King. I must briefly clarify your misunderstanding. This planet is designated as an evaluation planet belonging to our Tyler civilization, known as Evaluation Planet 124. It is one of the planets under our civilization's jurisdiction. We periodically send students to these planets for trials. Strictly speaking, this planet belongs to our civilization. Lia decided it was essential to enlighten Jiang Yao on the matter of planetary ownership. Upon hearing Lia's words, Jiang Yao immediately recognized that the civilization behind her must possess considerable power. Typically, civilizations newly ventured into the cosmos, or those with only rudimentary interstellar travel and combat capabilities, would not possess numerous colonial planets. However, from her words, Jiang Yao could deduce that this civilization likely had a substantial number of similar planets, implying they possessed some degree of strength. With an understanding of the opponent's considerable power, Jiang Yao's resolve to cleverly navigate this situation solidified. Wait a moment. Realizing this, Jiang Yao swiftly interrupted her. What do you mean by belonging to you? If I am not mistaken, are you implying that this planet is yours? Lia nodded in response to Jiang Yao's inquiry. You may interpret it that way. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao's initial reaction was a surge of unbridled anger. Although he did not claim ownership of this planet, he felt irked by her assertion. Imagine if someone emerged one day to declare that the planet you inhabit belongs to them. How would you feel? Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Yao composed himself. Did he truly possess such acting prowess? Was he so quickly immersed in this role? It seemed that his choice to pursue game design had been a grave error. Perhaps he should have studied performing arts instead. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Yao earnestly endeavored to recall the emotions he had just experienced, donning an expression of indignation. Are you certain you are not jesting with me? This planet is our nurturing motherland, one that rightfully belongs to our hive of bees. As we have inhabited this sphere for generations, yet you, an unfamiliar interloper, assert that this world is yours. Do you not find that utterly ludicrous? In response to Jiang Yao's words, Lia shook her head, acknowledging the disparity in their perceptions. For us, every celestial body within this star domain is our rightful possession, and we wield the freedom to govern it as we please. Of course, among these possessions, there are intelligent races, like yours, who mistakenly believe this planet belongs to them. At that moment, Lia began to gradually accept the notion that they were indeed the indigenous civilization of this planet. She discerned the fury in Jiang Yao's tone, an emotion that a cosmic civilization devoid of a sense of belonging to a planet would not possess, particularly for the Zerg. Though they exhibited intelligence, as a collective consciousness species that has consumed countless worlds, they could never develop attachments to a planet. Reflecting on this, she continued to elucidate. Though the truth may be harsh, it remains the truth. Your planet is the property of our Taylor civilization. While you currently perceive this world as yours, it is merely that our civilization has yet to cultivate this planet, allowing you, the indigenous people, to flourish here. Should we decide to develop this sphere? If you choose to submit to us, you may continue to inhabit this planet. However, if you refuse to yield, your fate may well be annihilation. At this moment, Lia perhaps had not yet realized the gradual shift in her demeanor, from cautiousness to a burgeoning arrogance, particularly after acknowledging the likelihood that this civilization was indeed indigenous. Her tone had transformed from initial timidity to a growing audacity. Jiang Yao, perceptive as ever, sensed this change in her emotions and understood the need to escalate his stance. Humph. We bees do not accept your assertions. In our eyes, you are the weak, easily vanquished by a mere bee. How dare such inferiority presume to demand our submission? Truly, the weak exhibit no awareness of their own frailty. In a world governed by the principle of survival of the fittest, only the strong possess a voice. And you have none. Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, Liao could not suppress a sigh. Ignorance is often a common affliction among lesser civilizations. The very fact that they could utter such claims suggested that this group was most likely an intelligent race dwelling beneath the surface of this planet. Observing her surroundings, Liao felt she had unraveled the circumstances of this civilization. Based on Jiang Yao's previous remarks, she was confident that this group still measured a race's strength through primitive combat methodologies and tactics, highlighting a fundamental ideological divergence. It may never realize that its self-proclaimed methods of combat appear akin to mere child's play in the eyes of advanced civilizations. In engaging with their individual warriors, Liao acknowledges that within her kin, only those who are truly elite possess the potential to vanquish them due to the inherent differences in racial characteristics. With this understanding, a sudden thought struck Liao. If memory serves me right, according to the laws of Taylor Planet, the rights to manage and govern a discovered lower intelligence civilization belong solely to the discoverer. Contemplating this while gazing at Jiang Yao and Wei Ji before her, Lia's mind began to formulate a plan. This intelligent race is evidently a formidable species, should she manage to subdue and train them. Selling them to an interstellar security company could yield considerable wealth. As this notion took root, she continued to observe Jiang Yao and Wei Ji, her thoughts gradually crystallizing into a more concrete strategy. Chapter 82. A Stick and a Candy. In Lia's recollections, the value of this race should not be underestimated, primarily due to their remarkable intelligence. Furthermore, their combat prowess is formidable. I recall a member of the Taylor race once discovering a similar group, later selling them to a security company. Each individual fetched an exorbitant price of 2,000 Taylor coins. Given that this particular colony of bees possesses even greater intellect and strength, one can only imagine the potential worth. At this thought, Lia's eyes sparkled with excitement. A colony of such quality would command at least 4,000 Taylor coins each. The number she had observed alone was in the range of 1 to 200. If her calculations were correct, they could potentially be sold for over 800,000 Taylor coins. With a little extra, she could purchase an industrial ship. Acquiring such a vessel would allow her to summon her parents, brothers, and sisters who were serving as soldiers in other units, to reunite and embark on a lucrative and safe business venture together. Most importantly, it would allow their family to be whole again. With this vision of the future, Liao was filled with dreams. However, she was acutely aware that the most pressing task at hand was to persuade this race to submit to her. The rationale behind this persuasion was straightforward. Proving the tamability of this race was of utmost significance. Only creatures that met this criterion would be accepted by the biological weapons security company. With this in mind, she immediately set her plans in motion. This highlighted the disparity in their perspectives. Perhaps for others, the strength of an individual determined the prowess of the group. Yet, as they matured to her level of understanding, they would grasp the essence of civilization. Within their civilization, there existed a concept known as warships, capable of traversing the cosmic expanse. As she spoke, Liao turned her gaze toward Jiang Yao. Perhaps in your understanding, you do not realize what a warship represents. However, I can unequivocally inform you that a powerful warship can obliterate an entire planet with but a single shot. Do you truly believe your current race possesses the capacity to withstand such an assault? At this moment, the overly dramatic Jiang Yao merely scoffed. Outsider, your pathetic lies elicit nothing but amusement. Do you think such feeble fabrications will grant you clemency? How naive. As Jiang Yao spoke, Liao seized the opportunity to interject. This is merely a matter of differing perceptions. You are free to believe or disbelieve my words. However, before you embark on any foolish actions, consider the welfare of your people. Continuing, Liao added, for your race to endure, submission to us is your only option. Are you threatening me? Jiang Yao replied, her voice low and steady. Though her expression was dark, inside, Jiang Yao was elated, for from Lia's increasingly audacious tone, it was evident she likely believed herself to be of the indigenous race. Otherwise, she would not dare speak so boldly to her. Isn't this a promising turn of events? You have come to trust me, thus I need not hastily eliminate you and expend great effort searching the globe for your compatriots. Moreover, prior to locating them, I would have to fret over the possibility of your allies receiving word and fleeing. Now, however, I am relieved of such complications. I merely need to patiently await your summons of your kin, and together they shall be dispatched. How splendid! It simplifies matters for all involved. Just as Jiang Yao was lost in contemplation, Leah's voice resonated once more. Of course, one may perceive my words as a threat, she stated, and continued. Yet this is indeed the only path your kin may tread for survival, for you shall never comprehend the might of a warship. Humph! Be that as it may. Regardless of the prowess you attribute to your warship, what does it truly matter? Though our B clan cherishes peace and agriculture, we are certainly not a breed to be cowed by anyone. We fear no authority. Therefore, I shall slay you and lead my 200 kin to declare war upon your kind. At that moment, Jiang Yao's response was resolute and powerful, so much so that even he was nearly convinced by his own words. Hearing this, Lia could not suppress a chuckle. Indeed, the indigenous were naive, even in their thoughts. Declare war on the civilization behind me? Do you believe that your mere collection of mutated insects with some extraordinary abilities suffices? Even should all 200 of your kind rise, a single warship could effortlessly obliterate your presence from this planet. And you shall pay dearly for your folly. The moment you take my life, the news of my demise will be transmitted by the battle armor, and soon our civilization will dispatch a warship to annihilate you. Do you truly believe you can withstand such an onslaught? Liao was well aware that the entire planet was under lockdown due to the meticulous operations of the extraterrestrials. Consequently, those on their home planet were only aware that their spacecraft had landed and subsequently lost contact. In such circumstances, it was highly probable that their home world would assume it was a result of the planet's peculiar environment. Even if they were to send someone, it would likely take 10 days to half a month before reconnaissance ships could be dispatched to investigate, should they discover something amiss. The earliest a fleet could arrive would be in about half a month. Of course, she understood this situation perfectly well, yet the indigenous insects remained oblivious. Her intent in speaking thus was merely to intimidate Jiang Yao. As for the efficacy of her method, she was utterly confident. Without a doubt, it would prove effective. She possessed an intimate understanding of what these native rulers desired and needed. She knew precisely how to maneuver to control these unrefined sovereigns. The Taylor civilization had evolved gradually to this point, and their records contained clear accounts of emperors beyond their ancient borders. What these rulers sought, what they pursued, was meticulously documented. One need only replicate the knowledge contained within those texts. This is the essence of wisdom. And to manipulate these uncultured natives using such knowledge is akin to a dimensional assault. Upon contemplating these matters, Lia resolved to adopt a process of enlightening first, then threatening, and ultimately offering rewards. The universe is inhabited by a multitude of races, some of which possess inherent extraordinary abilities, although the occurrence of such races is relatively rare. However, when one considers the vastness of the cosmos, their numbers are indeed significant, rendering them far from uncommon. Thus, while you may take pride in the emergence of special abilities among certain individuals within your own race, it is, in fact, quite a commonplace phenomenon among the myriad races scattered throughout the universe. As she spoke, Leah cast her gaze upon him, asserting, "Our Taylor warriors fear neither life nor death. You may slay me, yet your entire race shall bear the consequences of your folly." Facing the furious glare of Jiang Yao, Leah remained unperturbed, her resolve unwavering. Chapter 83. Accompany me, this planet is yours at this moment. Leah remained oblivious to the various criticisms Jiang Yao silently harbored in his mind regarding her recent statements. If it were not for his inheritance of the hive, he might have been swayed by her deceptive words. Indeed, there exist certain races in the universe endowed with extraordinary abilities, albeit a mere handful. Her remarks were nothing more than an attempt to exploit his ignorance. Is what you say truly genuine? Although he was well aware of the truth, Jiang Yao understood that he must continue to play his part. Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, Leah recognized that her assertions had undoubtedly shaken the composure of this indigenous individual before her. After all, when one awakens to a newfound power and revels in the belief of being the chosen one. It can be disheartening to have someone suddenly declare that such abilities are commonplace. The disappointment is inevitable. One might think themselves capable of conquering the heavens only to realize they remain an unremarkable entity. Such a revelation would alter anyone's mindset. In this moment of uncertainty, she seized the perfect opportunity to act. In a soft voice, she commanded, "Project the battle scenes of the war armor. Observe closely what true warfare and genuine power entail." As the images materialized, countless warships launched an assault on a distant planet. With a single energy cannon blast, a majestic mountain vanished in an instant. And the scene shifted to a fierce engagement between 50 warships in the vastness of space. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Yo felt his lips tremble in disbelief. "How is this possible? You must be deceiving me. Such a race cannot possibly exist in this world." Despite the absurdity of the situation, Jiang Yao felt an overwhelming embarrassment akin to being caught in an awkward social setting, even though he was merely mimicking a scene from television. However, amidst this discomfort, he realized that this strategy was remarkably effective. Lia had believed her performance, and Jiang Yao couldn't help but reflect on the truth of a saying he once heard: "The downfall of civilizations often stems not from technological disparities, but from the arrogance born of ignorance." Such hubris can obliterate a civilization, much like Lia's perception of herself as a superior being. Embodying the arrogance of an advanced race over the indigenous, it is akin to wielding a sniper rifle and operating a tank. Only to discover a tribe still in primitive stages, one would instinctively look down upon them, a manifestation of the inherent arrogance of more advanced beings. As Jiang Yo anticipated, Lia had fallen for the ruse. She naively believed that the indigenous man before her was afraid, intimidated by the formidable civilization she represented. This reaction was entirely reasonable, for to these natives, her civilization might very well appear divine. Yet, in a more accurate sense, Jiang Yao was genuinely terrified. This individual was so brazen as to relay information from his home planet directly to him. Who wouldn't be apprehensive in such a situation? Jiang Yao could only express sympathy for the Taylor civilization for producing such a cunning individual. The levels of guardianship and the primary level of destroyers are notable. Yet the most formidable vessels are those classified as cruisers. The number of warships does not reach the previously anticipated tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Rather, it appears to be in the thousands. Their ground combat units predominantly consist of mechs and armored suits, suggesting that this civilization places considerable value on individual martial prowess. It is unlikely they would utilize such equipment as their main vehicles otherwise. However, it must be acknowledged that, based on the recent footage, this civilization demonstrates a commendable understanding of two key technologies. At this moment, Jiang Yu silently organized the information provided by the Phoenix Chicks in his mind. Despite his confusion regarding the apparent naivety of the individual's actions, nevertheless, he cannot deny that this recent maneuver, combining rationality with a display of force, has revealed to him a wealth of critical intelligence. Given her diligence, Jiang Yao understood it was only natural to continue playing along to see if he could extract more useful information. Thus, the scene unfolded. The cameraman prepared. The lighting technician took their position, and he declared, "Let the performance commence." After several changes in expression, Jiang Yao, with a hint of exasperation in his voice, inquired, "What do you wish to do?" As Leia observed the indigenous individual transition from shock to disbelief, and ultimately to helplessness, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. "It is quite simple. You must submit to me and send forth your kind's insects to assist me in locating my lost companions." She then recounted the situation to Jiang Yao. "My compatriots and I arrived on this planet for exploration, but we were separated due to an onslaught by an alien species. Now, I require your assistance to find my team." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao promptly responded, "That is absolutely impossible. Not only will I not submit to you, but I cannot even allow insects to accompany you. You have threatened us and now expect us to send our people to aid you in searching for your so-called allies? If I were to comply, what would my people think of me?" "You have no choice," Leia asserted, revealing her final trump card. "Aside from us, there exists another alien race on this planet, and they are far less accommodating than we are. Should they discover your presence, they will undoubtedly eliminate you without hesitation. Unfortunately, They have already detected you just moments ago. Jiang Yao feigned shock at her revelation. Could it be that peculiar group of bizarre insects we encountered earlier? Indeed. Those strange beings can be classified as aliens, Leia confirmed. They belong to a powerful race akin to the insectoids, divided into various types. Some are unique to this planet and possess relatively weak abilities. Others have special capabilities and evolve continuously, ultimately becoming a cosmic race. The aliens on this planet are part of this formidable cosmic lineage, and their strength is indeed considerable. Formidable, you say? Jiang Yao interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. The consequences of your ignorance are now evident. Do you truly believe that the few alien encounters you previously resolved encompass the entirety of their species? How mistaken you are. Those were merely the weakest among them, which is why you easily vanquished them. Should the formidable members of their race launch a full-scale assault upon you, I can assure you that only death awaits. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao's expression tightened. It seemed he had stumbled upon vital intelligence. According to the lore of the hive, Jiang Yao was acutely aware that the strength of this particular alien was far from negligible. In light of this, to extract further information, Jiang Yao maintained his composure and inquired, "Are they truly that powerful?" For Jiang Yao, information regarding the aliens was of paramount importance. Given that Leia and her companions had direct encounters with the aliens on this planet, they possessed invaluable insights. Thus, Jiang Yao felt confident that he could glean substantial knowledge from her. They are far more formidable than you imagine. If your kind wishes to endure, there is but one path. Cooperate with me. Once I locate my lost comrades, we shall convey this information through certain specialized means. She altered her approach, recognizing that pressing too hard would be futile, given Jiang Yao's current demeanor. Following the shift, she continued, then let our civilization dispatch powerful warships to annihilate these aliens. At this juncture, Jiang Yao perceptively seized upon a crucial detail, the mention of special means to transmit information. This implied that they were currently incapable of communication. At this realization, Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You fool! All this time you have been bluffing. I was concerned about your ability to relay information, but it appears I have worried unnecessarily. Although the reasons for your inability to communicate remain unclear, I now feel emboldened. Yet, after some contemplation, he resolved to exercise restraint and continue his facade. Chapter 84. Mission Announcement. Once you have gathered all your companions, we will seize you all at once. With this thought, Jiang Yao continued to embody the spirit of an Oscar-winning actor. Why should I trust you? Why should I believe that when your kin arrive, they will not annihilate us as if we were mere aliens to be exterminated? Naturally, Leia understood Jiang Yao's concerns. As an intelligent species, upon witnessing the might of their adversaries, one would inevitably grow apprehensive about their own predicament. In response, Leia stated, "The universe is inherently a realm where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. There is but one path laid before you, and it is singular." What path? Jiang Yao instinctively inquired. To become our subordinate species, to serve us. That is impossible. The little bees will never be enslaved. Jiang Yao instinctively retorted. You have no choice. Moreover, let us consider a different perspective. Is it not entirely normal for the weak to become subservient to the strong? Furthermore, should you consent to becoming our subordinate race, not only will your kin be assured safety, but if you perform well, it may not be beyond possibility for us to bestow this planet upon you. At that time, you shall be the true sovereign of this celestial body. This planet for us? Indeed, we would grant you this planet, but you must agree to our terms. You are required to dispatch your insects to assist me in locating my companions and relaying messages. Thus, when our home planet sends forces to deal with those aliens, I promise this planet shall belong to you. When that time comes, you may accompany our fleet to our home planet, Tyler, to partake in the ceremonial investiture and rightfully become the sovereign. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao's expression became somewhat peculiar. This was the first time he had encountered such a clear and eloquent proposition. It was a classic case of underestimating him due to a perceived lack of sophistication. He considered her an opponent, while she regarded him as a fool. No matter, once all of you gather in one place, I shall present you with a luxurious ascension package. First, one must clearly understand their position in this universe and recognize their own limitations. Then, one must confront the nature of the enemies they face, instilling a sense of fear. Finally, one must acknowledge what actions are necessary for survival. In this regard, Jiang Yao had to concede that her tactics to manipulate the ill-informed were flawless. However, Leah would likely never realize that Jiang Yao had been exploiting her arrogance, using it to gradually acquire the intelligence he desired while advancing his own plans. After such extensive dialogue, Jiang Yao had gained a remarkably clear understanding of the situation he faced and the imminent dangers that loomed. Now, he needed to ascertain one final detail: how long it would take for this fleet of scoundrels to arrive. Directly asking was out of the question. He needed to devise a strategy to extract that information. Therefore, it was essential to select 2 cunning players to accompany him. Once he had clarified their arrival time, the subsequent matters would become much more manageable. However, following this incident, Jiang Yao could not help but acknowledge a certain truth: the art of deception is a universal skill. He had imagined that Leah would employ countless methods to persuade him, yet he was utterly unprepared for her audaciously exaggerated promises, claiming to offer him this planet. Jiang Yao found himself too weary to even critique her words. After all, how could a mere soldier of a civilization wield such authority? The ease and conviction with which she spoke were almost comical. Truth be told, Jiang Yao suspected that a lesser, more primitive civilization might have actually believed her. Yet, none of this was of any consequence at present. His immediate task was to feign cooperation with her while seeking out her allies, extracting information, and then swiftly eliminating them. With this in mind, Jiang Yao stated, "If that alien is indeed hostile towards us, we shall naturally take action to eradicate it. As for your proposition of becoming your subordinate race, such a notion is utterly impossible unless you can present undeniable strength to persuade me. Thus, at this juncture, we will only entertain cooperation." Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, Leah's expression subtly shifted. In her eyes, Jiang Yao was now somewhat ungrateful. After all, she had laid her cards on the table, yet he remained unconvinced. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for her. As long as these foolish creatures ensured her safety, that would suffice. Once she returned to her home planet, she planned to invite this bumbling insect king to her world and confine him in a cage to subject him to a regimen of electroshock therapy. Having resolved these thoughts, she began discussing the forthcoming plans with Jiang Yao. Meanwhile, those witnessing the event in the live-streaming room erupted in uproar. My goodness, does this foolish NPC think we are all fools? Indeed, this character is beyond ridiculous. Does he not fear that the leader might find his grandiose claims indigestible? Can you believe he actually wants to enslave us? Does she even have the right? I ask you, does she possess the merit? This NPC is exceedingly bold. Brothers, do you think the leader might actually fall for her empty promises? Should we warn him? I believe it is quite necessary. After all, he is just an NPC and cannot comprehend the perilous nature of such grand illusions. While the discussions continued, all players received a mission prompt: crisis mission, life and death. Due to the information revealed by Leah of the Taylor race, the leader now believed that the insects were facing an unprecedented crisis. To prepare for any potential threats ahead, the leader issued the following 3 tasks. Task 1. Intensively mine resources. Complete the evolution of the insect hive as swiftly as possible to be ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Additional reward: 4,000 evolution points for participants. Task 2. Eliminate the aliens, feigning cooperation with the Taylor race, and utilize their intelligence to gain a clearer understanding of the alien presence on this planet, subsequently eradicating them. Task reward: participants will receive 4,000 evolution points. Task 3. Eliminate the Taylor civilization. As a member of the formidable insect race, the existence of the Taylor species poses a significant threat to us. Therefore, Chief Jiang Yao has resolved to devise a means to eradicate this race. This is a chain task, and the chief will issue missions randomly based on the current circumstances. Completion reward: each participant will receive 4,000 evolution points. Note: special reward: for players who exhibit exceptional performance or achieve extraordinary results, the chief will bestow additional special rewards. Advancing their evolution stage by 1, disregarding the current species controlled by the player. With the announcement of this mission, the entire live broadcast room, along with players engaged in mining, was left in astonishment. 3 tasks, each with increasingly generous rewards. All participants in these 3 tasks stand to gain 4,000 points each, culminating in a staggering total of 12,000 evolution points, a truly extravagant reward. However, what is even more remarkable is the special reward, particularly the advancement of 1 evolution stage. This reward disregards both the species and the current evolution stage. For players like Wei Ji, who have already ascended to the 7th stage, advancing directly to the 8th stage would save them several million in investments. Chapter 85, Collaboration. The rewards for these tasks have left the players utterly exhilarated. Upon completion, they would ascend instantaneously. Astonishing. The content of the task clearly indicates that the leader has discerned this as an enticing opportunity. And while outwardly appearing to believe and cooperate with this endeavor, secretly, the leader is contemplating how to obliterate their civilization. This leader is pragmatic, capable of extinguishing a civilization at will. Brothers, am I the only one who finds the randomness of this game exceedingly exaggerated? We casually apprehend an NPC, and it directly leads to such a task with rewards that are simply outrageous. We have struck gold. I can only say that we have all become prosperous. And from now on, each of us shall possess a formidable beast. However, I must say, my brothers, you may be underestimating this situation. Do you truly believe these tasks are so easily accomplished, particularly the third one involving the annihilation of the Taylor civilization? First and foremost, that civilization wields immense power. And with our current strength, confronting them would be akin to throwing an egg against a stone. This player continued, after all, they have entered the realm of cosmic civilizations. Who knows how many warships they possess? To conquer them, we must at least have a formidable space combat force at our disposal. Yet, at present, we only possess a handful of ordinary ground troops, and given their scarcity, engaging them would surely lead to our demise. Therefore, although the rewards for the 3rd task appear substantial, the difficulty is far more significant than one might assume, at least for the time being. Until we develop a powerful space combat force, we need not entertain such thoughts. As the players absorbed this player's words, they nodded in agreement. Let us momentarily set aside the 3rd task. First, we shall focus on completing the initial 2 tasks. Meanwhile, as the discussions continued, Jiang Yao announced the first chain task. Chain task, Disguise. The interstellar Zerg are viewed with trepidation by many civilizations across the cosmos. Should our identity be uncovered, we would face assaults from other civilizations. Therefore, before we are discovered, we must adeptly disguise ourselves, presenting as benign indigenous species, awaiting the opportune moment to reveal our true nature. Disguise 1. All unevolved swift beasts within the hive are temporarily prohibited from use. All unevolved worker bees are likewise forbidden. Since the Taylor civilization has yet to engage in combat with the Zerg, their understanding of us is limited to the external characteristics and combat data disseminated through the Empire's universal broadcasts. Thus, we must strive to disguise ourselves. All combat units must only utilize 50% of their strength in the presence of the Taylor civilization NPC, Laia, to avoid arousing suspicion. Chain task, Information gathering. Leader Jiang Yao will dispatch players to feign assistance to Laia in locating her companions. Players must ensure Laia's safety while discreetly extracting vital information regarding the arrival of the Taylor civilization's fleet. This task allows for a maximum of 5 participants. The rewards are based on individual contributions. Note, this task is of utmost importance concerning the survival of the Zerg. Hence it is classified as a penal task. Eligibility. Players of at least level 3 Raptor and level 5 Worker Bee may undertake this task. Failure to complete the task results in the forfeiture of all evolutionary stages of the participant. Completion reward. Evolution Stage 1. Note, due to the severe penalties, players are advised to choose wisely according to their own capabilities. The intelligence gathered by the leader will be displayed in the task acceptance section. Players are encouraged to review the information carefully to comprehend the current situation before making a prudent decision. As these tasks were announced, whether mining in the Troll Cave or engaging in live streams, the players fell into a brief silence. What the hell is this divine task? This game has punitive tasks, and the penalties are outrageous. Outrageous penalties? Just look at the rewards. They are simply astounding, directly increasing the evolution stage by 1. If you are at an advanced level, Such an increase saves you a considerable amount of effort. The rewards appear enticing, but truthfully, I doubt that this is a task that ordinary players can complete. Without a bit of skill, it would truly be a futile effort. If you lack the diamond drill, do not meddle with porcelain. Key point: a diamond drill is required. Those above, refrain from driving. Your thoughts are quite impure. How can everything be related to driving? Xinyu, I feel I can give it a try. Although I am not particularly cunning, I believe I have a chance at completing this task if I put in the effort. In reality, without that effort, one might not realize their own inadequacy. Just as everyone was engaged in lively discussions, a notification appeared. Player Weiji successfully accepted the task, followed by Player Li also accepting the task. Wujia, wow, is there really a brave soul willing to take this on? Bei, while I anticipated that Weiji would take this risk, I never expected that something strange would mix in among the players. Li, what strange thing? You're the odd one. Ding. Player Xinyu successfully registered. Lao Lu, what the heck? Another strange thing has slipped in. Xinyu, damn it. Speak properly. Shiji Yongzhu, Xinyu actually dared to register? Daikingui, I bet that as long as Xinyu is involved, no matter how favorable the wind, it will turn into a headwind. Thank Yongxin, player Xinyu's operational error resulted in the annihilation of the swarm. Leiwahin, this is terrifying. I was originally considering registering, but upon seeing Xinyu's involvement, I was frightened into closing the task interface. Kaichi Yuan, this is terrifying. I was originally considering registering, but upon seeing Xinyu's involvement, I was frightened into closing the task interface. 1. Although many wished to undertake this task, the stringent requirements and severe penalties led some eligible players to hesitate. Ultimately, only the 3 of them accepted the task. Upon observing a player accept the quest, Jiang Yao turned his gaze towards the nearby Lia. Now that the preliminary plan had been formulated, I shall dispatch 3 elite warriors to assist you in locating your comrades and to investigate the alien nest. Hearing Jiang Yao's words, Lia nodded and pointed to her armor, stating, Be king, my armor has depleted its energy and requires ale-rack or to replenish. Therefore, before we set off, I would appreciate it if you could procure some ale-rack or for me. At this, Jiang Yao instinctively considered summoning someone to gather the ore. But in the next moment, he suddenly recalled something. Good heavens! It turns out the ultimate test awaits me here. Chapter 86, Additional Update. How sinister. Just when I thought everything was going splendidly, I was struck by this unforeseen twist. With this thought, Jiang Yao felt a surge of indignation. Sister, are you not aware that you are playing with fire? A moment's negligence on my part, and you would find yourself in dire straits. To gamble with one's life in such a manner is truly unwise. After internally voicing her grievances, Jiang Yao adopted a perplexed expression. Apologies, but we do not possess the so-called alack, or you mentioned. Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, Liao momentarily froze, then seemingly recalled something. The alack, or is the term used by civilizations venturing into the cosmos for such minerals. It is not surprising that an indigenous race would be unaware. At that moment, she was blissfully ignorant that her casual remark had nearly led her to a dire fate. When she uttered those words, she had not intended to probe. It was merely spoken in passing. Realizing this, she quickly began to clarify for Jiang Yao. I am referring to the cave I previously visited, where your tribe is currently excavating. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao suddenly understood. You mean the sacred crystals of our holy land? Sacred crystals. I see. I did not expect you to refer to a lack or in such a manner. Disregarding her earlier comments, Jiang Yao pondered for a moment before stating, If it is indeed the sacred crystals, I can spare a small quantity for you, but it cannot be too much, as they hold great significance for our tribe. With a sigh, Jiang Yao added, Please do not perceive us as stingy. The sacred crystals are endowed with a tale that captivates the minds of the insectoid beings. It is said that long ago, a deity descended upon this planet, bringing with it the sacred crystals. This divine being not only gifted us the crystals, but also imparted some knowledge. Upon hearing this, Liao instinctively grasped the crux of the matter. A deity has visited this place? For lesser intelligent species, the appearance of advanced civilizations often leads to the misinterpretation of their offerings as divine gifts. To suggest that this deity had interacted with them implies that their race might have caught the attention of this higher civilization, which may even intend to nurture them. With this thought, Lia could not help but murmur, if that is the case, then matters could become complicated. Should another advanced civilization intervene, it poses certain risks. Such risks could bring detrimental consequences to our civilization. If that is the case, what does my involvement signify? It seems rather trivial. When the time comes to purchase industrial ships, what concern is it of mine? If the home planet cannot withstand the pressure, we can simply retreat with our resources. However, the uncertainty of when this mysterious advanced civilization might reappear is indeed troubling. Lia felt a sense of urgency as she contemplated that when the inhabitants of the home planet arrive, it is imperative to swiftly pack up these insectoid beings to prevent any prolonged complications. At this moment, she remained oblivious to the perilous nature of her thoughts. Not only was she unaware of the danger, but her mind was also preoccupied with the ore belonging to Jiang Yao and his companions. The mining area of their tribe was abundant in resources, and she contemplated devising a means to extract and transport the ore. As she pondered, memories of her previous observations in the mining zone flooded back. The ore was indeed a scarce resource, with an estimated value of at least 1 to 2 million Taylor coins. Due to the civilizational edicts, any privately discovered ore was subject to a 20% levy, leaving only the remainder as one's own. Therefore, selling the ore directly on the black market would be a more prudent choice. First, she would sell the insects, then procure an industrial ship to discreetly transport the ore to the black market with her family. Subsequently, she could use the industrial ship as collateral, likely securing a loan of around 2 million Taylor coins. With such funds, she could acquire a destroyer-class warship. The mere thought of this ignited a gleam in her eyes. Possessing a destroyer-class vessel would enable her to undertake planetary exploration missions or secure escort contracts with large transport companies, where the remuneration typically commenced in the tens of thousands. If everything unfolded according to her plan, she might never again worry about finances in her lifetime. Contemplating this, she suddenly found her current job, earning a meager few hundred Taylor coins a month, rather unappealing, exhausting, and perilous with scant rewards. Thus, she cast a discreet glance at the distant Jiang Yao, her mind beginning to strategize. Typically, the loss of a warship on a trial planet was a rare occurrence, yet not entirely avoidable. Following standard procedure, if a warship went missing for about a week, the home planet would respond by dispatching a reconnaissance vessel, which would take approximately 15 days to arrive. If the situation appeared amiss, data would be uploaded, prompting the home planet to send a fleet, which would also require another 15 days. Altogether, this entire process would span 37 days. This was ample time for her to manipulate the indigenous race into exhausting their ore reserves and concealing them. As she contemplated this, she began to devise ways to deceive them. From Jiang Yao's tone, she discerned the immense significance he attributed to the ore, making it clear that persuading him would not be an easy task. She was also acutely aware that the alien race on this planet must possess mineral veins of their own, yet she dared not consider that avenue. Once the home planet's fleet arrived and subdued the alien forces, the ores would become the personal treasure trove of the combatants. With these treasures, she could further her own agenda, ensuring they would not turn their sights on her insects. Thus, the stark reality was that the ores of the insects represented her true treasure trove. For the sake of her promising future, Leia felt compelled to secure this valuable asset. With this in mind, she began to enlighten Jiang Yao about the ore, explaining that it served as a form of currency from their home planet, quite common and boasting various applications, while also boasting about the food, beverages, and artillery of their civilization. She informed him that these items could be exchanged for the ore. And to bolster her persuasion, she projected numerous images of artillery attacks. At that moment, observing the fervent promotions from Lia, Jiang Yao instinctively understood her intentions. This individual had set her sights on his ore. Deep in thought, Jiang Yao mused to himself about her ulterior motives, sensing that she intended to extract every last bit from him. While he was fully aware of her intentions, he maintained his facade. Could these sacred crystals truly be traded for such formidable weapons? Feigning excitement at the sight of one artillery projection, Jiang Yao pretended to be captivated. Lia, noticing his reaction, realized her success. Indeed, for these primitive civilizations, weapons that surpassed their comprehension would elevate their admiration and inflate their perceived value. It was akin to traveling back to ancient times, wielding a Gatling gun spewing blue flames, and seeking to exchange it for a fortune in gold, they would gladly oblige. However, regrettably, Jiang Yo harbored different thoughts. He merely sought to subtly impart a sense of superiority that came with being a higher civilization through these minor details, allowing her to continuously experience the bemusement of observing the unsophisticated natives who had never encountered such marvels. Chapter 86. The Supreme Etiquette of Swarms Naturally. Jiang Yao had surmised her thoughts with considerable accuracy. How many sacred crystals would be required to exchange for such a weapon? Jiang Yao inquired. Be king. You may be unaware, but these weapons are exceedingly precious. They are the legendary armaments wielded by deities, commonly referred to as divine tools, hence their astronomical value. Your collective ores could at most procure a single piece, she replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu silently criticized the absurdity of the situation. It was indeed outrageous. The artillery piece she had been shown was likely salvaged from a certain class of warship, and the audacity to demand such a quantity of ores in exchange was nothing short of a fantastical dream. Though she harbored these thoughts, she understood that as an uninformed little bee, she must feign ignorance. Thus, Jiang Yao fixed her gaze upon the artillery and remarked nonchalantly, after all, as a divine tool, it is indeed worth such a price. However, are you truly willing to part with such a precious artifact in exchange for us? Absolutely, I am more than willing. Liao thought excitedly, recognizing that she had succeeded. Although Jiang Yao appeared composed on the surface, her intense focus on the artillery betrayed her true feelings. Natives are, after all, natives. Do they understand psychology? Do they realize that sometimes their actions can reveal their innermost thoughts? Constrained by her enthusiasm, Liao replied, while the divine tool is indeed invaluable. Your kin did save my life, so I am willing to endure this sacrifice. Very well. If you truly possess a divine tool, I shall not hesitate to make the trade. Liao continued. Since you have made your decision, instruct your people to commence mining swiftly. I shall return with the divine tool for our exchange. At this, Jiang Yao nodded vigorously, her expression betraying a hint of excitement. Meanwhile, Liao was blissfully unaware that her maneuvering had ignited a fervor among the viewers in the live stream. This NPC is utterly infuriating. It feels as though she is treating us like fools, presenting that worthless artifact as if it were a treasure. I suspect it's inferior to the item we recently snagged from the troll boss. She's clearly trying to fleece us, aiming to strip us bare. Not merely fleece us, but likely intending to skin us alive. This NPC is simply inhuman. Look at our leader, so naive and unsuspecting, yet she dares to take advantage. Indeed, it is terrifying. Throughout this encounter, we have played the role of innocent, unsuspecting beings. Yet this seemingly innocent creature not only deceives, but also relentlessly exploits us. Most alarmingly, our leader not only offered assistance but also sought allies for her. And what was the outcome? The result was that this individual was scheming to ensnare our leader all along. This is genuinely terrifying. We considered her a friend, yet she views us as mere pawns. As the players continued their lively discussions, the informant known as Xian Yu in the live stream finally spoke up. Brothers, I have gathered a sufficient understanding of the situation. I shall first engage in the game, and later, you shall witness how I deal with that scoundrel. For heaven's sake, Xian Yu, do not ruin this. Remain calm. This matter is not to be trifled with. Before long, Xian Yu appeared in the live stream, clutching a piece of or alongside Li. Upon his arrival, he waved his large paw in greeting to the crowd, then tossed the or he was holding to Leah before turning his gaze towards Jiang Yao. Chief, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summoning us? Upon hearing Xian Yu's question, Jiang Yao recounted the situation. I understand, Chief. You wish for us to assist this peculiar individual in locating her kin, correct? Jiang Yao nodded affirmatively and added, do not forget to gather intel on the nefarious alien species as well. In response to Jiang Yao's words, Xian Yu replied nonchalantly, rest assured, Chief, we shall accomplish the task. In that case, delay is unwarranted. You should depart promptly. Understood, Chief. Just as Xian Yu was about to turn and inquire about the specifics from Leah, he suddenly noticed her flying towards him. Understanding her intent, he fixed her with a piercing gaze and declared, Aunt, what do you intend? Aunt, Leah, taken aback by Xian Yu's words, pointed at herself as if to confirm he was indeed referring to her. Are you speaking of me? Who else could it be? Besides you. Who else here is an aunt? You. On the verge of losing her temper, Leah contemplated the current circumstances and ultimately decided to restrain her ire. She composed herself and addressed Xianyu in the gentlest tone she could muster. Esteemed member of the Bee tribe, I perceive that you possess the ability to fly. I would like to request you to carry me in search of my kin. This would expedite our efforts. Upon hearing her words, Xianyu instantly recognized an opportunity. Without a second thought, he seized the moment and unleashed a torrent of verbal onslaught. What a fortuitous occasion to confront you, foolish NPC. Yet, truth be told, this is my first time directly rebuking an NPC in-game. I must admit, it stirs a modicum of excitement within me. How dare you, wretched ant? You presume to ride upon the back of the great Xianyu? What are you, that you think yourself worthy? As a weakling, you lack the awareness of your own insignificance. Daring to mount a strong one. Were it not for the chief deeming you a pitiful guest, I would tear you to shreds for your egregious disrespect. You worthless creature. You trash. Ah, spit. With that, Xianyu spat contemptuously. Witnessing Xianyu's words and actions, Leah was left in utter disbelief. She had been mocked and spat upon. Truly subjected to a humiliating tirade by one who barely qualified as civilized. How dare he? At this moment, Leah had silently condemned the salted fish to death in her heart. Once their fleet arrived, her first action would be to dismember the fish before her. Jiang Yao, witnessing the fish's antics, was momentarily taken aback. This fish was indeed quite resilient. Given Leah's current demeanor, one could only imagine that if it weren't for her limited strength, she would have undoubtedly taken action against the salted fish long ago. Observing the scene descend into an awkward silence, Jiang Yao resolved to intervene and alleviate the tension. Well, our salted fish, foam, is just like that sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted. Although he may speak ill of you, he still treats you with the utmost courtesy of our Bee clan. Indeed, quite commendable. We cannot forsake such etiquette. Utmost courtesy? Leah was taken aback by Jiang Yao's words. Indeed, among our Bee clan, the highest form of hospitality is to spit towards our guests, Jiang Yao declared, gesturing towards the other two insects nearby. What are you all waiting for? After all, they are our guests. Do not hesitate to express your sentiments. Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, Leah instinctively flinched, retreating in alarm. No need for that, my dear Bee King. Truly unnecessary. Chapter 87. Is this a warship? At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room watched in awe as Xianyu executed his maneuver. All of them unable to suppress their exhilaration. My goodness, this fish can truly handle it. He really did insult him. It was utterly disgusting yet strangely satisfying. What a ridiculous display of the highest courtesy, spitting. Did you not see the disdain on the leader's face? This leader was indeed impressive. He lied without a hint of hesitation, and thankfully, Xianyu was a swift-winged beast. Had it been the newly announced unit called the Stinger Snake, I suspect that one spit would have surely led to its demise. Silly NPCs, this is the consequence of treating players like fools. Although it was quite gratifying, Xianyu was undeniably a bit juvenile. If such a scene were to unfold in reality, it would likely result in immediate social embarrassment. Just as the players continued their discussions, Xianyu and his companions had already set off with Leah. Look at this son of a gun. He thinks he can ride Xianyu while donning that flying battle armor. The audience in Leah's live stream began yet another round of teasing. They probably thought riding Xianyu would make them appear impressive, only to find themselves overwhelmed. Why act so grandiose when everything is perfectly fine? After Leah led Xianyu and the others out of the cave, she pointed towards a direction and said, "The area where the spaceship crashed is over there. I suspect there are many aliens, so we must proceed with caution. Once we reach that area, just follow my lead." Follow your lead? Aunt, are you ordering me? Xianyu immediately retorted as soon as she finished speaking. Leah, I'll endure. Just wait. When the fleet from the mother planet arrives, I will make sure to stew you first. Leah thought bitterly to herself. The Bee known as Xianyu had not given her a pleasant expression throughout the journey. Meanwhile, Wei Ji and Li observed Xianyu's antics, struggling to contain their laughter. Clearly annoyed by Xianyu's rebuttals, Leah, considering the potential chaos that could arise if they encountered aliens, restrained her temper and patiently addressed Xianyu. Warrior of the Bee tribe, I acknowledge your strength, But you must understand that the enemy's power is certainly not inferior to yours. Your arrogance will only cost you your life. Humph. Aunt, are you instructing me? Xin Yu's words left Liao momentarily speechless. Damn it. I wish I could eliminate that pest, but I cannot overpower him. She pondered whether the battle mech inside the spaceship had been damaged. If it remained intact, she would ensure he would regret it. Liao thought fiercely, but then shook her head. What is wrong with me? As a member of a superior civilization, why should I be vexed by a primitive native? Meanwhile, Wei Ji began communicating with Xin Yu in the channel. Wei Ji, Xin Yu, it's quite enjoyable to see you confront that fool. But how are we going to extract intelligence later? Li, indeed, while it feels exhilarating to confront them now, it would be quite awkward if we fail to extract the intelligence later. Xin Yu, rest assured, my friends, it is no exaggeration to say that extracting information from this individual will be remarkably simple. Her intellect pales in comparison to ours. Wei Ji, hearing you say that makes me feel even less confident. Li, you believe her intellect surpasses yours? I seriously doubt that. Xin Yu, come on now. Let us not bolster her confidence at the expense of mine. Trust me, if I fail to extract information from this fool, I shall livestream my own demise. Wei Ji, that's quite the commitment you've made. I'm currently broadcasting live, and everyone in the stream bears witness to your declaration. Should things go awry, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Xin Yu, was that truly necessary? I was merely joking. Li, seriously, Xin Yu, can you truly manage this? We require certainty, as this matter is of utmost importance. Xin Yu, fear not, I have it all under control. Just wait and see my performance. Thus, the group continued on their journey, each person lost in their own thoughts. Before long, they arrived at the site where the spacecraft had crashed. The vessel had fallen amidst the mountains, creating a large crater upon impact, and the surrounding vegetation was charred beyond recognition. The sight of the warship left everyone in awe. Goodness, what a massive craft! Remarkably, despite such a high fall, it has not crumbled. Upstairs, this is a warship, not a toy drone that could easily crash and burn. One must admit, the craftsmanship of this vessel is quite meticulous. But is it just me who is concerned about that group of aliens in the distance? At that moment, Xin Yu and the others also noticed the aliens, cautiously concealing themselves. Xin Yu, gazing at the wreckage with a hint of astonishment, remarked, "Such a large creature?" Upon hearing this, Leah cast a dispassionate glance at Xin Yu, pondering whether he was genuinely astounded. It was understandable, given that for a native species, assessing an enemy's strength is often based solely on size. A mere spacecraft is vastly larger than they are. This is our civilization's transporter ship, a type of warship. And within our realm, it is considered relatively weak. However, for you, Liao glanced at Xin Yu and the others. It is an entity you shall never conquer. Her tone brimmed with pride. What nonsense is this? If I'm not mistaken, this so-called invincible entity was brought down by those creatures over there. Xin Yu gestured toward the nearby group of aliens. Those feeble beings managed to bring down what you claim is the strongest? I had thought you were formidable, but it seems you are merely a facade of strength. Xin Yu's voice dripped with disdain. Naturally, Xin Yu's words displeased Liao, who retorted, "What do you know? They are but myopic creatures, these alien beings, merely the weakest among their kin. The notion that they could seize our warship is nothing short of a delusion. The reason they managed to bring down our vessel is primarily due to the presence of numerous formidable space units within their ranks. Should even a single one of these formidable entities confront you, your fate would be sealed. To suggest otherwise is naive. Even if just one were to engage, you would be unable to withstand it, let alone the fact that they possess over 1,000 such units." As Liao's words echoed, players observed a new message in the chat channel from a user named Salty Fish. Salty Fish, ding. Important information X1. The aliens possess more than 1,000 space units. Goodness, this Salty Fish has revealed quite a nugget of information. Is this really the same Salty Fish I know? Has this account been compromised? This is utterly improbable. It must be mere coincidence. Meanwhile, Salty Fish, listening to Liao, continued to elaborate. As for the space units you mentioned, whether we can withstand them is not for you to dictate. Do you think our swarm of insects resembles you feeble beings? We are a collective composed entirely of warriors. Unlike you, who rely on a solitary fighter. Only one capable of combat. I believe you ought to amend your statement. First, you must recognize that the warship we lost was, in the strictest sense, an industrial vessel, designated for transport rather than combat. Should our battle fleet have arrived, those 1,000 aliens would be utterly insufficient to pose any threat. You can scarcely fathom the might of a fleet comprising 4,000 warships. Chapter 88. Extracting more information upon hearing Leah's words. Xinyu realized that yet another significant piece of information had been extracted. However, it was imperative to ascertain whether the 4,000 warships mentioned by Leah constituted the entirety of their civilization's fleet or merely the number of vessels in a single squadron. One could not simply take such claims at face value. After all, the notion of 4,000 warships seemed far-fetched when their entire B clan comprised merely over 200 warriors. Yet, these 200 warriors had undergone rigorous selection and possessed formidable combat capabilities. The casual mention of 4,000 vessels raised doubts about their true power. Perhaps they were merely subpar crafts masquerading as warships. Upon hearing Xinyu's remarks, Leah couldn't help but facepalm. Engaging in conversation with a being whose understanding was so fundamentally different was an exercise in futility. Nonetheless, when she heard Xinyu compare their noble warships to those of mere lowly insects, she resolved to enlighten him. Such statements can only emanate from a species utterly ignorant of warships, Leah began. Constructing a single warship demands the efforts of thousands of individuals over the course of a year or even two. This applies only to escort and destroyer-class vessels. As for more advanced cruisers, they require the labor of hundreds of thousands over several years. Our civilization boasts 500 cruisers alone, with 2,000 destroyers and a staggering 4,000 escorts. As she spoke, Leah turned her gaze toward Xinyu. The manpower and resources required to manufacture these vessels are beyond your imagination. Indeed, this is the very foundation of our civilization's enduring presence in the cosmos. However, upon concluding her explanation, an instinctive sense of unease washed over her. It seemed she had divulged information that she perhaps should have withheld. Or maybe he had been probing her limits all along. Just as she cast a wary glance in Xinyu's direction, she exhaled in relief. It appeared her concerns were unfounded. For Xinyu was preoccupied with counting using his large claws, evidently having surpassed the limits of this foolish insect's comprehension. Never mind. You wouldn't understand, Leah thought. One day, when our warships arrive on this planet to eradicate the aliens, you will comprehend the absurdity of your current pride in your so-called races and how flimsy your perceived strength truly is. To her words, Xinyu merely replied with a dismissive tone, I don't believe you. Yet, to Leah's ears, his response echoed as a last vestige of stubbornness. It was clear that her earlier statements had struck a chord within him, prompting this prideful creature to respond in such a manner. Unbeknownst to him, however, a few more messages had appeared in the player's chat window. Xinyu, the enemy's warship count has been verified. 500 cruisers, 2,000 destroyers, and 4,000 escorts, totaling approximately 6,000 vessels. Based on the information she just conveyed, their main fleet is undoubtedly composed of 4,000 warships, a number that certainly spells disaster. At this moment, as the message from the salted fish was sent, all players, including those in the live stream, fell into a profound silence. Is this still the salted fish we once knew? It struck a chord, my friend. I initially perceived salted fish as merely a jester. Yet I never anticipated that he was, in fact, a true powerhouse. Alas, how enlightening. It seems I have come to realize that everyone in the group was merely feigning ignorance, while I alone was genuinely oblivious. Meanwhile, the bystander Wei Ji gazed at salted fish in disbelief, and Li appeared utterly astonished. Hey, salted fish, if you're being kidnapped, just give us a sign. Li remarked in the chat. Indeed, if you truly are in peril, just type 1, and we shall devise a plan to rescue you, Wei Ji echoed. You're just envious. Is it so difficult to acknowledge that others may surpass you? Li retorted. If that's your stance, then it seems you've taken on the role of the foolish fish, clearly. You are not being kidnapped. Nevertheless, this is rather absurd. How could you be so cunning? Hey, how unflattering is your perception of me? Wei Ji interjected, enough jesting. Let us discuss the pressing matters ahead. It's quite simple. We shall heed her instructions moving forward, Salted Fish replied. Follow her instructions? You mean that NPC? Wei Ji asked. Precisely. She is likely the only one capable of locating her teammates. Thus, we shall accompany her without overthinking the subsequent events. Leave that to me. Newbies tremble in awe. Witnessing the prowess of the expert, Lee commented. Newbie 1, Emperor Penguin added. Then, Salted Fish turned to Leah beside him and inquired, what shall we do next? Shall we directly eliminate the intruders? As he spoke, he began to prepare for action. At that moment, noticing Salted Fish's movements, Leah quickly intervened. Are you foolish? The main force of the intruders should be nearby, searching for my comrades. If you act now, you will likely attract other intruders. And you won't even realize how perilous your situation has become. A mere handful of intruders? Salted Fish, fear not their numbers. Upon hearing this, Leah wore a look of exasperation. Clearly, this deluded creature remained unaware of its own inadequacy. Frustratingly, she could not directly inform him of his shortcomings. Rather, she had to soothe him lest he withdraw his assistance in a fit of rage. With this in mind, she endeavored to adopt a gentler tone as she addressed Salted Fish. I acknowledge your strength, but our primary mission is to locate my comrades. Therefore, let us refrain from alarming the enemy for now. Once I find my teammates, you may unleash your full might as you see fit. For now, I kindly ask the formidable Salted Fish to temper his fervor. In light of your eloquent speech, I shall heed your advice just this once. What, then, shall we do next? At this, Leah surveyed the surrounding trees. Soon, she spotted a mark on a grand tree. Over there, she exclaimed, leading the group towards the tree with the sawfish in tow. Upon observing the mark on the tree, a wave of joy washed over him. This was indeed the mark left by his comrade. With this sign, he could swiftly locate his fellow warriors. Noticing her excitement, the sawfish scoffed. Still relying on such antiquated means of communication? Pathetic. RB clan can find our kin through unique sounds. At the sawfish's remark, Leah shot him an indignant glare. What do you know? The reason we are forced to use this method is that this planet has completely blocked signal transmission due to the aliens. Otherwise, do you think we would resort to such primitive means? Upon hearing Leah's words, the sawfish's eyes brightened. Another crucial piece of information. Now we understand why they cannot transmit messages. If I converse with her a little longer, I feel she might divulge all the intelligence from her mother planet. He couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate their home planet was to have such a cunning warrior. How could it ever perish? Chapter 89. Jiang Yao's thoughts at this moment. While the group of Xinyu and Leah were searching for their teammates, players were fervently mining. As they toiled, they also deliberated strategies. Brothers, let us hasten our pace. According to the intelligence gathered by Xinyu, the strength of the aliens is formidable. Moreover, the most critical factor is that aside from the aliens, there are also the warships of the Taylor civilization that could arrive at any moment. Therefore, we must prepare adequately for the impending danger. Despite this assertion, the pressing issue lies in our relatively weak military forces. Unless we all evolve to a higher stage, we possess little chance of confronting them head-on. It is advisable for ordinary players to focus on swift beasts, ideally evolving to the first stage due to their cost-effectiveness. Additionally, the leader previously mentioned prioritizing the upgrade of the hive. Once the hive reaches the first stage, it will boast a certain level of offensive and defensive capabilities, alleviating concerns about its safety. Given the current circumstances, we have no chance in a direct confrontation with either of these two races. The only strategy that comes to mind is to let them engage in mutual destruction, allowing us to reap the benefits once they are both weakened. Although this method is one of the most feasible options available, it is fraught with potential pitfalls. If the Taylor civilization's strength is comparable to that of the aliens, it poses no significant threat. However, the concern arises if the Taylor civilization possesses overwhelming strength, easily annihilating the aliens and subsequently turning their attention to us, which would be quite awkward. As one player articulated, this dilemma is also Jiang Yao's primary concern. Based on the intelligence gathered, the alien space combat units number just over 1,000, while the Taylor civilization boasts thousands of warships. The disparity in strength is substantial. In terms of equal numbers, the warships undoubtedly hold a decisive advantage over the aliens. To overcome the warships, we would need to rely on sheer numbers. Clearly, the current alien faction does not have the numerical superiority to achieve this. Thus, it is highly probable that when the Taylor civilization attacks, the aliens will be easily crushed. and we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. Contemplating this, Jiang Yao finds the current predicament particularly challenging. At this juncture, Jiang Yao can only hope that Xin Yu can gather more useful intelligence, allowing for an analysis of the present situation in search of a breakthrough. Although I currently possess a sufficient number of evolution points, it is evidently impossible to maintain them until the hive upgrades to the third stage. Therefore, I must actively scour for additional evolution points. Once the hive reaches the third stage, at the very least, we will not become easy targets. Although escaping under the watchful eyes of these warships poses considerable difficulty, there remains a glimmer of opportunity. These two powerful races are suffocating me, their strength far surpassing that of the indigenous inhabitants I have encountered previously. At this moment, Jiang Yao is acutely aware that he has entered a critical phase of existence, where his forthcoming actions must be executed with utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. This predicament leaves Jiang Yao feeling profoundly helpless. The universe operates in such a manner that it does not afford you the luxury of gradual development. If fortune favors you, it is conceivable that you may ascend to a significantly advanced stage without encountering formidable adversaries. Conversely, should luck abandon you, you might confront exceptionally powerful foes right at the inception of your journey. It is evident that Jiang Yao presently belongs to the latter category, having encountered two formidable civilizations while still in the nascent phase of his endeavors. After considerable contemplation, Jiang Yao recognizes that he must not only upgrade his hive but also expand his ranks, as a mere 200 individuals cannot possibly meet the demands of the ongoing conflict. With this thought in mind, he begins to peruse application forms to select new players. Additionally, with a sufficient source of energy acquisition at his disposal, Jiang Yao initiates the construction of a second beast breeding pool, intending to bolster the production of his swift beasts through this means. However, he is acutely aware that even this effort may prove inadequate, for even if he achieves a per capita production of swift beasts, the notion of contending against these two races would remain a mere fantasy. Moreover, he is not yet at the stage of per capita swift beast production, even if his energy reserves could sustain a per capita production. It is crucial to remember that this is a game. One cannot simply distribute swift beasts to each player indiscriminately. Doing so would invite significant repercussions. In the realm of gaming, a fundamental principle must be adhered to: fairness. If others have laboriously cultivated their swift beasts, it would be folly to simply bestow them upon players without effort, as this would render their hard work meaningless. Should such a practice occur, those who have invested significant effort are likely to exclaim in frustration, demanding refunds and abandoning the game altogether. However, to refrain from distributing swift beasts seems equally unfeasible, given the current pace of player progress and their financial contributions, which makes it impossible to enhance player strengths through conventional means. Thus, Jiang Yao is compelled to seek alternative pathways to elevate the collective power of the players. Fortunately, a rather reasonable solution soon dawns upon him. Meanwhile, in the mining area, players are fervently engaged in transporting ore, with one player remarking on the bountiful yield, capable of yielding nearly 1,000 evolution points per trip. In the midst of this industrious atmosphere, another player, known as Lao Lu, nods in agreement, but then adds, "Indeed, this wave is quite gratifying. However, we must accelerate our pace, as the officials have just announced the release of 200 new slots." Upon hearing Lao Lu's words, the player, Feng Yuuzhu, is taken aback, exclaiming, "What? More slots again? How long has it been since the last release? This is rather unusual." Especially as the game's popularity continues to soar and the player base expands, they cannot expect everyone to simply watch live streams indefinitely. After a moment of reflection, Lao Lu continues, "Moreover, based on my estimations, the open beta testing cannot be far off." Upon hearing Lao Lu's words, Feng Yu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Old friend, how did you deduce that?" The answer is quite simple. This planet merely serves as a novice village within the realm of this game. Our role as internal testers within this novice village is primarily to assist the developers in gathering essential data and assessing the server's capacity. Now that the developers have largely acquired the information they sought, they have advanced the main storyline, which involves the emergence of space races on this planet, compelling us to flee. This marks our opportunity to venture into the cosmos. It is only after entering the universe that the game truly begins to unfold. Chapter 90. Despite the investment, there is official assurance as a game currently in beta testing. It is highly likely that it will transition into open beta once it delves into the core content. During this period of internal testing, all players who have shown interest in the game have become well acquainted with its features, whether it pertains to graphics, gameplay mechanics, or its overall value retention. Everything has been thoroughly showcased before the gaming community. Based on these observations, I surmise that a plethora of affluent players will flock to the game post-launch, alongside numerous gaming studios potentially entering the fray as well. Upon hearing the remarks from the Sixth Elder, the enthusiastic player, Egg, chimed in. Brother, the exhibition of gameplay and the influx of wealthy players and studios seem rather unrelated, don't you think? How can they be unrelated? You must understand that the showcased gameplay of this title is entirely distinct from that of other games, he replied. At this point, the crowd appeared perplexed. In what way is it different? Have you all seen the recently released official assurance announcement? Never mind, considering the circumstances, I suspect you haven't tea. Allow me to analyze the announcement alongside my conjectures briefly. To put it simply, other games predominantly showcase their narratives, graphics, or fundamental mechanics to attract players. However, this particular game stands apart. Its graphics, storyline, and gameplay intricacies are already of the highest caliber. The official aim is not merely to display basic mechanics, but to highlight professionalism. In essence, the developers wish to convey to everyone that if you possess skill or strategy, you can pursue this game as a profession. Upon hearing this, the audience turned their gazes toward him, eager for further elaboration. While the term professionalism may seem straightforward, achieving it is exceedingly challenging. Firstly, one requires a robust economic system to sustain it, assuring players that the game currency can maintain long-term stability and facilitate withdrawals. This is the most fundamental aspect. However, having this alone is far from sufficient. One must also establish a relatively equitable and operable economic framework. In simpler terms, the value generated by players must be meaningful, not feudal. If my explanation seems redundant, let us consider the game as currency, the energy points, which are directly linked to monetary investment and can be exchanged for evolution points. However, this brings forth a crucial issue, the necessity for a transparent system governing energy points. For instance, players must be aware of how many energy points they have accumulated and their intended use, all within a completely transparent framework. Should ambiguity prevail? When the game company seeks to exploit players, or when a senior executive misuses their authority for personal gain, could they not swiftly manipulate the data concerning energy points? Such occurrences in reality equate to reckless currency printing, ultimately leading to inflation that burdens the entire player base. There exists a completely transparent mechanism for the acquisition of energy points, allowing players to clearly discern how their earned energy points are utilized. This transparency ensures that energy points do not materialize out of thin air, thereby imparting a certain degree of value retention to the in-game currency. The construction progress of buildings and the total energy points displayed in the nests evidently achieve this objective. Coupled with the official baseline pricing of 1 energy point equating to 10 evolution points, the game's value retention becomes apparent to a broader audience. Recent energy-related events have further illuminated the operational and commercial potential of energy points. For instance, as troop types evolve, the skills of many new units require the expenditure of energy points, thus players can stockpile energy points to sell to those in need, such as players with a high demand for energy points like Shinyu. This aspect constitutes a highlight of the game's currency, as previous events have demonstrated that energy points tend to appreciate over extended periods. This has rendered energy points operationally viable. For example, some merchants might acquire them at low prices during events and sell them all at a later time. Moreover, I have observed the evolution of characters. As the levels of evolution increase and advanced troop types gradually emerge, the demand for energy points will inevitably rise. For high-tier units, energy points function much like fuel for vehicles, an essential consumable, as various skills necessitate their use. Consequently, future market demand is likely to be substantial, with prices potentially appreciating in accordance with market dynamics. At this moment, the audience listens intently to Lao Lu, who expounds upon these possibilities, which are indeed quite plausible. After all, the ordinary worker bees exhibit minimal demand for energy points, making it difficult for them to perceive the underlying implications. However, the situation is markedly different for the star ring worker bees of Wei-Ji, which require a staggering 10,000 energy points. Attempting to replenish this through the extraction of resources from flora, fauna, or minerals presents a considerable challenge. Imagine a star ring worker bee with a reserve of 10,000 energy points, trying to gnaw on tree bark or stone to restore energy. It would likely take 10 days to a fortnight of relentless effort to make any significant progress. Who would willingly endure such a tiresome task? The most straightforward solution is mining, and it is for this reason that the game's universal currency retains its value. Importantly, the officials have also indicated that character trading functionalities will be made available in the future. They will establish a baseline price, with the official acquisition price for units being 50% of the total evolution point expenditure. This means that within this game, everything possesses inherent value retention, as not only real money currencies but also in-game currencies and even characters have official backing. Players need not fear losses, particularly during recent evolution discount events, where a 50% reduction in evolution costs allows players to evolve their characters without fear of devaluation, even if they later sell them back to the officials. Once these conditions are met, studios and affluent investors will be inclined to enter the fray and invest with confidence. The affluent players are inclined to lavish their wealth not only for the enjoyment of the game but also to showcase their status. This particular game caters perfectly to such desires. However, unlike other games, this one demands a considerable investment. In other games, an expenditure of several 100,000 to $1 million might elevate one to the ranks of the elite. In this game, that amount merely represents the initial step. Many wealthy individuals may be deterred by the high entry point to become a prominent figure, but the endorsement from the developers changes the landscape. In other games, investing 10 million may yield an account worth merely a few 100,000 at most. Yet in this game, the minimum investment begins at 5 million. With this assurance, they can invest freely, knowing they can recuperate at least half by selling to other players, potentially at a higher price, thus making the cost of disengagement relatively low. Naturally, many players who have grasped this concept have also recognized the business opportunities it presents. Acquiring the discarded units of affluent players for personal use or resale could yield significant profits. After all, for the wealthy, changing equipment is akin to changing a tire. Once character trading is enabled and new units are introduced, it is highly likely that they will seek to experience these fresh offerings, and if they find them appealing, they will likely sell off their older units. With this in mind, a segment of players with entrepreneurial inclinations has begun to devise their future strategies. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xianyu, Weiji, and Li, under the leadership of Leah, have located their teammate. However, unbeknownst to Xianyu and the others, Leah seems to be harboring ulterior motives. Chapter 91. Finding the team in stark contrast to the players engrossed in discussions about the economy while mining in caves. The audience in the live stream fervently labeled Leah as a werewolf. Both Xianyu and Weiji could hardly fathom that Leah's actions had so thoroughly outshone their own. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Following the markers left by Leah's teammates, she swiftly led Xianyu and a few others to reunite with their surviving comrades. Counting Leah, their captain, and the remaining teammates, there were over 200 survivors. This meant that approximately 90% of their cohort had perished. Leah, you're still alive? The captain was visibly stirred upon seeing her. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Leah promptly transitioned to the crux of the matter. Captain, what is the situation on your end? The circumstances are dire, the captain replied with palpable concern. Our holy war mech has been destroyed while covering our retreat, and we currently possess very few weapons. The aliens across the planet are conducting extensive searches for us. His tone was laced with anxiety if this continues. It is only a matter of time before we are discovered. Contemplating the captain's words, Leah gestured towards a group of small creatures nearby. Captain, they are the indigenous, intelligent beings of this planet, self-identified as the Little Bee tribe. Based on my assessment, they belong to a distinct indigenous civilization, exhibiting formidable individual combat capabilities. By fortunate coincidence, I encountered their leader and persuaded him to ally with us. Now, apart from a couple of dissenters. The entire Little Bee tribe largely heeds my command. Hearing this, the captain could not suppress his elation. This is excellent news. Judging by their appearance, their individual strength should be comparable to the aliens. With their assistance, it may not be impossible for us to hold out until our mothership can dispatch a fleet. However, Leah voiced her concerns. But Captain, the entire planet is under alien lockdown. We have no means to transmit signals. The captain was well aware of this predicament. Leah, I have indeed considered what you mentioned. Although the planet is sealed off and signals cannot be sent, this is not entirely insurmountable. Do you recall the emergency communication device aboard our ship? Nodding in acknowledgement, Leah appeared to grasp the implications, though she soon shook her head. Captain, while the emergency communication device can deploy drones to transmit distress signals to our mothership, the aliens possess acute sensory perception. I fear the drones may be shot down before they even escape the planet. The captain understood Leah's apprehension. Had this been the scenario before, I would not have contemplated this plan. Yet now that you have brought the Little Bee tribe into the fold, the situation has transformed. According to your description, their prowess is formidable, and with over 200 of them, we have sufficient numbers to proceed. We can first send over 100 of them to assault the alien nest, thus diverting the aliens' attention. Then, amidst the chaos, we can deploy the drones, significantly increasing the probability of their escape from this planet. Upon hearing the captain's plan, Leah couldn't help but furrow her brow. Although this method possesses a certain degree of feasibility, it would require sacrificing at least half, if not a substantial majority, of the Little Bees. These Little Bees represent our financial investment. Contemplating this, Leah remarked, but Captain, have you considered another issue? Even if we successfully transmit the signal, should the reconnaissance ship sent to investigate discover the distress signal mid-transmission, it would promptly return to the home planet to relay the information. The home planet would then hastily assemble a fleet. But this would not be effective. Simply put, it would merely result in the home fleet's arrival being accelerated by 5 or 6 days. But at the cost of many Little Bees. Upon hearing Leah's words, the captain sighed, why can't you see the bigger picture? At this stage, every additional day we linger on this planet increases our peril. Furthermore, we have so many trainees with us, as their mission supervisor. My duty is to do everything in my power to ensure their safety. As he spoke, the captain glanced at Leah, continuing, moreover, you must adopt a long-term perspective. If we dispatch these bees to draw fire and successfully release the drones, we could potentially reduce the fleet's travel time from approximately 37 days to 30. This advance may very well allow the majority of the trainees to survive, and we would emerge as heroes of this incident. Imagine, amidst the destruction of the alien warships, a few instructors leading 200 surviving trainees to safety and returning triumphantly to the home planet. What an honor that would be. Do you think we would not be rewarded by civilization for such a feat? The benefits for our future would be immense. Moreover, let us consider an alternate scenario. Even if I do not send out the Little Bees and instead opt to sell them, while each may fetch a hefty price, think about it, considering you, me, and the remaining 5 team members, how little would each of us receive, in comparison to the invisible wealth we could accrue after gaining honor? Selling the Little Bees would be a mere one-time transaction, clearly a loss. Hearing her captain's words, Leah's brow remained furrowed. Nevertheless, she ultimately nodded in agreement with the captain's proposal. What they were unaware of at that moment was that their conversation had been overheard in its entirety by a few eavesdroppers. The act of eavesdropping was one matter, but the blatant nature of their discussion was another. Though the two had distanced themselves from the others and lowered their voices as much as possible, their words were crystal clear to the insectoid entities. For these two, as long as their words went unheard by the other trainees, it mattered little if they were overheard by those few insects. How could an indigenous person possibly comprehend such matters? The intricate web of interests they speak of is far beyond the grasp of these natives. Consequently, the two individuals did not pay much heed to these illiterate souls. However, unbeknownst to them, when they mentioned that it would take at least 30 days, the group, led by Xianyu, was already preparing to take decisive action to expedite their departure. Xianyu and his companions had acquired the information they sought, and if they hesitated, even Zhang Yao was prepared to give the order to act. Just as they were poised to make their move, a singular action by Leah ultimately saved her. Tomorrow, the long-awaited launch would finally occur. and it would be a grand unveiling. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed readers for their unwavering support throughout this journey. Following the launch, I intend to uphold a schedule of 3 updates daily, and after reaching a subscription milestone of 500, I will endeavor to provide daily updates of 10,000 words. As per tradition, there will undoubtedly be a surge of updates on the day of the launch. Crafting words is no trivial task, and I sincerely hope that readers will support the original work. A modest sum, akin to the cost of a pack of cigarettes, suffices to access hundreds of chapters. Even if one does not smoke, purchasing a snow cone assassin would not be too much to ask. I implore those who can to support this endeavor, otherwise we may find ourselves in dire straits. To all those capable of full subscriptions, please consider doing so. I would like to express my gratitude in advance. Furthermore, I have made slight adjustments to the additional chapter rules previously mentioned. Accumulating 100 monthly votes will yield 1 extra chapter, while accumulating 1,000 recommendation votes will also result in an additional chapter. As for the update schedule, barring unforeseen circumstances, it should revert to the previous time of midnight, allowing esteemed readers to enjoy the updates bright and early the following day. Additionally, due to the recent surge of individuals promoting pirated websites, I have instituted a fan value requirement for commenting. That is all. Nothing more to add. I initially contemplated pinning a lengthy expression of gratitude, but I considered that many might not read it due to its length, so I have opted to be succinct, demonstrating my thoughtfulness for all of you. Therefore, I urge everyone to keep up with the subscription. Let us not wait for the next opportunity. This time, we must seize it.